Long Live Summons Chapter 263 to Chapter 301. It's alright, just SOSO. Yu Yang felt that if he said no, she would probably look at him with disdain. If Drunken Cat were to wake up and find out about this, she would probably bury him alive. Hence, he decided to tell the truth. SOSO? Wu Xia's bright eyes had a hint of "Are you sure?" The main thing is that there's no comparison, no reference. Yu Yang really wanted to ask her to let him touch her so that he could be sure. I understand, I'll give you a chance. When Wu Xia said this, Yu Yang thought that he had heard the gospel. Really? Yu Yang was pleasantly surprised. If you save cousin Wu Hen, and then touch Xianxia and Fallen Flowers, I won't have any objections. Wu Xia seemed to like seeing Yu Yang's expression. She looked at him with her clear eyes without blinking. So you're just being generous with other people's money? Yu Yang lamented. Of course, Xianxia and Fallen Flowers were also his targets. However, the one he wanted to touch the most right now was the girl in front of him who loved to read books, Wu Xia. He felt that conquering this girl was the most difficult, but also the most satisfying. Even though he loved big breasts, D-milk, E-milk, and G-milk were nothing in front of Lady Wu Xia's perfectly proportioned virgin jade peaks. Yu Yang, you have to pay attention. Right now, you're engaged to Sister Fallen Flowers and Sister Anan. I'm no longer your fiancé. If I remember correctly, I had already asked you to divorce me a year ago. Hence, Yu Yang, I actually have nothing to do with you now. When Wu Xia said this, Yu Yang could finally be 100% sure that this mysterious beauty who loved to read books was really the Miss Xue who was engaged to the pitiful guy previously, Xue Wu Xia. You know that's fake, I didn't write any divorce papers at all. That's someone who wrongly accused me. Hearing her admit it, Yu Yang excitedly grabbed her little hands. I didn't, but I didn't agree to be engaged to you. Wu Xia broke free from his big hand. Then agree now. Yu Yang was good at taking advantage of the situation. No. Wu Xia refused. Why? I'm very sincere. Although I don't have the time to prepare an engagement ring, I have something that I want to tell you. I've been holding it in for a long time, but I didn't say it. Yu Yang was almost moved by his own earth-shattering love. A love that transcended time and space. Damn it, if this was made into a TV drama, wouldn't the teachers and grandmothers cry their eyes out? What kind of lousy drama is that? That's what I call love through time and space. That's love. Yu Yang was very sure that he definitely liked this girl Wu Xia 100%. This was not only because he had been guarding her through life and death battles with her, but also because there was a kind of indescribable feeling in his heart. It was a kind of resonance in his soul, a kind of desire that was necessary in life, a kind of fate that was predestined, a kind of indescribable tacit understanding. Other than her, there was no other girl who was more suitable for him. Only she was the other half that transcended time and space to find. That was the ultimate dream that he longed for in his heart. Yu Yang was very sure that he liked this girl. He had liked her since a long time ago. Ever since he fought to the death with the Marquis of Zijin, he had already felt a little interested in her. Then, during the bloody battle, his feelings for her rose to a higher level. After that, after a series of big battles, the feelings in his heart had continuously deepened and settled. Although Yu Yang also liked the Tigress Princess Sisai and the City Mistress Fallen Flowers who had an exceptionally moving smile, he liked the frail but incomparably strong sickly beauty, he liked the delicate and cute Anan. He even had a bit of an Oedipus complex and an evil sister complex. However, the one that he liked the most, the one that he missed the most and the one that was deeply imprinted in his heart, was still this kind, understanding, intelligent and virtuous mysterious beauty, Xue Wu Xia. Stop, you don't have to say such sweet words to deceive me. Don't you think that I should seriously consider a man who touched another girl's breasts after leaving my side for less than 5 minutes? Xue Wu Xia smiled brightly. What she said was very reasonable. If the man who had cheated on her was not her, then Yu Yang would definitely agree with her words. Please allow the prisoner to defend himself. Yu Yang hurriedly used all his skills, preparing to use his glib tongue to exaggerate the situation and reverse the situation. His argument was that if a person was extremely hungry, he would steal food even if he saw a dog. Because he was hungry, he wouldn't be picky about food. On the contrary, if a person ate abalone, ginseng, shark fin, and stomach all day long, he wouldn't be moved at all when he saw big meat and fish. What he meant was that if he had a fairy sister who would serve him all day and let him live a blissful sexual life, then he would naturally become an obedient child and wouldn't casually touch other people's breasts. On the contrary, if he really couldn't hold it in anymore, then he would take the risk out of desperation. Even if he would be beheaded tomorrow, he would still touch it today. Yu Yang's words were also very reasonable. No matter if it was human morality, reality, mental health, physical hygiene, or other aspects, it was completely in line with the standards of a hungry pervert, a typical otaku's desire. Which girl wouldn't think of love, which boy wouldn't have lewd thoughts? In the end, Yu Yang used this sentence as his closing speech. He said it so much that even he himself was a little touched. Damn it, was it easy for me to be an otaku? Wu Xiao listened and nodded slightly, well said. Yu Yang was immediately overjoyed. He held her smooth, soft, and jade-like hands. You agree? This mysterious beauty who loved to read books, Yu Yang's fiancé, Shui Wuxia, revealed a unique smile in her eyes. I'm very sorry, Yu Yang. I can only say that I sympathize with your unbearable thirst, but I can't possibly sacrifice my body to feed the wolves just because you are hungry, right? This is not the reason why I agreed to you. Yu Yang, wait until you find a better reason to convince me, then come again. There will always be opportunities, it just depends on your performance. I don't deny that you are an unprecedented genius in terms of martial arts, but when it comes to picking up girls, I dare say that you are a big idiot. When Yu Yang heard this, he didn't really agree. He felt that he was actually quite good at picking up girls. At least there were already a few girls circling around him. Although he hadn't reached the highest realm of picking up girls, he had already reached the level of the bright moon startles the magpies on the branches, the cool breeze chirps cicadas in the middle of the night. Talking about love in the fragrance of the rice fields, listening to the howling of wolves. 7 or 8 stars beyond the sky, 2 or 3 points of rain in front of the mountain. If you don't have money to rent a room, go to the edge of the forest, and suddenly meet at the bridge of the river. Alright, he hadn't gone to a rendezvous, but at least he thought that way in his heart. With regards to Yu Yang's arrogance and complacency, Shui Wuxia gave him a wake-up call, making him feel enlightened. Don't tell me you don't think that you should attack the easier girls? For example, my cousin, Shui Wuhan, on the surface she refuses to let you treat her illness, but if you really force yourself on her, she will definitely accept you in her heart. As long as you don't betray her in the future, then you will definitely succeed. Another example is Sister Fallen Flowers, it's even easier. She likes romance, so if you bring her to view the flowers and admire the moon, then recite a few obscene poems like Bright Moonlight in front of the bed, 2 pairs of shoes on the ground, then plant flowers with her and weed out the weeds, she will be easily tricked by you. When Yu Yang heard this, he was full of tears. As expected, he didn't have enough cultivation. He hurriedly humbly asked for advice, his attitude extremely sincere. What about Princess Sisai? This mysterious beauty who loved to read books, Shui Wuxia was definitely a top-grade beauty. If Yu Yang hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would never have believed that she would teach him how to pick up girls. This was too inconceivable, but Yu Yang liked it. He heard Shui Wuxia say casually, Xianxia likes to practice martial arts, you can start from this aspect and accompany her in her practice. Moreover, this rouge tigress has a scissor mouth, hard on the outside but soft on the inside. Maybe she won't forgive you verbally, but you can use martial arts as an excuse to touch her boldly. I guarantee that she won't do anything to you, and as time goes by, you will get closer to her and your relationship will naturally develop. There was no woman in this world who would teach her fiancé how to pick up girls. Shui Wuxia was an exception. Yu Yang was a little confused. Why did she want to help him? If he won over all 3 girls, what benefits would she get? Of course, he didn't think that this was a bad thing. Damn it, having a future wife to teach him how to pick up girls was even more honorable than Wei Xiaobao being ordered to pick up girls. If he didn't win over Traceless, Fallen Flowers, and Xianxia, he would be letting down his wife. Finally, Yu Yang still wanted to ask this Wuxia how he should pick her up. However, he guessed that her answer would be a punch to his face. Yu Yang felt that it was better to forget about it. The most difficult thing was to conquer it himself. This way, he would feel the greatest sense of achievement. I am so grateful, please allow me to repay you with my body. Yu Yang pretended to be moved to tears as he pounced on the beauty and hugged her tightly. While enjoying the wonderful touch of her body, he also took in the fragrance of her virginity. He felt that his life had not been in vain with a girl like this. What's the big deal about traveling through time? For such a beauty, it would be worth it even if he traveled through time 100 times. For the first time, Yu Yang felt a sense of gratitude towards the old Taoist priest who had kicked his butt. Thinking about it, the old Taoist priest was not a bad person. Not only did he give him the heavenly sword goddess as his first wife, he also helped him find the most perfect girl in the soaring dragon continent. That kick from before. If he was willing to hand over his lowly granddaughter to him, then they would be even. The wonderful touch of hugging Shui Wuxia's fragrant body, Yu Yang felt that he would never forget it for the rest of his life. If he could, he would really like to hug her like this for the rest of his life. Seeing Yu Yang's perverted actions, Shui Wuxia frowned slightly. What do you mean by this? Are you taking advantage of me? I can't help it, it's the most sincere gratitude from the bottom of my heart. Wuxia, I'm so touched. Yu Yang felt that this was the most daring action he had ever made in his life. This was the legendary hugging a beauty. Normally, this move was only used by emperors. Why would it be better to have a beauty in one's arms if one had the whole world in one's hands? Look at the emperor's awareness, it's really high. Yu Yang knew that if he failed, he would die a horrible death. After all, he was not the kind of emperor who had a high awareness. If Wuxia were to flip out, she would probably strike him with lightning from the left and ice from the right. It would be strange if he didn't explode into a crisp. If you haven't touched another woman in 3 days, this will show your sincerity. This won't happen. Again. Shui Wuxia stared at Yu Yang with her beautiful eyes. She didn't make a move, but she was angry. Although she didn't pursue the matter just now, she was still jealous in her heart. But luckily, this girl was jealous. This proved that he was in her heart, so he had a chance. Yu Yang reluctantly let go of the beauty's fragrant body. Recalling the wonderful feeling just now, he looked at Shui Wuxia's peerless face that seemed to be angry and bashful. He was so touched that tears almost flowed down his face. That's great, this girl was shy. This proved that she had feelings for him. Alright, on the long journey of picking up girls, he had successfully taken the first step. Drunken Cat fell into a deep sleep, but Nyo-Nyo the little panda girl woke up very quickly. When she saw Yu Yang, she was so happy that she jumped into Yu Yang's embrace. Brother will reward you with a lollipop. Yu Yang was the nemesis of all lolas. His candy skills were invincible. So sweet. Nyo-Nyo the little panda girl's smile didn't even blossom. She adorably licked the lollipop that Yu Yang had specially made and obediently followed behind him. She jumped up and down, as if she had been abducted by Yu Yang but was still happy. Yu Yang used his littering to store the plum leopard's corpse. He carried Drunken Cat on his back and followed Shui Wuxia to the valley where his sister, Yu Bing, was. In this small valley, there were demon corpses everywhere. Yu Yang noticed that there were many corpses of human bandits and horse thieves. Because there were no mercenaries with Yu Bing and the others, there were only students from Shangjing Academy, Fragrance Academy, and Ivy Academy. Yu Yang could tell that these corpses were different. He realized that this ambush had been planned by the enemy for a long time. Not only did the Eastern Goblin tribe come, the demons from the Demon Abyss also came. There were even human bandits and horse thieves as spies. Green Summit Sect, Zijing Kingdom, Western Lion Pagoda, these powers were definitely related. There might even be people from the Demonic Palace and the Thousand Goblin Sect. This trap was set very well, but there was a small accident. They did not expect that after the war, the Eastern Goblin tribe did not fall out with the humans of the Soaring Dragon continent. Instead, they made a temporary alliance with him. Although he and the fiery golden eyes beast could not represent any power, Jizun and the Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Goblin tribe would know the truth. The enemy's plan to sow discord and make the Eastern Goblin tribe and the Soaring Dragon continent fight to the death would definitely not succeed. At the same time, they had also lost the 9-headed demon marshal, Zidiao, Dream Eater, Bai Lin, Huawei, Duanmu, and Lu He. Yu Yang intentionally let Goblin General Pai Pa and Goblin General Jean Toad leave. Firstly, he wasn't sure if he could stop Goblin General Pai Pa. Secondly, Yu Yang also wanted to let the Southern Demon King know that his subordinates had suffered heavy losses. He wanted to destroy the temporary alliance between the Southern Demon King and Green Summit Sect, Zijin Kingdom and Western Lion Pagoda. If the plan succeeded, the Southern Demon King would definitely be happy. Now that the plan had failed and they had suffered heavy losses, it would be strange if the Southern Demon King did not fall out with them. Also, the Demon Abyss's attack was not successful, resulting in countless casualties. They would probably suspect the fallen humans who led them into the invasion. Just bear with it for now. When we have enough strength, we'll attack their mountain gate. Shui Wuxia understood Yu Yang's intention, so she advised him gently. That day won't be too far away. After experiencing a few big battles, Yu Yang already had the feeling of breaking through the 5th level of innate invisible sword qi. What he needed now was a quiet place to train, as well as a final understanding of his inability. As long as Shui Wuxia was willing to cooperate with him and train body fusion, Yu Yang felt that he could break through the 5th level at any time and climb to a higher realm. Controlling fire with his Yang ability. Controlling ice with his Yin ability. Yu Yang felt that if he could completely control his Yin ability, then when he fought with his enemies, he would be able to let them taste the feeling of ice and fire. Of course, before he started training, he had to find his sister and bring her to a safe place. At the end of the small valley, Hui Tai Lang, who was covered in blood, stood majestically on a huge rock, guarding his little master. Yu Bing, Anan, and Yu were healing their injuries under a rock. Sickly Beauty first woke Yu up, then joined hands to heal Yu Bing and Anan, who were exhausted from the long battle. Under the joint attack of Yu Bing and Hui Tai Lang, the two demon races' nemesis, the corpses here were piled up like a small hill. Layer upon layer, blood flowed like a river. On the other side, Fatty Hai, who had turned into a behemoth, had not returned to his original form. He was lying on the pile of corpses, snoring loudly. Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers were lying around him in a disorderly manner. Because of Hui Tai Lang's super explosive power, they did not receive any fatal injuries after massacring the invading demon army. They were only exhausted. Behind them, there was a large group of students who were also sitting or lying down, leaning on each other in exhaustion, healing themselves and waiting for reinforcements. They were more of a support role. The main attackers were Yu Bing, Yi Nan, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Li brothers, Prince of Tian Luo and the others. Although there were a lot of injuries, there were very few deaths. Unless they were unlucky enough to meet a demon general or a demon commander and were instantly killed, most of them would be saved. Hui Tai Lang transformed into a world-exterminating demon wolf and together with Yu Bing's two Treant defenders, dealt a heavy blow to the demon army from the demon abyss. Hui Tai Lang was also the only beast that could still fight and wait for Yu Yang's return. Hui Tai Lang ran over eagerly and rubbed against Yu Yang, showing the look of a watchdog that said, "I'm working hard." "Not bad, I'll reward you with an orb." Yu Yang threw Huawei's refined orb into Hui Tai Lang's mouth and rewarded it with a kick. His innate chi flowed into Hui Tai Lang's body along with the kick, quickly healing its injuries. It was so comfortable that it groaned. Woof, woof woof. Hui Tai Lang knew that Huawei's orb was a good thing, so it could not bear to swallow it in one go. It tried to taste it as much as possible and groaned happily, as if it was gnawing on a bone. The surrounding beasts were all extremely envious. Although they didn't know what this orb was, the energy on it made all the beasts drool. Forget about the beasts, even the Tian Luo prince who had forced himself to come over to welcome the orb was dumbfounded. He thought that the platinum dragon's magic crystal was already very powerful, but compared to this orb, it was not even worth mentioning. The energy in this orb was at least a few times stronger than the platinum dragon's magic crystal. Most importantly, it was much purer than the platinum dragon's magic crystal. The platinum dragon's magic crystal was one of the national treasures that Tian Luo's two heavenly imperial guardians gave to the Tian Luo king, Huasu Ri, to congratulate him on his ascension to the throne. Who would have thought that Yu Yang would casually give an orb that was 10 times better than it to his wolf dog? No wonder this Hui Tai Lang was so powerful. A wolf dog that swallowed an orb, how could it not be powerful? Prince of Tian Luo felt that comparing himself to others was really infuriating. Where did you find a treasure mountain? Prince of Tian Luo felt that Yu Yang was like a nouveau riche who squandered money like dirt. No, I had to spend a lot of effort to kill the Eastern Goblin tribe. Do you think that it was easy to get this thing? Those guys were innate ranked Eastern Goblin tribe, it took a lot of effort to kill one of them. Yu Yang said modestly. Prince of Tianluo was speechless. Look at this Yu clan's third young master. He was the same age as him, but he could already fight against the innate ranked Eastern Goblin tribe. If there's a chance, we can form a team to hunt monsters and hunt for treasures. But you have to support me in chasing after fallen flowers, otherwise there's no need to talk about it. Yu Yang had to talk about conditions. He didn't mind increasing the strength of Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Li brothers, and Prince of Tianluo, but he wouldn't volunteer to be their nanny. He had to talk about conditions. Prince of Tianluo was overjoyed when he heard this. Sister Anti-Tian Fallen Flowers was already engaged to this brat. Sooner or later, she would become the Yu clan's daughter-in-law. It was nothing for him to say a few good words for her. He was afraid that Yu Yang would go back on his words, so he quickly shook his hand. It's a deal. Hui Tai Lang then realized that all the beasts were drooling over his orb. He was extremely proud of himself. He shook his butt and wagged his tail, showing off even more. When Yu Yang saw this, he gave it a flying kick, hinting that it shouldn't be too ostentatious and affect his master's image. Hui Tai Lang was still reluctant to swallow the orb. He was very smart, he knew that if he swallowed it, he would level up soon. He might sleep for a few days in between, so it wasn't suitable to swallow the orb now. Hence, he eagerly ran to the front to open a path for his master. He raised his head high, showing a proud look that said, "It's your loss if you can't see the orb in my mouth." Yu Bing had already woken up, but her legs were weak, so she couldn't stand up yet. Seeing that her brother had returned safely, she was wild with joy. Suppressing her excitement, she reported to him, "Brother, I defeated 2 demon generals, and many, many ugly monsters. I can also defeat demon generals now." Yu Yang felt that with her strength, forget about defeating them, even killing demon generals wouldn't be a problem. Of course, praising her was still a must. As he caressed her little head, he praised her, "Really? Binger is too powerful. She defeated the demon general, this is a great merit." Hee hee. Hearing her brother's praise, Yu Bing lowered her head embarrassedly. It's a pity that my spirit mirror's level is too low. Otherwise, together with Bing Air's tree thorns, and poison, the damage to the enemy would be even greater. Inan was a little regretful, because her spirit mirror was only gold-ranked level 1. After experiencing this big battle, it was only gold-ranked level 2, so it still couldn't display its true power. Slowly level it up, there will be plenty of opportunities. Yu Yang also caressed her head. Inan couldn't stand Yu Yang's fiery gaze, so she quickly looked away. Not long after, Princess Sisai and City Master Fallen Flowers came. They found the heavily injured and unconscious old fox. Because of the appearance of the 100 Transformations Demon Elder and the Blood Scythe Demon, the warriors who were in charge of intercepting the enemy, other than the head referee and the old fox, the rest were all sacrificed. Fortunately, the rankers of Tianluo came to the rescue in time, and held on until the heavenly Imperial Guardians appeared, repelled the strong enemies, and destroyed the source of the Demon Abyss's invasion. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. The Demon Abyss creatures that ambushed Yu Bing and the others were only a small group, they weren't the main force. Otherwise, Yu Bing and the others wouldn't be able to hold on at all. What made Yu Yang surprised was that Xue Tan Lang, the ice cube guy who ran to the old fox for help, actually didn't die under the joint attack of the 1,000 Goblins Sect's 3 new demon elders. "If you help me put in a good word for me in front of your sister, I will give you an orb, an innate orb." Yu Yang was prepared to bribe his future brother-in-law, and he was very generous. Prince of Tianluo was jealous when he heard this. Both of them were getting married, why did this ice cube guy get an orb, but he didn't? Impossible. Xue Tanlang rejected immediately. "You idiot." Prince of Tianluo was speechless towards his cousin. He thought to himself, would it kill you to agree first? If you don't help, third young master, you can't do anything about it. Why did you reject? It was really infuriating, that was an innate orb of the Eastern Goblin tribe. It's useless to bribe me, I will definitely not agree to let my sister marry you. Xue Tanlang snorted coldly. Why? Forget about Yu Yang, even Prince of Tianluo was curious. Because you wrote the divorce letter, causing my sister and the Shui clan's reputation to fall to the ground. When Shui Tanlang said this, Yu Yang almost fainted. That was fake, didn't he know? Hey, that was someone else's plot. Yu Yang was sweating profusely. Of course I know, but it's fake that the world doesn't know. Shui Tanlang was a stubborn brat. Yu Yang felt that there was no way to communicate with him. Idiot, the enemy could plan their next attack at any time, and you guys are still leisurely talking about picking up girls. I'm so angry. Hurry up and leave this place, you guys don't even know how dangerous it is right now. Scram further away, teleport away immediately and find a safe place to hide. When the old fox woke up, he angrily hit Yu Yang with his walking stick and ordered everyone to leave Champion Island immediately. Yu Yang did not need to be in charge of the country's affairs, he only needed to take care of his personal affairs. Hearing this, it was exactly what he wanted. He carried his sister Yu Bing on his back and brought Anan along. The smug Hui Tai Lang followed along, but it was very smart. It knew to leave a spot for the little panda girl, Nyo Nyo, beside it. Princess Sisai also carried Drunken Cat on her back. Together with Yu Yu and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, they opened a teleportation scroll and teleported to the entrance of the Heaven Stairway, the little flower garden. After Yu Yang left, Shui Wuxia reprimanded Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo sternly. In front of Shui Wuxia, the cold guy Shui Tanlang and the handsome Prince of Tianluo were not as cool as they were in front of Yu Yang. After being reprimanded, they nodded their heads in agreement, not daring to breathe too loudly. Compared to her strict sister Shui Wuxia, the sickly beauty was much gentler. She comforted her two dejected cousins softly. Yu Yang's advancement is not something that can be described as a genius. He is a special person, don't look up to him and don't feel too much pressure in your heart. Training must be down to earth, don't aim too high. Being impatient is not a good thing, you must build a good foundation. Training is not as simple as leveling up beasts and meditating. You need to understand to break through realms. Fighting power is not equivalent to stacking power. You must have techniques and most importantly, control. You are still far from that. Forget it, I don't have time now. I will check the results of your training next time. Shui Wuxia waved her hand. Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo had a relieved expression on their faces. As geniuses, they were already under a lot of pressure. Recently, the abnormal Yu clan's third young master appeared, making them even more breathless. A 20-year-old innate, this brat was really abnormal. They believed that there had never been such an abnormal person since ancient times. Being in the same generation as him made them feel inferior. Fortunately, this fellow would become their brother-in-law or cousin-in-law sooner or later. Otherwise, they would be depressed to death. However, under the stimulation of the abnormal Yu clan's third young master, they still improved a little. Shui Tanlang and the others had to train hard. Although they could not be compared to Yu Yang, they did improve a lot. Among the four great clans, the elders had originally given their juniors more freedom. Each of them had their own matters to attend to, and would normally not spend 100% of their time teaching their juniors wholeheartedly. This was because they all thought that cultivation was a gradual process. Even if it was a super genius, they would still need to train for more than 100 years before they could reach the innate realm. Now, the people of the four great clans did not think this way, because the Yu clan's third young master had set an unprecedented precedent. Yu Yang's shocking feat of stepping into the innate realm told the four great clans that it wasn't impossible for a 20-year-old innate to appear in this world. It was just that they hadn't found the method to do so yet. It was not that the world could not give birth to a 20-year-old innate, it was just that they had not given birth to such an abnormal son. With Yu Yang as an example, the Feng, Shui, Yan and other great clans naturally put in all their effort to teach their most promising juniors. They hoped that their juniors could be as arrogant as Yu Yang. They did not wish to become an innate at 20 years old. As long as their juniors could become an innate before 50 years old, it would be a great success that surpassed their predecessors. After all, an abnormal genius like the Yu clan's third young master was the only one in the world. There might not even be one in 10,000 years. With such expectations from their clans, Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tianluo and the others were under pressure. Compared to Yu Yang, the speed at which he was improving was as slow as a snail. In front of them, Yu Yang was far ahead. Behind them were Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li clan brothers, these grassroots disciples. Seeing that they were about to catch up, they were about to collapse. You guys have to work hard too. You guys can't even compare to Hui Tai Lang. Don't you feel ashamed? Xue Wuxiao even criticized Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. Yes. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were so scared that they did not even dare to breathe. Seeing Xue Wuxia and Sickly Beauty teleport to the little garden, Yi Kong was still fine but Fatty Hai was so scared that he fell to the ground. When Xue Tanlang looked over, Yi Kong wiped his cold sweat. With such a strict sister, no wonder you can become one of the 3 great killing stars. However, I am quite envious of you. With such a sister, although you can't be lazy, you will definitely have no problem growing. Xue Tanlang, don't stare at me. I don't even have a sister like her. Fatty Hai nodded and continued, if you don't stay in a small clan, you geniuses who are pampered will never understand what it means to eat and wait for death. The Li brothers kicked Fatty Hai away and refuted him, you are still the young master of a small clan. We are just ordinary commoners. If you want to talk about it, you are much stronger than us. Xue Tanlang's face was as cold as a 10,000-year-old iceberg, you guys are actually very lucky. When he said this, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers were all speechless. If they did not meet Yu Yang, they would not be where they are today. Yi Kong felt that he might have starved to death, the Li brothers might have died during that mission, and Fatty Hai might have been alive, but he was always a good-for-nothing. Prince Tianluo spread his hands, don't feel sorry for yourselves. Actually, we are all geniuses, we just can't compare to that abnormal Yu Yang. The old cunning fox rushed over angrily, raised his walking stick and knocked on everyone's head. He scolded, do you think my words go in one ear and out the other? This place is filled with soldiers who died for you, and you guys are just standing next to their corpses and chatting? What was their sacrifice for? Wasn't it for you idiots? Scram as far as you can. Yi Kong and the others were beaten up by the old cunning fox and quickly left. Among them, Fatty Hai challenged Xue Tanlang, Yan Pijun is no longer my goal, Feng Qisha is also not. Out of the 3 great killing stars, only you have some strength left. Xue Tanlang, you know what I mean. Dream on. When Xue Tanlang heard that Fatty Hai wanted to surpass him, he gave him a middle finger before he left. This guy has learned bad things from Yu Yang. Fatty Hai was depressed. He never thought that an ice cube like Xue Tanlang would give him a middle finger. Yu Yang, who returned to the little flower garden, did not know the conversation between Xue Tanlang, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. Of course, he did not care. He first settled his sister down, then prepared to break through the 5th level of innate invisible sword chi. When Yu Yang came back and fell asleep, Xue Wuxia and the others thought that he was tired from fighting and wanted to sleep. They did not know that the heavenly sword goddess was secretly teaching him in the dream realm and that he could cultivate in the dream realm. Yu Yang consulted the big loli in the dream realm and felt that he had enough energy to break through the 5th level of innate invisible sword chi, but he had not mastered the Yin ability. This made him stop thinking about breaking through. The big loli in the dream realm was actually as strong as Yu Yang. She could also use the power of ice and fire. This proved that it was not that Yu Yang could not use it, it was just that he had not mastered it. After sleeping for half a day, when he woke up, he saw Princess Sisai and the others sitting in the hall discussing something, laughing and chatting. In the courtyard outside, Hui Tai Lang, who had swallowed Huawei's orb, was sleeping and evolving. Yu Yang used his innate chi to check it and found that it would need at least half a month to completely digest the energy of the orb. It was still a distance away from becoming an innate level world-destroying demon wolf, but it should not be a problem for it to become a platinum-ranked demon wolf. How much power it could unleash would depend on Hui Tai Lang's own usage. Yu Yang estimated that if Hui Tai Lang completely unleashed the energy of the orb, it would be possible for him to fight against the Eastern Goblin tribe like the Leopard and the Xiong brothers, who were close to becoming innate. Next time I will think of a way to kill a demon king and let Hui Tai Lang eat it. I wonder what will happen. Yu Yang did not dare to think about it in the past, but now he suddenly felt that killing a demon king was not an unreachable goal. Seeing Yu Yang walk into the hall, the girls all looked at him. Drunken cat seemed to have drunk a lot, her eyes were hazy, eh? Why did I see two handsome guys walking in? Nyo the little panda obediently corrected her, Mom, there's only one, and that's brother Yu Yang. Inan heard it and covered her mouth to hide her laughter. Princess Sisai saw that Yu Yang seemed to be hesitating and asked curiously, what's going on? Did you think of something? Something about the ancient passage? Yu Yang quickly waved his hand, no, I want to find someone to help me with a small matter. The yang energy in my body is too strong, so I want one of you to help me feel the yin energy in your body. I have been stuck at the yin ability for a long time. I need to completely control it in order to break through to a new level. Hearing Yu Yang say that, other than Yu Bing and the 80% drunken cat, the girls' faces all turned slightly red. He said that he wanted to help, but in fact, he wanted to practice body fusion together. The more profound the body fusion was, the more intimate the two would need to be. Not only would their bodies have to be in close contact, but their minds would also have to be intertwined. If they did that, this kid would definitely take advantage of them. If he mentioned it quietly, it would be fine, but everyone heard it, of course, it would be a little awkward. Castle and Fallen Flowers wanted to help him, but she was too embarrassed to ask, and she didn't know if she could help him. Among everyone present, Shui Wuxia was the most proficient in the yin ability, because she was born with the ability to control storms. Her frost ability should be the most helpful to Yu Yang. Then let me do it. Shui Wuxia, who was sitting in the corner and reading quietly, looked up. Princess Sisai and Castle and Fallen Flowers were hesitating, while Inan and Yu Bing had almost no understanding of the yin ability, so she took the initiative to agree. Wuxia, I'm so touched. Yu Yang was overjoyed. As expected of his future wife, she was so obedient, immediately agreeing when her husband needed her. Sister Yu, come and help too. Shui Wuxia would never say no when it came to helping Yu Yang break through. She even thought of ways to pull Yu along. Her words caused Yu to exclaim, me? Yu still had a sentence, but she didn't say it out. She wanted to say that Yu Yang was her brother, and she couldn't practice body fusion with him. If it was Yu Bing who was ignorant and wanted to practice with her brother, then it would be fine. But she had already grown up, and started to understand the relationship between men and women. If she practiced body fusion with her brother and had intimate contact with him, would that still be acceptable? This definitely wouldn't do. Don't worry, your inherent skill is the spirit spring. Let him feel the power of water, it will be easier to guide him into the realm of yin ability. You just need to be in charge of guiding him, leave the rest to me. Shui Wuxia didn't have much thoughts about training. Furthermore, Yu Yang was already an evil sis-con, pulling Yu along to let him feel the power of water was nothing. This? Alright. Yu was a little flustered. When she saw Yu Bing's innocent eyes, she couldn't say no, because she would definitely ask why she didn't help her brother. At that time, she wouldn't be able to explain to her. Yu Yang was also stunned when he saw Shui Wuxia pulling Yu along. But thinking about it, with Yu's gentle water energy as a guide, it would be even more beneficial to him. It was just that if he were to use his full power, he might be able to see through Yu's clothes. If she knew. Yu followed behind Shui Wuxia and arrived at Yu Yang's room. Princess Sisai and Castle and Fallen Flowers tried to act natural and didn't look at her to prevent Yu from feeling awkward. However, they were still curious and wanted to follow them. Inan and Yu Bing were also curious. Princess Sisai was afraid that they would see something not suitable for children, so she quickly coaxed them to sleep. Bing Inan, you're both tired. Go and rest. Yu Yang won't break through to a new realm so soon. I think he'll need at least tomorrow. Yu Bing didn't think much and went to rest obediently. Inan could hear the hidden meaning in Princess Sisai's words. She blushed and chased after Yu Bing with her head down. The two of them whispered to each other. Good wine. Drunken Cat drank it in one gulp and fell to the floor in a drunken state. Damn, Sister Yi, can you be sober for even a day? Castle and Fallen Flowers sympathized with Nyo the little panda. She took care of Drunken Cat every day. No wonder she was so sensible at such a young age. It was all because of training. Mom, let's go back to sleep. Nyo carried Drunken Cat on her back gently and said goodbye to Castle and Fallen Flowers and Princess Sisai politely. I want to go and see Yu Yang. I don't feel at ease. Do you want to go with me? Sickly Beauty asked softly. Castellan Fallen Flowers and Princess Sisai immediately shook their heads and waved their hands. They said in unison, "No, we're going to play chess. We haven't played for a long time." The Sickly Beauty smiled faintly and left the room. Castellan Fallen Flowers and Princess Sisai sat in a daze for a long time. Princess Sisai was the first to react and asked, "Are we really playing chess?" Looking at the door, City Lord Fallen Flowers waved her hand. "No, I'm going back to rest. Inform me if there's any news." Then, ignoring Princess Sisai's objection, she ran back to her room. Princess Sisai glared at her and complained to the back of Fallen Flowers, "Everyone left me alone again. I don't care, I want to rest too. I don't want to be your errand boy. I've been like this since I was young." Annoying. When Yu Yang returned to his room, he wanted to pour a glass of water for the two girls to ease the awkwardness. Seeing that Yu Yu's hands were trembling a little, he felt that it was better to start as soon as possible so that she wouldn't run away in embarrassment. Normally, Yu Yang was definitely a big pervert. However, when he calmed his mind to cultivate, he would be extremely focused. Yu Yu suppressed her embarrassment and suppressed her thumping heart. She repeatedly told herself that this was her brother, this was training. Holding on to Yu Yang's big hand, she summoned her grimoire and used her spirit spring inherent skill and her special type water spirit beast to summon a healing water ball. Yu Yang held the water ball in his hand and sensed it for a while. He signaled Yu Yu to continue summoning. Yu Yu saw Shui Wuxia's gesture and nodded to show that she understood. She summoned another bronze-ranked level 1 elemental type spring. This spring also looked like a water ball. It didn't have any attack power and couldn't level up at all. Yu Yu usually only used it to summon water. It was said that when the spring reached a high level, it would evolve into a silver-ranked flying waterfall, a gold-ranked stormy waves, a platinum-ranked raging tide, and even a diamond-ranked tsunami. However, no warrior in the entire Soaring Dragon continent had successfully raised it. No one had managed to raise this kind of elemental-type beast that had no attack power, let alone evolve it. The Elder of the Black Tide from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace, one of the 4 great sects, also had this kind of beast that made people go crazy. However, he didn't raise it from an infant beast, but an adult beast that he contracted halfway. He exhausted all his efforts and almost used all his methods to finally raise this spring to a normal level 5 stream. However, he didn't manage to evolve it until he died. If the thorny flower was said to be the most useless beast in the world, then this spring could also be said to be one of the top 3 useless beasts. The only difference was that the spring was an adult beast that evolved in the wild or in Tong Tian Tower. It was a very strong existence. It could overturn rivers and seas and was omnipotent. It was definitely strong in battle, but it wasn't suitable for humans to contract. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Yang wanted to sense the power of water, Yu Yu wouldn't have summoned this spring. Yu Yang didn't mind it at first. He had already seen this kind of incomparably crazy useless beast through the Beast Encyclopedia, so he knew the reputation of this trash spring. But when the real spring was summoned and touched his fingers, Yu Yang's body immediately shook. A kind of hidden knowledge similar to the thorny flower bloomed in his mind like a blossoming flower. In that instant, Yu Yang understood how stupid the way people raised their beasts was. They had completely walked on the opposite path, a completely different path. The real spring was not something that people were used to raising and using. He was afraid that he would lose his current state of comprehension. In a moment of desperation, he hugged Yu Yu tightly and grabbed her hand. Innate chi flowed from the meridians in her left hand to her right hand, then flowed back to her feet. As Yu Yu trembled, it flowed all over her body and finally broke out of her body. That spring beast that looked like a ball of water, under Yu Yang's control using Yu Yu's body, slowly changed shape and grew longer. It became a long water whip. The innate chi that broke out of her body smoothly followed the water whip and continued to advance. After Yu Yang completely controlled the water whip with his innate chi, the water whip twisted like a snake, becoming a terrifying weapon that couldn't be compared to any steel weapon in the world. Yu Yang could control the fire whip. The fire whip's power was 100 times stronger than the water whip, but the fire whip couldn't transfer Yu Yang's innate chi. The fire whip also couldn't twist as flexibly as the water whip. This water whip that Yu Yang controlled using Yu Yu's small hands could attack enemies in any direction, without any blind spots. As long as there was a small gap, it could move forward, completely unobstructed. Yu Yu and Shui Wuxiao were stunned. This water whip that was filled with innate qi, was it really a bronze-ranked spring? Not to mention bronze-ranked beasts, even gold-ranked beasts would have their skin split open if they were hit by this whip. It turned out that the spring was not unable to attack, it was a beast that purely supported its master. The stronger its master, the more powerful it would be. Water arrow. Yu Yang was excited to have mastered the power of water. He changed the water whip again, turning it into a bow. Pulling Yu Yu's small hands, he knocked an arrow on the bow and prepared to shoot out a water arrow. Yu Yu was so excited that her heart was thumping. She was touched by Yu Yang's ability to decipher the secret of the spring, but she was also ashamed of his posture of drawing the bow and arrow so closely against her body. Because his front body was tightly pressed against her back, his arms holding her small hands, there was no gap between them at all. The heat from his body penetrated through her clothes and seeped into her skin, causing her to tremble. She almost collapsed into his embrace. Under Yu Yang's control, the water arrow that was shot out would automatically fly back. When Shui Wuxiao saw this, she almost wanted to clap her hands in praise. With this long-range attack ability, Yu Yang's strength would increase by a huge step. Before this, who would have thought that the most useless elemental beast, the spring, would actually have such a magical power in the hands of Yu Yang? Again. This time, Yu Yang did not use the spring as a bow. Instead, he condensed his purple flames and formed a gigantic flame bow, splitting the spring into several water arrows. Flame bow and water arrows, would this combination work? Yu Yang had never tried it before, but his heart was bursting with inspiration. He couldn't wait to try it out. Yu Yu almost screamed, because she could feel the heat from the back of her body increasing by 1,000 times. Yu Yang's body was burning like fire, but her own body had more and more water energy, which seemed to be able to perfectly withstand and neutralize the tyranny of his fire ability. Her body had no problem withstanding it, but their clothes gradually melted in the flames. Their bodies that were originally tightly pressed against each other were no longer restricted, and were completely pressed against each other. If it wasn't because Yu Yang was multitasking, controlling two completely different types of energy at the same time, and couldn't be disturbed at all, Yu Yu really wanted to break free from his embrace. Yu Yu just twisted her body, wanting to lean forward to avoid the tight embrace of his lower abdomen. She immediately felt that Yu Yang's body was trembling in pain. Other than not being disturbed, he couldn't leave her body's water energy either. Shui Wuxiao watched anxiously. She didn't know how Yu Yang was, so she didn't dare to take the initiative to help. She hurriedly made hand gestures, indicating that Yu Yu had to persevere no matter what. In her eyes, Yu Yang and Yu Yu's bodies were connected as one. The soaring purple flames and cool water formed a gigantic spinning circle, spinning beautifully with each other. They flowed on Yu Yang and Yu Yu's bodies, complementing each other, yin and yang complementing each other. If Yu Yu struggled free, then Yu Yang would receive a backlash and be heavily injured. Shui Wuxiao was so anxious that she wished she could take his place. Yu Yu couldn't see the energy flowing between her and Yu Yang's bodies, but she could see the tears in Shui Wuxiao's eyes, and saw her nervous hand gestures. She slowly closed her eyes. For the safety of Yu Yang's life, it was nothing to lose her innocence. Yu Yang was the family's hope, she couldn't destroy him just because of shame. Moreover, he was her precious little brother, how could she watch as her little brother was heavily injured and fell to the ground? When Yu Yu felt that Yu Yang was breathing heavily, and traces of warm blood dripped down her shoulder, she regretted leaning forward just now. If Yu Yang was heavily injured because of her, then she didn't want to live anymore. Although Yu Yang was the leader of body fusion, he definitely couldn't break away forcefully, or else his life would be in danger. Sister Yu, summon the water ball, he needs more water energy, quick. Shui Wuxiao suddenly screamed in fear. She rushed towards Yu Yang without a care for her own safety, but was bounced away by the water and fire whirlpool around him, unable to get close. She saw that both of Yu Yang's eyes had become golden, and the qi on his body was boiling like a volcano eruption. Obviously, he had reached the final juncture, and with a slight mistake, he would lose control. He was in urgent need of help, and the only one who could help him now was Yu Yu. Yu Yu's mind flashed back to the time when her little brother helped her to teach Xianxia a lesson, and the time when he fought with the Xia clan, Green Summit sect and Zijin Kingdom for her. Scene after scene appeared in her mind. No, Yu Yang, nothing can happen to you. Yu Yu felt that Yu Yang was losing control more and more, and was instantly scared to tears. Tears rolled down her jade-like face, like a pear blossom in the rain. At the moment when the flame bow in Yu Yang's hands crumbled and the water arrow shattered, she turned around without a care and hugged him tightly. Carrying the soft power of water, the incomparably cool snow jade fragrant body tightly stuck to his burning body, sending all of the soft power of water from her mouth, towards his bleeding lips. Her heart only wanted to save her brother, as long as her brother could recover, even if she had to be smashed into pieces, she wouldn't stop. Her previous shame and hesitation were completely thrown out of the 9 heavens. Compared to her brother's life, what did those count as? Under Yu Yu's silent summons, countless water balls appeared one after another, entering Yu Yang's body that was covered in raging flames. The soft power of water that was originally extremely weak gradually became equal to the power of Yang. Yu Yang's body that was originally out of control, quickly recovered. With the support of the soft power of water, the collapsed flame bow and the shattered water arrow once again appeared in his hands, and he was even stronger than before. Open! Yu Yang's body moved according to his thoughts, and pulled the flame bow into a circle. Because of his movements, Yu Yu could feel the friction between his body and hers, especially his bad thing. Because of the excitement, it rose up and pressed against her lower abdomen, causing her to feel unbearably ashamed. Of course she knew that when his Yang ability exploded, his body would naturally react, but she also couldn't endure the scorching friction and the strange feeling of his lower abdomen. Luckily he was much taller than her, otherwise his head would have reached that place. Even so, she was still very sad, her body was weak, and she wanted to immediately let go and run far away. But, she knew that if she left now, her little brother would be heavily injured and fall to the ground. Body fusion technique definitely couldn't be stopped halfway. Although she had never trained like this before, but now that things had come to this, the arrow was already on the bowstring, it had to be released. Yu Yu closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and hugged him tightly with both hands, pressing her body even closer to him. Yu Yang let go, and the flame bow shot out 3 water arrows. The water arrows were as fast as lightning, carrying with them a sky full of raging flames, piercing through the window. Along the way, the flames split the air, whistling, and shot straight for 1,000 meters, blasting a small hill to the ground. The earth trembled. After a long time, a ball of water slowly floated back, and returned to Yu Yang's hand. So this is the power of water, I finally succeeded. After saying that, Yu Yang's whole body collapsed, and he collapsed weakly, bringing Yu Yu with him, to the ground. He was mentally exhausted, and in the blink of an eye, he fell into a deep sleep. Yu Yu was flustered, her hands and feet trembled for a long time, but she couldn't get up no matter how hard she tried. Shui Wuxia took off her clothes, and draped it over Yu Yu's body, and gently hugged her shoulders. Sister Yu, you did well. Yu Yang was completely focused on training, he was in a trance just now, he definitely won't remember when he wakes up. You did well, if there was a slight movement just now, he would be finished, it was you who saved his life. Shui Wuxia quickly comforted Yu Yu, she understood Yu Yu, for her brother's life, she threw everything aside, it was indeed not easy to do so. Is Xiaosen really alright? Yu Yu looked at Yu Yang, and saw that there was still a trace of blood at the corner of his lips, she panicked again. Let's check. Shui Wuxia was also worried, and hurriedly checked Yu Yang's body with Yu Yu, and found that his arms, back, and calves all had different degrees of rupture, but luckily Yu Yu turned around in time, and used her mouth to channel water energy, he was not seriously injured. Yu Yu didn't bother to wear her clothes, and first summoned a healing water ball to heal her brother. Shui Wuxia, on the other hand, plucked up her courage, and checked Yu Yang's high-spirited thing, and found that it wasn't injured. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and blushed with embarrassment. She took off her veil, and covered the gigantic thing that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Although it was a small tent, at least she didn't have to look at it directly, and didn't have to be scared to the point of being at a loss. Yu Yu didn't even have the time to find clothes to wear, and quickly used Yu Yang's blanket to cover her body. Outside the door, Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flower stuck their heads out to look, but didn't dare to enter. Sickly Beauty was more generous, she brought a set of clothes for Yu Yu. Yu Yu looked at Yu Yang's sleeping posture, feeling ashamed, but also a little proud. Her brother's life was saved by her, although her innocence was damaged, it was worth it to exchange for his life. How's brother? Yu Bing and Anan, who were wearing pajamas, popped their little heads out from behind the door. He's fine. He's just practicing. Go back to sleep. Castellan Fallen Flowers waved her hand to show that nothing serious had happened. She didn't dare to let Yu Bing and Anan see Yu Yu's embarrassment. She and Princess Sisai even pretended not to know so that Yu Yu wouldn't be embarrassed. She knew that something must have happened. At first, Yu Yang didn't expect this. But since it happened, he could only play dumb. After all, Yu Yu and Yu Yang weren't kids, and they were brother and sister. Even if it was an accident during training, it would have been better if she didn't mention it. But now that she mentioned it, it made people feel extremely awkward. Yu Bing and Yinan saw that Luohua city mistress didn't seem to care at all, so they really thought that it was a normal training session. Regarding the commotion caused by Yu Yang's flame bow and soft water arrow, they giggled and went back to their room to continue their private conversation. They didn't feel strange about what Yu Yang did. Because in their hearts, Yu Yang was different. It would be strange if he didn't make some commotion during practice. After that, Yu Yu hid in her room for a day. She didn't dare to see Yu Yang. She wasn't angry. She just didn't know how to face her brother. Yu Yang realized that he might have caused trouble. But when he woke up, Shui Wuxia had already changed his clothes for him. He was too focused during practice and didn't think about his clothes. He thought that his cousin was angry because he hugged Yu Yu intimately. He asked Shui Wuxia to apologize on his behalf. Wuxia, help me apologize. I really didn't mean it. If second sister is willing to forgive me, can you ask her to come again? I still want to sense the power of water again. That day, when I woke up, I felt like I had comprehended it, but I didn't fully understand it. I still haven't sensed it clearly. Let second sister try again. I almost broke through, just a little bit more. Shui Wuxia was speechless. The two of them were already so intimate, and he still wanted Yu Yu to do it, even if Yu Yu didn't pursue the matter and pretended that nothing had happened, she still couldn't get over it. Girls couldn't live shamelessly. No matter what, they had to have some face. However, when she saw the sincerity in Yu Yang's words, she felt that this lad didn't know what had happened that day. Inwardly, she found it a little funny. She replied, I'll go and ask, but I might not succeed. You're the one who caused trouble, so why should I apologize to you? She used her bright eyes to look at Yu Yang, turned around and left. Although she complained a little, she didn't refuse. Yu Yang was very touched. She was indeed his future wife. This Wuxia was really good to him. As for Yu Yu, Shui Wuxia only needed a few words to convince this kind sister, Sister Yu, avoiding him is not a solution. Moreover, it will only make him suspicious. Everyone should forget about this matter. You don't have to worry about it. Moreover, Yu Yang is about to break through. If he is stuck at this stage for too long, he might lose the feeling and his life will be ruined. Alright. No matter how embarrassed Yu Yu was, she would never sit and watch Yu Yang's future be ruined because of her. There were many martial artists in the world, and there was no lack of geniuses. When they were young, they were talented and high-spirited. Everyone felt that. These young geniuses had limitless potential in the future. But in reality, these geniuses could easily go to the extreme and be completely ruined because of something. They could be trapped by love, defeated by their enemies, or fighting with their families, or not being able to comprehend. In short, all kinds of external factors would affect their state. In the end, these geniuses would quickly degenerate and lose their brilliance. Over time, they would become ordinary people. Yu Yu would rather die than see her brother, a genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years, become like that. A genius that shocked the entire soaring dragon continent, a 20-year-old innate. If such a person was ruined because of her, what kind of sin would she have committed? If her brother was ruined, how could she live in this world with dignity? Thinking of this, Yu Yu immediately threw away the awkwardness and worries in her heart. She listened to Shui Wuxia's advice and helped her brother. Moreover, he didn't know that Bing Er and Anan also didn't know. Wu Xia, Wu Hen, Fallen Flowers, Qian, and the others who knew about it all kept their mouths shut. Moreover, everyone comforted her in every possible way. She didn't need to find trouble for herself. This time, Yu Yang behaved like an obedient child. He sat in front of Yu and asked Yu to summon the spring. After sensing it carefully, he took Yu's hand and used his innate qi to circulate through the meridians in her hand, trying to control the power of water further. Different from last time, this time, Yu Yang was sensing it more than controlling it. Second sister, don't resist my innate qi circulation in your mind. I'll try to help you open up the meridians in your hand. Yu Yang already had a certain level of control over the power of water. He wanted to try to increase Yu's strength and increase the power of water in her body, which was relatively weak. At the same time, he would use his innate qi to open up her meridians so that she could control it more easily. Okay. Yu was embarrassed, but she was afraid that it would affect his training. She didn't dare to reject him and could only nod, allowing his rude actions. She had tried it last time. When his innate qi circulated through her body, it felt like fire and lightning, making her feel very uncomfortable. It was even more unbearable when it circulated through the sensitive parts of her body. Of course, she couldn't stop his innate qi from circulating through those parts, because the meridians were distributed that way. He didn't do it on purpose, it was just a requirement for training. Furthermore, she couldn't say it in front of him and Wu Xia. Hence, Yu could only silently endure the strange feeling flowing through her body. Because there was no resistance at all, Yu Yang's innate qi flowed through Yu's whole body within a few minutes. After one meridian was completely opened up, Yu's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Her summoning grimoire lit up with an extremely gentle blue light. It was like the sea. The bronze-ranked level 1 spring swam freely in the blue light and suddenly returned to the grimoire. Yu Yang, Yu, and Shui Wuxia all came over to take a look. They were surprised to find that the spring had leveled up and leveled up. It had become a silver-ranked level 2 flying waterfall. The picture of the beast on the grimoire had also changed from the original spring water to a small white waterfall. Flying waterfall, elemental type, silver-ranked level 2, water-type beast, infant, liquid state, special skills, water strike, falling, what's going on? I didn't use it to fight, but it leveled up? Yu was surprised and happy at the same time. She couldn't believe her own eyes. She summoned the flying waterfall and realized that the silver-ranked level 2 flying waterfall was not like a waterfall. Instead, it was a long and thin belt of water that revolved around her body like a snake. Right now, it was only silver-ranked level 2, so it was normal that it couldn't become a waterfall. If it reached silver-ranked level 6 and above, this long and thin belt of water would probably become a real waterfall. Shui Wuxia congratulated Yu continuously. Sister Yu, looks like Yu Yang has found a way to level up. This beast will be very useful in the future. It won't be the trash beast that people ridicule anymore. Wu Xia said this in order to dispel the shadow that Yu had towards Yu Yang. With this, Yu would be more compatible with Yu Yang's training. Then she wouldn't have to worry about Yu Yang giving up halfway in his training. Yu hugged Yu Yang excitedly and cried out in joy. Only when she realized that she had lost her composure did she quickly let go of him. Her face was red as she sneaked a glance at Shui Wuxia. She realized that she was discussing with Yu Yang about the possibility of leveling up the flying waterfall and leveling up. It seemed that she didn't mind her actions at all. She heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Can the flying waterfall level up? Shui Wuxia pretended that she didn't see anything and started to discuss with Yu Yang on purpose. Yes, it can. It's a support-type beast. It will level up along with its master. Of course, the leveling up can't be completed in one go. Yu Yang knew why. It was the effect of innate qi. It had completely changed its source of energy, which was why it was able to level up into the flying waterfall. As long as he used more innate qi to level up the flying waterfall would definitely be able to level up into a gold-ranked storm wave, a platinum-ranked raging tide, or even a diamond-ranked tsunami. Yu's body was like a vessel. The main credit belonged to Yu Yang. As long as she cooperated with him and let him continuously improve her body, increasing the capacity of innate qi in her body, she wouldn't need to train at all. Everything would come naturally to her. Of course, the reason why she cooperated with Yu Yang was because of the body fusion training. It was just that she was the support, while Yu Yang was the leader. Yu Yang's understanding of the power of water not only greatly improved Yu's abilities, but it also benefited Shui Wuxia, who was assisting her from the side. Shui Wuxia was naturally good at using yin energy. Ice and lightning were her inherent skills, but Yu Yang's understanding of the power of water allowed her to benefit as much as Yu. When Yu Yang explained his understanding, she understood the realm that he described much faster than Yu. She also had a better understanding of the power of water. Although Yu had a spirit spring inherent skill and focused on water, there was still a big gap between her and Shui Wuxia in terms of comprehension. When Yu was still slowly understanding the power of water to a higher realm, Shui Wuxia could already train alone under Yu Yang's guidance. Her intelligence and understanding made Yu Yang praise her in his heart. With the success of the flying waterfall, Yu also found an excuse in her heart to let him help her raise her beast's level. Her mind cooperated with his training even more tacitly. Even if Yu Yang had a new idea from time to time, because he was too eager to experiment, he would lose control and tear her clothes. Yu would only be angry but not blame him. She only covered up her exposed body, and did not refuse to let Yu Yang experiment again. As Yu Yang's control of the power of water became more and more perfect, in the later stages, there was almost no situation where his clothes were completely destroyed. Most of the time, only a sleeve was destroyed, or a crack was torn, and Yu Yang would stop. Yu did not know that Yu Yang was already very familiar with her body. Every time his innate qi flowed through her body, he would be able to understand more of her body's secrets. When he circulated his innate qi to the extreme, combining his divine vision and naked eye, all clothes did not exist in his eyes, only her snow-white body. It could be said that as long as he wanted to see, she would not have any secrets. Of course, Yu Yang would never tell others about this special skill. Otherwise, Yu would definitely commit suicide. Other than opening up her meridians for Yu Yang would also open up her meridians for Yu Bing and Anan. After mastering the power of water, he felt that when he broke through the 5th level of innate invisible sword qi, there would be a whole new qualitative change. 3 days passed. Yu's silver-ranked level 2 flying waterfall had leveled up to gold-ranked level 3 storm waves. Storm waves, elemental type, gold-ranked level 3. Water-type beast. Growth stage. Liquid state. Special skills, water attack, drowning. In the future, it would definitely level up even higher. Yu's position as the healer in the team had finally been liberated. Although she could not become the main fighting force among the girls, she would not be as defenseless as before. Yu Yang, let's begin. Shui Wuxia, who had gone into closed-door training for 3 days to comprehend her own inability, decided to personally help Yu Yang break through to a new realm. I'll stay too, I'll see if I can help. This time, Yu took the initiative to stay. Her brother had broken through to a new realm. Although he had mastered the power of water and had Shui Wuxia's help, she was still not 100% at ease. Because she was worried that Yu Yang would lose control during his breakthrough, Yu didn't think too much about herself. She felt that she should stay and help him at the most crucial moment. Alright, it's decided then. Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were secretly happy as they looked at each other and smiled. They were originally prepared to persuade Yu to stay, but it seemed like there was no need for that anymore. Anan and Yu Bing were a little envious. They couldn't help, the only thing they could do was to obediently go back to rest and not cause trouble for their brother and sister. Hui Tai-Lang, who was in the courtyard, had been sleeping. Its body was getting used to the power of Huawei's orb. From time to time, there would be smoke coming out from its mouth and nose. Its tail was also slowly turning into a flaming tail. Yu Yang had visited it a few times, and every time, he would transfer some innate qi to it to help it absorb the orb's energy faster. Although Hui Tai-Lang's absorption speed was 100 times faster than other beasts, Huawei's orb was still an innate. However, Huawei's orb was an innate ranked orb after all. Its energy was too huge, it couldn't be absorbed in a short period of time. Yu Yang estimated that this fellow would need to sleep for at least half a month, or even longer, before it could completely digest the orb. Yu Yang was also looking forward to how much its strength would increase by then. However, no matter how powerful Hui Tai-Lang was, it wouldn't be his turn to be the boss. Bloody Queen Red had started absorbing Goblin General Zidiao's orb much earlier than Hui Tai Lang. Barbarian Cow Shadow A Man had absorbed Dream Eater Goblin General's orb. What was even more terrifying was that the thorny flower demoness that Yu Yang had named as Duo had not only swallowed Mr. Duanmu and Lu He's corpses, she had also swallowed the Plum Leopard brothers, the Bear brothers, Bai Lin, Huawei, the Flying Tiger Ambassador and even the nine-headed Goblin Marshal's corpses. Even if they dug out the orb from the Eastern Goblin tribe's corpses, it would be a great supplement. Furthermore, there were 2 human innate rankers. After digesting this thorny flower demoness, she should be able to evolve into a golden crown thorny flower queen. In that case, could it reach the terrifying battle prowess it had 3,000 years ago and easily destroy the demon army and the 2 blood prison demon kings? Yu Yan had never doubted it. He felt that the golden crown thorny flower queen that he had groomed would only be stronger than the thorny flower fairy's golden crown thorny flower queen from 3,000 years ago. As for little Wenli, Yu Yang had given her the inner core of the nine-headed Goblin Marshal so that she could absorb it to level up. She actually waved her hand and refused. This little Lamia Loli could awaken her potential by herself. She didn't need to absorb external energy to grow quickly. If she could absorb energy, she would only absorb Yu Yang's innate qi. This was the only pure energy that she liked. She didn't care about the dragon crystal or the inner core. Yu Yang guessed that this little girl was picky because he had spoiled her. How could other people's beasts be like this? If it was another person's beast, forget about an inner core, even a dragon crystal would probably make them crazy with joy. Yu Yang had thought that after breaking through the 5th level of innate invisible sword qi, he would enter the black jade necklace's black hole sealed space and wake up Queen Vivian Li. He wanted to ask her how to raise little Wenli. Maybe he didn't find the right way to raise her. At the same time, Yu Yang also wanted to ask Ji Zun, the Eastern Goblin tribe's Dragon Emperor and the Great Golden-Winged Pung about the secret information. Empress Fei Jili would definitely know if she was stronger than them. Yu Yang, who was preparing to borrow Shui Wuxia's help to break through the 5th level of innate invisible sword qi, was currently lacking the ice element of his Yin ability. Because the Yang ability around him was too strong, his Yin ability was suppressed. Cultivating by himself would take too long, so it was best to borrow Shui Wuxia's help to quickly break through to the next level. When Shui Wuxia cooperated with Yu Yang to cultivate, she didn't have as many concerns as Yu Yu. She directly used the more intimate, body fusion, movements. Normally, she wouldn't hug him. But now that they were cultivating, Shui Wuxia took the initiative to hug Yu Yang from behind. She wrapped her arms around his chest, and her slender legs came from behind and wrapped around his waist. Her chest was pressed tightly against his back. When Yu Yang started to control his Yang ability, she also started to use her Yin ability. A strange phenomenon appeared in the house. The area in front of Yu Yang was extremely hot, like a blazing sun, like a boiling sea of fire. Behind Shui Wuxia, however, was a bone-chilling cold. Snow and frost constantly condensed on the ground, the walls, and the ceiling, forming a white frost flower. Between the two of them, a huge circle of ice and fire formed by the power of the Yang ability and the power of the Yin ability was constantly rotating. The two kinds of energy, the purple flame and the cold ice, were flowing together, forming an energy tornado. Extremely thin purple lightning was crackling. Yu Yu, Princess Sisai, and Castellan Fallen Flowers, who were guarding outside the door, were dumbfounded. Yu Yang's cultivation with Yu Yu was nothing compared to his and Shui Wuxia's cultivation. During this body fusion training, Shui Wuxia wasn't passive like Yu Yu. Instead, she actively cooperated with Yu Yang. Every time he increased his Yang ability, she would cooperate with him and increase her Yin ability. In the end, even Yu Yang didn't expect a miracle to happen. The ice and fire tornado, in fact, there were even purple lightning bolts. With Shui Wuxia's full cooperation and her perfect Yin ability, Yu Yang's breakthrough of the 5th stage of innate invisible sword qi was 100 times smoother than he had imagined. In his heart, he felt a comfortable and carefree feeling of soaring 90,000 li in the sky. He broke through the 5th stage of innate invisible sword qi in an instant. Furthermore, because of the perfect combination of ice and fire, Yu Yang felt that other than his strength soaring, he also had a strange feeling of rushing to the 6th level, rushing to an even higher realm. It was as if he could control the entire world in his hands, overlooking the world. The sky was high and the earth was wide. Everything in the world could be seen in his eyes, hidden in his chest. That kind of feeling of truly controlling the entire world, Yu Yang could clearly feel it. It was so real. Although he could not climb to the 6th level, Yu Yang had already understood the direction of his future growth. He finally knew how he should cultivate in the future. Shui Wuxia, the mysterious beauty who loved to read books, not only gave him the help of the Yin ability, but also the breakthrough of the innate invisible sword qi. Most importantly, she let him see the future, see hope. He had a goal for his future growth. Yu Yang didn't need to worry that his growth would deviate, or that he would be stuck at a bottleneck like others. He also didn't need to worry that his potential would be limited and his future achievements would be limited. Oh my God! Xianxia, fallen flowers, and Yu were completely dumbfounded. Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia were not injured at all in the fire and ice tornado and the purple lightning. However, their clothes had already turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. Shui Wuxia didn't get distracted because of this. She seemed to know what Yu Yang needed. There was no need for words, they were completely connected. She leaned forward and kissed Yu Yang, who was slightly tilting his head back. Their lips met. The Yin ability and Yang ability interacted in their mouths, and were transmitted to each other at the same time. They circulated in each other's body, and then flowed back into their mouths. Their summoning grimoires automatically appeared at the same time. The barrier of light fused together and rose up like a rainbow, forming a raging tornado of ice and fire outside the barrier, while the inside of the barrier was completely undisturbed, only the quiet flow of energy. It was a spectacle like that. Countless mysterious ancient runes appeared on Yu Yang's skin. Similarly, on Shui Wuxia's snow-white body, there were also mysterious ancient runes. However, the number was much less than Yu Yang's, and the pattern was not as complicated as Yu Yang's. Most of the ancient runes on the surface of the two people's bodies floated in midair and reassembled. A few of them moved towards each other's skin and magically connected with each other's skin. The Yang ability and Yin ability circulated in the runes, becoming more and more pure. Finally, 2 beams of light shot out from their summoning grimoires and rose straight to the sky. They were more than 10 meters high. Yu Yang's summoning grimoire was a brilliant golden beam of light, while Shui Wuxia's summoning grimoire was a pure white beam of light. What was even more amazing was that the 2 beams of light began to move under the effect of the fire and ice tornado. They gradually fused together, forming a smaller but brighter beam of light. It stopped on top of Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia's kissing heads. After an unknown period of time, the beam of light disappeared, and the fire and ice tornado also gradually stopped. Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia kept kissing, but suddenly they fell to the ground together. Their hands and feet moved slightly, as if they were about to let go, but in an instant, they were frozen by a huge ice energy. They were frozen while kissing. Outside was a huge ring of fire, and inside were 2 people who were like ice sculptures. Xianxia, fallen flowers, and Yu looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. Were Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia still training together, or had it already ended? Were the 2 of them in the middle of training, or had an accident happened? Ah! Xiao Wenli suddenly turned into a rainbow light and appeared. She immediately screamed when she saw them. She hurriedly threw herself on Yu Yang's body. It was only then that Princess Sisai and the others realized that something was wrong. Immediately, the 3 girls rushed over recklessly. They didn't know how to save them, but in a hurry, they didn't have time to think. Yinan and Yu Bing, who had been awoken by the previous commotion and were hiding in the distance, saw Princess Qianqian and Luo Hua city mistress rushing into the house. They also heard Yu Yu's terrified scream. They were scared half to death and quickly ran over. When they stepped into the ring of fire, they didn't even have time to think of a way to remove the ice. Suddenly, in Yu Yang's dantian, there was a ball of nirvana flame burning. It turned into a nirvana flame pillar. The reverberating sound of nature resounded in the souls of the girls. Inan and Yu Bing, who rushed into the ring of fire, immediately fainted. When Yu Yu saw them rushing in, she turned pale with fright. Before she could send them out of the burning range of the nirvana flame pillar, she also fainted and fell to the ground. Princess Sisai and City Master Fallen Flowers persevered a little longer, but within a few seconds, they couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground. Before they fainted, they vaguely saw a pair of colorful magical creatures flying, circling, and pouncing towards them with nirvana flame, When Princess Xianxia and Luohua city mistress slowly woke up, they realized that they were completely naked. They were only covered with a sheet. Beside them, Yu Bing, and Anan were sleeping. Is it because of the blood? Are you trying to say that my blood and his cannot be fused together? City Master Fallen Flowers turned her head and saw Xue Wuxia, who was dressed in black, asking the naked little Wenli yes. Little Wenli laid on Yu Yang's body and nodded cutely, but soon shook her head, showing that what she said was not entirely correct. Then, was it because Yu Yang and I did not cooperate well when we separated at the last moment, and after vomiting blood, our blood mixed together, causing the ice and fire to go out of control? But that's not right, the energy that could freeze us is something that I didn't originally possess. Moreover, it triggered his nirvana flame in the end. Little Wenli, tell me, what exactly happened? Little Wenli still couldn't speak. Maybe she could, but she couldn't express it in words, after all, she was still a child. What exactly happened? Princess Sisai couldn't care less about her naked body, and quickly asked Xue Wuxia. When we separated at the last moment, he might have sobered up and wanted to let go of me, but I don't know that he was sober and didn't cooperate well. Our bodies were shaken, our internal organs were slightly injured, and we vomited blood. I didn't think that when our blood fused together, it would be so terrifying. Xue Wuxia also had a lingering fear. It's okay, this is a good thing. City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt as if she had been cleansed by the nirvana flame. Her whole body felt comfortable, as if she had been reborn. When she summoned her grimoire, she realized that her inherent skills and guardian beasts had all leveled up. She was so excited that she jumped up and danced. Princess Sisai looked up and realized that Fallen Flowers' snow-white body was like jade, her virgin peaks were swaying, and her two red plums, Yingluo, were trembling non-stop. Under her navel, there was a black color that was breathtakingly attractive. Princess Sisai had a headache as she covered her eyes. I say, Sister Fallen Flowers, can you put on your clothes first? Luckily I don't like women, otherwise I wouldn't be able to control myself. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was embarrassed when she heard this. She looked around. Everything in the room had been destroyed by the nirvana flame, so there were no clothes. The bedsheets and the like were probably brought over by Xue Wuxia from another room. In a moment of desperation, she didn't look for clothes, but rushed over and tore off the snow-white bedsheet that was covering Qianqian's body. Princess Sisai cried out in shock, "What are you doing?" City Mistress Fallen Flowers' answer made her fall to the ground. I let you see, you can't hide anything. Everyone is naked, that's fair. What made Princess Sisai feel the most crazy and embarrassed was that City Mistress Fallen Flowers curiously pulled her leg and cried out, "You really are a white tiger? Let me see, why are you different from me? Where's your Xiao Chow?" Scram. Princess Sisai was furious. She wanted to punch Fallen Flowers away, but she couldn't bear the embarrassment in her heart. But in the end, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She snatched the sheet and wrapped herself up. Then, she ran back to her room to put on her clothes. City Mistress Fallen Flowers burst out with curiosity and asked Xue Wuxia if Princess Sisai was a little white tiger. Xue Wuxia replied, "You're so boring." When City Mistress Fallen Flowers made a cute face at her, she said with certainty, "It must be." Although I didn't see it very clearly, Qianqian's body was naked. It's different from mine and everyone else's, haha. Princess Sisai had sharp ears and heard it when she was changing clothes in her room. She warned her frantically, "Fallen Flowers girl, if you dare to talk nonsense, I'll strip you naked and throw you into Yu Yang's bed. I'll let that big pervert eat you in one bite." Luohua City Mistress was not threatened at all. She laughed until her shoulders shook and the red plum blossoms on her chest trembled. "I'm not afraid. I'm already engaged to him. With the order of my parents and the words of the matchmaker, although I'm not married yet, I'll be a sooner or later. On the contrary, you, Qianqian, if you don't beg me obediently, then I'll expose your little secret to Yu Yang." Haha, I think his eyes will definitely shine when he hears it. Princess Sisai heard her counterattack and almost fainted. Sickly Beauty, who had just returned after sending off Drunken Cat, muttered to herself, "Did I miss something?" Xue Wuxia carried Anan and walked past her. She replied softly, "No, you came back at the right time. When Sickly Beauty heard this, her originally pale face suddenly turned bright red. Even her pink neck was burning. She seemed to understand what Shui Wuxia meant. Sickly Beauty's lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to refute Shui Wuxia's hint. However, she looked at Shui Wuxia and then turned to look at Yu Yang, who was sleeping soundly. Even though he was covered with a blanket, he still had a small tent on his head. In the end, she did not speak. She lowered her head and revealed a shy expression. When Yu Yang woke up, he realized that the sky was clear and the air was fresh. His whole body felt indescribably comfortable. His 5 senses and 6 senses had improved greatly. His vision and hearing, which were already very sharp, now felt as if they had been enhanced. Yu Yang raised his eyes and looked into the distance. About 100 meters away, a small butterfly was fluttering in the air. He could actually see it clearly. Yu Yang even had a kind of premonition in his heart. He could predict the little butterfly's next flight path based on its original flight path. In this new realm, a kind of magical feeling of controlling heaven and earth and looking down on all living things arose spontaneously. Although it was still very weak, at least he already had this kind of control ability. As his strength continued to increase, this ability would become even stronger. When he reached the pinnacle of the realm, he believed that he would be able to possess the heavenly sword goddesses, shattering the void, destroying the heavens and earth. He would also have her, transforming sword chi into a human, creating things with divine thought, unparalleled power. How did you sleep? Shui Wuxia was sitting not far from Yu Yang. She was reading a book and asked casually when she saw that Yu Yang had woken up. It would be perfect if there were a few more beauties in my dreams. Yu Yang laughed. There will be in the future. Shui Wuxia replied and continued to read. This is too exaggerated. Yu Yang saw that his room had been destroyed. There was nothing left of the roof. He couldn't help but sweat profusely. He remembered that he had caused a huge mess when he was training, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. This was even more destructive than a hurricane. Just as he was about to ask Shui Wuxia, he suddenly realized that this girl was a little different from before. After looking carefully, he realized that there was a small silver rune between her eyebrows. It was like a headpiece that matched her face very well. He couldn't help but praise, "What's with this rune? It doesn't look like it was drawn on. It's much better today. There was a pattern yesterday." Shui Wuxia didn't even raise her head. Ever since she started cultivating with Yu Yang, a mysterious and beautiful rune appeared between her eyebrows. She could not understand it no matter how hard she thought about it. After a day, most of the runes had disappeared, and only a small rune was left. It would probably disappear in another day or two. Shui Wuxia couldn't figure out what it meant. She couldn't figure out what it was used for, so she could only treat it as a decoration. The rune pattern appearing on her forehead was not the only one. After cultivating body fusion with Yu Yang and helping him reach a new realm, Shui Wuxia had also improved. She realized that there seemed to be a hidden power in her body that had been awakened. It could be because of Yu Yang's body fusion training, or it could be because of the Nirvana flame's purification of her body, or it could be because of other reasons. In short, there was now an additional type of extremely cold energy in her body. It was a destructive cold energy that was close to Nirvana's flame, just slightly weaker. It was different from Nirvana's flame. Nirvana's flame could destroy, but it could also purify and regenerate. It was a type of Nirvana's flame that could benefit its owner and make its enemies tremble in fear. The cold energy in Shui Wuxia's body could only destroy, but it couldn't regenerate. It was similar to the world exterminating wheel. Of course, the world exterminating wheel was a terrifying existence. If it was thrown out, it would definitely kill someone instantly. Moreover, Yu Yang had not been able to unleash the full power of the world exterminating wheel. Otherwise, it would be even more terrifying. This kind of cold energy was similar to the world exterminating wheel. Shui Wuxia reckoned that if she could completely control it, she might be able to make a weapon similar to the world exterminating wheel. At the very least, she could make it into an ice ball and freeze everything that was hit by the ice ball. Yu Yang's purple yang flame was so powerful, but he still turned into an iceman under this kind of cold energy. If it wasn't for the Nirvana's flame, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shui Wuxia reckoned that if she were to use this kind of energy, even an innate ranker, or even an innate level 1 or 2 would have a headache. Of course, Shui Wuxia decided to keep it as a secret weapon. She would not use it easily until the very last moment. This was because this extremely cold energy seemed to be able to freeze its owner. This was different from the Nirvana's flame and the world exterminating wheel. Yu Yang's Nirvana's flame and world exterminating wheel were definitely beneficial to him. Wuxia, let's train together again tonight. I guarantee that there won't be any mistakes this time. Yu Yang felt that it was really a blessed life to be hugged by a little beauty while he trained. Everyone's heart dropped because of you, they haven't even returned to their original positions yet. You go do your own thing, don't disturb me while I'm reading. Shui Wuxia continued to read her book, ignoring Yu Yang's harassment. Summoning his grimoire, Yu Yang realized that although his grimoire did not level up, it was completely different from before. Firstly, it had become more ancient and thick. Countless runes and patterns appeared at the edge of the grimoire, forming a unique arrangement. Right now, the grimoire was like a part of his body, an extension of his arm. He didn't even need to touch its pages, he just needed to think about it and it would open up. His divine vision had leveled up from level 4 to level 5. Just as Yu Yang was preparing to combine Naked Eye technique, he suddenly realized that after he had broken through to the 5th level of innate invisible sword chi, Naked Eye technique had become divine vision. This combination had become the divine vision that Yu Yang had been waiting for. Yu Yang no longer needed to spend half a day to successfully use Naked Eye technique, he could do it with just a thought. He turned his head to look and realized that Shui Wuxia's clothes were quickly disappearing under his divine vision, revealing her perfect proportions and snow-white skin. Just as he was about to take a closer look, suddenly, Shui Wuxia used her white hands to cover the 2 red plums on her chest, and a book flew towards Ying Luo. Yu Yang, who was almost drooling, was smashed to the ground. Only now did he realize that when he used divine vision to look at Shui Wuxia, she could sense his thoughts. The reason was that in the Virgo Temple, Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, Yu Bing and Anan had obtained the heart mirror skill. Normally, Yu Yang did not have any spiritual communication with the 3 of them, but as long as he concentrated and used divine vision to look at them, it would be equivalent to inviting them to communicate with them. Hence, Shui Wuxia immediately felt that Yu Yang wanted to peek, unless Yu Yang trained to the point where he could see through things without concentrating. Otherwise, when he used divine vision to look through Shui Wuxia, Anan and Yu Bing's clothes, he would definitely be discovered by them. Idiot, you have such good skills, but you don't use them on the right path. Shui Wuxia was angry at him for not living up to her expectations. I was just trying, I didn't think that I would really be able to see. Yu Yang was shameless. Since she was his future wife, there was nothing wrong with peeking at her. Sooner or later, a little lamb would be eaten by a big bad wolf. After Yu Yang made such a ruckus, Shui Wuxia remembered something. She took out a small jade bottle, which still had her body temperature, and passed it to Yu Yang. There's my blood inside, mix your blood with mine and see what reaction there is. What's going on? Yu Yang was indifferent to the secret of his blood. This experiment, not only Shui Wuxia was curious about it, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Princess Sisai and the others were also curious. When they heard that Yu Yang had woken up and was talking to Shui Wuxia, they all ran over, just in time to see Yu Yang's great, dripping blood experiment. Yu Yang found a small cup and poured out the blood in the jade bottle. He dripped 2 drops, then used his gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger to cut his finger and dripped 2 or 3 drops. At first, there was no reaction. Yu Yang was a little disappointed. He wanted to say, I'm not a giant dragon, nor a demon, I don't have that kind of blood that would ignite on the ground. Legend has it that if the strongest Hell Black Dragon and the strongest Blood Prison Demon King were injured, their dripping blood could ignite the rocks and soil on the ground and melt them into magma. Of course, this was just a legend. No one had the ability to prove it. If there was an innate ranker who could beat the Hell Black Dragon and the Blood Prison Demon King until they bled, they wouldn't pay attention to such a small matter. Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia's blood mixed together. The small cup burst into flames and quickly rose into the air. This gave Yu Yang a fright. Following that, the flames turned into sharp ice cubes in the shape of fire, In the end, the ice cubes burned like fire and turned into nothingness. All the girls were dumbfounded. Yu Yang couldn't explain the reason either. The only thing he could explain was, everyone can see that this proves one point. Wu Xia and I are a pair destined to be together in our previous life, just like ice and fire. No, I mean, just like ice and fire, they can get along without any obstacles. Nonsense. All the girls rolled their eyes at him. Let me try. City Master Fallen Flowers was a little envious. If her blood could have a special reaction with this brat, then wouldn't they be destined to be together in their previous life? After her blood mixed with Yu Yang's, it emitted a faint white light that was extremely gentle. City Master Fallen Flowers was so moved that she shed tears. She was really afraid that there wouldn't be any reaction at all. Although the reaction wasn't as strong as Wu Xia's, there was at least a reaction. City Master Fallen Flowers felt relieved. However, Princess Sisai and Anan's hearts were even higher. After Wu Xia, Fallen Flowers also succeeded. What about herself? If she didn't succeed, then it would be too much of a failure. But this kind of thing was really hard to say. Princess Sisai was ready to slip away and hide like an ostrich. City Master Fallen Flowers grabbed her. Regardless of Princess Sisai's struggling, she forcefully dragged her to the table. Princess Sisai saw that she couldn't hide. She put on a Soviet attitude and used the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger to make a cut on her finger. After dripping the blood, there was no reaction for a long time. Princess Sisai's heart was in despair. She wanted to cry, but her mouth tried to be brave. I already said that I have nothing to do with this brat. You just don't believe me. Just as she finished speaking, the cup strangely shattered. Princess Xianxia was extremely touched, but she pretended to be relaxed. Her voice was already a little choked as she said, "This doesn't count, it's the quality of the cup that's not good." Yu Yang saw this and started to think. He remembered that when he was fighting against the Marquis of Zijin, the thorny flower demoness licked the blood on his chest and arms. At that time, he thought that she liked to lick people like a puppy. Now that he thought about it, she already knew that his blood had a special effect. He remembered that the thorny flower demoness leveled up mysteriously. Looks like his blood was really different from the others. Of course, this might be because he had trained in the innate invisible sword chi, which allowed his body to accumulate a large amount of pure energy. The girls didn't disturb Yu Yang's thoughts. They only continued to test noisily. Not only Anan and Yu Bing who were eager to try, even Yu Yu and Sickly Beauty who were resisting also tested. After Anan's blood fused with Yu Yang's blood, the strange reaction was the spirit power. The slight spirit fluctuation could not be seen by the eyes or heard by the ears, but everyone could clearly feel its existence. Yu Bing's strange reaction was the vitality. At first, there was no reaction for a long time. Yu Bing's eyes turned red. After thinking about it, Shui Wuxia plucked a small flower bud from outside and gently inserted it into the cup. In the end, to everyone's surprise, the flower bud that was about to bloom bloomed in an instant. At the same time, it sprouted in the cup and grew rapidly. In less than 3 minutes, it turned into a big beautiful blooming flower. Yu Bing the little girl hugged Yu Yang, crying and laughing at the same time. She did not think that she and her brother were destined to be a couple in their previous lives. She just could not accept that she had no relationship with her brother. She felt that she should be the closest to her brother. Sickly Beauty's blood fused with Yu Yang's blood and turned into a blood-red crystal. Yu Yang and the girls looked at it and understood a little. Only Yu Yu was unwilling to accept the test at first. However, due to the violence of Fallen Flower City Governor and Princess Sisai, she had no choice but to drip her blood to test it. After the fusion, the strange reaction formed a big cup of slightly sweet water. Yu Yang's blood can stimulate the talent of everyone's blood, or the hidden ability that everyone is not aware of. Shui Wuxia concluded. Yes, that's it. Fallen Flower City Governor completely agreed with this conclusion. Although that's the case, Wu Xia, can you explain why your blood has the biggest reaction? Princess Sisai was defeated just now, so she decided to fight back. Wu Xia and Yu Yang's blood should have the most resonance, and the energy is also bigger and purer, so the reaction is the biggest. I felt that their blood wasn't as simple as ice and fire. It was worth studying. Of course, Yu Yang's blood has the ability to activate his innate skill, so we must keep it a secret. Sickly Beauty reminded them to keep it a secret. That's not right. His blood does have the effect of activating one's innate talent, but not everyone is like that. I've already tested it with the blood of small animals. His blood is only effective on us. It doesn't have any effect on other creatures. We have to keep the secret, but we don't have to worry about accidentally leaking it. I'm guessing that the rune's energy has changed or unsealed our bodies, similar to how Yu Yang unsealed his innate strength, or Yu Yang's nirvana flame has purified our bodies. That's why our blood has such a reaction with his blood, and that's why it's so different. Shui Wuxiao made a bold guess. There are all kinds of reasons. Yu Yang understood a little bit of the truth, but he felt that it might not be right. He decided not to say it for now, he would study it slowly in the future. Sickly Beauty nodded and said softly, "Everyone, please calm down. I want to talk about the situation outside." When she opened her mouth, all the girls looked at her. They were anxious to know if the Eastern Goblin tribe had released Jun Wuyu and the others. Demonic Palace, Thousand Goblin Sect, Green Summit Sect, Western Lion Pagoda and Zijin Kingdom, what kind of reaction did they have? They would definitely not let go of such a rare opportunity. Even if they didn't do anything in the open, they would still do something behind the scenes. Yu Yang felt that it didn't matter. They could just turn the Soaring Dragon continent upside down. As long as the people were still there, as long as Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qianzhong, Feng Kuang, Eagle Eye, Eastern Sky King, Western Sky King, Master Golden Blade, White Stone City Master and other human elites were still there, even if Dixia Kingdom was destroyed, they could still rebuild it from the ruins. As for the younger generation, there was Shui Tanlang, Feng Qisha, Yan Pejun, Prince of Tian Luo, and Dragon Ambassador Ken Lanyu from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace. Furthermore, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Li Brothers and the others had also caught up. With the elites from Shangjing Academy, Fragrance Academy, and Ivy Academy, the Soaring Dragon continent wouldn't be reduced to a miserable state where there were only mediocre people. Bai Yunfei from the Southern Floating Mist Sect, Prince of Zijin, Yu Tian, Yu Yen, Shui Qianren and Lai Ban could be ignored. They would probably only stand behind the victors. It didn't matter who won or lost. Prince of Zijin was still a big tumor. This fellow's ambition wasn't small. The next time Yu Yang saw him, he would definitely kill him. The shadow of Bai Yunfei, the young sect leader of the Floating Mist Sect, flashed through Yu Yang's mind. Bai Yunfei was scheming and had great endurance. Yu Yang was definitely not afraid of him. If it was someone else, even Shui Tanlang, Yi Kong or Fatty Hai, they wouldn't be his match. This fellow, if there was a chance, even if Yu Yang didn't kill him, he would definitely suppress him so that he wouldn't have a chance to make a comeback. Otherwise, he would be even more dangerous than Prince of Zijin. While Yu Yang was thinking, Sickly Beauty had already started to explain. Right now, the situation outside is very bad. Dixia Kingdom doesn't have an emperor anymore, and there are many rebellions everywhere. The horse bandits have risen up under the support of some other powers, plundering everywhere. Not only did the various city masters not send out their troops to suppress them, they even secretly colluded with the horse bandits to exploit the people's wealth. There are very few city masters who are loyal to Dixia Kingdom. Furthermore, it's already hard for them to protect their own cities, not to mention supporting the capital. The State Grandmaster and the 2 Heavenly Imperial Guardians have already gone to the Eastern Goblin tribe. The Left Minister has temporarily supported the Crown Prince to become the regent, but the Right Minister wants to choose the strongest second prince as the new emperor. The officials are more willing to welcome Xianxia back as the regent. In short, it's very chaotic. Let them fight to their heart's content. I won't go back to fight with them for the throne. Princess Sisai snorted coldly. How's the situation with the Eastern Goblin tribe? City Master Fallen Flowers was more concerned about her father's return. It's said that the Eastern Goblin tribe has already ordered for them to be released. However, His Majesty Jun Wuyu and the others can't return to the Soaring Dragon continent smoothly, because the Eastern Goblin tribe is also rebelling. The Southern Demon King, the Northern Goblin King and the Western D-Goblin King are all rebelling crazily. The war is like a tidal wave. Your Majesty and the others did not reach the Dragon Emperor's Rainbow Treasure Palace, they were stopped halfway. The Dragon Emperor had sent people to hide them secretly. I reckon that Your Majesty and the others will only be able to return safely after the Dragon Emperor has successfully quelled the rebellion, or after the war has stopped. The Eastern Goblin tribe has sent a special envoy to meet with the State Grandmaster. The State Grandmaster and the 2 Heavenly Imperial Guardians have already decided to go there personally to see if they could bring Your Majesty and the others back as soon as possible. Sickly Beauty's words made Yu Yang ponder deeply. As expected, the enemies did not stop their attacks. They had planned this beforehand, they would not let the matter rest. If it wasn't for the unexpected change in the situation, these fellows' plan would have been executed perfectly. The Eastern Goblin tribe was so powerful, yet they could still cause such a ruckus. Would there be any exceptions in the Soaring Dragon continent? Yu Yang shook his head lightly. Sickly Beauty paused for a moment and intentionally looked at Yu Yang, Yu Yu, and Yu Bing. The girls were a little worried. It seemed that the upcoming matter was related to Yu Yang, and it wasn't simple at all. Only Shui Wuxia seemed to have known that things would develop to this stage. She quietly reached out her hand and pressed on the back of Yu Yang's waist, hinting him to control his temper and not be impulsive. Yu Yang knew that she wanted to give him a reminder and support. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart as he nodded slightly. With Shui Wuxia and the girls supporting him, Yu Yang didn't care if the Soaring Dragon continent was going to collapse. To him, this was just a continent filled with NPCs. Only the warm little home in White Stone City was worth remembering. Only Fourth Mother and the little girl were his family. No matter how the enemies plotted against him, Yu Yang would just watch coldly from the side. He definitely wouldn't do something like saving the world or saving the entire human race in a moment of hot-headedness. Everyone had their own way of survival. Only the fittest would survive, and the weak would be eliminated. If they were really strong, they would stand out in this chaotic world. If they were weak and were killed, then they could only blame themselves for not having the ability to survive. Yu Yang himself was a guy from another world. He was also walking on this cruel law of survival. There were no exceptions, and there was no exception. Only by defeating the enemies, only by moving forward bravely could one survive. In this world, cowardice was useless, tears were useless. The fake Yu Qiu who was suspected to be Yu Yang's father has now gathered dozens of big and small clans. With the support of 2 mysterious innates, he has announced that he has reconciled with the Green Summit sect and established friendly relations with the Zijing Kingdom. At the same time, he has cleared the name of the Thousand Goblins sect. When Sickly Beauty said this, the girls were all dumbfounded. Sweat, it can't be? No one from the Yu clan objected? City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt that it was unimaginable. The fake Yu Qiu had already used strong evidence to prove that the substitute clan master Yu Shan was a corrupted warrior who colluded with demons. He was even a demon who hid in the Soaring Dragon continent as a spy. When the fake Yu Qiu was trying to arrest him, an extremely strong demon rancor attacked and injured 3 elders of the clan and kidnapped Yu Shan. When Yu Beauty said this, Yu Yu almost fainted on the ground. If her father Yu Shan was a demon, then what about herself? Sickly Beauty waved her hand lightly. Not only Sister Yu, Yu Tian and Yu Ting are also targets of arrest. Yu Tian has already been arrested, and Yu Ting is missing. Yu Bing panicked when she heard this. Sister Yu is not a demon, this is impossible. Sickly Beauty looked at Yu Bing and nodded, confirming her words. However, she shook her head lightly. Actually, not only Sister Yu, but also Yu, Bing Heir, and Yu Yang are all targets of arrest. Princess Sisai sweated profusely when she heard this. What? He even wants to arrest Yu Yang? Even if he doesn't care about the fact that Yu Yang is an innate, he is still a son in name. The Sickly Beauty stared at Yu Yang for a long time, and said word by word, Yu Yang had already been declared to be an imposter by that fake Yu Qiu. He found another man who looked similar to him, but his power was only at the level of a level 6 elder, to impersonate Yu Yang. That fake Yu Qiu said that his son Yu Yang had been following him since he was a baby. He lived in the demon realm and grew up in the demon abyss. He had never left him and was also taught by him. He said that the Yu Yang who was raised by Fourth Mother was fake. He even used the fact that Yu Yang was trash before the age of 20 and couldn't become an innate rancor after the age of 20 as evidence to prove that Yu Yang was fake. Hence, the fake Yu Qiu, the current Yu clan master, ordered the arrest of fourth mother, Yu Yang, Yu Bing, Yu Shuang, Yu Yu, Yu Ting, Yu Shan, and so on. Not a single one of them was spared. This fellow is crazy. City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt that the fake Yu Qiu was really crazy. Very interesting. Yu Yang laughed. In his heart, he was secretly relieved. At first, he was worried that this fake Yu Qiu was the real one, so he didn't dare to meet the fake Yu Qiu. But now, Yu Yang didn't have to worry anymore. This fellow was definitely a fake, 100% fake. The reason was because Yu Yang had already seen it with his divine vision. In the diary that the real Yu Qiu and his wife wrote for their son, they recorded a completely different secret. If the pitiful guy had been living with his father, why would the Yu Qiu and his wife write a diary to reminisce about their son? Why would they ask fourth mother to take care of him? When Yu Yang heard that the fake Yu Qiu had made such a stupid and ruthless move, he really wanted to laugh out loud and clap his hands in celebration. If he didn't make such a move, that Yu Yang wouldn't dare to take the initiative to touch him. Now, as long as Yu Yang was free, he could just use his sword to chop that bastard up. Brother! Yu Bing's anger soared. She was just waiting for Yu Yang to say this. As long as her brother said that they should set off, she would immediately follow him to the Yu clan castle and attack that fake Yu Qiu. Yu Yang waved his hands, indicating that there was no need to be anxious. At this time, Shui Wuxia also used her small hands to touch Yu Yang's back, hinting that she had something to say to Yu Yang in private. Come, I'll say a few words. What did this girl want to say to him? Yu Yang was very curious. Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers couldn't hear what Shui Wuxia said to Yu Yang. However, when they saw that Yu Yang looked like he was about to transform into a werewolf, they knew that something bad was going to happen. Sickly Beauty turned around and left. She seemed to have understood something. Inan and Yu Bing were confused. They thought that Sister Wuxia had something that she couldn't tell them. Maybe it was about the Shui clan or the engagement. The two girls didn't think too much about it. Especially Yu Bing. What she wanted the most right now was to charge into the Yu clan castle with her brother and chase away that fake Yu Qiu, restoring everyone's reputation. Bing heir, let me practice with you. City Mistress Fallen Flowers wasn't worried about her future with Yu Yang. This was because her father, the Eastern Sky King, and fourth mother had already arranged a marriage between her and Yu Yang. At that time, City Mistress Fallen Flowers was very angry. How could her father make a decision on his own? She didn't say that she had to marry Yu Yang. Now that the Eastern Sky King was captured by the Eastern Goblin tribe, she suddenly wasn't angry anymore. After all, there was only one father no matter how bad he was. The Eastern Sky King loved to brag, but strictly speaking, he was still a good father. Compared to Luohua City Mistress, Princess Xianxia was a little more tragic. Jun Wuyu called Yu Yang's grandfather, Elder Yu Hai, Brother Hai. They were of the same generation, and they even called each other brothers. If he betrothed his daughter to Yu Yang, the seniority would be messed up. No matter what, Jun Wuyu was still an emperor, unlike the Eastern Sky King who could force a marriage for his precious daughter. Jun Wuyu couldn't do it, so he could only close one eye and pretend that he didn't know about the relationship between his daughter and Yu Yang. He agreed in his heart, but he couldn't say it out. The Yu clan also couldn't propose marriage. Miss Shui of the Shui family had been engaged since she was a baby. Although she had broken off the engagement, anyone with a discerning eye would know that it was actually a vicious plot. Anan. Her aunt was even faster than the Eastern Sky King. She had already made an agreement with fourth mother about the engagement between Anan and Yu Yang. Currently, the only one with an awkward status was Princess Sisai. If she were to leave just like that and return to her previous life, Princess Sisai herself felt that it would be a little difficult. Although Yu Yang was a big pervert, no matter if it was in cultivation or in life, he would always surprise her. If she couldn't see him, her life would be boring. However, she would be following Yu Yang from now on, and her identity was a little awkward. The others were either fiancés or sisters. She was still an outsider, so, Tigress, who used to be carefree, was now a little worried. Well, people are always full of worries when they grow up. It's all because of this damned pervert. I was actually living a good life. Princess Qianxian had nothing to complain about, she could only blame Yu Yang. She felt that it was him who had disturbed her life. If he had continued to be a good-for-nothing mistress, then she would have nothing to do. For no reason, he suddenly turned from a good-for-nothing to a genius, causing trouble everywhere. In the end, he even got himself involved. How annoying. The more Princess Sisai thought about it, the angrier she got. When Yu Yang returned, she glared at him with her tiger-like eyes. What's going on? Yu Yang was naturally confused. I don't want to talk to you. Princess Sisai also felt that she was a little unreasonable. However, she couldn't lose face in front of Yu Yang, so she could only be tough to the end. Is this girl going through puberty recently? Does she need to be taught a lesson? Yu Yang was really baffled. Use your mind on training. Shui Wuxia, who was behind him, heard him mumbling to himself. She was exasperated that he didn't live up to her expectations. She almost smacked him to death with her book. A house full of children, if he wanted to teach a princess or a city mistress, wouldn't that be as easy as waving his hand? However, the most important thing now was to increase his strength. In this chaotic world, if one didn't have strength, then he was nothing. He had to be the strongest in order to be able to do whatever he wanted. She felt that Yu Yang's path should be to increase his strength first, then enjoy a blissful sexual life. If it was the other way around, then he would be finished, with Shui Wuxia, his future wife, who was 100 times stricter than his teacher, watching over him. Yu Yang couldn't be lazy even if he wanted to. In the dream realm, there was a big loli. In the outside world, with Shui Wuxia and a few other girls as his sparring partners, Yu Yang had lived a hellish training life for the past 10 days. In the morning, Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Inan and Yu Bing took turns to fight with Yu Yang. In the afternoon, Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia secretly developed a pill, while refusing to leak the recipe. In the afternoon, he studied ancient runes with Sickly Beauty. In the evening, he went to the lake with Yu Yu to train, increasing her water power and beast stormy waves. At night, Yu Yang used his innate chi to help Inan and Yu Bing open up their meridians. Occasionally, City Mistress Fallen Flowers would come over, using the excuse of accompanying Yu Bing. At midnight, he trained with Shui Wuxia secretly. In his dreams, he fought with a big loli who had the same strength but 10 times better techniques. He would most likely be abused, and only his wolf hands could barely gain an advantage. This kind of life was like hell, an abyss of suffering. Yu Yang was suffering a lot. However, his strength increased very quickly. He who had just broken through the 5th level of innate sword chi quickly advanced towards the 6th level. At the same time, because his opponents were all beauties, he felt that there was still hope for this kind of life. At least he had one foot in the door of a blissful sexual life. In comparison, Hui Tai Lang was more comfortable. It had not woken up, and was still sleeping soundly. Whenever Yu Yang passed by, he would kick it. Firstly, he was jealous that this fellow could level up without doing anything. Secondly, he wanted to inject some innate chi into it, so that it could evolve better. When Hui Tai Lang was kicked, it would comfortably turn over in its sleep, or move its limbs, and continue to sleep. On this day, Yu Yang and Sickly Beauty were studying ancient runes. Suddenly, Sickly Beauty asked him coldly, "Have you finished refining the pill?" "I've already refined it long ago." Yu Yang replied indifferently at first, but immediately reacted and changed his words, "No, actually it's still lacking, just a little bit more." "Why do you listen to her?" Sickly Beauty seemed to be a little curious. "Who?" Yu Yang pretended to be confused. "I mean Wuxia, why do you listen to her?" Sickly Beauty would not allow him to pretend to be confused in front of her, so she persistently questioned him. I'll listen to whoever is reasonable. I'll also listen to you. For example, this rune." Yu Yang hurriedly changed the topic to the rune. He couldn't say that Wuxia was always thinking about his blissful sexual life. She was always working for the welfare of his blissful sexual life. Her previous pill refining was all in preparation to push the Sickly Beauty down and save her life. If he did not listen to this kind of exquisite wife, who else should he listen to? Yu Yang felt that he could ignore Wuxia's advice on other things, but when it came to picking up girls, it was definitely not wrong to listen to her advice. Who else would understand a woman's needs better than a woman? With Wuxia as his strategist, he would be able to use her to pick up girls and conquer them. That would definitely be a great success and a great victory. Although Yu Yang did not understand why Wu Xia was willing to help him with his plans, he was sure that this girl did not have any selfish or evil intentions. She probably couldn't stand it and saw that Yu Yang was too stupid, so she decided to give him some pointers. It was just like an expert who saw a little shrimp in the pugilistic world, and couldn't help but give a few pointers, making the little shrimp in the pugilistic world become a big shrimp. Sickly Beauty glared at him. Don't talk about this rune anymore. These 2 days, your mind was not on the rune at all. Yu Yang was speechless. This Sickly Beauty's senses were also very strong. So she had already seen through his perverted intentions, she just did not point it out. Yu Yang gathered his courage and advised, there is still hope for your body. Let us try. Moreover, the pill has already been concocted. When Sickly Beauty heard this, her originally pale face flushed red. She rolled her eyes at Yu Yang and turned to leave, ignoring Yu Yang's shouts from behind. Yu Yang hurriedly ran over to seek advice from his lady Wu Xia. Miss Shui was furious. Idiot, why are you talking nonsense with her? Didn't I already tell you to disregard the consequences and make the first move to gain the upper hand? You already said it to her, she already knows about it. She has never seen an idiot like you before. What does she mean? She is jealous, she thinks that I was the one who suggested it, and not you. I understand what you mean, but if I forcefully pushed her down, her body is too weak. I was just afraid that she would get hurt. Yu Yang's forehead was full of sweat. Who asked you to be so unreasonable? Not your actions. Yu Yang, get out of my sight immediately, I hate talking to idiots. Shui Wuxiao raised her ancient book, ready to slap Yu Yang to death. He was obviously a wolf, yet he still wanted to be a pure wolf. This was too infuriating. I understand, watch my performance. Yu Yang suddenly understood. Overjoyed, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Shui Wuxiao looked at Yu Yang's back, her face suddenly showing a peaceful expression. She muttered to herself in an extremely low voice, Wu Hen, I can only do this much for you. You still have to rely on yourself. Sickly Beauty was packing her things. Her clothes, drawings, and scrolls were all neatly arranged, as if she was about to go on a long journey. Yu Yang rushed in, giving her a fright. Just as she was about to open her mouth, Yu Yang suddenly bent over and forcefully carried her in his arms, then ran out of the garden. Sickly Beauty was embarrassed and anxious at the same time. What are you doing? Quickly put me down. Nonsense, I'm going to get angry, quickly let go, everyone can see. Yu Yang, quickly stop, my body can't take it anymore, quickly put me down, I'm going to cough, I'm so uncomfortable. Yu Yang carried Sickly Beauty and rushed out of the garden, running forward without stopping. No matter what Sickly Beauty said, he would not let go no matter what. After running for an unknown period of time, with Sickly Beauty struggling, Yu Yang decided to use teleportation. He did not have a destination, so he kept teleporting forward. After teleporting about 10 times, he was already 40 to 50 kilometers away from the garden. Yu Yang finally stopped at a lake that was dotted with pearls. The lake water was clear, light green with a tinge of blue. The water was so shallow that the bottom could be seen, small fishes and prawns were swimming back and forth, big and small freshwater pearl oysters were nestled together. Yu Yang put Sickly Beauty down, but as if he was afraid that she would run away, he hugged her slender waist with his right hand and explained to her, actually, I also want to treat your illness, but they are all by my side, so I'm a little embarrassed. Now that they are not here, I have to save you no matter what. This is what I want to do, not what Wu Xia taught me. You should understand what I mean, don't reject me anymore, okay? We shouldn't waste time, your body has already reached its limit, if we don't treat you now, you will be in danger. If you want to wait until your illness is cured, then you can scold me if you want to. Now, you have to be obedient, I can't live without you, no matter if you hate me or something else, I have to save you. Before Sickly Beauty could speak, Yu Yang had already started to undress her clothes with his wolfish hands. This scared Sickly Beauty so much that she almost fainted. Although he said he wanted to save her, he was too perverted, without saying a word, he stripped her clothes. This was even more savage than a bandit entering the city to rape a woman. Who taught him this move? Sickly Beauty realized that this brat's wolfish hands were very fast. With just a few movements, half of her clothes were already undone. She was even more shocked, and hurriedly reached out to stop him. Wait a minute, don't act recklessly, let me think. At least, let me take a breather, my heart is beating like a drum, I can't breathe. Wait a minute, I agree, but you have to stop first. Yu Yang, even if you want to save me for my own good, can you at least consider my feelings? If you forcefully do it like this, I can't take it anymore. When Yu Yang heard this, he still didn't dare to believe it. You really agree? The sickly beauty rolled her eyes at him helplessly. Can I not agree? I've never seen a barbarian like you before. Let me think for a while, I need a buffer in my thoughts. In the end, she lowered her head, not daring to look Yu Yang in the eye. With an extremely shy tone, she said almost inaudibly, I can't do it in the day, let's talk about it at night. After hearing sickly beauty's agreement, Yu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Forcefully pushing her down depended on the target. For example, impatience, that kind of mature lady, forcefully conquering her would be extremely satisfying. But for this sickly beauty like Sister Lin, forcefully pushing her down was really inappropriate. Her body was like a jade vase made of sheep-fat white jade, or blue and white porcelain. It needed to be carefully cared for, it needed the most gentle kisses. If he could hold her in his hands and see her smile sweetly, that would be the greatest achievement in the world. Yu Yang quickly set up a small tent in the small forest beside the lake. Sickly beauty knew that this was the love nest that he had prepared. In there, it would be. She didn't even dare to look at this brat. Feeling a little helpless, she pretended not to see that he was busy and walked to the side of the lake. She sat on the rock beside the lake, took off her shoes and soaked her jade-like ankles in the cool lake water. She was welcomed by a fresh and cool breeze. Her hair fluttered in the wind, not only her hair, but also the thoughts of a young girl. Do you want to eat a fruit? Yu Yang made a fresh fruit with morning dew on it and washed it in the lake water. Dripping with water, he passed it to sickly beauty. Okay. Sickly beauty actually didn't have a good appetite, but seeing Yu Yang's kind intentions, she nodded and pinched the fruit with her jade-like fingers. Actually, these 10 days have been the most relaxing days for me. In the past, I was so tense every day, with things coming one after another, plus all kinds of pressure in life, training, and so on. Living in the little flower garden has been the most relaxing time for me. Yu Yang also washed a fruit and jumped onto the rock beside the lake, sitting next to sickly beauty. Is that so? Sickly beauty really wanted to say that she was the same, but when the words came to her mouth, she felt that she couldn't be like him, so she quickly changed her words. I'm not interested in fighting for power. If it wasn't for Fourth Mother and everyone looking forward to it, I would rather live my life like this. Leisurely watching the blue water and blue sky, quietly watching the floating white clouds. Yu Yang lay on the rocks of the lake and looked at the sky. He recalled the different lives he had before and after he transmigrated, and he couldn't help but sigh. He would never mention this secret to anyone. Even Shui Wuxia. The only place where Yu Yang could let go of his thoughts was in his own dream realm. The heavenly sword goddess and the big loli were like relatives who had transmigrated together with him. Other than accompanying Yu Yang in his training, they also eliminated the deep loneliness in his heart. Perhaps they were not humans, but immortals or sword immortals. However, none of that mattered. What Yu Yang needed was a companion. As long as they were with him forever, nothing else mattered. Sickly beauty did not know what was on Yu Yang's mind, but his words had triggered her thoughts. She felt that Yu Yang's words resonated with her. She did not care about the achievements that ordinary people had. What emperor of the ages? He could not compare to a poor scholar in her eyes. Although she did not mind if Yu Yang became an indomitable hero and created a great cause in the soaring dragon continent, she would rather see him live by her side, just like he did for the past 10 days. Every day, he would train with his sisters, play, bicker and sleep peacefully. Of course, reality would not allow him to live like this for a long time. Demonic Palace, Thousand Goblins Sect, Western Lion Pagoda, Green Summit Sect, Zijin Kingdom, Demon Abyss Blood Prison and even the Eastern Goblin Tribe were all eyeing him covetously. If he did not accept the challenge, the enemies would think of ways to force him to fight. In this chaotic world, one must fight. Rancors were also honed through bloody battles and grew up amidst piles of corpses. She knew that if it wasn't for her, he would have brought his sister to the Yu clan castle and killed the fake Yu Qiu who had caused a mess in the Yu clan. He was the hope of the Yu clan, he must protect the Yu clan. If it wasn't for him helping her concoct pills to cure her illness, he would have already started his journey. If she continued to reject him, it would be a delay for him and the Yu clan. It might even be fatal, because time was the greatest enemy. There will be opportunities in the future. Sickly Beauty turned her face and comforted Yu Yang. At this time, she realized that Yu Yang had already fallen asleep. His face was filled with a happy smile, as if he was about to laugh out loud in his sleep. The gentle sunlight shone on his face, making his face shine brightly. Sickly Beauty realized that she had never looked at him so carefully before. It turned out that he was so gentle in his sleep. Right now, he was completely different from the perverted him who was awake. Normally, in order to protect himself, he would always hide his true self under the mask of laughter and anger. He would not expose his true self to the public easily. What people saw was always his strongest side. Maybe this was the real him. Sickly Beauty was a little touched. Her jade-like fingers gently caressed his face. On this face, it was different from his handsomeness and elegance. Only by ignoring his appearance and feeling it with one's heart, would one discover that he had a unique charm that could not be described. This charm was hard to describe, but it could always quietly change everything around him. Under the influence of this kind of invisible charm, Xianxia, who had a strong personality, had unknowingly changed. The lonely fallen flowers had also changed. Wu Xia, who was extremely intelligent, arrogant and unconventional, had come to his side. Even Yu Yang, who had always wanted to die, had gradually changed her mind because of him. He might not know that he had this kind of charm, or perhaps he didn't know that he had the ability to bring everyone together because of him. However, his actions, in his subconscious mind, had always been like this. Perhaps meeting him was the fabled bad karma that was destined to be repaid in this life. There was no way to escape. Sickly Beauty gently leaned down and rested her head on his arm. She looked at his sleeping handsome face from the side. Slowly, she stretched out her jade-like hand, as if she was afraid of waking him up. Very, very gently, she caressed his face and touched his lips. Her pale and bloodless little face was like rouge melting in water. Slowly, it was stained with a thin layer of red, slowly seeping out from her skin. A young girl's blush was like a jade halo. Instantly, it caused her entire body to be filled with vitality, and she was like a flower that was about to bloom and was silently trembling as it bloomed. When Yu Yang woke up, it was already the stars in the sky. In his arms, Sickly Beauty's head was pillowed on his chest. Her body was curled up, nestled in his arms, like a fragile little grass that could not withstand the wind. When Yu Yang carried her up, even though his movements were extremely gentle, she immediately woke up. "There's a sweaty smell on your body, it's so smelly." Sickly Beauty did not struggle to get up, nor did she leave his embrace. She only smiled teasingly. When Yu Yang went into the lake to take a bath, she lifted the corner of her skirt and stepped on the cool lake water. She did not avoid him at all. She gently caressed his back like a white orchid. "You're just a big kid. You don't even know how to take care of yourself, not to mention others." Her last sentence was left in her heart. She did not say it out loud. In fact, she wanted to say in her heart, "You don't know how to take care of yourself, nor do you know how to take care of others. So I'll have to take care of you." She pressed Yu Yang down to sit down and gently wiped his back. Although it was her first time doing this in her life, she did it very well. Even Sickly Beauty herself felt that she had a talent for serving people. When Yu Yang was enjoying it, he looked back and saw her delicate face. Under the starry sky, she was as moving as a goddess. He could not help but reach out and pull her into his arms. His lips kissed her slightly startled cherry lips, sealing her scream. Sickly Beauty was shocked, but she quickly reacted. Between their lips, there was a wonderful electric shock. Following the heat of his lips, it spread throughout her whole body. It was so comfortable that even her soul was trembling. She did not know when, but he had already invaded her teeth and captured her little tongue. Under that kind of tyrannical and unreasonable sucking, the Sickly Beauty felt as if her soul was almost sucked away by him. She could not help but cater to him. When he was greedily kissing her, she naturally knew how to kiss him back. Moreover, she became more and more skilled with each kiss. She went from being clumsy at the beginning to being able to cooperate with him. It only took a few minutes. Following her natural instincts and the feeling of her body, she closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes intertwined, and her jade-like arms hugged his neck tightly. She fell into his arms and half raised her head to kiss him, lingering endlessly. The sky, the earth, the lake, the swimming fish, the little prawns, the night stars, the night wind, everything, no longer existed. There was only him and her left in the world. There was only the sweetness and lingering affection between their tongues. When he fed the little rebirth pill that he had painstakingly refined into her mouth, this time, she did not reject him at all. Instead, she swallowed it obediently. Love caused her to burst forth with the greatest desire to save her life. At this moment, she no longer wanted to die alone. She wanted to be with him forever, forever. Yu Yang peeled off the wet clothes on her delicate body. She did not stop him. She only shyly and trembled as she buried her little head into his chest. She did not dare to look him in the eye, because she was afraid that he would see her embarrassment in his clear eyes. Hugging this trembling delicate body, Yu Yang finally felt how light she was. Like a feather, almost weightless. Cool, smooth, delicate, fragrant, there were no words in this world that could accurately describe her beauty. Under the hazy moonlight, Yu Yang felt that she was as perfect as the moon goddess. Her little face that was buried in his chest blushed. Even her swan-like slender neck was burning red. Her slightly thin and delicate shoulders made people feel pity for her. Her exposed collarbone was stained by the clear lake water, just like a flower bud stained by the morning dew. It added a unique feminine charm to her. Yu Yang did not have a collarbone fetish in the past. He could not even understand the existence of collarbone fetishes. But now, he decided to join the ranks of the great collarbone fetishes. This was because he realized that a truly perfect woman's body was flawless. In front of perfection, other than worshipping the wonders of the Creator, what else could he ask for? On her jade-like arms, there was a saintess that was half the size of a fragrant dove. Although he could not see the entire thing, under her unbearably bashful half-covering, his soul was almost blown away by the beautiful cleavage between her two breasts. It was too perfect. It was petite and cute, and its curves could be grasped in one hand. However, at this moment, Yu Yang had completely forgotten about D-milk, E-milk, and G-milk. Damn it, the best treasures were not differentiated by size. Judging beauty by size was the stupidest method. Looking down, it was her slender waist, as well as her round and cute navel. Cold. Sickly Beauty secretly looked at him, who was swallowing his saliva. She was shy and happy, angry and anxious, and hurriedly gave him a hint. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Yu Yang woke up with a start. He cursed himself for being an idiot. He knew that she was weak, yet he still stood on the lake and admired it. If he froze Sickly Beauty, that would really be. He held her legs with one hand and her back with the other. He quickly ran back to the small tent and used the snow-white blanket to wrap her delicate body. He also rubbed her hands to give her heat, so that she would not really freeze. Seeing how he was so protective of her, Sickly Beauty's heart warmed. Seeing his wet head, she also sat up and used the pillow towel to wipe his wet hair. It was her first time doing this, but she was as skilled as a wife. Unknowingly, the two of them kissed again. They gently teased each other back and forth. They wanted to entangle each other deeply when they were deeply in love. Yu Yang's hand started to move gently on her lower abdomen, and slowly moved downwards. Finally, he gently pressed on her dantian. Although he woke up early in the morning, Yu Yang had never forgotten to treat her illness. He and Shui Wuxia had put in a lot of effort, using a goddess tear, their blood, innate qi, and nirvana flame to refine it. Although they did not have enough medicinal ingredients to refine the legendary rebirth pill, they still managed to refine a brand new pill that was close to the rebirth pill. Yu Yang felt that it could still be refined with more medicinal ingredients, so he temporarily named it as the Little Rebirth Pill. When it reached the advanced stage and surpassed the Rebirth Pill, he would rename it as the Nirvana Pill. There was not enough time to refine the Little Rebirth Pill into the Nirvana Pill. Saving Sickly Beauty was more important. Perhaps the medicinal effect was not enough, but if Sickly Beauty consumed the Little Rebirth Pill, she would not have to worry for a few years. This way, Yu Yang would have enough time to refine the Nirvana Pill. The innate qi that Yu Yang released from his palm flowed through Sickly Beauty's dantian to the rest of her body. The Sickly Beauty wasn't used to Yu Yang's hot hands covering her sensitive area. After all, it was her first time being violated. However, she didn't reject him. She suppressed her embarrassment and wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him tightly without letting go. She was afraid that if she was distracted, she would moan unhappily. The feeling of his true energy flowing through her body was both comfortable and uncomfortable, especially when the little rebirth pill spread in her abdomen. The medicinal power followed his true energy and permeated throughout her body, making her feel extremely hot and unbearable. Beads of sweat seeped out of her body, filling the entire tent with her unique virgin fragrance. Yu Yang took the initiative to press on her delicate body. He was a little careful, afraid that if he used too much force, Sickly Beauty would be hurt. On the contrary, she had a very strange feeling. It was as if no matter how weak her body was, she could still bear his weight. Being pressed by him, she did not feel suffocated. Instead, there was a kind of incomparable pleasure. Perhaps this was a woman's talent. In addition to her shyness, she could clearly feel his high spirits. It was hot, hard, and majestic. It made her tremble. When it slid past her thighs and gradually approached, Sickly Beauty's heart was filled with panic. She knew what was going to happen next. She also knew what it meant. It was the end of her virginity, and also the beginning of becoming his wife. She knew all these, but she did not know what she should do. She was even more afraid that her clumsy body would affect his attack and cause him to fail. Slow down. Her heart was already prepared, but her body did not know how to react. She could only stall for time, trying her best to think while she was panicking. Relax a little more. Yu Yang's battle experience was personally taught by Pirate King Wu Tinglan and the others. Although his theories were very rich, he had never been on a real battlefield. He did not panic, and was still very calm. He was thinking about how to fight his first battle well. From now on, he would fight his way to become the invincible great general who would win every battle in the future. But his heart was beating faster, and his palms were sweating. These reactions were unavoidable. When Sickly Beauty saw that he was sweating profusely, her motherly instincts were aroused. She quietly opened her legs, suppressing her embarrassment. As he approached, she gently guided him. In the end, the knight raised his spear and rode his horse. From a small jump, he slowly charged into the beautiful princess castle and broke the door. In the midst of the girl's painful cries, Yu Yang and Sickly Beauty became one. Does it hurt? Yu Yang was afraid that his movements would be too rough and hurt Sickly Beauty. Softer. Sickly Beauty realized that this brat was really gifted. At first, she almost died from the pain. Even though he was very gentle and careful, it was still hard to bear. Furthermore, the door of life that had never been opened before was even more delicate and fragile than a flower petal. How could it withstand such a strong attack? However, after he successfully broke through the barrier of protecting his virginity, the two of them became one, and gradually adapted. Pain, still. But out of Sickly Beauty's expectations, she was actually able to withstand the invasion that she originally thought was impossible to withstand. Maybe this was a woman's nature and gift. The mysterious creator created both men and women, so he must have given them a unique gift. Otherwise, how could the human race continue to exist? Yu Yang's gift was different from others. At first, she thought that he would not be able to withstand such a weapon. But now, it seemed that even with her weak physique, she was destined to be the woman created by the Creator to be able to withstand him. When Sickly Beauty thought of this, she was even more touched. She took the initiative to offer her fragrant lips and kiss him, letting the fire of passion drive away the pain. At the same time, she hugged her lover tightly with all four limbs, welcoming his attack in the blissful pain. She was already his wife, and it was her greatest duty to make her lover happy and make him happy. The two of them who were immersed in their love did not notice that on their bodies, there were countless runes appearing on each other's skin, moving, exchanging, and recombining into new patterns. At the same time, in the small garden, Xianxia, Xianxia, and Fallen Flower sat quietly under the eaves, looking at the stars in the sky. Suddenly, Xianxia's body trembled slightly. Then, Xianxia and Fallen Flowers also felt a slight sensation. Shui Wuxia pulled up her sleeves and found that the runes from when she practiced body fusion with Yu Yang were slowly appearing. Princess Sisai and Castellan Fallen Flowers also had a few runes floating out of their bodies, as if they were resonating with something. This is? Seems like it's a success. Shui Wuxia immediately reacted. She stood up, looked at the sky, and murmured. Then, she went back to her room to rest. When that guy does bad things, our bodies will still resonate with each other? Castellan Fallen Flowers heard Shui Wuxia's words and also reacted. She blushed and quickly went back to her room to rest, so that Princess Sisai would not see her shy expression. However, when she passed by Princess Sisai, she quickly reached out and grabbed Princess Sisai's proud breasts. Under Xianxia's shocked expression, she quickly ran back to her room and laughed. No wonder Yu Yang always drooled when he stared at you, it feels really good, haha. If you want to play, play with yourself. Princess Sisai was furious. Then, she immediately vented her anger on Yu Yang. Damn pervert. Pushing me down is the most annoying. On the second day, Yu Yang woke up from a comfortable sleep that he had never experienced before. His whole body was filled with power. In his body, other than the Yang fire ability and Yin ice ability, there was another mysterious power that harmonized the ice and fire ability, allowing the two types of energy to coexist more harmoniously in his dantian. That mysterious power was very small, but it was extraordinarily strong. It could easily rotate the Yang fire ability and Yin ice ability. From time to time, it would push the two types of energy into his body, strengthening the forging of Yu Yang's body. From time to time, it would slowly absorb the pure energy from the heavens and the earth to replenish Yu Yang's dantian, continuously increasing the ice and fire ability. Yu Yang didn't understand. Could this mysterious power be the product of his and Sickly Beauty's coming-of-age ceremony? Did he obtain it last night? Towards things that he couldn't understand, Yu Yang's way of dealing with it was to ignore it. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that Sickly Beauty, who was only wearing a shirt, was lying on top of him. She was studying his body while taking notes in her notebook from time to time. Sweat, I didn't expect her to have this kind of hobby. Yu Yang wanted to open his mouth to tease her a little, then press her fragrant body down and continue the battle that he had stopped because she couldn't win last night. His big hands had just hugged Sickly Beauty's soft waist when he suddenly realized that there were many runes faintly appearing on their bodies. No wonder Sickly Beauty would take out a notebook to record, she was an absolute rune fanatic. Don't move, I haven't seen it yet. Sickly Beauty removed his naughty hands from her breasts and placed them on her slender waist. She kissed him lightly to appease him. Then she continued to record. Yu Yang's naughty hand slid down and gently rubbed her amazingly elastic buttocks. The Sickly Beauty glared at him tenderly, but didn't stop his mischief. If it was in the past, she definitely wouldn't do it. But today, she was already his little wife, her jade-like hands gently pressed against his chest, indicating that she would continue to study and record the runes on his body, and that she would not accept his challenge. She knew that he would definitely not agree if she said that she wanted to study runes, so she could only act coquettishly. Scoundrel, I'm still hurting there. Who asked you to be so reckless last night? My waist almost broke, I can't do it now. Seeing the apologetic look in Yu Yang's eyes, she hurriedly used her wife's tenderness to comfort him, kissing his lips lightly. Let me rest for a while. Even if you want to do something bad, you can't do it now. After that, she offered her sweet little tongue for him to kiss. She coaxed him for a while before letting him lie down. You didn't sleep well at all last night. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Although Yu Yang was not tired, he wanted to sense the new mysterious power in his body. Closing his eyes, he followed Sickly Beauty and copied the runes on his body. He silently activated the mysterious energy in his dantian and carefully sensed it. This mysterious energy could have been awakened in his body, or it could have been obtained from Sickly Beauty's body. Yu Yang couldn't sense its true origin, but he knew that it was his body's harmonizer. It was extremely beneficial to his body, and its energy was pure, slightly different from innate qi. Innate qi was different from Yang fire ability and Yin ice ability. Innate qi couldn't be fused with these two types of energy. It was an independent existence, unique. This mysterious energy could easily fuse with the two types of energy. Furthermore, it could be separated from the two types of energy, using a gentle method to control and push them. The biggest difference between the mysterious energy and innate chi was that it didn't have any attack power. It didn't have any. It only had a supportive effect on his body. Of course, this kind of supportive effect was extremely powerful. Yu Yang felt that if he could develop or obtain more mysterious energy, his battle power would increase by many folds. Yu Yang closed his eyes and touched Sickly Beauty's dantian in her lower abdomen. The Sickly Beauty thought that he was being mischievous and wanted to arouse her lust. She rebuked him lightly and lightly hit his hand. Then, she grabbed it and kissed it lightly. She then placed his hand on her waist and let him hug her as he continued to sleep. Although it had only been a few seconds, Yu Yang had already clearly sensed the existence of this mysterious energy in the Sickly Beauty's body. It was just that the energy in her body was extremely faint, almost insignificant, so she had not been able to sense it yet. Regarding this, Yu Yang suddenly understood. This was most likely the product of the pitiful guy's mother sorting out the ancient body fusion technique to the body fusion technique realm. The pitiful guy's mother didn't manage to sort out this part of knowledge because the civilization she left behind was incomplete. Maybe there was, but Yu Yang's level 4, divine vision, wasn't able to see the truth, so he couldn't figure it out. When he found out that there was also something in Sickly Beauty's body, he finally understood that he had unintentionally reached the body fusion technique realm of the body fusion technique realm. According to the records of the pitiful guy's mother, Yu Yang couldn't reach it so quickly. Yu Yang suspected that it was because he was an innate ranker? Or because he had the innate invisible sword chi? Or was it because his and Sickly Beauty's physique was extremely suitable for body fusion technique, so he naturally reached the ultimate goal of others? Of course, the process wasn't important anymore. As long as the result was the result, it was more important than anything else. On this basis, Yu Yang started to fantasize. If he obtained a wisp of mysterious energy through body fusion technique with Sickly Beauty, then would he get the same if he cultivated with fallen flowers, Xianxia, and Wuxia? If he continued to cultivate with them, would he be able to strengthen this mysterious energy? If the answer was yes, then wouldn't he be able to increase his strength by enjoying his blissful sexual life with them every day? Most importantly, if he had this reason to cultivate, then it would be more justifiable. They would have an excuse in their hearts, so when they cultivate body fusion technique with him, it wouldn't be too awkward. Yu Yang suddenly wanted to flip through the diary left behind by the pitiful guy's mother, to see what other secrets were hidden in it. In the past, his level 4, divine vision, wasn't able to see through it, but now that it had leveled up to level 5, in addition to the innate techniques, Heaven's Eye, he should be able to see through more secrets. Yu Yang thought for a moment and immediately flipped over. This gave Sickly Beauty a shock. She started to think that he couldn't hold it in anymore, so she hit him lightly shyly, "Let's do it at night, it really hurts." When she saw that he took out the diary from his lich ring, she realized that he only wanted to read the book and not her. She immediately blushed a little, feeling a little guilty that she had misunderstood him. Sickly Beauty kissed Yu Yang lightly and caressed his lower abdomen. She originally wanted to touch down and hold the dragon spear to soothe its heat, but she couldn't hold back her embarrassment and caressed his chest instead. "Wait for me to finish copying it, the longer it takes, the more the runes will disappear, I'll help you later." Although Yu Yang was burning with passion, he wasn't in a hurry to do it with her immediately. After all, her body was weaker than a normal girl's, and she had just lost her virginity. If he forcefully took her now, it would only worsen the damage to her delicate flower. He smiled at her and hugged her body. He picked up the diary and activated his innate chi, using his Heaven Eye's divine vision to further explore the secrets inside. Sickly Beauty didn't know that the diary contained a mysterious technique, so she didn't ask too much about Yu Yang's personal belongings. She once again focused on copying the runes. Every time she copied a new rune, she would happily kiss Yu Yang's body, expressing her surprise. In order to explore more secrets in the diary, Yu Yang even slightly unsealed his innate level 1 power. Luckily, he had perfect control over his ability. Otherwise, just the slight innate chi that he emitted would be enough to send this small tent flying. Yu Yang used the power of water to condense his chi into a ball shape, then turned it into a ribbon shape and wrapped it around his arm. He moved it up his arm and gently touched the diary left behind by the pitiful guy's mother. Normally, it would be impossible for him to do this, because the moment his innate chi touched the notebook, it would shatter. However, it was different now. Yu Yang could perfectly control his own qi, making it lighter than the wind and softer than water. Sure enough, this test was right. This diary really needed the help of innate qi to open. Yu Yang was overjoyed. Suddenly, a beautiful and gentle female voice appeared in his mind. My dear baby, you can hear your mother's voice. This means that you are already an innate ranker. Mother is really happy for you, my baby. Mother has a lot of things that I want to tell you. I want to tell you all the secrets that Mother knows and impart all the knowledge that Mother has in her life to you. But the recorded time is very short, so Mother can't tell you everything. Baby, my son, please forgive Mother. Mother is not a good mother. I can't give you anything in life, and I can't give you emotional needs. Compared to Xian, I'm not even qualified. I don't know how you managed to reach the innate realm, but I know that it must be very difficult. You must have put in a lot of effort to become an innate ranker. Mother is proud of you. How I want to see you become an innate with my own eyes. Maybe you are already taller than Mother, maybe you have already married and had children. My baby, maybe you think that innate is the pinnacle of evolution for humans and all life. But Mother wants to tell you, no, innate is only a threshold or a ladder for humans and all life to advance to a higher level. When you reach a higher level, you will understand what is a real life. That is something that gods can do. The extreme state of life, the complexity of the world, and the mysteries of the universe, can't be described with words, not even 1 in 10 million. The knowledge that Mother has grasped and understood is only 1 in 10 million, maybe not even 1 in 10 million. But my son, I hope that you can follow the path that Mother has walked, continue to move forward, explore more, and go further. Son, Mother misses you very much, every day, but it's a pity that Mother can't live with you. Xian, she is more suitable to be your mother than me, with her taking care of you, I feel at ease. Baby, Mother can't give you anything, I can only tell you some of the knowledge that Mother has learned before. I hope these will be helpful to you. Countless knowledge kept surging into Yu Yang's mind. If it was in the past, he would definitely not be able to take it. But after breaking through the 5th level of innate invisible sword qi, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and Yu Yang's brain had also expanded, so he could hold more knowledge without any problems. Although he couldn't organize and comprehend everything, he could at least store it first, and wait for Yu Yang to slowly comprehend it in the future. The pitiful guy's mother wanted to pass on her knowledge to her son, but who knew that she passed it on to Yu Yang, the guy from another world. Of course, in Yu Yang's heart, he also saw her as his mother. Even if Yu Yang saw 4th mother as another mother in his life. After receiving the knowledge, Yu Yang immediately felt as if he had become a new person. The runes that he couldn't understand before, he could vaguely understand a little bit of meaning. And the incomplete, dual body fusion, technique that originated from the ancient times was also completed and perfected. Even Yu Yang had the innate, invisible sword qi as a foundation, and with his unique understanding of this dual body fusion technique, he had more experience and understanding, and could even increase the power of the dual body fusion technique. Thank you, Mother. Yu Yang suppressed the excitement in his heart, and resisted the urge to jump up and roar towards the sky. He took a deep breath, and with a slightly trembling voice, he sincerely thanked this mother who passed on the knowledge to him. After Yu Yang received the pitiful guy's mother's inheritance of knowledge, he felt that his mind had been greatly enlightened. Just like a student who knew nothing at first, he suddenly received the inheritance of knowledge from primary school, secondary school, university, and even higher. Although he couldn't completely digest it, at least he received enlightenment. As long as he absorbed all the knowledge for his own use, he would naturally become a true university student. Yu Yang's situation was like this. Beasts, combat skills, runes, vision, knowledge, secrets. In short, everything was presented in front of him, dazzling him. He almost drowned in the ocean of knowledge. What's wrong with you? Sickly Beauty noticed that Yu Yang's expression was strange. She felt that his eyes were shining with a strange light. I received my mother's inheritance of knowledge from the notebook. Yu Yang shamelessly called the pitiful guy's mother as his own mother. But no matter what, he had to settle this first. Under the situation where the fake Yu Qiu slandered him and accused him of being an imposter, Yu Yang had to be careful. He definitely couldn't let his beloved women suspect him. He didn't have the chance to refute them before, but this time, he wanted to give them a psychological hint that he was the unquestionable Yu clan's third young master. This was because he could receive the pitiful guy's mother's inheritance of knowledge. With this, no matter what the fake Yu Qiu did, he believed that the girls wouldn't believe him. Shui Wuxia, when she knew that he had received the pitiful guy's mother's inheritance of knowledge, he believed that she would be very happy. Yu Yang could feel that Shui Wuxia didn't care about whether he was real or fake. She wouldn't ask for the truth, but if he could receive his mother's inheritance of knowledge, it would prove that her dark thoughts in the Virgo temple were wrong. Of course, she would be more happy. Really? That's great. Sickly Beauty was overjoyed when she heard this. There was nothing that could make Sickly Beauty happier than receiving knowledge. In Sickly Beauty's heart, mountains of gold and silver couldn't even compare to the value of a book. If Yu Yang had obtained something else, she wouldn't be so excited. It was Yu Yang's first time seeing such an expression on Sickly Beauty's face. Her little face was flushed with excitement, and her eyes were shining with joy. Her cherry lips were so happy that she could not help but kiss his cheeks repeatedly. At the same time, she let out waves of happy cheers. He was overjoyed. And decided to give her an even bigger surprise. Traceless, although I haven't been able to absorb even 1% of Mom's knowledge, I think I can understand the ancient runes now. For example, the rune on my arm. The meaning of this rune should be vitality. Of course, the meaning and changes it contains are plentiful. Just using vitality to describe it is far from enough. If vitality and life are combined, it will become youth restoration. If it is combined with battle, it will become full endurance. If it is combined with sweet dew, it will become cure disease. Wow. Sickly Beauty looked at Yu Yang happily. She was so happy that she almost went crazy. She was a rune fanatic. She had been since she was young. She had even experimented with runes on her own body. In the end, her body could not take it anymore and she almost died. Now that she heard that Yu Yang could understand runes, she was so touched that she almost burst into tears. She hugged his arm and gestured for him to explain to her, like a dying person who had just received a bottle of cool spring water. Runes, in the knowledge inheritance, are also known as God's language. Mom doesn't know who created them, she only classifies them into a few types. The first type is the ancient runes, which is what we are seeing now. There are a total of 72 runes, and each of them represents a different meaning. When combined, it is even more varied and rich. The second type is the immemorial runes, there are a total of 36 of them. Every one of them is extremely rare, it is very difficult for us to see them. The immemorial runes are extremely powerful. Alright, the core of the world exterminating wheel is formed by the immemorial runes. There is another type of summoning runes that are weaker, called the heaven runes. According to legend, it is used by the heaven realm. Its power cannot be compared to the ancient runes, let alone the immemorial runes. However, to the humans of the soaring dragon continent, it is still very powerful. The silver runes that you studied previously are the heaven runes. They are different from the ancient runes and immemorial runes, they have certain flaws, that's why your body was affected. Lastly, there is another type called the dwarf runes. This type is not a summoning rune at all. It can only be imprinted on metal or other objects with external force to achieve a very weak effect. Very few people in the soaring dragon continent know about this, but the puppet dolls that the Yu clan created used this type of dwarf runes. According to Mom's inherited knowledge, let alone the soaring dragon continent, even in the various regions of Tong Tian Tower, only a few humans would use this type of dwarf runes. This type of dwarf runes is actually a branch of the heaven runes. It has been in decline in the soaring dragon continent for a very long time. Only the dwarves of the outer realms have preserved it completely. Hence, it is called the dwarf runes. So it's like that. Sickly Beauty was intoxicated by what she heard. Rune is a very special summoning technique. It's the same as summoning beasts, everyone's capacity is limited. Yu Yang's memory flowed like a tide, unceasingly explaining to the Sickly Beauty. You mean to say that my body has too many runes, and I have overdrafted it? Sickly Beauty grasped the main point of the problem. This is part of the reason. The most important thing is that the heaven runes are a type of runes with flaws. They cannot be compared to the ancient runes, let alone the immemorial runes. It has a huge backlash and damage to the user. When you study the heaven runes, your body was strengthened, but you almost paid the price of your life. Yu Yang told her this mainly to advise her not to focus her research on the heaven runes, so that her body would not be injured again. Yes, I will be careful. Sickly Beauty naturally understood the meaning behind his words. Seeing that he was so worried about her, she couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart. It's a pity that although I have received the inheritance of knowledge, my understanding of runes is still not enough. Yu Yang sighed slightly. He had obtained a treasure mountain, and also had the key to open it. However, his strength alone was not enough to move the entire mountain. It felt like he had learned how to write. He could read and write every word, but he couldn't write a good article in one go. Being able to understand runes did not mean that he could use runes. Of course, Yu Yang had not completely absorbed the inheritance of the pitiful guy's mother's knowledge. Once he had completely digested it, he would definitely be able to use it. He was only sighing because he was anxious. Sickly Beauty hurriedly comforted him. She knew that being able to receive the inheritance of knowledge was already a great fortune. In comparison, she had spent so many years researching and still gained nothing. That would be called a failure. Don't be anxious. We have a certain level of understanding towards runes now. We are no longer blind people trying to figure it out. As long as we have time, we will definitely be able to display its true power. Sickly Beauty hugged Yu Yang and pressed her soft body against him. She kissed his lips lightly, telling him not to be anxious. Come, let's study it together. Let's start with the easiest dwarf runes first. Yu Yang remembered that Elder Yu Hai had asked Fourth Mother to give him a puppet grimoire. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it. Because the puppet grimoire's mechanical puppet grimoire made Yu Yang dizzy, he didn't study it in detail. Now that he took it out again, Yu Yang flipped it open. Sigh. Now that he looked at it, these were all elementary school level stuff. Mechanical puppet grimoire was extremely complicated for warriors who didn't know about it. However, for Yu Yang who had obtained the inheritance of knowledge, it was too easy. Even if Yu Yang had never created a beast before and didn't even know about it, he would immediately understand after looking at it. This thing was actually like this. It was like a university student looking at elementary school questions. No matter how complicated it was, he would still be able to understand it easily. In the puppet grimoire, the most mysterious and difficult rune engraving was the easiest for Yu Yang. This was even easier than the 99 chant that Yu Yang learned in elementary school. 1 by 1 is 1, 2 by 2 is 2. In the end, 9 by 9 is 81. Yu Yang could easily understand the meaning of every dwarf rune. He could understand the effect of combining them with just a glance. He didn't need to memorize them like the Yu clan's elders from generation to generation. In the puppet grimoire, Yu Yang even found more than 10 wrong combinations. The only thing that surprised Yu Yang was that the Yu clan elders copied the ghost genius Yu Gong's rune combinations. None of them were wrong. Yu Yang summoned the quintet golden puppet mice again and held them in his hands. He looked at them with his heaven eyes divine vision and sweated profusely. In every core of the quintet seeking golden mice, it was not the dwarf runes that the Yu clan knew how to use, but the ancient runes. Even in the torso of the quintet seeking golden mice, on their limbs, there were a few heaven runes that combined together. It was extremely exquisite. This ghost genius Yu Gong was indeed an extremely powerful fellow. Yu Yang only saw the truth now. He was truly shocked by the quintet golden puppet mice created by the ghost genius Yu Gong. He thought to himself, no wonder Yu Gong could become one of the 3 heroes of the Yu clan's revival. With his knowledge of runes, if he used it well, not only could he revive the Yu clan, he could even upgrade all the warriors in the Xia Empire, or even the Soaring Dragon continent. It was a pity that the ghost genius Yu Gong died early. Otherwise, he would definitely be a powerful person that would be praised for thousands of years. Among the people, it was not wrong to call Yu Gong one of the 2 saints. The ghost genius Yu Gong was worthy of the title of saint. Compared to Yu Yang who inherited the knowledge, Sickly Beauty had a hard time reading. Sometimes, before she could understand the intricacies, Yu Yang had already flipped the page. However, she was very relieved. As long as her husband mastered this mysterious summoning rune technique, she could slowly learn from him. She was not in a hurry at all. Let's look at your notebook again. After reading the puppet encyclopedia, Yu Yang had a lot of ideas in his mind. He wanted to put them into practice, but he did not have the materials on hand. Otherwise, he would have created a mech beast to try it out. He suddenly remembered Sickly Beauty's research and was overjoyed. He decided to study the slightly more difficult heaven runes. Here. Sickly Beauty happily handed over her most treasured notebook. Her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Yu Yang's focused face. What kind of man was the most attractive? Some women liked generals who bathed in blood on the battlefield. They felt that a general who achieved success through the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers was the most attractive. Some women liked warriors who challenged giant dragons. They felt that a fearless and courageous dragon slayer was the most manly and the most attractive. In this world, there were people who liked high-status princes, there were people who liked refined and courteous nobles, there were even people who liked straightforward mercenaries. But in Sickly Beauty's heart, she liked knowledgeable scholars the most. She felt that people like Yu Yang who focused on knowledge and studied runes with a serious expression were the most attractive. A man who worked hard was the most handsome. Sickly Beauty could not remember where she had read this sentence in a book. Now, she felt that it made a lot of sense. 3 days later. Yu Yang brought Sickly Beauty back to the little flower garden. Now was not the time to enjoy the world of the two of them. There were still a lot of things waiting for Yu Yang to do. At first, Princess Sisai and the others did not expect Yu Yang to come back so soon. They thought that this brat would only come back after enjoying for a week. Of course, that was not the main point. Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were focusing on Sickly Beauty's steps, as if they wanted to see something. Xue Wuxia and Yu Bing went up to welcome her. One came out to welcome her cousin who had been reborn, while the other ran into her brother's arms. Sickly Beauty was very generous. Ever since she became Yu Yang's wife, she would sit beside him even when she returned to the little flower garden. As for City Mistress Fallen Flowers who asked her does it hurt in private, she just smiled and did not answer. It would be weird if Princess Sisai did not feel pain. Princess Sisai had also seen Yu Yang's bad thing before. If such a huge thing entered her body, wouldn't it hurt to death? However, Princess Sisai was a little surprised that Sickly Beauty was able to endure it with her weak body. Furthermore, she saw that Sickly Beauty's face was glowing. Her face was no longer pale. Instead, she was emitting a healthy, rosy, and gentle radiance. It gave people an indescribable feeling of amazement. Princess Sisai was secretly amazed. She thought that Sickly Beauty would hurt Yu Yang's body and carry him back. She would lie on the bed and rest for a few months. Now, not only did Sickly Beauty's body get better, she also seemed to be nourished and radiant. Princess Sisai was really puzzled. No wonder when Yu Yang pushed her down, it had the effect of beautifying her body. Yu Yang has reached the realm of body fusion. Xue Wuxia was not surprised by Sickly Beauty's words, because Sickly Beauty had already done body fusion with Yu Yang. With Yu Yang's talent in martial arts, it was expected that he would achieve body fusion. However, Sickly Beauty's next words shocked Xue Wuxia. Because, Sickly Beauty said, he also mastered the power of runes, Yu Yang hurriedly explained, no, I only mastered a part of it. Let me put it this way, I only mastered 1/10 of the heaven runes, 100th of the ancient runes and 1,000th of the immemorial runes. As for the dwarf rune, it's not really a summoning rune. Even if you master it 100%, it's useless. He told Princess Xianxia about the truth behind the runes, and briefly mentioned the inheritance of knowledge he had received. Xianxia, Fallen Flowers, and the others were all amazed. Yu Yu was even more moved when she heard Xiao San was able to obtain Ant's knowledge inheritance. This is the blessing of her spirit in heaven, and also the blessing of the Yu clan's ancestors. Mastering the power of the ancient runes, even if it was only 1%, was already incredible. Moreover, as time passed, Yu Yang would be able to digest and absorb more knowledge. He would be able to continue to understand and improve. The ancient runes were profound and difficult to master. As for the immemorial runes, it was needless to say that Yu Yang could only touch a small threshold. Now, Yu Yang's main focus was on the heaven runes. In the past 3 days, after Yu Yang and Sickly Beauty's joint research and mutual enlightenment, Yu Yang had mastered about 10% of the heaven runes. Sickly Beauty had less. Although she had researched for a long time, she was still at the stage of understanding. She estimated that she had only mastered about 1% of the heaven runes. Returning to the little flower garden, she had the intention to share the results with Princess Xianxia, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others. She also wanted to use the wisdom of the group to speed up their learning. After all, everyone's comprehension was different. Maybe in some aspects, Princess Xianxia and the others could do better and understand more. In order to strengthen her persuasion, Sickly Beauty summoned her crystal beast armor. In order to let Sickly Beauty's body recover, Yu Yang used a lot of innate qi to rearrange the heaven runes on her body. Of course, there was no way to change it completely in a short time. However, Yu Yang did not need to worry about time. Every time he rearranged the heaven runes on her body, her physique would undergo a huge change. The only thorny problem was to disperse the unnecessary heaven runes on her body. That was the most time-consuming task for Yu Yang. After rearranging the heaven runes and truly understanding the heaven runes, Sickly Beauty's strength increased greatly. When Xianxia, Fallen Flowers, Yu, Inan, and Yu Bing saw that Sickly Beauty had summoned her crystal beast armor, not only did her outer armor become 100% crystal, her body had also become a flawless existence like a crystal. She looked just like a crystal beauty. Even after the armor was removed, when Princess Xianxia used her dagger to cut Sickly Beauty's arm, she was not injured at all. Sickly Beauty said that because she was not good at fighting, she could only use 30% of her power now. If it was Princess Xianxia or City Mistress Fallen Flowers, with her heaven runes, she believed that they would be even more powerful. This made Princess Xianxia and City Mistress Fallen Flowers palpitate with eagerness. Other than wanting to increase their power, they were also envious of Sickly Beauty's crystal-like body. Since it is helpful to increase my power, I accept. Princess Xianxia was not interested in studying runes, but she could not resist the temptation to increase her power. Anyway, she did not need to practice, she just needed to let Yu Yang try to rearrange the heaven runes on her body. As for whether this would let Yu Yang take advantage of her, she chose to ignore it. Heaven runes were like summoned beasts. However, they did not have life and could only assist their master. They did not have any consciousness. They could barely be considered as special type summoned beasts, just that they did not need to use the summoning grimoire's quota. When Sickly Beauty transferred her knowledge to Xianxia, Fallen Flowers, Inan, Yu, and Yu Bing, Shui Wuxia pulled Yu Yang to the side and asked a few questions about him and Sickly Beauty. In the end, other than praising Yu Yang for taking the initiative to attack, she sighed slightly. Cousin sister used to be very introverted. Even if you want to be with her, you won't be able to give it to her in time. You don't have an unforgettable love, but she will be a good wife. Treat her well in the future. Love doesn't have to be vigorous, it can also be a long time. Yu Yang was slightly speechless. Was this considered as love after marriage? He thought about it again and felt that what Shui Wuxia said made sense. Sickly Beauty's personality was too passive. Marriage before love was actually more suitable for her. Thinking about it again, Wuxia had spent a lot of effort for him and Sickly Beauty. His heart was moved again. He reached out and hugged Shui Wuxia's fragrant body tightly. Shui Wuxia did not reject him, but rolled her eyes at him. Time flew. Sickly Beauty continued to pass on the heaven runes knowledge that Yu Yang had told her to Princess Xianxia and the others every day. Yu Yang used the various materials that Shui Wuxia had brought back from outside and tried to make a puppet battle doll. Hui Tailang did not wake up and slept soundly in the courtyard. Today, the old cunning fox ran over in a sorry state, as if there were 100 hungry wolves chasing after him. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yu Yang busy at the entrance of the little flower garden. Luckily you didn't run out, otherwise the sky would have collapsed. What did you say? You are preparing to kill your way into the Yu clan castle? You have a good life ahead of you, why did you send yourself to die? Are you so bored that your balls hurt? Yu Yang was speechless when he heard this. He reckoned that the old cunning fox had learned this from Fatty Hai. Why was it that when he casually said some internet thunder, they would pick it up and jump out at him? Before he could speak, he was hit by the old cunning fox's walking stick. The old cunning fox was definitely using his position to take revenge. He had finally given birth to a precious daughter, but before he could even hear her call him father, she was snatched away by Yu Yang. The worst thing was that Yu Yang did not ask him, nor did he give him a betrothal gift. His precious daughter was given to him just like that. If not for Shui Wuxia mentioning it, he would still be in the dark as a father. He would not know that his daughter had already been defiled by the pervert Yu Yang. Under such circumstances, how could he not be angry? F***ck, hit me again and I'll get angry. Yu Yang grabbed his walking stick and grabbed the old cunning fox's collar. He stared at the old cunning fox's old face. Your daughter is sick to the point of death. I'm trying to save her, do you understand? Furthermore, I like her and she likes me. We are in love with each other. What are you trying to do? I will hit you even if we are in love with each other. Do you think it's easy for me to give birth to a daughter? The old cunning fox was furious. He did not give any betrothal gifts, nor did he invite any matchmakers. He, as her father, did not even know about this. It was already good enough that he did not fight with this brat. Sickly Beauty heard the noise and hurriedly used her body to block Yu Yang. She was a little shy and embarrassed as she said in a low voice, "What are you doing? You can't blame him for this. Go in quickly, don't make a fool of yourself in front of everyone. I'll explain it to you slowly when we get in." Yu Yang took the opportunity to make eye contact with the old cunning fox, indicating that he should not be jealous. His daughter would have to get married sooner or later when she grew up. The old cunning fox was crying internally. After sitting down and drinking the 100 filial tea that Sickly Beauty and Yu Yang had served, the old cunning fox's mood became a little better. Furthermore, with Princess Sisai and the others around, as a senior, he was too embarrassed to lose his temper in front of the juniors. Holding the teacup, he pretended to be calm and asked Yu Yang, "Brat, what have you been busy with recently? The whole courtyard is filled with broken things. Are you trying to tell me that you want to make puppet beasts? Let me tell you, you better give up quickly. You are not made for this. If we are talking about learning combat skills, you might be able to do it, but if we are talking about making puppet beasts, do you even know what runes are?" The old cunning fox thought that Yu Yang had learned some runes from his daughter and wanted to make puppet beasts. He really wanted to laugh at him in his heart. This brat was usually a genius in everything. It was rare to have a chance to mock him, it would be a waste not to scold him. Furthermore, he was his father-in-law now, it would be a waste to scold him. At first, the old cunning fox revealed a complacent smile. However, Yu Bing, who was not convinced that her brother had been misunderstood, immediately retorted, almost causing the old cunning fox to lose his face. At this time, the old cunning fox realized that he had misjudged him. It turned out that this brat had inherited his mother's knowledge and was now extremely powerful. He immediately sweated profusely. "Then what kind of beasts did you make? It seems like a humanoid puppet?" The old cunning fox coughed dryly and changed the topic. "I failed. Originally, I wanted to make a battle-type puppet, but I didn't expect that after I completed it, it would only be a labor-type puppet. Even if I made another one, it would still be the same." Yu Yang had originally wanted to make an extremely strong puppet beast. He had high hopes that it would at least be gold-ranked level 6 and above. However, he didn't expect that the materials were not good enough and could not meet his requirements. After he created it, he found out that it was only a bronze-ranked level 6 puppet beast. Hence, Yu Yang decided to modify it and turned it into a labor-type puppet beast. It would not be used for battle, it would only be used for work. "Haha, I knew it would be like this." The old cunning fox laughed until his tears flowed down. No, brother's puppet beast is very strong, it's just that the materials are not good enough." Yu Bing quickly explained on behalf of her brother. Hearing Yu Bing's explanation, the old cunning fox looked at Yu Yang and muttered to himself, "You idiot. A bronze-ranked level 6 puppet beast was used as a labor type. Even the Yu clan castle did not have many bronze-ranked level 6 puppet beasts. Even the Yu clan castle did not have many bronze-ranked level 6 puppet beasts. This brat actually used it as a labor type, it really made people speechless." The old cunning fox ran to the courtyard to take a look and found that the puppet beasts that Yu Yang made were really not bad. He praised him a few times and asked, "These 2 puppet beasts are your first batch of work. You should commemorate them properly. Have you thought of a good name? Why don't I use my vast knowledge and flexible mind to think of one for you?" Yu Yang said that he didn't need to worry, he had already made up a name. The old cunning fox asked what they were called. Yu Yang replied seriously, the one on the left is called Megatron, the one on the right is called Optimus Prime. When he said this, the old cunning fox spurted out water on the spot. After coughing for a long time, he laughed and said, 2 labor-type puppets, do you think these names are suitable? Forget it, what about this incomplete puppet? What should it be called? Yu Yang replied with an extremely serious expression, this one is prepared to be called Ultraman. I specially designed it to fight against small monsters. The old cunning fox fell to the ground. Although Yu Yang had failed in creating gold-ranked level 6 puppet beasts and only obtained 2 bronze-ranked level 6 puppet beasts, the old cunning fox did not dare to look down on him. If he had the best materials, this brat might really be able to create gold-ranked level 6 puppet beasts. Because he was abnormal, everything he did was different from normal people. At first, the old cunning fox wanted to persuade Yu Yang to stay in the little flower garden for a while longer and not start a war with the fake Yu Qiu. This was because the fake Yu Qiu had at least a few innate rankers supporting him. He also had the support of the Thousand Goblins sect, Green Summit sect and Zijin Kingdom. As for whether the Demonic Palace, Demon Abyss Blood Prison and the Fallen Eastern Goblin tribe supported him, the old cunning fox was not sure. Under these circumstances, he felt that it would be best for Yu Yang not to start a war. He should wait for Jun Wu Yu and Elder Yu Hai to return first. Yu Yang thought that now was the best time. When Elder Yu Hai and the others returned, they might be able to see through his flaws. Hence, he had to kill the fake Yu Qiu before they returned. In any case, the fake Yu Qiu would have to face the fake Yu Qiu, the knockoff version against the knockoff version. Yu Yang did not leave immediately. He was waiting for Hui Tai Lang to wake up from his deep sleep. Hui Tai Lang was a good helper, so Yu Yang would definitely bring him along. In this battle, he might be able to kill another 2 innates. If Hui Tai Lang could eat them, he might be able to become an innate world-destroying demon wolf. After another day, Hui Tai Lang finally woke up. Platinum-ranked level 5 world-destroying demon wolf. When it woke up and opened its eyes, a huge hellfire pillar immediately rose from its body, shooting up to 20 meters into the sky. Its terrifying aura, like that of a demon king, was like a hurricane, forming a shockwave that spread outwards. Even within a radius of 10 miles, one could clearly feel its deterrent aura. That roar that was even more shocking than thunder resounded through the sky. Its potential has not been fully developed. This fellow will become a diamond ranked sooner or later. The old cunning fox was shocked by the huge potential stored in Hui Tai Lang's body. Damn dog, you scared Bing Air. I will kill you and roast your dog meat to eat. Yu Yang rewarded Hui Tai Lang with a kick. Woof. Hui Tai Lang was feeling proud of himself. When it heard this, it immediately retracted its aura and pretended to be a bronze-ranked level 3 iron-backed demon wolf. It wagged its tail and ran over to Yu Bing's leg, showing that it was a loyal dog that would never scare its little master. Let's go, our destination is the Yu clan castle. During this period of time, under Yu Yang's guidance, Princess Sisai's abilities had increased crazily. She could not wait to start a battle with her enemies and test out how much she had improved. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Inan and Yu Bing had the same thoughts as her. In their eyes, there was also a burning desire to fight. Of course, the one who had the most desire to fight and kill was Yu Yang. He waved his arm and shouted, "Let's go! Yu Clan Village." The current Yu Clan Village was very different from before. After the Xia clan led a large number of experts to destroy it, although it was rebuilt later on, because Elder Yu Hai was captured and the substitute clan master Yu Shan escaped, the new substitute clan master Yu Qiu ordered to turn the Yu Clan Village into a defensive fortress. The originally flat road was now piled up with a tall wall. This wall was much shorter than the city walls, but it was almost the same thickness. It was mainly made up of mud walls, bricks in the middle and wooden planks inside the walls. Because it was newly built, the wall was not completely sturdy. Some places even needed to be supported by huge wooden pillars to ensure that the wall would not collapse when the patrolling guards walked on it. Yu Clan's collateral disciple, Lin Miao, was on patrol with his cousin Lin Lei. Under the scorching sun, he walked round and round. He was timid and did not dare to be like his cousin Lin Lei, who secretly kept a pot of wine in his pocket and drank it when he was thirsty. Although he knew that no one would come, he had to pretend to be on patrol. The newly promoted second steward had an extremely bad temper. Moreover, he was the kind of person who was intoxicated by success and arrogant. He would often ride a fast horse from the Yuklan castle to the Yuklan village, like a fox pretending to be a tiger, and shout at the disciples who did not share the same surname. If the second steward caught a disciple who dared to drink while on patrol, not only would his monthly allowance be deducted, he would also be whipped. Of course, the lackey would not come to check in the afternoon under the scorching sun. His fat body would not be able to stand this kind of torture. It's still better than before, sigh. Lin Miao sighed. Before Yu Hai's clan master was captured and the substitute clan master Yu Shan escaped, although the position of the Yu clan's collateral disciples was not high, they would not become servants. Even among the Yu clan's few young masters, other than Yu Bao who was a little annoying, the rest were still alright. For example, Yu Tian and Yu Yan were just arrogant. Although they would not take the initiative to ask questions, they would still nod in response. The fifth young master Yu Ting was even more friendly. He greeted them warmly and addressed them according to their seniority. He did not put on any airs at all. Sometimes when he saw them outside, he would introduce them to his friends. This is our big brother Lin, this is our third brother Shi, etc. As for the abnormal third young master, although he killed people like flies, as long as no one provoked him, he would not care about other people's business. As for the abnormal third young master, although he killed people like flies, he would not care about other people's business unless they provoked him. To be more accurate, if you provoked this abnormal third young master, you would still have your life. If you provoked the abnormal third young master's most respected fourth mistress and seventh mistress Yu Bing and eighth mistress Yu Shuang, you would definitely lose your life. The third young master didn't care about who he was going to kill. Not to mention the branch family members, even the previous substitute clan master, Yu Shan, was almost killed by him. When the third young master had dragged the fourth mistress and killed their way into the Yu clan castle, Lin Miao had been there to witness it. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. That was because he was one of the guards that surrounded the third young master, and was almost bitten to death by the third young master's ironback demonic wolf. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to avoid it, and his companions behind him blocked the calamity for him. Otherwise, his grave would have been overgrown with weeds. Lay of clan of clans business, Yang is not of Ling Lin's Ling of Yang clans yelled. There is no one else here. Lin Miao understood that Ling Lei was right. He was just stubborn and did not want to admit his mistake. Just do your job of patrolling. If there is something, ring the alarm bell. If there is nothing, just walk around. When the time is up, go back to rest. Sleep if you want, eat if you want. If not, find someone to vent your anger on. Why do you have so many complaints? Lin Lei raised his hand and heavily patted his cousin Lin Miao's shoulder as he warned, if you want to live a long life, the only thing you need to do is to fucking pretend to be deaf and dumb. Don't think that you're the savior of the world. The third young master is an innate, he can't do anything. You, a level 2 brave man, want to meddle in other people's business? Do you have the ability to do so? Brother Lei, I was wrong. Lin Miao was afraid of this cousin. Not only was Lin Lei a level 3 hero, he was also very smart. If there was any flaw in Lin Lei, it would be that he loved to drink too much. Originally, the substitute clan master Yu Qiu wanted to promote him to 100-man patrol captain. But because he did not like the smell of alcohol, he gave up on the idea. Lin Lei poured a mouthful of yellow wine into his mouth and patted Lin Miao's shoulder. Let's go. There is still an hour before we can report. Let's patrol one more round. This damned weather is so hot. Lin Miao did not move. He stared at a black dot in the distance blankly. Lin Lei was curious. What was going on? He turned his head curiously and looked at the direction that Lin Miao was looking at. His expression immediately changed and the wine pot in his hand fell to the ground. Enemy, enemy, enemy. Ring the alarm bell quickly. Lin Miao realized that the black dot was getting closer. It had turned into 2 huge humanoid puppets. They were using ropes to pull a luxurious horse carriage, striding towards them. Although they were not close, the hostility and killing intent of the approaching person could be felt clearly. Even a level 2 brave man like Lin Miao could feel it clearly. It seemed that this was the enemy that the substitute clan master Yu Qiu said to guard against. He had to ring the alarm bell immediately. Idiot, I'm going to knock your head. Can't you see that the third young master has returned? Lin Lei kicked Lin Miao's butt, easily knocking him down. But isn't the third young master a fake? Lin Miao actually did not want the third young master to be a fake. But there was no other way. Becoming an innate at the age of 20 was too unbelievable. It was impossible to become an innate at the age of 20. Saying that the third young master was a fake was somewhat reasonable. No matter how talented other people were, becoming a level 6 elder at the age of 20 was already very scary. But the third young master was an innate right away. How could people believe that he was real? Lin Lei kicked Lin Miao again. Who cares if he is real or fake? As long as you recognize that he is the Yu clan's third young master, that's enough. Of course Lin Miao knew that he meant well. He patted his butt and stood up, asking uneasily, can we really not ring the alarm bell? If the second butler knew about this, we would at least lose a layer of skin. Lin Lei was completely sober now. His whole body was as tense as a leopard. His forehead was full of cold sweat as he snorted, even if we lose a layer of skin, it's still better than losing our heads. Below the wall, the two steel giants that were as tall as 6 meters pulled the horse carriage with big strides. On top of the horse carriage sat Yu Yang. His expression was incomparably leisurely, as if he was on a holiday. However, the killing intent in his eyes made Lin Lei, who was under the scorching sun, feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He shivered continuously as goosebumps appeared on his arms. As if he did not see the two living people in front of him, Yu Yang yawned. The two steel giants raised their iron fists and with a few punches and a few heavy kicks, they broke a hole in the high wall that the guards had spent more than a month to build. They then easily destroyed half of the adjacent wall and pulled the horse carriage, rumbling as they entered. The iron-backed demonic wolf that wagged its tail like a watchdog was following behind them in a bored manner. Lin Miao remembered this demonic wolf that had almost killed him in an instant. He would never forget its name and figure for the rest of his life. Grey Wolf. When they entered the hole in the wall, Hui Tai Lang glanced at Lin Miao intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Miao suddenly felt like peeing in his pants. This kind of death-like gaze was too familiar. He could often see it in his dreams even now. Dang 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 dang. The alarm bell rang in the midst of the frightened reactions of the patrolling guards. Lin Miao and Lin Lei saw that in less than 3 seconds, Grey Wolf had flashed 100 meters away and directly toward the two Sher family disciples who had rung the alarm into pieces, instantly killing them. Lin Miao and Lin Lei looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. If they were the ones who rang the alarm bell just now, they would probably already be. How was this an alarm bell? This was basically a death knell for them. Third young master, you are finally back. Lin Lei's lips trembled as he spoke. Other than fear, there seemed to be a little joy in his voice. Lei, brother Lei, what are you doing? When Lin Miao saw Lin Lei running down the high wall towards the horse carriage, he thought that he was going to fight with the third young master. He quickly jumped down and hugged him tightly. I am not doing anything, I am just following them to take a look. When Lin Lei saw Yu Yang's horse carriage returning, he suddenly felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He made a decision that he would never have thought of a minute ago. This decision was very crazy. A minute ago, Lin Lei would definitely not have made this decision. However, the current him was willing to gamble with his life. He decided to follow the third young master's horse carriage. He knew that this battle was a battle between two tigers. Yu Qiu and Yu Yang, this pair of father and son, were like two fierce tigers. When they fought, one of them would definitely die. The most important thing now was to stand on the right side. If he waited until the outcome of the battle was decided, it would be too late. He had to choose his target before the battle, otherwise he would be finished. No one would like to sit on the fence, and no one would like to sit on the fence. Lin Lei made a decision. He decided to support the weaker Yu clan's third young master. This was a crazy move, he could lose his life at any time. However, if he made the right bet, it would change his life. At least, he would not have to lower his head in front of the Yu clan anymore. He would be able to hold his head high like a real man, living as a human and not a dog. You are crazy. Lin Miao felt that his cousin had gone crazy. No, I am not crazy, I am not drunk either. I am more sober than ever before. Miao, listen to me. Either you come with me, or you kill me. Lin Lei stared at Lin Miao. His gaze was like a madman, scaring Lin Miao so much that he started to sweat. Lin Miao thought for a while and shook his head. Brother Lei, I will stay here and continue to be a sentry. Nonsense, you know that it is impossible. No matter who wins or loses, we will not need a sentry anymore. Third young master will pass through here. Do you think you will be fine if you stay here? Lin Lei gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He took big strides and followed behind the horse carriage. Hui Tai Lang warned him not to come near, but it did not attack. Of course, this was because Lin Lei had raised his hands and made a surrender gesture. Otherwise, his throat would have been bitten off by Hui Tai Lang. Lin Miao was so anxious that he scolded them for a long time. Seeing hundreds of guards coming after hearing the news and retreating in front of the carriage, he gritted his teeth painfully, pounded his chest with his fists and gave himself 2 hard slaps. Then he rushed up with a hoarse roar, Brother Lei, wait for me. I'm going to risk it all. Lin Lei did not praise him, but Lin Miao could not remember how many years it had been since he last saw the praise in his eyes. Yu Yang, who was on top of the horse carriage, glanced back. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. He smiled faintly. Wait, you have guts. As a little brother, you did not inform me, your boss, and actually came here to fight with others? How can you not have a boss to protect you? I am your boss. If word gets out that you are acting like this, I, Master Hai, will lose all my face. Fatty Hai rode on the iron rhinoceros and galloped over from behind. He had not even arrived, but his voice was already loud enough to shake the sky. Don't forget about us. Yi Kong and the Li brothers appeared together with Fatty Hai. The clan guards who heard the news at the Yu clan village were the most pained. They knew that the Yu clan's third young master was an innate, and he killed without batting an eye. Whoever dared to block his way was definitely looking for death. However, the substitute clan master Yu Qiu was also a ruthless person. Even the previous clan master Yu Shan was scared to the point of escaping. He captured and killed everyone in the clan. The most ruthless thing was that even though he had an innate rancor as his son, Yu Qiu didn't want to admit it. He even ordered for him to be arrested. Everyone said that even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Yu Qiu didn't even want to let his son go. If he found out that he ran away, how could he live? The third young master was an innate rancor, but Yu Qiu also had a few innate rancors supporting him. This battle would definitely be disastrous, as the ant-like clan guards, they were in a difficult situation. If they advanced, they wouldn't be able to live. If they retreated, they wouldn't be able to die. They really didn't know what to do, hence, they could only surround the carriage pulled by the 2 steel giants, retreating step by step. Some people saw Lin Lei and Lin Miao following from afar. They didn't understand at first, but they realized later on that these 2 fellows wanted to change sides. Lin Lei, Lin Miao, what are you 2 trying to do? Even if the guards were as brave as water tanks, they wouldn't dare to block Yu Yang's carriage. However, they had to find an excuse to make things difficult for Lin Miao and Lin Lei. It was a battle between soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals. If they couldn't beat the innate rancor third young master, could they beat the Lin brothers? I believe that the third young master is real. There must be some misunderstanding. Lin Miao knew that it was too late to regret now, so he might as well go through with it. Brothers, be smarter, don't forget your roots. I'm not betraying you, I'm truly loyal to the Yu clan. His Majesty and the old marshal had personally acknowledged the third young master. During the Xia clan's crisis, the third young master stood up and protected the entire Yu clan. Now that His Majesty and the old marshal are not here, someone is taking advantage of the chaos. Although I can't resist, I will definitely follow the third young master, because the third young master is the Yu clan's legitimate heir. He is the hope of His Majesty and the old marshal, not an outsider. I say, brothers, we are all brothers. If any of you don't miss our old friendship, feel free to come and try. I will risk my life to accompany you. Lin Lei pulled out his long saber and stared at the surrounding guards. His words caused many family guards to lower their heads. There were also people who were on good terms with Lin Lei who shouted, "Lin Lei, why do you have to do this? This is a battle between the upper echelons. It's not something small people like us can interfere in." Lin Lei pointed at Grey Wolf and shouted passionately, "Do you see that? The dogs by Third Young Master's side live like humans with dignity. But we, as humans, live like dogs. I don't want to be a dog. I want to be a human. Even if I can only be a human for a day, I can die without regrets." His voice resounded through the streets of the Yu Clan village, piercing through the clouds. Half of the family guards who had surrounded him exploded. After a long time, a dozen hot-blooded guards rushed over and stood together with Lin Lei. Even more people lowered their heads in shame and quietly retreated out of the encirclement. The eyes of the remaining people flickered. Under Grey Wolf's roar, it was unknown who took the lead to scream and ran away. They fought to be the first and ran towards the Yu Clan castle in a chaotic manner. At the Yu Clan castle in the middle of the mountain, a few innate rankers appeared in the sky. Their radiance was comparable to the scorching sun. They released their aura together and their terrifying aura formed a shockwave. It was as if a tsunami was crashing down towards Yu Yang who was on top of the carriage. "Tisk," Yu Yang sneered disdainfully. He was no longer the Yu Yang who pulled the carriage and fourth mother to the Yu Clan castle that day. That day, his strength was not high. He was only a level 6 elder. But today, he had already killed close to 10 innate rankers. Tu Cheng, Quang Zhan, Mr. Duan Mu, Lu He, Goblin General Dream Eater, Goblin General Zi Diao, Jade-scaled twin-headed snake, fire-tailed spirit snake turtle and the 9-headed goblin marshal who could kill the flying tiger ambassador in an instant had all fallen under Yu Yang's feet. With the help of Shui Wuxia and the others, he had mastered the 5th level of innate invisible sword chi. With sickly beauties, body fusion, he had mastered the body fusion realm. He had even obtained the knowledge of the pitiful guy's mother and mastered the power of summoning runes. With this kind of Yu Yang, would he still care about the pressure from a few innate rankers? Yu Yang's reply to the few innate rankers' provocation was a middle finger of disdain. With regards to the 4 innate rankers' combined pressure, Yu Yang did not feel anything. However, Lin Miao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His whole body was trembling as if he was a sick person who had been drenched in snow. He looked at Lin Lei and saw that Lin Lei was clenching his teeth tightly. Both of his hands had turned pale from gripping the hilt of his sword too hard. Although he was not trembling in fear, Lin Lei's face was as ugly as a dead man's. Fatty Hai, who was riding on the iron rhinoceros, mocked, "Are you kidding me? A fart from a few innate rankers could make your legs tremble in fear even from 10 miles away. Are you guys really men? Do you really have a fart in your pants? Aren't you afraid?" Lin Miao asked with a trembling voice. Seeing that Hai Dasha's expression was normal, he immediately admired this fatty. "Nonsense. Why would I be afraid from so far away? Why would I be afraid of him? Haven't you heard how bold I, Hai Dashao, am? Let me tell you, I am not afraid of anything. Other than being afraid of beautiful women falling in love with me and wanting to marry me no matter what, I am not afraid of anything else. Damn, there's a guy flying over here. Yu Yang, there's a small fry here. You take care of him. Boss, I need to conserve my strength and help you fight the strongest monster later." Fatty Hai saw that there was an innate ranker flying down from the Yu Clan castle like a meteor. The rumbling aura scared him so much that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He hurriedly asked Yu Yang to go up. Yu Yang leapt up from the roof of the carriage. With a twist of his hands, he used his Yin ability on his left hand and his Yang ability on his right. Ice and fire formed a magnificent spectacle in the sky. On one side, the cold wind whistled and countless snowflakes floated down. It was so cold that people's teeth chattered. On the other side, it was as hot as a volcano. It was so hot that people felt like they were being roasted on a stove. Everyone's mouth was wide open, unable to breathe. The current yin-yang twin fish was spinning. Its power was 100 times stronger than when it was first used in the New Year's tournament. Following Yu Yang's control, the ice and fire formed a terrifying tornado. Ice and fire collided in the tornado. Purple lightning crackled. The innate ranker who was flying down from the sky was secretly shocked when he saw this. However, he was as powerful as a meteor. Under this kind of full-power attack, he had no other choice but to meet it head-on. Meteor, against ice and fire tornado. The innate rancor who looked like a middle-aged man met Yu Yang's Huijin magic blade with his heavy fist. There was a deafening boom. Everyone felt their vision go black, as if a thunderbolt had exploded in their ears. They were all muddle-headed and couldn't think at all. Many guards who couldn't take it anymore fainted on the ground. Even the family warriors who could hold on were on the verge of collapsing. The shockwave from the collision between the two was like an unstoppable tsunami, engulfing the ground. The fainted family warriors and guards were all blown away. Most of their beasts were killed on the spot. A few of them had their limbs broken. Some of the family warriors who didn't faint used their swords and spears to pin themselves on the ground, using all their strength to support their bodies. They gritted their teeth and persevered in the terrifying shockwave. Almost everyone spat out blood, their internal organs were injured by the shockwave. As long as Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers could still stand proudly and look up at the sky. Lin Lei stabbed his sword into the ground, supporting his body so that he wouldn't fall. Blood seeped out from his mouth, nose and ears. Lin Miao, who was even weaker, hugged Lin Lei's legs tightly, not letting go. He was like a drowning man grabbing onto a piece of straw, unwilling to let go. The luxurious carriage, which looked fragile on the surface, was not damaged at all in this terrifying storm. Even further away, the walls, houses, and watchtowers were constantly collapsing. Bricks, tiles, and wood were all swept into the air, as if there was an invisible and huge demonic hand grabbing them and throwing them into the sky. The battle between Yu Yang and that innate rancor seemed to be a draw on the surface. However, that innate rancor came down from above, borrowing the momentum from afar and shot towards Yu Yang with the speed of a shooting star. He even leaped up from the roof of the carriage to face the enemy, resulting in a draw. That innate rancor mainly wanted to test Yu Yang's strength, so he left immediately after his attack. However, Yu Yang didn't let him go. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Yu Yang didn't chase after this extremely fast opponent. He only waved his left hand, and countless heat energy immediately gathered, forming a giant flame bow. He rotated his right hand lightly, and all the cold energy condensed in his palm, forming 3 extremely cold ice arrows in the blink of an eye. Yu Yang opened his mouth and chanted, just like how people would summon their beasts. However, the tone of his chant was something that people had never heard before. It was extremely beautiful and pleasing to the ears, as if it was the sound of nature. Silver runes appeared one after another as he chanted and imprinted themselves on the ice arrows, causing the 3 terrifying ice arrows to be imbued with terrifying destructive energy. Summoning runes? That innate rancor who was retreating quickly changed his expression. He had a strange feeling that no matter how far he ran, no matter how fast he ran, he wouldn't be able to escape from his opponent's ice arrows. Should he continue retreating, or should he use all his strength to destroy these 3 ice arrows? If he retreated, he would be able to receive support from his comrades. However, if he didn't have enough defense, he might be pierced through by his opponent's arrows. If he used all his strength to defend against the 3 ice arrows, he could only fight alone. If he couldn't defend against it, his life would be in danger. Even if he used all his strength to defend, if this brat continued to chase after him, he would definitely be heavily injured. A difficult choice was placed in front of him. Should he go back, or should he go forward? Yu Yang chanted another rune. Purple electric currents appeared in his hands, crackling and popping. They connected together and rotated at high speed on the flame bow and ice arrows. This time, not only the innate rancor who wanted to retreat with one strike, even the 3 innate rancors who were watching from afar changed their expressions. If they had the confidence to defend against Yu Yang's 3 ice arrows just now, then they really didn't have the confidence to defend against the 3 ice arrows that had purple electric currents revolving at high speed. Even if it was a beast with the strongest defense, it would probably be pierced through the heart by these ice arrows that were filled with ice, fire, and runes. Previously, they thought that Yu Yang was just a junior who had just stepped into the innate realm. They didn't think that this brat was so abnormal. This kind of controlling ability was definitely not something that a junior who had just stepped into the innate realm could have. Absolutely impossible. Summon grimoire. The innate rancor who was targeted by Yu Yang's ice arrows finally couldn't bear the fear in his heart. He didn't choose to retreat, nor did he choose to attack. Instead, he chose the third option, which was to summon his platinum grimoire, hoping that the grimoire's protective shield would be able to block these 3 destructive ice arrows. Die. Yu Yang seemed to be waiting for this moment, his eyes filled with killing intent. The 3 ice arrows that contained ice, fire, and purple electric currents flashed and disappeared from Yu Yang's hands. Originally, the grimoire's protective shield that could block all attacks was suddenly shattered like an eggshell. Under the innate rancor's stunned expression, an ice arrow pierced through his heart. Killing an innate in an instant, how was this possible? Forget about the outsiders, even Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li brothers couldn't believe it. They were shocked by Yu Yang's attack. How could a grimoire's protective shield that could block all attacks be pierced through? How did Yu Yang do it? Master Shen Tian, you have the 5 transformations power, can you tell what is going on? On top of the Yu clan castle, the youngest innate rancor on the left looked at the man in the middle with a questioning gaze. This is a cunning trick. The innate rancor in the middle smiled. At this moment, the oldest innate rancor on the right retracted his gaze and said angrily, although that brat's ice arrows are strong, they shouldn't be able to penetrate Yao Guang's shield. Even if they could, they shouldn't be able to harm Yao Guang's body. That sly brat took advantage of a loophole and tampered with the ice arrows. The first arrow was the largest and was hollow, while the third arrow directly pierced through the first and second arrows. The first arrow pierced through the platinum barrier, while the second arrow pierced through the first arrow by an inch. Normally, it wouldn't have posed any threat to a light-shaking realm cultivator, but the third arrow pierced through the first and second arrows and wasn't stopped by the platinum barrier. That's why a light-shaking realm cultivator was hit. The innate rancor in the middle, Shen Tian, waved his hand, Mr. Machi, victory is victory, defeat is defeat. There is no doubt about this. After a pause, he continued, strategy is also a part of battle power. Especially in a situation where both parties have similar strength, the one with better strategy would definitely have the upper hand. Furthermore, this Yu clan's third young master's purple thunder ice arrow was indeed controlled by him. The first and second arrows were shot through the air, while the third arrow melted just right. I have to say, this Yu clan's third young master's battle techniques are worthy of our recognition. The oldest Mr. Machi on the right nodded his head, but his eyes were still filled with hatred as he stared at Yu Yang. The youngest innate rancor on the left looked like he was thinking. The man in the middle, Shen Tian, pointed at Yu Yang and said, Yu clan third young master is an expert in fire bow and ice arrow attacks. This proves that he has mastered the power of ice and fire. He has just become an innate not long ago, but he already has such mastery. This is worthy of praise. Especially after he shot the arrows, he still has some strength left, which is even rarer. I estimate that he should have reached innate level 3, or even close to innate level 4. Kai Yang, I'm afraid that you and Yao Guang won't be his match. Only Mr. Machi can fight him. Is that so? The youngest Xianxia on the left, Kai Yang, had an unconvinced look on his face. Although he looked young on the surface, he was actually over 300 years old. It could be said that he had been famous for a long time. Of course, in the world of innate rancors, 300 years old was nothing. At most, one could only be considered a young kid among the young. Moreover, an innate expert did not care about age, seniority, or qualifications. All that mattered was strength. As long as one had strength, then even a 20-year-old kid like Yu Yang could obtain the respect of others. If one didn't have strength, then even if he lived for a few hundred years, he would still have to respectfully bow his head and call others adults. The Xiantian lord who had fought against Yu Yang and had his heart pierced by Yu Yang's arrow was Kai Yang's companion, Yao Guang. They were all part of the innate alliance's 7 great bears. Cough cough. Yao Guang, who had been shot in the heart, didn't die on the spot. In fact, he didn't even fall to the ground. He was heavily injured, so he summoned his medical-type beast to heal himself continuously. Because Yu Yang's purple electric ice arrow contained the terrifying power of ice and fire, purple lightning and heaven runes, Yao Guang didn't dare to pull out the arrowhead immediately, afraid that the energy in the arrow would explode and blow his whole body into pieces. Now, he could only forcefully support himself in the protective shield and heal himself continuously, hoping that he could slowly heal himself and eliminate the power of Yu Yang's purple electric ice arrow. Now, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had retreated quickly and escaped back to his companion's side, then with the support of Master Shun Tian, Mr. Machi, and his companion Kai Yang, he would definitely not be in such a sorry state. Even if he could be safe this time, he would have lost all his face in front of the family guards who were watching from below. In his heart, he still thought that after he eliminated the power of the ice arrow, he would definitely kill these family guards. He definitely couldn't let these ant-like humans live after seeing him in such a sorry state. He definitely couldn't let them secretly laugh at him and innate explode. Yu Yang wouldn't give Yao Guang any chance to take revenge after he was healed. He stretched out his hand and clenched it tightly. The ice arrow that was nailed into Yao Guang's chest instantly exploded. Boom! Yao Guang screamed in pain from the explosion. His chest was blown to pieces and his internal organs flew out, turning into countless ice shards that scattered into the sky. The platinum grimoire disappeared because Yao Guang lost his consciousness. The protective shield was broken and countless blood and minced meat splattered all over the sky, forming a bloody rain in the distance. Just like a meteorite falling, Yao Guang fell head first onto the road of the Yu clan castle, scaring the few remaining family guards who were watching and causing them to run away hurriedly. There was a big hole in Yao Guang's chest, and his internal organs had disappeared. Only the parts above his shoulders and below his pelvis were still relatively intact. Unfortunately, this tenacious fellow had not completely stopped breathing until now. Yu Yang appeared in front of Yao Guang in a flash. He coldly stared at this pitiful enemy, his killing intent was like that of a demon king. Spare. Yao Guang still wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't make any sound. Tears flowed out of his eyes due to fear and pain. He pitifully stretched out his badly mutilated hands towards Yu Yang, begging Yu Yang to spare his life. I'm sorry, I won't be merciful to my enemies. Yu Yang stepped on Yao Guang's head, causing it to explode. So this fellow is a fake. Fatty Hai shouted, Yu Yang, if there are any more fake crybabies like him, I'll take care of him. No matter what, I'm still your boss. If I don't help you get rid of one or two fake innates, I wouldn't be worthy of my title as the invincible sexy little handsome guy. Meow meow, I thought that innates were very powerful, but who didn't know that there's someone who's even more afraid of death than me? This really disappoints me. Yao Guang. Kai Yang, who was above the Yu clan castle, originally wanted to fly over to help. But before he could arrive, Yao Guang was already killed by Yu Yang's kick. He roared in grief and exploded with all his strength, releasing his innate level 2 strength, descending in front of Yu Yang. Although Shun Tian had warned him that he and Yao Guang weren't a match for Yu Yang, Kai Yang couldn't care less now. Because of the tragic death of his comrade, he was extremely angry. If he didn't have the last bit of control, he would have attacked Yu Yang immediately. The 7 great bears had participated in the innate war many times before, and now only 3 of them were left. They were Yao Guang, Kai Yang, and Tian Quan. Now that Yao Guang was dead, and the 7 great bears had been destroyed, Kai Yang would definitely feel sad. Seeing that Kai Yang was extremely angry, Fatty Hai was so scared that he trembled. He quietly shouted, Yu Yang, this fellow doesn't seem to be a fake crybaby, it's better if you do it. If you can't do it, just hide further away. Why are you so close to him? Yu Yang was speechless. Maybe Kai Yang was angered by Fatty Hai's words. He was an innate ranker of the 7 great bears, but he was actually criticized by a fatty who wasn't even an innate, saying that he was a fake crybaby. Kai Yang glared at Fatty Hai angrily. His imposing manner was like a hurricane passing through, rushing towards Fatty Hai, causing the heavy Fatty Hai to retreat 2 steps. With just the power of his glare, Fatty Hai's entire body was pushed back. An innate ranker should never be underestimated. The surrounding guards, regardless of whether they were injured or not, as long as they could still move, they all ran far away. Just now, the 2 innate rankers were fighting in the sky, and there were already countless casualties. Now that they were fighting on the ground, how could they survive? Not to mention a direct hit, even if they were accidentally hit by the sword chi, they would be smashed to pieces. The only ones who didn't run away were Lin Miao and Lin Lei. They stood behind the horse carriage, looking battered and exhausted. However, they didn't pee their pants in fear. Even the timid Lin Miao felt that it was a little unbelievable. Could it be that after following the Yu clan's third young master, their guts grew bigger? Hui Tai Lang laid lazily in front of the horse carriage, yawning, as if he wasn't too concerned about the battle. It wasn't his turn to attack yet. He wouldn't be like Fatty Hai, foolishly running out to snatch the credit from his master. Gold Mammoth, One-Eyed Giant, come out, the target is the horse carriage. Kai Yang's plan was not only to fight with the Yu clan's third young master, he also wanted to summon his gold-ranked beasts and flatten the luxurious horse carriage. Previously, the Yu clan's third young master had pulled the horse carriage and killed his way into the Yu clan castle. This heroic act was praised by the world as the most filial act in the world. Now, if he still pulled the horse carriage and killed his way into the Yu clan castle for the second time, the world would definitely be even more shocked. His enemies would definitely become the laughingstock of the world. Furthermore, the luxurious horse carriage was parked in the middle of a large pile of dilapidated walls. It was extremely eye-catching, making Kai Yang extremely annoyed. Hence, he decided to destroy it in front of the Yu clan's third young master. As for whether he could fight against the Yu clan's third young master alone, Kai Yang was never worried. Behind him, there was still Mr. Machi and Master Shun Tian. They would definitely not let go of the Yu clan's third young master, who was an innate ranker, because they were the Yu clan's mortal enemies for thousands of years. Destroying the Yu clan was their wish. A gigantic gold mammoth, a gold-ranked level 6 mammoth, was like a small moving mountain. Its long tusks flashed with silver lightning from time to time. It was obvious that this was a lightning-attributed gold mammoth, which was extremely rare. Beside the gold mammoth stood a one-eyed giant that was almost 10 meters tall. It was also a gold-ranked level 6 giant, and its body was covered with heavy armor made of meteoric iron. It wore a giant crown on its head, and a giant golden hammer that could crush anything hung from its waist. The one-eyed giant was slow-witted by nature. Its limbs were well-developed, but its brain was simple. Only a few other species knew how to use weapons. This gold one-eyed giant was obviously one of those species that had extraordinary strength and was proficient in combat skills. Yu Yang, I'll leave the two at the back to you, I'll fight this guy. The valiant and heroic Princess Sisai suddenly lifted the curtain of the horse carriage and jumped down. She strode forward, her silver armor and giant sword clanging on her back. Your Highness, can you do it? Fatty Hai sweated profusely. His opponent was an innate, not a child. Isn't it just the 7 great bears? They can't scare me. Princess Sisai had been taught by Yu Yang many times. With the experience of fighting against the Eastern Goblin tribe and the Nirvana Flame, her battle power had increased greatly. In addition, she had also mastered some heaven runes in the later stages. Naturally, her confidence had increased. Although she had not stepped into the innate realm, Princess Sisai really wanted to challenge herself. Hence, she decided to fight the weakest of the 7 great bears, Kai Yang. Princess is mighty. I'll forget about it. I'll just fight this stupid elephant. Fatty Hai knew that his strength was limited and he couldn't be a hero. He could only change his target to the gold mammoth and the gold one-eyed giant. Yu Yang's target was the 2 innate rankers that were slowly flying towards him, Machi and Shun Tian. The 2 of them were the real strong enemies. When Fatty Hai summoned the iron rhinoceros and the little hippopotamus to strengthen themselves, Yi Kong, who had already summoned the King Kong demon ape to strengthen himself, and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle that was nearing adulthood, charged towards the golden thunder mammoth together. Regardless of level or rank, the Herculean rhinoceros beetle was far inferior to the golden mammoth. However, the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, which had a carapace that was as thick as steel, was actually not at a disadvantage when facing the golden mammoth head-on. Although it was pushed back by the golden mammoth, the Herculean rhinoceros beetle was not injured. It was only slightly dizzy. In the sky, Yi Kong, who had strengthened his King Kong demon ape, raised a thick steel rod and smashed it down, heavily hitting the gold mammoth's head. The gold mammoth shook its head, and Yi Kong, whose hands were numb from the recoil, was sent flying. Fatty Hai, who was behind it, raised his iron rhinoceros and little hippopotamus's strength and used a hippopotamus meteor punch on the gold mammoth's rear. This move did not have any effect. Instead, it angered the gold mammoth. With a sweep of its lightning-covered tail, it sent Fatty Hai flying into the air. Under their feet, the Li brothers, who were supported by the golden ant soldiers, brandished their sharp machetes and dashed forward like the wind, slashing at the golden mammoth's hind legs. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the Li brothers had great teamwork. Under the eagle-eyed Xia Huijia's hellish training, they had killed countless strong beasts. But now, it couldn't bite through the golden mammoth at all. This golden mammoth's skin was too thick. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others looked at each other in shock after a probing attack. Gosh, this stupid elephant's defense is super strong, we can't bite through it at all. Fatty Hai felt that it was time for him to show off his true abilities that he had been secretly cultivating. Otherwise, he might even be trampled into meat paste by this golden mammoth. Only then will it be interesting. In Yi Kong's eyes, a blazing battle intent surged. The Li brothers didn't say anything. However, they had trained very hard, and were not inferior to Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. Even if their strength was not as good as Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's, these two brothers had also made huge improvements. The other side. The golden cyclops charged towards the carriage. It was holding a gold-tier weapon high in its hand. It was a huge square-shaped hammer so heavy that it felt like it could crush everything in the world. The battle between the one-eyed giant and the two humanoid mechanical puppets created by Yu Yang, Megatron, and Optimus Prime, was the exact opposite of Yi Kong and the others. The Cyclops swung his hammer. It smashed fiercely on Megatron and Optimus Prime's bodies, as if it wanted to smash them into pieces. If it was any other puppet beast, even if it was a rock puppet that could charge back and forth above an army of 10,000, it would definitely be smashed into a pile of stones under such a heavy blow. However, the giant hammer was completely useless against the two bronze-ranked level 6 mechanical puppets created by Yu Yang. The two mechanical puppets whose names were spoofed as Megatron and Optimus Prime didn't know any offensive moves. They were completely labor-type mechanical puppets. They only knew how to move, carry, lift, pull, take, push, smash and so on. They didn't know any offensive moves, nor did they know how to dodge. Of course, the crazy idea of using offensive moves and dodging was just Yu Yang's wild imagination. In reality, other than the ghost genius Yu Gong, no one in the Yu clan had ever successfully created a puppet that knew how to use offensive moves. Although Yu Yang's puppet beasts that studied offensive moves had failed and turned into two laborers. However, the defense of Megatron and Optimus Prime, these two labor-type puppets, had reached a terrifying level. The reason was that Yu Yang was very lazy. He hated repairing things, especially Megatron and Optimus Prime who were only bronze-ranked level 6. In Yu Yang's eyes, they belonged to the level of scrap metal. He was even more unwilling to repair them. Hence, the lazy Yu Yang used his innate chi sword to inscribe an ancient rune on Megatron and Optimus Prime's bodies that made even the old cunning fox go crazy. That was permanent fixation. Other than this permanent fixation that protected Megatron and Optimus Prime, Yu Yang also inscribed a few heaven runes on their exterior, such as automatic recovery, metal melting, external skeleton, and honeycomb skin. The old cunning fox felt that it was a huge joke to inscribe external skeleton and honeycomb skin on the metal mechanical puppets. Why would metal puppets need bones? Forget about bones, why would they need skin? Could it be that these two laborers wanted to make a 10-meter-tall female titan giant? The old cunning fox didn't understand at that time, but after attacking them for a while, he realized that Yu Yang was a pervert. It turned out that Yu Yang had designed an insect-type exoskeleton on the two laborers' bodies. He made their metal exoskeletons form a layer of metal exoskeleton, and added on a honeycomb metal skin that could greatly reduce the impact and heat. With the two combined, the two laborers' defense was simply hopeless. The old cunning fox felt that even if he was given 3 days and 3 nights, he wouldn't be able to destroy these two laborers. What made him want to vomit blood was that these two laborers could even automatically recover. This was because their core was permanent fixation. Unless one had the power to destroy the ancient runes, it would be impossible to destroy these two dumb laborers who only knew how to take a beating and couldn't attack. The golden Cyclops raised his giant hammer and smashed it on Megatron and Optimus Prime's bodies. Sparks flew and the sound was deafening, but the two laborers were not injured at all. More accurately, every time they were hit, they would automatically recover. The golden Cyclops was dumbfounded. When it raised its square-shaped giant hammer and stared blankly at the two laborers, Megatron and Optimus Prime, who had very impressive names but very weak combat power, pushed down the Cyclops. Of course, It wasn't the kind of push that Yu Yang pushed down sickly beauty. This was a normal push. The two laborers pushed the Cyclops to the ground, then raised their legs and stomped on it. Their working procedure was to first push down obstacles, such as walls, and then flatten them with their feet. Then, they would pull the carriage over. They worked 100% according to Yu Yang's plan. No matter if it was a wall or a golden Cyclops, they would be pushed down and flattened. The tragic one-eyed giant let out a painful cry under the 4 steel feet. Hui Tai Lang didn't participate in the battle. The main task that Yu Yang gave him was to stand guard in front of the carriage and protect his little master. If the golden Cyclops got a little closer and entered the territory that he was guarding, then he would be able to attack. But now, he yawned again, feeling bored because he wasn't tortured by the enemy. Gold-ranked level 6 beasts were very difficult to deal with for Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. However, in Hui Tai Lang's eyes, what was gold-ranked level 6? No matter how strong the beasts were, he couldn't remember how many he had eaten. He had even eaten innate rankers before, so a gold-ranked beast was nothing to him. The only thing that Hui Tai Lang was looking forward to was the corpse of a demon king. Yu Yang had told Hui Tai Lang many times that even a dog must have great ambitions. If he wanted to eat a demon king, he would have to eat something like that. Hence, Hui Tai Lang's first dream was to eat a demon king. Kai Yang of the 7 Great Bears was fighting against Princess Sisai. At first, he thought that he could instantly kill this royal swordswoman who wasn't even an innate. He didn't expect that not only could he not kill her, he even almost let Princess Sisai injure him, an innate. Kai Yang was very depressed from the fight. Other than the Yu clan third young master who was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, he couldn't focus fully on the fight. During the fight, he was also beaten up by Princess Sisai until he couldn't do anything about it. When he used his ultimate skill that could instantly kill his enemy, Princess Sisai summoned her grimoire and used her protective shield to defend. Kai Yang didn't have the abilities of the Yu clan third young master, nor did he know how to use Ice Arrow. He couldn't break through Princess Sisai's protective shield at all. His overwhelming energy attacks were useless, so he prepared to use his skills directly. This was because an innate's punches and kicks were also filled with power. They weren't something that a non-innate ranker could defend against. However, he quickly discovered that he had met a battle technique genius. Especially Princess Sisai, who had been taught by Yu Yang to capture the enemy's weak points and joints. She was an expert in attacking the enemy's pivots and joints. Kai Yang of the 7 Great Bears flew into a rage. Princess Sisai's attacks were divided into 2 parts. First, before Kai Yang of the 7 Great Bears made his move, before he could use his full strength, she would quickly attack Kai Yang's accumulated strength, making him unable to attack. Second, after Kai Yang forcefully made his move, Princess Sisai would use her protective shield to block it, or dodge it. Then, when the opponent's fist was at its weakest, she would counterattack. These 2 attacks made Kai Yang unable to use even a tenth of his power, making him very depressed. Princess Sisai didn't advance rashly because she was greedy. For the time being, she only continued to provoke the enemy, causing him to go crazy and continuously exhausting the enemy's strength. Actually, she still had a lot of poisonous techniques that Yu Yang had taught her that she hadn't used yet. At this moment, in the horse carriage, City Mistress Fallen Flowers was accumulating her aurora, waiting for the best time to attack. She was prepared to work together with Princess Sisai to get rid of an innate, such as Kai Yang of the 7 Great Bears. They had a battle plan, so they didn't need Yu Yang's help. They had a certain chance of success. Yu Yang's strength had improved greatly, and under his influence, they had also improved a lot. Right now, they were still not innates. As long as they broke through to the innate realm, they believed that they would be of great help to Yu Yang. What an interesting little friend. The innate called Shun Tian stopped 100 meters away. This distance was the safest distance for him. Even if Yu Yang was just a junior, he who was extremely cautious would not look down on his enemies. Shun Tian looked at the expressionless Yu Yang and smiled. He opened his mouth and invited, "Yu clan's 3rd young master, maybe you can consider joining us. I dare say that as long as you nod your head, you will be the new leader of the Big Dipper. I will allow and help you build a new 7 stars of the Big Dipper. As for the Yu clan castle, the matters of the Soaring Dragon continent are so boring. If you like, I can give you a continent that is even bigger than the Soaring Dragon continent." In the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower and above, you can do whatever you want on any continent in the outer realm without any restrictions. As long as you agree, I will suggest to Yu Qiu to cancel all the wanted posters, reconcile with you, and share all the secrets of the Yu clan's puppet palace. That Yao Guan just now, was it a gift that you purposely gave me? You sent him here to die? When Yu Yang asked this, Kai Yang, one of the 7 great bears, who was currently fighting against Princess Xianxia, felt his entire body tremble. Actually, I need an excuse. Shan Tian did not deny it. He smiled and said, in the Soaring Dragon continent, innates have to do things according to the terms of the alliance. They can't go beyond the rules easily. Otherwise, Jizun and other innates would have a reason to kill them. I don't want to give others such an excuse. Although it is unknown whether Jizun, Elder Nangong and the others can come back, I like to act cautiously. If one of my companions' deaths can absolve me, I won't mind. You killed Yao Guang, so I have a reason to take revenge. You clan's 3rd young master, you are a smart person. I don't think I need to say much to you. There are only 2 paths between us. One is to cooperate, the other is to become enemies. Choose for yourself. I choose the 3rd path, the path that I have decided on myself. Yu Yang raised his Huijin magic blade, his eyes filled with killing intent. He said word by word, that is to kill you. Hearing Yu Yang's reply, the strong Tian called Shan Tian was not angry at all. Instead, he was still smiling. Not a bad choice. Shan Tian turned around and slowly floated towards the direction of the Yu clan castle. At the same time, he said to himself, I have seen many young people. They are all talented and arrogant. I admire the energy and arrogance of young people. However, sometimes, being rational is better than being impulsive. What a pity. Another new star is about to fall. Mr. Machi, who seemed to be the oldest, calmly floated in front of Yu Yang. Even though Yu Yang had killed a Yao Guang with his flame bow and frost arrow, Mr. Machi still seemed to be very confident. He even felt that he could defeat Yu Yang. According to Shan Tian's 5 transformations power, Yu Yang, who had just become an innate, was only a level 3 innate who was close to a level 4 innate. Although Yu Yang's strength was very impressive, especially among his peers, he was an unimaginable existence. However, Machi was very confident that he could eliminate Yu Yang. On the surface, his strength was that of a level 4 innate, which seemed to be similar to Yu Yang's. However, only Machi himself knew that his true strength was not as simple as that. In order to make all his enemies underestimate him, he had hidden his true strength for the past 200 years. His true strength was actually that of a level 5 innate. Among the ranks of innate rankers, the difference in strength for every level was more than 10 times. He was 2 levels higher than Yu Yang. This gap wasn't something that could be made up for with skills, nor was it something that could be resisted with willpower. Most importantly, Machi felt that he would definitely win against the Yu clan 3rd young master not because of the difference in levels, but because of his abilities. After stepping into the realm of innate level 5, innate rankers started to comprehend their own unique domain power. In the domain space of an innate ranker, they were like gods and were omnipotent. Machi had never mentioned this to anyone. However, he had already comprehended domain power 5 years ago and had his own small domain space. In other words, as long as the Yu clan's 3rd young master entered his domain space, he could easily kill the Yu clan's 3rd young master on the spot. Because he was the god of his own domain, not to mention a level 3 innate, even a level 4 innate would be instantly killed by a level 5 innate's domain of power. Machi, who had been hiding his strength for a long time, decided to challenge Shan Tian in the future. Because it was still too early to challenge the powerful Shan Tian, he had to defeat more strong enemies to improve himself in order to shake Shan Tian's position. Machi felt that the Yu clan's 3rd young master was actually a very good stepping stone. As long as he could defeat this kind of young man, he believed that he would be able to improve a lot. As for Yao Guang and Kai Yang, Machi didn't care about their lives at all. He pretended to be angry for Shan Tian to see. Yao Guang and Kai Yang of the 7 great bears were only fit to be his lackeys. Their only purpose was to use their lives to test the Yu clan's 3rd young master's true strength and give their companions an excuse to take revenge. Although Jizun, Elder Nangong and the other rankers who were exploring the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower might not necessarily return to the Soaring Dragon continent, there were still Sky Execution, Sky Law and the others from the Demonic Palace. Those fellows had always been neither friend nor foe, they must not be given any excuse to turn against them. If you don't mind, let's fight in another place, like the dual battlefield. I hope to have a real battle with you outside of the restrictions of the Innate Alliance Treaty. Machi was also a cautious person. He had always lived under Shun Tian's shadow, even secretly imitating the powerful Shun Tian's every word and action. He always wanted to replace Shun Tian. He had the strength to easily defeat Yu Yang, but he was still worried that he would be injured by Shun Tian's desperate counterattack. He might even let Shun Tian discover that he was a level 5 innate. Hence, he slyly made a request to fight in the dual battlefield. Yu Yang was speechless. Even if this fellow thought that he was very smart, he shouldn't treat others like fools, right? Yu Yang was 100% sure that this fellow was up to no good. He definitely didn't want to invite him to the dual battlefield to fight, and he definitely didn't care about the Innate Alliance contract. He wanted to play some dirty tricks. As for Machi's dirty tricks, Yu Yang still couldn't guess. He felt that it might be related to this fellow's beast or inherent skill. Once he entered the dual battlefield, he would fall into Machi's control and become his prey. Very good. Yu Yang suddenly agreed unexpectedly, a bright smile appearing on his face. He took out a purplish-black magic ball that could enter the dual battlefield. It was a magic ball used by the Demon Abyss rankers, specially made by the old cunning fox. He smashed it on the ground between him and Machi, forming a purplish-black pillar of light that engulfed both him and Machi, teleporting both of them away. At this moment, a cold smile appeared on Machi's lips. It didn't matter whose dual battlefield it was, as long as he could hide his domain of strength from Shun Tian, it would be fine. As long as his domain of strength was released, this brat would definitely die. Any flame bow or ice arrow would be useless. At the moment when he teleported, he didn't forget to summon his beast to kill Yu Yang's companions. On the surface, he was also helping Kai Yang of the 7 Great Bears so that he would be grateful to him in the future. Rumble, a 30-meter-tall rock giant with a body no different from a small hill crawled out from the ground. This rock giant was a gold-ranked level 9. Among all the beasts in the Tongtian Tower 5th floor and below, it was an unrivaled existence. It was a gold-ranked level 9 king beast, the King of Black Light. Its body was 30 meters tall, and its entire body was covered with meteorite obsidian that was harder than metal. Its 2 giant spirit hammer-like fists and its sinister head were covered with black gold barbs, causing people to feel fear just by looking at it. Even if it was a giant dragon, if it met this King of Black Light, it would only end up being defeated. This was because the King of Black Light's defense was extremely strong, and it was also immune to fire. It also possessed skills such as Earth Shattering and Stone Powder Star. It could fight at both long and short range, and was an existence that even innate level 2 rankers and below would have a headache against. When Machi floated to the ground just now, he had secretly summoned the King of Black Light and used his teleportation inherent skill to secretly move the King of Black Light underground. When he and Yu Yang entered the dimension of duel, he then ordered the King of Black Light to drill out of the ground and attack all enemies indiscriminately, flattening everything on the battlefield. Oh my god! When Fatty Hai saw this, he was so scared that he started crying out loud. The gold-ranked level 6 Thunder Mammoth was already terrifying enough, but now, there was a 30-meter-tall gold-ranked level 9 rock giant, the King of Black Light. How could anyone survive this? Compared to the King of Black Light, the gold mammoth and one-eyed giant were like children's toys, incomparably small. Lin Lei was so scared that his entire body was trembling. Lin Miao, who was beside him, was so scared that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Such a strong beast, could they still fight? Hui Tai Lang felt that it was time for him to make a move. Although this King of Black Light that was covered in rocks didn't seem to be very tasty, the magic core should still be very tasty. Just as he jumped up, a girl suddenly jumped down from the horse carriage. She directly stepped on Hui Tai Lang's head and leapt out. Just like a little kid who had seen her favorite toy, she flew towards the 30-meter-tall King of Black Light. She was the thorny flower demoness who had eaten Duan Mu, Lu He and the other innates, Dream Eater, Zi Diao, nine-headed goblin marshal and the rest of the eastern goblin tribe and had yet to evolve into a golden-crowned thorny flower queen. Of course, because of the time constraint, she had not digested all the food. Otherwise, she would probably have no problem evolving into a golden-crowned thorny flower queen. This girl was doted on by its master. Hui Tai Lang decided not to fight with her for the King of Black Light. Anyway, that rock giant was a little hard to chew. When Hui Tai Lang saw a little gold beast jumping out of the horse carriage and charging towards the golden one-eyed giant, he immediately became angry. Good heavens, when its master was here, they all pretended to be obedient children. Once its master left, they would immediately steal the kill. Hui Tai Lang did not care about the rules of the Jianghu, Brotherhood and whatnot. Anyway, whoever stole the kill would have the ability. On this side, the thorny flower demoness, the gold beast and Hui Tai Lang rushed out to steal the kill. On the other side, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers hurriedly ran back. Otherwise, they would be trampled into meat paste by the King of Black Light. The gold mammoth was also scared and tried to dodge. But before it could retreat, it was grabbed by the King of Black Light and thrown to one side. The one-eyed giant was sent flying dozens of meters away by the King of Black Light's kick, while the two simple-minded laborers, Megatron and Optimus Prime, were about to move the walking hill away when they were smashed into the ground by the King of Black Light's two heavy punches. The gold mammoth, one-eyed giant and the two laborers were not even able to withstand a single move from the King of Black Light. Fatty Hai was so scared that his legs were trembling and his lips were trembling. He felt that even if he transformed, he would probably be slapped away by the King of Black Light. I'll transform and fight it to the death. The three of you, quickly pull the carriage and retreat. We can't beat this guy, only that brat, Yu Yang, can. Although Fatty Hai was scared, he did not lose his sense of brotherhood. He ran back to the carriage and stopped, not abandoning his companions and running away. Nonsense, you're just courting death if you go up. Yi Kong saw that his Herculean rhinoceros beetle was also knocked to the ground by the King of Black Light. He was sweating profusely. In the sky, a meteor fell, smashing heavily on the King of Black Light's head. With a loud rumble, the fragments of the meteor splashed into a rain of fire. However, the King of Black Light was not injured at all. Prince of Tianluo and Shui Tanlang who were flying over were dumbfounded. Even a meteor couldn't move it? Roar. The King of Black Light casually picked up a 10,000-kilogram boulder from the ground and threw it towards Prince of Tianluo and Shui Tanlang. Its speed and power were not inferior to the previous meteor. Prince of Tianluo and Shui Tanlang hurriedly separated in the air, fleeing in different directions. Far away, the Yu clan village ruins were hit by the boulder. With a loud rumble, the whole ground trembled. It was even scarier than an earthquake. Kai Yang of the Seven Great Bears saw that the Yu clan third young master had left and immediately felt the pressure in his heart lessen. He laughed out loud and flew into the sky. His hands started to accumulate the energy of an innate level 2, ready to deal a fatal blow to Princess Sisai. Although the situation on their side was good, the strongest innate ranker, Lord Shun Tian, was frowning. It was as if he did not have an optimistic attitude towards the situation. It was very puzzling. Even though Yu Yang had left, he still felt that the biggest threat in his heart was not completely eliminated. There was definitely a terrifying enemy in the carriage. Machi had used a scheme to invite Yu Yang into the dimension of death duel to fight to the death. This seemingly smart move was actually a stupid move that brought about his own destruction. Yu clan's third young master was definitely not a fool. He would definitely not abandon his companions and fight to the death against Machi alone. If he did this, it meant that he had seen through Machi's scheme and was confident of winning. At the same time, he must have a backup plan to deal with Machi. The King of Black Light, Shun Tian, who was floating above the Yu clan castle, frowned deeply. What method would the Yu clan's third young master have to deal with Machi? What kind of powerful backup plan would he have to deal with the King of Black Light? Below, the King of Black Light was invincible. None of the beasts could withstand a single move from it. All the beasts who saw it scrambled to avoid it, except for an innocent girl wearing a flower crown on her head. Shun Tian was thinking just now and did not notice her existence. Now that he saw her, his eyes immediately widened and a shocked expression appeared on his face for the first time. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen that had disappeared for 3,000 years had appeared again? Xianxia focused his attention and looked again. He realized that this girl who was wearing a flower crown hadn't reached the level of a Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. She was still a Thorny Flower Demoness. But her potential. Even an innate ranker like Xianxia was jealous of her. Such a terrifying humanoid weapon was not in his hands. Even though Xianxia had the 5 holy beasts in his hands, it was difficult for him to suppress the greed in his heart. Especially when he saw the Thorny Flower Demoness eyes filled with wisdom and emotions, which were almost human-like. Xianxia's heart sank. He knew that it was a sign that his beast was about to level up to become a holy beast. Letting this Thorny Flower Demoness grow to become a Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and a holy beast was an extremely unwise move. Xianxia's killing intent rose. A terrifying killing intent surged in his heart like a mountain torrent. He raised his hand, preparing to kill the Thorny Flower Demoness in one hit while she was still in her growth stage. Wasn't this the noble Ziwei Emperor's throne? Lord Xianxia, the Emperor of the 14 Stars of the Innate Alliance, why did he come to the poor and remote soaring dragon continent? They seem to be unfriendly. Could it be that they are going to stretch out their emperor's hand and have 1,000 heads fall to the ground? Suddenly, from behind Xianxia, there was an extremely enchanting and seductive voice. The impatience Tianfa, with a burst of fragrant wind, appeared in the sky higher than Xianxia. So it's the great sky demoness. You must be joking. Everyone in the Innate Alliance knows that I'm only the Emperor Star and I'm not the real Emperor. Xianxia doesn't dare to call himself the Emperor. Ziwei 14 Stars is just a joke, it wasn't created by me, Xianxia. Today, I came here with my friends Yao Guang and Kai Yang to congratulate them. The new clan master of the Yu clan, Yu Qiu, is willing to accept his son as Tian Quan's disciple. I heard that Yu Qiu's son is extremely talented, becoming a level 6 elder at the age of 21. I was so happy to hear that the younger generation is so talented, that's why I came here from the 6th floor of Tong Tian. When Xianxia saw impatience appear, the light in his eyes immediately changed. His killing intent was like snow melting in the spring sun, completely disappearing without a trace and turning into a smile. As he explained with a smile, he turned around and greeted the impatience as an innate master. What a coincidence. May I know why the great sky demoness is here? By now, even if Xianxia was an idiot, he would still be able to react. Why did Yu Yang, that brat, have the guts to duel with Machi? The reason was that the great sky demoness, Tianfa, had come, although Xianxia didn't participate in the innate ranker battle where Yu Yang killed Tu Qing, he had heard about the situation that day. It was said that Sky Law was extremely biased towards that handsome Yu clan's 3rd young master. She protected him in all aspects. She even used her inherent skill to trigger his hidden strength in front of the 1,000 Goblins sect leader, allowing the Yu clan's 3rd young master to kill Tu Qing and Quang Zhan from the 1,000 Goblins sect. The 1,000 Goblins sect leader was extremely furious, but he was afraid of Sky Law and Night Empress joining hands, so he did not explode. However, from the looks of it, this Yu clan's 3rd young master was most likely Tianfa's lover. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so protective of him, although Xianxia was the emperor throne of Ziwei and one of the few decision-makers in the Innate Alliance, he was even more patient and cautious than the 1,000 Goblins sect leader. He always kept a low profile and kept a low profile. He would never give anyone an excuse to retaliate. In the Innate Alliance, Jizun reigned supreme. She was an existence that no one could surpass and shake. The title of supremacy represented a supreme symbol. Only the strongest could be called a supreme being. Human Jizun was passionate about training. She usually didn't care about the Innate Alliance's matters. Below the supreme martial artist were the Innate Realm Guide, Elder Nan Gong, Tian Luo Kingdom's Night Empress, Demonic Palace's Tian Zhu and Tianfa, the 1,000 Goblins sect's 1,000 Goblins sect leader, the 4 major sects sect leaders and the Great Emperor of Ziwei. These 10 people were the true decision-makers of the Innate Alliance. The Green Summit sect leader Duanmu Longqing, the vice sect leader Machi Su Ling and the 3 Great Kingdoms' heavenly imperial guardians were just attendants. If it wasn't related to the kingdom's matters, they didn't have the power to make decisions. The third-level innate rankers like Yao Guang and Kai Yang of the Seven Great Northern Dipper, Tu Ching and Quang Zhan of the Thousand Goblins sect didn't even have the right to attend meetings. Shen Tian's goal was to climb to the supreme position of Zhizun. He would never start a war with any innate ranker of the same level as him. This was because it would damage his own strength and give others an opportunity to take advantage of him. Especially this terrifying Tian Fa Demoness, her strength couldn't be underestimated. Although Shen Tian thought highly of himself, he wouldn't look down on Tian Fa. Furthermore, under the double threat of the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the strongest sky demon, Tian Zhu, he wouldn't be hot-headed enough to start a war with her. To achieve great things, one must conceal one's strength and bide one's time, endure patiently and be patient. Shen Tian wouldn't fall for Tian Fa's provocation so easily. He even asked impatience with a smile, as if he didn't know that she was here for Yu Yang. I don't have a family, I don't have a place to stay, and I wander the world, unlike you, the Emperor Throne of Ziwei, who has your own heavenly Emperor Palace in the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower. It's not strange that I came to the Yu Clan Castle because I know a little friend here. I came to see if he was bullied. Impatience replied indifferently and asked again, I didn't hear wrongly. Didn't Yu Qiu die? How did he come back to life? I didn't expect Tian Fa to be so concerned about worldly affairs. Yu Qiu was defeated and captured. He was later ransomed by an infatuated girl and went into exile in the Demon Abyss. He received help from Tian Quan of the Seven Great Bears and returned to the Yu Clan. The Yu Clan was attacked by the Eastern Goblin tribe and was in danger. Yu Qiu stepped forward bravely and was determined to revive the Yu Clan. His heart was praiseworthy. I heard that his son was extremely intelligent and talented. Tian Quan invited me, so I came to congratulate Tian Quan for accepting a disciple. Shen Tian brushed off this matter completely. He almost said that he was just a passerby. Tian Quan accepting a disciple? Yu Qiu's son? Impatience laughed. Is Yu Qiu's son called Yu Yang? Yes. Shen Tian nodded. If I remember correctly, Elder Nangong came to welcome Yu Yang into the innate alliance not long ago. Tian Quan of the Seven Great Bears was only innate level 2. How could he dare to accept an innate as his disciple? Isn't this the biggest joke in the world? Impatience laughed even more enchantingly. Within her laughter, there was a hidden killing intent. Yu Qiu's son Yu Yang is an innate? Shen Tian's ability to act dumb was definitely at the innate level. That brat is my little lover. I know how many hairs he has. How could I not know that he is an innate? Impatience asked back, the great emperor of Ziwei doesn't know that Yu Qiu's son Yu Yang is an innate. That day when Yu Yang killed Tu Qing and Quang Zhan from the Thousand Goblins sect, more than 10 innates witnessed the whole process. Zhizun said that she was Yu Yang's introducer. She also said that Yu Yang has great potential and that no one should find an excuse to attack him. The great emperor of Ziwei really doesn't know? I only heard that Yu Qiu's son is a level 6 elder. Can he really become an innate at the age of 20? Shen Tian acted as if he had never seen Yu Yang before. You can ask him how he became an innate, it's useless to ask me. Oh right, what's going on with this Xiao Guang on the ground? Who is so daring to kill him in front of you, the great emperor of Ziwei? Impatience pointed at Yao Guang's corpse and asked. A very strange young man. His strength is not bad. He is an innate, but I have never seen him in the innate alliance. Shen Tian answered. It seems that the Yu Qiu's son that Lord Shen Tian knew and the Yu Qiu's son that I know are not the same person. Impatience smiled and said, among them, there must be a fake one. I wonder if the Yu Qiu's son that Lord Shen Tian supported is real or fake. The real can't be fake, the fake can't be real. Shen Tian laughed and answered tactfully. What's going on down there? Yao Guang of the Seven Great Bears died tragically, and Kai Yang is also in a bad situation. As the great emperor of Ziwei, aren't you going to help? Impatience's eyes were filled with killing intent. The smile on her beautiful face was even sweeter. It's not appropriate for innate to interfere in the soaring dragon's worldly affairs. Kai Yang is only avenging Yao Guang, I can't stop him. Otherwise, I would advise him. Shen Tian was also full of smiles. Lord Shen Tian means that you will respect the innate alliance and won't bully those kids on the ground? Impatience asked. If they don't attack me, an innate. Xianxia smiled slightly. What about that strange young man you said? Impatience asked again. He went to the dimension of duel with Mr. Machi Su Ling. There seems to be a feud between them. I can't stop him. When Xianxia said this, he paid special attention to Impatience's eyes. If her expression changed when she heard this, then Machi Su Ling might be able to defeat Yu Yang. However, when Xianxia saw the contempt in Impatience's eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that Machi Su Ling was too smart for his own good. His action of competing with Yu Yang in the dimension of duel had already destined him to die tragically. To be able to gain the recognition of Ji Zun, Night Empress, Sky Law and Elder Nan Gong, and to be able to make the Thousand Goblins sect leader fear Yu Yang, this brat was indeed not simple. However, he wasn't an arrogant idiot like Machi Su Ling. No matter how talented this brat was, no matter how fast he improved, it was still too early for him to challenge him in 100 years. Other than Ji Zun, Night Empress, and that terrifying Sky Execution, Xianxia, as the Emperor of Ziwei, was confident that he could win against Elder Nan Gong, the Thousand Goblins sect leader and even the Sky Law in front of him. Of course, his goal was to become Ji Zun, so he wouldn't easily reveal his true strength. As for helping Yu Qiu from the Yu clan, fighting against an innate of the same level would be the stupidest move. Xianxia would definitely not do that. Unless Sky Law was heavily injured, or if there were two other innate rankers of the same level, such as the Thousand Goblins sect leader, Floating Mist sect leader Bai Tsang Yuan and Western Lion Pagoda leader Li Chong Xiao working together, he would definitely win. Only then would he attack the Sky Demoness Sky Law. For a Sky Demoness like Sky Law, even if there were 4 innate rankers of the same level attacking her, they would still need to go all out to kill her. Before Yu Yang could threaten his position, Xianxia wouldn't fall out with Sky Law for a junior. That brat was Sky Law's lover. The hatred of killing one's lover was the same as the hatred of killing one's father or stealing one's wife. What's more, Yu Yang's introducer was Ji Zun. Impatience also knew that she wouldn't be able to kill this great emperor of Ziwei by herself. This fellow was even more patient than the Thousand Goblins sect leader. He was careful and meticulous in his actions. Forcing a battle would only result in a stalemate. Even if they fought for a few days, they might not be able to determine the winner. Impatience didn't have the patience to waste time with him. She was only here to support that brat Yu Yang, so that he wouldn't be attacked by Xianxia's shameless sneak attacks. Of course, if Xianxia had attacked Yu Yang just now, then Impatience wouldn't let it go easily. She would definitely attack him. However, she didn't have any excuse now, so Impatience could only suppress her killing intent for now. Below, Kai Yang of the 7 Great Bears who had leveled up to innate level 2 was indeed impressive. Princess Sisai couldn't fight, so she could only hide inside her shield and wait for an opportunity. Kai Yang's energy shockwave even forced the King of Black Light to retreat a few steps. Of course, it could also be because of the Thorny Flower Demoness. Because the Thorny Flower Demoness had formed a 30-meter-tall thorny flower demon with countless thorny flower vines, preparing to swallow the King of Black Light whole. Facing this thorny flower demon, the King of Black Light no longer had the arrogance of defeating his opponent with a single move. He retreated step by step, as if he was afraid. In the dimension of death duel, Machi Su Ling was looking for Yu Yang. Originally, in the dimension of death duel, if one side didn't die, the other side would definitely not be able to leave. However, the strange thing was that Yu Yang, who had teleported together with Machi Su Ling, had disappeared. Where did he go? Did he become invisible, or did he escape? The moment Machi Su Ling entered the dimension of duel, he immediately summoned his platinum grimoire and raised his protective shield. At the same time, he unsealed his innate strength and leveled up to innate level 3. When he finished his preparations and looked for Yu Yang, he discovered that the brat had disappeared. This is absolutely impossible. How could the dimension of duel ignore the rules and escape? At first, Machi Su Ling thought that Yu Yang was just invisible. He summoned his sand beast Storm King, a gold-ranked level 8 element-type beast. It did not have a physical body, but its power was enough to destroy an entire city. Its only weakness was that it was afraid of water. However, Machi Su Ling discovered that in this dimension of duel, there was only a small volcano and hard ground. There was no water source at all. The sand beast Storm King was even more powerful with the help of the lava's heat. He summoned his sand beast without hesitation and ordered it to find Yu Yang, who was invisible. However, after a minute, the sand beast that filled the entire dimension of Duel did not find Yu Yang. Machi Su Ling was completely dumbfounded. According to the rules, he could not leave without killing the enemy. This was like a bolt from the blue. If he could not find Yu Yang and kill him, wouldn't he have to stay here forever? Machi Su Ling felt a sense of fear and almost went crazy. The current Yu Yang, to be precise, had not left the dimension of Duel. He had only arrived at a place that Machi Su Ling would never have thought of. Black hole sealed space. When Yu Yang was teleported into the dimension of Duel, he felt that the enemy might be up to no good, so he decided to strike first. When Machi Su Ling was happily unsealing his innate strength using his grimoire, he dripped his blood on the black jade necklace and channeled his innate chi. Previously, he had a feeling that he could re-enter the black hole sealed space to see Queen Vivian Li. It was just that he could not hide this in front of the girls. Hence, when Yu Yang entered the dimension of Duel, he immediately went to see Queen Vivian Li without the girls knowing. As for Machi Su Ling, in Yu Yang's eyes, he was a dead man. Of course the dead could keep secrets. If this was the real dimension of Duel, Yu Yang's actions might not have succeeded. However, this was a replica of the dimension of Duel created by the old fox. It was the dimension of Duel that Yu Yang had entered to kill the magma wyvern. It was the old fox's proudest work. Although it was his second time entering the black hole sealed space, Yu Yang's body, which had been remolded by the innate chi and nirvana flame countless times, had already adapted to the destructive power of the black hole sealed space. He faintly felt that this kind of destructive power was very similar to the world exterminating wheels. Destructive power. Both of them were different, but they had the same effect. It was just that the black hole space's destructive power was much stronger, and it was boundless. It was not like the world exterminating wheel, which was only an energy attack weapon. Yu Yang had a thought in his mind. If the sealing power of this black hole space was created by ancient runes or primordial runes, then wouldn't he be able to use this black hole space as his own once he completely grasped the power of the runes? Queen Vivian Li could be released, and the strong enemies that he caught in the future could also be thrown in here and let them stay in the black hole prison for the rest of their lives. Being imprisoned in the black hole sealed space was definitely terrifying. Without a body, there was no way to escape. Even someone as strong as Queen Vivian Li was unable to escape even after sleeping for 10,000 years. This showed how powerful it was. In the depths of the black hole sealed space, Yu Yang saw the crystal coffin and Queen Vivian Li that he had not seen for more than a year. She was still in a deep sleep, her face was pale and her vitality was greatly damaged. She was no different from when Yu Yang left. Little Lily floated out from Yu Yang's body and laid on top of the crystal coffin as she looked at Queen Vivian Li. Her big eyes were filled with tears. Yu Yang caressed her little head. "It's all right, Mummy will definitely get better." NN. Little Winley nodded her head obediently. Compared to when she was just born, she was much more sensible now. After living and fighting together with Yu Yang for more than a year, her emotions and intelligence had grown rapidly. In the beginning, other than knowing how to fight, her thoughts and intelligence could not be compared to Yu Bing, that little girl. But now, her intelligence had even surpassed Yu Bing. Although she could not speak, her emotions and thoughts were no different from a human's. She had long surpassed the standard of a holy beast that was close to a human's intelligence. Sometimes, Yu Yang also found it strange that she did not level up to become a holy beast. But for this precious baby of his, he felt that it was better to let nature take its course. Maybe little Winley was really a divine beast, because she was born with a diamond grimoire. Yu Yang, who had broken through the 5th level of innate invisible sword chi and mastered some heaven runes and ancient runes, was no longer the same as before. He no longer had to worry that Queen Vivian Li would suck his innate chi dry the moment she woke up. He bit his finger. He used his blood to draw the ancient runes on the crystal coffin, the spring of spirit chi. Then, on top of the ancient runes, he continued to inject innate chi. Light flashed, and the innate chi, under the support of the ancient runes, flowed continuously into the crystal coffin, into Empress Fei Wenli's body. After about a minute, Queen Vivian Li's complexion quickly improved under the nourishment of the innate chi. From pale white, it gradually became rosy. She woke up from her dream and opened her eyes. Suddenly, she saw Yu Yang and little Wenli looking at her with concern from outside the crystal coffin. She was so moved that tears were about to overflow. Ignoring the fact that her body was still weak, she opened the coffin and hugged little Wenli, who had jumped into her arms. Her cherry lips kissed her precious daughter continuously. She then raised little Wenli up high and cheered, "My baby has grown up. Heavens, how many years have I been asleep? 3 years, or 5 years? Be good, don't cry. Ah, my head hurts so much. Little Yu Yang, how many years have I been asleep?" "Only 1 year, Your Majesty." Yu Yang pretended to be courteous on purpose. If he wasn't completely naked, his actions could be more elegant. Unfortunately, this was a space sealed by a black hole. Nothing could be brought in. Anything that could be brought in would be swallowed by the black hole and turned into nothingness. When Queen Vivian Li heard this, she was a little incredulous at first. Then, she was overjoyed. She stretched out 2 of her 6 lotus-like arms and hugged Yu Yang. She also kissed him happily. "You're really a lovable little fellow. I didn't expect you to improve so much in just a year. Oh, let me take a closer look. Heavens, I can't believe my eyes. Isn't your improvement too fast? What kind of mysterious technique are you practicing? My head is very dizzy. Please give me some of your pure true qi first." "Thank you." Perhaps because her body urgently needed the nourishment of innate true qi, Queen Vivian Li couldn't care less about little Wenli, who was looking at them curiously. She kissed Yu Yang. Through his mouth, she sucked the true qi in his body to her heart's content. If Yu Yang hadn't broken through the 5th level of the innate invisible sword qi, she would have sucked him dry. That kind of ecstasy and suffocating feeling was something that Yu Yang would never forget. He felt that Queen Vivian Li, who was in his arms, had gradually become warm under the nourishment of his innate true qi. Her skin had also gradually become more solid and had the smooth touch of a human's body. Of course, in order to fully recover, Yu Yang estimated that even if he gave her innate true qi 1,000 times, it wouldn't be enough. Right now, he was just replenishing the energy that she urgently needed. Empress Fei Wenli kissed Yu Yang for a full 3 minutes. After her cherry lips parted, she moaned in an extremely comfortable and refreshed mood. Her voice was extremely flirtatious and seductive. Hearing it, Yu Yang's lower body became restless. Before Yu Yang could regain his breath, little Wenli had already wrapped her arms around his neck like an octopus. She moved her mouth closer and imitated Queen Vivian Li's actions just now. Pa pa pa, she kissed Yu Yang's lips a few times in a row, unwilling to let go. She didn't know how to kiss, but she understood that kissing like this was a way to express affection. All right. Yu Yang hurriedly comforted his precious daughter. He especially kissed little Wenli's smooth forehead, expressing that he had kissed her a lot. Ah. Little Wenli really enjoyed it. She felt that she was even more pampered than her mother. Tell me everything that happened in the past year. Fei Wenli was especially curious about Yu Yang. She really wanted to know how he had spent the past year. Speaking of it, it's as long as a piece of cloth. Of course, Yu Yang wouldn't tell her everything. He only picked out the important ones that he wanted Fei Wenli to explain. Even so, he estimated that he had to speak for half an hour before he could barely tell her all the major events that happened in the past year. In the end, he asked Queen Vivian Li about the holy beasts, divine beasts, and the Eastern Goblin tribe, Jizun and the Dragon Emperor, the Great Golden-Winged Pung, and so on. Of course, he also asked about the parts that he didn't understand about the heaven runes and ancient runes. In short, if there was anything that Yu Yang didn't understand, he would ask this Queen Vivian Li, who had been asleep for 10,000 years. He knew that with her experience 10,000 years ago, she would definitely have a better answer. Queen Vivian Li lightly carried little Wenli and sat on the crystal coffin. She beckoned Yu Yang to sit beside her. She stretched out a hand and caressed the top of Yu Yang's head. She smiled and said, "It's been hard on you, little Yu Yang. I didn't have time to tell you a lot of things before, so you suffered a lot. Now, I'll tell you everything I know." Maybe after 10,000 years, humans and other races had changed a lot, but 10,000 years ago, humans were indeed the strongest. As for holy beasts, there were a lot of them in the past, and there were even a lot of divine beasts. If you went to the higher levels of Tongtian Tower, you would probably find that not only humans were strong, there were also beasts and all kinds of living beings. They were all extremely strong. The Eastern Goblin tribe had always been strong. They were a fallen branch of the Eastern Celestial tribe. They pursued power and didn't cultivate their temperament. They were in conflict with the legendary Eastern Celestial tribe, so they were expelled. I've never heard of the Dragon Emperor, maybe it's a new Goblin Emperor that was promoted in 10,000 years. As for the Great Golden-Winged Pung, it's a legendary Eastern Celestial tribe. Its power is indescribable. It's said that it's an existence that surpasses the war god. I've only heard of it and have never seen it before. I think that unless you can surpass the heaven realm and enter a higher world, you won't meet it. As for the runes, I don't know much, I only know a little. Anyone can use the heaven runes, but not the ancient runes. It has special requirements, and everyone has different adaptations. A human like you, who can adapt to all the ancient runes, is an anomaly. No one can be like you. Or, you must know that the runes that are too far away are all unique. Empress Fei Wenli revealed a secret within a secret. What? Yu Yang didn't understand. What I mean is, if you have an ancient rune, then no one else in this world can have the same one. Your world exterminating wheel has an ancient rune in its center, so no one else can have the same world exterminating wheel. Even if they can use it, the world exterminating wheel wouldn't have an ancient rune in its center. In other words, if you see another ancient rune, you better snatch it away and make it yours. This is because not only is the ancient rune extremely powerful, it's also unique. If you have it, then no one else will ever be able to get it, unless they snatch it from you. When Queen Vivian Li said this, Yu Yang immediately became a howling bandit. That's great. What Yu Yang liked was his only treasure. Let's talk about summoning grimoires. You definitely don't know why all the innate rankers don't study space storage rings. Do you know why beasts can be recalled into the grimoire? Little Yu Yang, when you know the true use of summoning grimoires, you will know how amazing they are. Fei Wenli smiled mysteriously, making Yu Yang's curiosity almost explode. Next, what kind of secret would Fei Wenli reveal? The secret of the summoning grimoire? Yu Yang obviously knew that the summoning grimoire was very mysterious. For example, where did it come from, who created these summoning grimoires? Was it a human, or a god? Why could beasts be recalled into the grimoire? Barbarian Cow Shadow Man could wear golden bells, armlets and weapons. Little Wenli and Bloody Queen Red could even move into the divine grimoire. Why could the summoning grimoire unlock its master's inherent skill? Why would there be a guardian beast that was immortal and indestructible? Why could it level up through battle points? There were countless questions, but Yu Yang had never carefully examined them. The reason was that no one knew the answer. Until now, when Queen Vivian Li decided to reveal the secret to him, he realized how close he was to the truth. The summoning grimoire has countless secrets, I can't grasp them all. Queen Vivian Li lightly hugged Little Wenli and stared at Yu Yang. As far as I know, the summoning grimoire, ancient runes, and immemorial runes all originated from ancient times. The relationship between the grimoire and runes is very close. It is said that they were created by the gods of the immemorial era. The summoning grimoire is a heavenly book that allows people to become stronger, a ladder that allows people to ascend to heaven realm. Does it have a number? Yu Yang wanted to know how many there were and whether it was endless. Yes. Queen Vivian Li nodded affirmatively. I haven't read the records, so I'm not 100% sure. I only heard that in the entire Tongtian Tower, including Heaven Realm and Outer Realm, there are only 10,000 bronze grimoires, 5,000 silver grimoires, 1,000 gold grimoires, 500 platinum grimoires, and 100 diamond grimoires. This quota is fixed. If you have a diamond grimoire, then there are only 99 slots left. If the 100 slots are filled, then even if you have reached the required points, you won't be able to level up, unless you kill a diamond grimoire owner and obtain the required quota. Of course, not everyone can level up a diamond grimoire. It's different from platinum grimoires and below. It can't be leveled up just by accumulating battle points. It requires many special conditions, one of which is bloodline. So it's like this. Yu Yang suddenly understood. No wonder all the innate rankers he had seen so far were using platinum grimoires and no one was using diamond grimoires. According to the data provided by Queen Vivian Li, Yu Yang could do some calculations. Actually, the number of grimoires that warriors in the Soaring Dragon continent had was pitifully small. Only the 4 great clans, the 4 great sects, the 3 kingdoms' royal families and a few outstanding geniuses had summoning grimoires. There were probably less than 200 bronze grimoires, which was only 1% of the total number of bronze grimoires. The number of silver, gold and platinum grimoires was even less. The Demon Abyss was slightly stronger than the Soaring Dragon continent, but it did not have an overwhelming advantage. Yu Yang reckoned that the Demon Abyss was not much better than the Soaring Dragon continent. Just from the number of grimoires they had, it could be seen that the Soaring Dragon continent's strength was actually very, very weak. He reckoned that the truly powerful one would be the legendary Heaven Realm. As for the Eastern Goblin tribe and the Demon Abyss, they were only slightly better than the Soaring Dragon continent. They were too far away from the unexplored Heaven Realm. However, the thing that Yu Yang was most curious about was his own divine grimoire. What was going on with the divine grimoire? Yu Yang hesitated for a while and asked Queen Vivian Li this question. Queen Vivian Li did not expect Yu Yang to have a divine grimoire. She smiled and said, divine grimoires are divided into holy grimoires and divine grimoires. The two have similar names and appearance, but their potential and power are completely different. There are a total of 100 holy grimoires, but only 10 divine grimoires. No matter if it's a holy grimoire or a divine grimoire, they are both unique existences with unique powers. A holy grimoire can never be upgraded to a divine grimoire, but a diamond grimoire can be upgraded to a holy grimoire. As long as the owner of the diamond grimoire kills the owner of the holy grimoire and snatches the holy grimoire, the 2 grimoires can be merged together, and a new holy grimoire will be born. A divine grimoire cannot be upgraded by any other grimoire. In theory, other than gods, it cannot be owned by any low-level life forms. It is said that it can be snatched. As long as one is strong enough to kill a god, then one can snatch the divine grimoire from the god's hands. Kill a god and snatch their divine grimoire? Do gods really exist? Yu Yang sweated profusely as he listened. Currently, no one has seen a god, no one can prove the existence of a god. However, in the legends of the ancient times, a god was once killed by a human warrior. He fell from a higher world in the Heaven Realm and fell on the Soaring Dragon continent. The human warriors built a huge sealed god palace at the place where the god fell. However, the sealed god palace turned into ruins during the 100 Clan War. Later on, people called the ruins God's ruins. When Fei Wenli said this, Yu Yang sweated even more profusely. So this was the truth behind the God's ruins. No wonder it was the most mysterious place other than Tong Tian Tower. It was actually a place where a god was sealed. Only, did gods really exist? Yu Yang couldn't say for sure. Perhaps, gods were stronger innate rankers. The image of the heavenly sword goddess and the old Taoist priest flashed in Yu Yang's mind. The heavenly sword goddess could destroy heaven and earth with a single move. No matter how powerful the innate rankers that Yu Yang had seen were, compared to her, they were as insignificant as ants. If the heavenly sword goddess could appear in this world, then would she be considered a god-level existence? There was also the old Taoist priest. Perhaps that old fellow was an even more powerful existence. As for gods, Yu Yang didn't think about it anymore. Right now, he hadn't reached that realm, so it was useless to think about it. The godly grimoire is only limited to legends. I have never seen it before, so I don't know much about the godly grimoire. I only know that it exists. However, if you ask about the holy grimoire, the one in my hands is the holy grimoire. Queen Vivian Li lightly patted the crystal coffin and smiled sweetly at Yu Yang. What special power does your holy grimoire have? Yu Yang had already guessed that her grimoire was the holy grimoire. He only asked this because he wanted to compare it with his divine grimoire. Yu Yang strongly suspected that the divine grimoire in his hands was the legendary godly grimoire. He wanted to compare it with Queen Vivian Li's holy grimoire secretly. If the 2 grimoires were different, then his might be the godly grimoire. With the godly grimoire in hand, I have beauties. Yu Yang felt that his blissful sexual life was very promising. Queen Vivian Li didn't know that this brat also had a divine grimoire. She only thought that he was curious and introduced it to him. The more Yu Yang heard, the happier he became. This was because he realized that his divine grimoire was really different from Queen Vivian Lee's holy grimoire. The possibility of it being the godly grimoire was very high. Of course, before he confirmed it, he decided not to tell her about his divine grimoire. He would first study it in secret. Queen Vivian Lee was afraid that if she said too much, it would affect Yu Yang's confidence. Hence, she didn't discuss this topic too much. She combined Yu Yang's actual situation and told him the secrets of the bronze, silver, gold, and platinum grimoires. People who own a grimoire actually have a storage space. No, it should be a world. The higher the level of the grimoire, the more complete the world inside is. The bronze grimoire only has a very small space, only void. There's nothing inside. When beasts enter, they can only go into hibernation. In the silver grimoire, there's light and darkness, and the ground will appear. In the gold grimoire, there are mountains, rivers, and trees. Beasts don't need to go into hibernation and can live inside. The inside of the platinum grimoire is already very spacious. There will be life inside, birds, butterflies, flowers and trees. Beasts can live happily inside. When Fei Wenli said this, Yu Yang felt that it was a little similar to his own dream realm. His own dream realm had nothing in the beginning. There was only light and dark clouds. Afterwards, it gradually became a beautiful world. Flowers, trees, hills, and lakes. Yu Yang knew that it wasn't his own effort, but the heavenly sword goddess used her energy to create it. He didn't expect that the same thing would happen in his summoning grimoire. When he was dreaming and entered the dream realm, could it be that he entered his own grimoire space? Can I enter my own grimoire space? Yu Yang asked. Normal warriors can only enter the platinum grimoire space, but innate rankers can enter the gold grimoires or even the silver grimoire space. If normal warriors want to enter the platinum grimoire space, they must get the permission of the grimoire's owner and receive a holy beast before they can enter. Otherwise, even if they enter, they won't be able to leave. If you want to enter your own grimoire space, you need to learn how to use the teleportation rune circle that is unique to the grimoire space. For you, this is actually not that difficult. Other than teaching Yu Yang the method of entering the grimoire space, Queen Vivian Lee also personally demonstrated it by pressing her hand on Yu Yang's forehead. 7 colored lights shone brightly. Yu Yang felt that his body didn't leave, but his soul was quickly passing through a mysterious space. In an instant, he sensed a boundless, desolate world of ruins that stretched for thousands of miles. Inside the ruins, everything had withered. All life and buildings had been frozen. This was a completely deathly still world. When Queen Vivian Lee moved her hand on Yu Yang's forehead, Yu Yang discovered that his soul had returned. Everything he saw just now was like a dream. Because of the black hole seal, I don't have the ability to send you into the grimoire space. I can only guide your soul inside to sense it. The grimoire space is actually a beautiful world. Everything frozen inside is caused by a lack of energy. As long as I can leave the black hole seal and recover my previous strength, then it will return to normal. Queen Vivian Lee sighed slightly. She knew that although Yu Yang's improvement was fast, he was still far from being able to save her. Every once in a while, he could enter and chat with her, giving her a bit of energy. That was already a great blessing. Are you tired? Yu Yang saw that Queen Vivian Lee's expression was slightly tired. He knew that the black hole's influence on her was too great. It would be best for her to return to the crystal coffin to sleep and recover more energy. He had learned many secrets from her, so he was more confident. He wasn't in a hurry, there would be opportunities in the future anyway. After not seeing you for a year, you've learned to be considerate? Queen Vivian Lee giggled. She didn't reject Yu Yang's intimate action of carrying her into the crystal coffin. One last question. Why is there such a big difference between the innate rankers I've met? Yu Yang asked. Among the innate rankers Yu Yang had met, there were 2 types. One was the Thousand Goblins sect leader, Shun Tian, Elder Nan Gong, Impatience, Night Empress and the others. These innate rankers were all extremely strong. Even Yu Yang, who had reached his current level, couldn't see through their hidden strength. The second type was innate rankers like Tu Qing, Kuang Zhan, Duan Mu, Lu He, Yao Guang, Kai Yang. They were also innates, but Yu Yang didn't care about their strength at all. Why was there such a big difference when they were all innates? Was it because of their cultivation? Was it because of their comprehension? Or some other reason? Queen Vivian Li was also slightly stunned when she heard this. She immediately reacted and giggled, so it's like this. Even the innates of the soaring dragon continent know how to fake things? Little Yu Yang, what you saw, I think it's a fake innate. They didn't train themselves to innate level through their own hard work. Instead, they relied on external forces, such as another innate's help or taking some kind of medicine to forcefully raise them to innate level. Although these fake innates are also innates, their strength is very weak. They wouldn't be able to improve in their entire lives. They are a kind of pitiful worm. A real innate should have a holy beast that grew up together with him, possessing his own unique domain of power. Hearing this, Yu Yang suddenly understood. Why didn't the Thousand Goblins sect leader care about him? Killing Tuqing and Quanzhan? Why didn't Tuqing and Quanzhan have holy beasts? That should be the case. Tuqing and Quanzhan were the Thousand Goblins sect leader's assistants who forcefully raised their strength to innate level. They were probably the loyal subordinates that the Thousand Goblins sect leader had created. Even if they died, it didn't matter. The Thousand Goblins sect leader should be able to create more of them. Hence, he wouldn't fall out with me just because I had killed Tuqing. Thinking about it again, he didn't seem to have holy beasts and domain of power. Holy beasts could be said to be Little Wenli, Bloody Queen Red and the others, but domain of power, this was the first time Yu Yang had heard of it. What is domain of power? Your domain of power. I also can't see through it. It's hidden in a very deep space. It seems to be a flame, but it also seems to be something else. I can't be sure. When Queen Vivian Li said this, Yu Yang's heart palpitated. Could it be that his domain of power was a mysterious power that only appeared when he fainted a few times? He remembered that when he was fighting with the fake elder Tian Sua, the dark golden specter that was sealed had come out. He was no match for it and fainted on the spot. When he woke up, he discovered that the dark golden specter had been instantly killed by him. Yu Yang had always been confused about this matter. He only knew that there was a mysterious power in his body that had saved him many times when he was in danger. Could it be that those were his domain of power? Yu Yang realized that he really had a lot of secrets. Forget it, he would slowly figure it out. Yu Yang was too lazy to think too much about it. He prepared to transfer some innate qi to Queen Vivian Li and wait for her to recover some strength so that she could send him out. If you want to use domain of power, it's actually very simple. You just have to feel your inner heart and feel your true strength. Try it. Queen Vivian Li lied quietly in the crystal coffin and encouraged Yu Yang to try feeling his domain of power. Alright. If Yu Yang hadn't heard her mention it, he wouldn't have thought that there was still domain of power waiting to be developed in his body. In the first few minutes, Yu Yang's thoughts were like a tide, and he couldn't calm down. He couldn't feel his domain of power either. However, with Queen Vivian Li's gentle guidance, just like a teacher guiding him, Yu Yang gradually entered his inner heart. This was the first time he entered his own inner world. This was the first time he came into contact with the primordial power in his body in a conscious state. He came into contact with his own unique domain of power. It was as if a huge door of wisdom was slowly opening. Through his inner world, Yu Yang discovered that there were countless mysterious knowledge and mysterious powers, just like the stars in the Milky Way, floating in the air. The ones closest to him were the familiar Nirvana flame and world-exterminating wheel. The ones that were even further away, Yu Yang couldn't feel them clearly. He only discovered that there were as many as the stars in the galaxy. Yu Yang first came into contact with Nirvana flame and world-exterminating wheel, and then explored further away. Suddenly, a mysterious power discovered him. Like a comet, it shot towards him angrily. It seemed like it was attacking him, but it also wanted to enter his body. However, Yu Yang discovered that the power was destructive and extremely terrifying. He was so scared that his mind trembled. At this moment, there seemed to be a strange creature coming out from his body. It raised its head and opened its mouth, swallowing the mysterious power in one gulp. Then, like a comet, it exploded in Yu Yang's body. In that instant, the mysterious comet energy was transformed into a new power in Yu Yang's body, becoming one of the components of his domain of power. Yu Yang could now clearly feel the existence of his domain of power, that was comparable to a black hole's devour. If he could make good use of this domain of power that could devour everything, Would he still need to worry about the Thousand Goblins sect leader and Shun Tian outside? Yu Yang was stunned by the terrifying power of his own domain of power. In Queen Vivian Li's eyes, Yu Yang was completely entranced, his body ignited with nirvana flame. The nirvana flame expanded and formed a huge pillar of nirvana flame. It carried Yu Yang and broke through the seal of the black hole in an instant, disappearing without a trace like a comet. Queen Vivian Li was a little flabbergasted as she muttered to herself, once he awakened, he already has such a strong domain of power. This brat. Nirvana flame, world exterminating wheel, star explosion, how much potential does this brat have? The stronger he is, the faster I can leave. This is a good thing. Queen Vivian Li happily closed the crystal coffin and continued to sleep, waiting for Yu Yang to come and meet her again. At this time, in the dimension of duel, Machi Su Ling, who was going crazy, almost did not go crazy. He really wanted to cry. The enemy had disappeared. Under the influence of the code, he could not leave this damned dimension of duel. If the Yu clan's third young master really left this dimension of duel, then he would have to stay here forever. The consequences were unimaginable. When Machi Su Ling thought of staying here alone for the rest of his life, until he starved to death or died of old age, he had the urge to commit suicide. The only thing that kept him from committing suicide was the hope that Yu Yang would reappear. He felt that the extremely cunning Yu clan's third young master was hiding somewhere. It could be his inherent skill, or it could be his beast's ability. In any case, before he killed him, he would not leave the dimension of duel. Lich Ring? After the sand beast had almost turned the entire dimension of duel upside down, it finally found the Lich Ring that Yu Yang had left behind before he entered the black hole. Machi Su Ling took the ring and was even more sure of his deduction. He even guessed that this Yu clan's third young master had secretly hidden inside the Lich Ring. But the Lich Ring could only store dead things. Could it be that the Yu clan's third young master was a dead spirit? Machi Su Ling could not understand even if he wanted to explode his head. Just as he was holding the Lich Ring in puzzlement, a nirvana flame pillar suddenly shot out from the void. Yu Yang jumped out like a comet. His whole body was naked, without a single thread of clothing on it. Seeing Yu Yang appear, Machi Su Ling almost burst into tears. God, this brat had finally appeared. Machi Su Ling was afraid that Yu Yang would hide again. At that moment, he could no longer care about hiding his true strength. He immediately unsealed his innate level 4 strength and released his domain of power while roaring, "Brat, die. Dying under my domain of power is not a loss for you." Before he could attack, he suddenly realized that the Yu clan's third young master's body also had signs of releasing domain of power. He could not help but be shocked. This brat, how could he also know domain of power? Wasn't he just a level 3 innate junior? Which domain of power should I use? Forget it, let's try out my newly comprehended, exploding star explosion. Yu Yang muttered to himself, as if he was distressed about which domain of power to use. Machi Su Ling's 7 orifices bled as he listened. He had never seen such an abnormal person who had so many domain of power. How was he supposed to live? Regardless of whether Yu Yang knew how to release his domain of power or not, Machi Su Ling would definitely not give his enemy the chance to do so. He roared like thunder as his body turned into a shooting star, furiously charging towards Yu Yang. As a true innate, Machi Su Ling was very clear about the weakness of releasing his domain of power. He had spent a total of 3 years to practice, and the speed at which he released his domain of power had only increased a little. Even if this brat knew how to use his domain of power, how could his speed be faster than him? Once he was within the range of his attack, under the attack of his domain energy, he would definitely die. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand, and the one who strikes later suffers a calamity. This was a principle that Machi Su Ling had understood 300 years ago. When experts fought, victory or defeat would be decided in a second. Whoever could release their domain of power faster and hit their opponent first would be the winner. Fall for me. Machi Su Ling believed that under his domain of power, the Yu clan's third young master would fall and become a tragic loser. With his snail-like speed, how could he use his domain of power? A halo of light spread out from Machi Su Ling's body, extending to a distance of 30 meters, forming a huge halo. Yu Yang, who was in the halo, immediately let out a sound. His body that was floating in the air started to fall. Although Yu Yang did not fall like what Machi Su Ling said, his body seemed to be restricted by an invisible force, and his movements were greatly affected. It was as if thousands of kilograms of steel was pressing down on Yu Yang's body, causing him to feel extremely heavy. Even taking a step forward was very difficult. His originally light and agile body was now extremely slow even when he moved his fingers. This was Machi Su Ling's domain of power, heavy pressure. Actually, Machi Su Ling, who was a level 5 innate, was still a newbie when it came to controlling his domain of power. His domain of power was still relatively weak. His current domain of power could heavy pressure that was 20 times his opponent's weight. This kind of domain of power was at most a beginner level. Domain of power was also divided into beginner, intermediate and advanced levels. Each level could be further divided into first, second, and third level. It could be said that in terms of controlling domain of power, Machi Su Ling was just a newbie who had just stepped into the door. He was only slightly better than Yu Yang, who was still trying to figure it out. A domain power like heavy pressure was not a very good domain power. A super strong innate ranker could probably achieve the effect of heavy pressure with just his aura alone. However, for ordinary cultivators, domain power was still an invincible existence. Under the pressure of 20 times gravity, if one's body did not have enough resistance, they would immediately collapse. So this is his domain energy. Yu Yang could see through Machi Su Ling's body with his Heaven Eyes divine vision. There was a kind of energy that was being stimulated within Machi Su Ling's body. This kind of stimulation was similar to combustion, and there should be a time limit to it. However, within a certain range and time limit, the effects would be very obvious. Yu Yang discovered that there was a ring of light 30 meters away from him. He instantly realized that this was the range of his opponent's domain power, so he immediately turned around and prepared to leave this ring of light. "Where do you think you're going?" Machi Su Ling realized that this brat was like an undying cockroach. Not only did he not die under the 20 times gravity, he didn't even suffer any injuries. It was just that his movements had been slowed down. He immediately summoned a gold-ranked level 8 web spider and his guardian beast, a gold-ranked level 10 golden eagle. A golden eagle at the level of a holy beast, the web spider was not affected by the heavy pressure, and jumped up and down as if it was flying. It shot out a huge white net, covering Yu Yang's entire body. It then quickly dragged the huge white net and wrapped it into a ball, making it impossible for Yu Yang to escape from the net. In the sky, Machi Su Ling, who had merged with the golden eagle, unsealed his final and strongest power. Innate level 5, the entire dimension of Duel was on the verge of collapsing. The ground cracked, and lava flowed out. In the dimension, Machi Su Ling's body continuously exploded with shockwaves. Even the gold-ranked level 8 web spider had no choice but to retreat. On the contrary, with the help of the shockwaves, the other gold-ranked level 8 sand dust beast was like a tiger that had grown wings. It swept up a sandstorm tornado with a speed that was unimaginable to humans. In the center of the tornado, it was as if there were thousands of knives rolling around, tearing everything apart. If any living being were to fall into this sandstorm tornado, they would definitely be smashed into smithereens that were even smaller than sand. At this moment, there were thousands of golden lights flashing on Machi Su Ling's hands. He condensed a ball of energy in the shape of a golden eagle. Only innate rankers with holy beasts could condense such a ball of energy. This kind of ball of energy contained the will of a holy beast. Not only was its power 10 times stronger than an unformed ball, it could also be commanded by the holy beast's will, automatically tracking the enemy and maintaining the ball of energy for a longer period of time. Once it was activated, as long as the holy beast did not die, it would definitely hit the enemy. Golden Eagle breaking the ground. Machi Su Ling raised the ball of energy in his hands and threw it towards Yu Yang, who was trapped in the white net. "I'm here." Yu Yang suddenly appeared behind Machi Su Ling. The web of a web spider might be a headache for others, but for an innate who knew how to teleport, it was not impossible. Yu Yang's right hand was like a sword, while his left hand held on to one of his domain of power, Star Explosion. Yu Yang's domain of power was completely different from the AoE effect of heavy pressure. It was a single point, and before it exploded, it would not affect the enemy. However, once it hit the enemy, it would immediately explode with the destructive power of a star explosion. He waved his hands and attacked together. The innate invisible sword chi in his right hand and the star explosion in his left hand simultaneously struck towards Machi Su Ling's ears. This ambush was something that Yu Yang had secretly learned from Shui Wuxia. Swish, swish. What surprised Yu Yang was that the ambush of the innate invisible sword chi actually missed. This was the first time that Yu Yang had encountered such a situation in the battle. It wasn't that Yu Yang's attack wasn't slow, nor was it that his sneak attack wasn't timely enough. He had completely anticipated Machi Su Ling's attack, and when Machi Su Ling unleashed his full strength, he immediately counterattacked. However, the innate invisible sword chi that had worked every single time actually missed. This truly surprised Yu Yang. Just now, when Yu Yang's sword finger was about to explode Machi Su Ling's head, a pair of golden wings appeared behind his back. With lightning speed, he carried Machi Su Ling and narrowly escaped from Yu Yang's ambush. Yu Yang's innate invisible sword chi only managed to cut off a few golden feathers. Machi Su Ling, who had just escaped from death, felt his heart beating wildly. If he didn't have the help of his holy beast, his head would have exploded just now. He wiped the fresh blood off his face, feeling both shocked and angry. Luckily, he had the help of his holy beast. The golden eagle that was charging towards the white net circled in the sky and continued to attack Yu Yang under the command of the golden eagle holy beast. Machi Su Ling stomped his feet angrily, causing the ground to crumble. He then stretched out his hand and pressed down, preparing to push Yu Yang, who was still under the pressure of his domain of power, into the crevice and let the magma burn this abnormally fast Yu Clan third young master to death. With the golden eagle holy beast, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage in terms of speed. In terms of strength, as a level 5 innate, he was more confident that he could suppress Yu Yang. Hiss hiss hiss. That web spider was loyal enough. When it saw that Yu Yang had escaped, it immediately jumped into the air and shot out a huge white net from its tail, preparing to wrap Yu Yang up again. Meanwhile, that sand beast that was still spinning and increasing its power gradually pounced towards Yu Yang. Die. Yu Yang shot out the star explosion in his hand. A meteor streaked across the sky like lightning. It entered the body of the gold-ranked level 8 web spider. In an instant, a terrifying explosion occurred between heaven and earth. It was as if the explosion could even shatter a planet into pieces. The ground, rocks, sand, magma, etc., everything disappeared. The dimension of Duel was filled with flames and shockwaves from the explosion, turning everything into dust. Forget about Machi Su Ling, the enemy, even Yu Yang, the owner of the domain of power, was trembling crazily. He felt as if the end of the world was coming. He almost thought that the dimension of Duel would explode into pieces. The powerful shockwaves from the explosion caused Yu Yang and Machi Su Ling to be unable to hear anything. At this moment, they had completely lost their hearing. Machi Su Ling felt that his head was buzzing and he was disoriented. Even with the strength of an innate level 5, he was still pushed back more than 10 meters by the shockwaves. In front of him, a fist fiercely punched towards him, causing Machi Su Ling to feel pain in his face. Fresh blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. Yu Yang did not stop attacking the enemy. On the contrary, the explosion was his best cover. Machi Su Ling was shocked. If it wasn't for the holy beast golden condor automatically protecting its master and flapping its wings in time, he would have been hit by the enemy's star explosion in the next second. Machi Su Ling couldn't open his eyes. He couldn't see at all, but he could feel that the destructive power of star explosion was accumulating in his opponent's hand. Summoning grimoire. Almost at the same time when the second fist arrived, he chose to summon his grimoire and raised his protective shield to defend himself. The fist was pushed away by the protective shield. However, a slender finger silently pierced through the shield. Its target was Machi Su Ling's forehead. It was the golden condor again. It reacted in time and controlled its master's body. Chi. A beam of golden sword energy that could instantly kill an innate realm expert shot past Machi Su Ling's forehead. At the same time it sliced off his hair and scalp, it also left a horrifying wound on his forehead. If he was a thousandth of a second slower, Machi Su Ling's head would definitely be broken. The golden condor's energy ball was flying towards him from afar. It was affected by the explosion to a certain extent and its energy was greatly reduced. However, it still had a certain amount of attack power. Under the golden condor's control, it continued to chase after Yu Yang. Or perhaps, the golden condor didn't hope to kill the enemy. It was just a form of harassment to save its life. Further away, the sand beast that formed the violent sand tornado became even bigger after the explosion. Sand and sand filled the sky as it swept towards Yu Yang. Machi Su Ling realized that the young man in front of him had a murderous look in his eyes. He cursed inwardly. Before he could summon the sand beast back, Yu Yang had already appeared in the center of the violent sand tornado in a flash. The center of the tornado was unusually calm. Yu Yang shouted loudly. The nirvana flame on his body soared into the sky and formed a nirvana flame pillar that was tens of meters tall. This was one of his domain of power, nirvana flame pillar. The sand beast might be able to instantly kill all the beasts in the world. Its power could indeed destroy a city. However, as an elemental beast, it would never be able to fight against the nirvana flame that surpassed all other flames in the world. Under the impact and burning of the nirvana flame pillar, its core was instantly melted. Instant kill. The sand beast's magic core was refined by the nirvana flame and shrunk rapidly. All the impurities were removed, leaving only the purest elemental energy. It landed lightly on Yu Yang's palm. The golden condor's energy ball was completely useless in front of the nirvana flame pillar. It burned and turned into nothingness. Machi Su Ling almost knelt on the ground. His opponent was too strong. This kind of enemy was not someone he could defeat. His previous provocation was so stupid. In the dimension of death, his action of hiding his true strength had turned into a foolish act of self-destruction. Only an innate level 7 and above could comprehend 2 or more types of domain of power. However, this young man in front of him who had only unsealed his innate level 1 innate was able to use it so easily. How could he still fight against this kind of enemy? When Machi Su Ling saw that Yu Yang's hands were rotating non-stop as he chanted with his mouth, countless dark gold, and silver runes fluttered out, forming a galaxy of runes in Yu Yang's hands. It gradually condensed into a world-exterminating wheel that was spinning non-stop. When Machi Su Ling saw everything, his heart was filled with despair. His face was ashen and his whole body was trembling. 3 types. This brat actually possessed 3 unique domain of power. It was not that no innates knew how to use world exterminating wheel, but there was definitely no innate who knew how to condense world exterminating wheel. That was definitely a domain of power, exploding star explosion, nirvana flame, and world exterminating wheel. Any one of these 3 domain of power could easily kill someone. Now that he had 3 types of domain of power in his body, how could Machi Su Ling not feel despair? Break! Yu Yang raised his world exterminating wheel and prepared to cut through the middle of his grimoire protective shield. Machi Su Ling realized that his grimoire protective shield had already become as thin as paper in his opponent's hands. The mysterious sword chi had already broken through it once. If the world exterminating wheel were to come again, he would probably die a horrible death. No. Machi Su Ling unleashed his greatest strength. However, it was not to counterattack, but to escape. His mind was completely overwhelmed by Yu Yang's killing intent. At this moment, he was no longer an innate level 5 ranker. Instead, he was a frightened and panicking loser. In a tenth of a second, Machi Su Ling had already escaped 100 meters away. It was even faster than teleportation. Yu Yang's teleportation also couldn't catch up. However, the world exterminating wheel that Yu Yang threw out could surpass time, speed, and space. Under Machi Su Ling's fearful gaze, it slashed towards his body. Machi Su Ling had already lost all hope. He slowly closed his eyes and waited for his death. Just as he was about to be slashed into 2, the golden eagle holy beast saved his life for the 3rd time. It used one of its wings to block in front of Machi Su Ling, while the other wing hit the ground, causing its master's body to tilt a little. The world exterminating wheel cut through the golden eagle holy beast's wing, from Machi Su Ling's left shoulder to his right abdomen. The golden eagle holy beast could only use its last bit of strength to protect its master's life. Half of Machi Su Ling's body was slashed apart, but his head was safe and sound because of the golden eagle holy beast's protection. He was still alive. The gold-ranked level 10 golden eagle holy beast automatically separated itself from Machi Su Ling's body. It raised one of its broken wings and stood in front of Yu Yang. At the last second, it still wanted to protect its master. This was a guardian beast, This was a guardian beast that would never betray its master, if Yu Yang didn't have his exploding star explosion, Nirvana's flame, and world-exterminating wheel. The golden eagle holy beast would still persevere in the battle. But right now, the battle was already meaningless. It only wanted to protect its master until the end of his life. At the very least, it wanted to die in front of its master. Little Wenli turned into a rainbow and floated out from Yu Yang's body. Her big eyes that could speak looked at the golden eagle holy beast with its broken wing without blinking. Her small hands bowed towards the golden eagle holy beast with a gesture that was used by innate rankers to greet each other. At the same time, the golden eagle holy beast bent its wing and bowed towards little Wenli. It turned its head and looked at Machi Su Ling, who was on the verge of death. Its eyes were filled with humans' complex emotions. It looked like love, but also pity. "I'm sorry, Xianxia, I was wrong." Machi Su Ling's eyes were filled with hot tears as he cried towards the golden eagle holy beast, "It was my ambition that caused your death. If I had agreed to live in seclusion with you, today would not have happened. It's all because I yearned for the emperor's throne of Ziwei. I was too envious of everything that Shen Tian had. It's all because of my greed that caused your death. I'm sorry, Xianxia, I'm sorry." In the golden light, the golden eagle holy beast gradually transformed into a young and beautiful woman who was around 30 years old. One of her arms was broken and blood was dripping down. She first shook her head towards Machi Su Ling, then paid her respect to little Wenli for the second time. Her remaining right hand was deeply inserted into her heart. Those sharp nails had completely pierced through her heart. She fell down into Machi Su Ling's arms. She looked at him affectionately without saying a word. Then, she slowly closed her pair of beautiful big eyes. Machi Su Ling cried out in pain, his voice filled with grief. Tears of repentance rolled down his cheeks. He originally possessed power that no one in the world envied, had a woman who wanted to die in his arms even if she had to die, had love and happiness that others yearned for, but because of his greed, he destroyed everything with his own hands. "Slash me, I can't let Xianxia wait for too long, I owe her too much." Machi Su Ling held madly. Little Wenli's dual icicle blades danced like snow. An energy blade cut off Machi Su Ling's head. After she killed Machi Su Ling, she turned around and tightly hugged Yu Yang, who was waiting quietly. Tears welled up in her big eyes. Yu Yang gently wiped away her tears. Other than hugging little Wenli tightly, he also kissed her smooth forehead. We must remember today's lesson of attracting others. We must never let happiness slip away from our hands. We must become stronger and defeat all our enemies. No one can stop us. Yes. Little Wenli nodded her head obediently. Then, she raised her dual icicle blades high up and screamed. Her voice was filled with fighting spirit, as if she was replying to Yu Yang's words. Become stronger and defeat all your enemies. The diamond grimoire suddenly appeared on its own. Stone element Medusa, storm mermaid, thunder naga, and a female serpent general that Yu Yang had never seen before also wielded her dual icicle blades. It was just that this female serpent general's dual icicle blades were 10 times bigger than Xiao Wenli's dual icicle blades. It was even colder. The moment she appeared, the burning ground froze, turning it into an icy hell. This female serpent general looked similar to little Wenli, but she was more mature and dignified, like a great general on the battlefield. She was also wearing a platinum armor decorated with heaven runes and ancient runes. This powerful female serpent general was one of little Wenli's 4 guardian beasts, the ice serpent demon. Just like little Wenli, stone element Medusa, storm mermaid, thunder naga, and ice serpent demon raised the weapons in their hands and screamed. A ray of colorful light rose from little Wenli's body. On the diamond grimoire, Medusa and the other 3 girls, 5 rays of dark golden light rose as well. They surrounded the colorful light pillar, forming an even bigger light pillar that shot into the sky. Leveled up? Yu Yang was pleasantly surprised to find that little Wenli had finally leveled up again. After killing so many strong enemies, little Wenli did not show any signs of leveling up. It was only when she accidentally activated the runic circle when she was collecting starlight serene indigo grass that little Wenli leveled up once. After such a long time, she finally leveled up to diamond level 3. Although this leveling up was unbelievably slow. However, with Xiao Wenli's strength, every time she leveled up, there would be a huge qualitative change. Yu Yang even suspected that Xiao Wenli, this little lowly, might be a mythical beast, or even a transcending mythical beast. Her leveling up was completely different from normal beasts, which was why she was so slow. She was Queen Vivian Li's precious daughter. It was impossible for her to be the same as normal beasts. Xiao Wenli didn't even have the time to let Yu Yang see clearly what kind of changes she had after leveling up. She threw herself into his arms like a swallow. Her sweet little mouth impatiently kissed Yu Yang's face, just like a little kid who had scored 100 marks in a test and couldn't wait to go back and tell her father. Yu Yang was so touched that he almost cried. With a loli in his hands, he had the world. After little Wenli leveled up, she grew a little taller, but she was still a cute little loli. Yu Yang was very patient. It didn't matter if she was a little loli, he could just raise her slowly. It could also satisfy his weird uncle's evil heart. Thinking about Her Majesty Empress Fei Wenli, in the future when Her Majesty Empress gets out of the black hole sealed space, hugging an empress on the left, a little loli in the middle, and a royal princess on the right, that kind of blissful sexual life. Just thinking about it would make one happy from the bottom of their heart. Hugging the fragrant little loli, he fiercely kissed her tender little face a few times. Seeing her smile that was brimming with happiness, Yu Yang felt a sense of achievement in his heart. Was Uncle Strange Uncle something that anyone could do? Of course not. I've decided, I want to be a great weird uncle. No, I mean, we want to be happy. Yu Yang made a huge aspiration. Yes, yes. The little loli nodded her head obediently, not realizing her fate of being raised. Next, it was time to clean up the battlefield. The magic crystal of the gold-ranked level 8 sand beast was already in his hands, and it had already been refined by Yu Yang's nirvana flame. It was also a gold-ranked level 8 net spider, but its corpse was smashed to pieces. Yu Yang searched for a long time before he found the faint green magic crystal in the mud. The stone element Medusa seemed to be very interested in this magic crystal, staring at it eagerly. Yu Yang was speechless. It was a spider, you're a Medusa, you're a completely different species. However, Yu Yang was not stingy with the gold-ranked level 8 magic crystal. He threw the magic crystal to the stone element Medusa. The stone element Medusa fused the faint green magic crystal with her golden bow, and tied the net spider's poison sac on her waist. A dark golden light shot up to the sky. Purple, green and white lights, 3 different lights flashed on the stone element Medusa's golden bow. In the end, it turned into 3 golden arrows with different patterns. Yu Yang could see the truth with his level 5, divine vision. This stone element Medusa had leveled up again. Furthermore, this leveling up included a qualitative change. After fusing with the fake Nirvana's flame in the Gemini temple, the stone element Medusa had gained a new type of offensive fire ability. Although it was not as powerful as the Nirvana's flame, it was still extremely powerful against normal beasts. After all, it was the Nirvana's flame that was imitated by the Gemini temple's Yu Yang's shadow. The fake Nirvana's flame was also very terrifying. Right now, the golden bow had also absorbed the gold-ranked level 8 magic crystal of the net spider, completing a complete transformation from its body to its weapon. On top of the original stone element and fire element, it had also added poison and spider silk. The original stone element Medusa was undoubtedly the weakest among Little Wenli's 4 guardian beasts. However, right now, her power had skyrocketed. She had already surpassed the Storm Mermaid and was catching up to the Thunder Naga. The dimension of duel that the old fox had created to test his abilities had already been completely destroyed. The sky and the ground were filled with mud and dust. There were no more hills, rocks, or magma. Everything had turned into dust. Just as Yu Yang put Machi Su Ling's corpse back, the golden eagle holy beast Xianxia, who had transformed into a human form beside him, had completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. Once its master died, the guardian beast would turn into nothingness and would never be able to revive again. Perhaps the Storm Mermaid did not like the dimension of duel that was filled with fire and ashes. She blew the storm horn and summoned a storm and a huge tide, engulfing the whole dimension of duel. In less than 2 minutes, the storm and the tide had submerged the whole dimension of duel into a vast ocean. After going through many battles, the Storm Mermaid's summoning ability had also improved, and its power had increased greatly. When the dimension of duel was submerged, the stone element Medusa had even summoned her contracted gold tiger shark, letting it swim around the dimension of duel. The gold tiger shark had not come out for a long time. It was happily eating the pieces of the net spider's corpse. Although it did not have any magic crystals to eat, being able to eat a gold-ranked level 8 net spider to its heart's content, the gold tiger shark felt that its life was still pretty good. "Leave this fellow here, let's go out." Seeing that the gold tiger shark was eating happily, Yu Yang decided to leave this gluttonous fellow that could not fight on land. On the mountain road of the Yu clan castle. While Yu Yang was secretly meeting Queen Vivian Li and killing Machi Su Ling in the black hole dimension, Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others were fighting with Kai Yang of the Seven Great Bears. As for Hui Tai Lang, Thorny Flower Demoness and the Golden Beast, they were as powerful as their masters, continuously oppressing their opponents. The gold-ranked level 9 King of Black Light, gold-ranked level 6 Giant Mammoth and the gold-ranked level 6 One-Eyed Giant were all completely defeated. The King of Black Light was actually very powerful. Before that harmless and lovable Thorny Flower Demoness made her move, the King of Black Light had already swept through the entire battlefield. Not a single beast could withstand a single move from it. If one were to use a phrase to describe it, it would be the one with the biggest fist is the boss. For example, the gold-ranked Thunder Mammoth, the one-eyed giant that knew how to use combat skills, the Herculean rhinoceros beetle that had the best defense in the world, the laborer puppet that was not afraid of being beaten up, Fatty Hai that could transform into a behemoth, Shui Tan Lang that was as cold as ice. None of them were its match. The King of Black Light rampaged around, its 30-meter-tall body and its fist that was bigger than a house, fully displaying its arrogance as the boss of the battlefield. However, when the Thorny Flower Demoness with her slender fingers and fair hands appeared, this arrogant fellow immediately met a tragic end. It seemed like the Thorny Flower Demoness could not even be killed with one finger. However, when the King of Black Light saw the Thorny Flower Demoness, it immediately retreated in fear. As a gold-ranked level 9 beast, although it was not an intelligent holy beast, it still knew what its nemesis and danger were. If it was given a choice, the King of Black Light would probably rather start a war with a human innate than meet this Thorny Flower Demoness. The Thorny Flower Demoness extended her petal-like wings and floated in the sky. With a wave of her small hands, countless huge thorny flower vines shot out from the ground. There were hundreds and thousands of vines, easily turning the entire mountain path into a sea of flowers. What was even more strange was that the countless vines intertwined to form a vine giant. It had a head, a body, arms, and legs. Not only was it not shorter than the King of Black Light, it was even bigger. The appearance of the vine giant marked the beginning of the King of Black Light's tragic end. Firstly, this vine giant was not afraid of being hit at all. The King of Black Light's fists were completely useless against the soft vine giant. On the contrary, once the vine giant's vines wrapped around the King of Black Light, it would take a lot of effort for the King of Black Light to break free. Countless vines drilled out from the ground, completely destroying the ground. They grabbed onto the King of Black Light's legs and dragged it underground. The King of Black Light wanted to struggle, but its arms were tightly entangled by hundreds and thousands of vines that were as thick as water buckets. The King of Black Light was extremely strong, but under this kind of strangulation, it could not fight back at all. "Oh my god, this girl is too scary." Fatty Hai was frightened by the Thorny Flower Demoness. Luckily she was a beast raised by Yu Yang. If she was an enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Forget about Fatty Hai. Even Shan Tian, who was watching the battle from afar, who was the emperor of Ziwei, had a solemn expression. Right now, she was still not a golden crown thorny flower queen, yet she could easily subdue the King of Black Light. If she was able to level up to become a golden crown thorny flower queen, wouldn't she be even more terrifying? Shan Tian was very depressed that he was unable to eliminate the Thorny Flower Demoness, this future threat, as impatience was eyeing him covetously. He was confident that he could easily eliminate the Thorny Flower Demoness now. After all, she had not truly matured yet. However, when she leveled up to become a golden crown thorny flower queen, she would probably be very difficult to deal with. The battle between the Thorny Flower Demoness and the King of Black Light was still ongoing. The vines were very effective, they could completely seal off the King of Black Light's movements, but they couldn't kill it. The King of Black Light was a rock giant. It didn't need to breathe, its body was made up of meteorite black light, it was incomparably hard. Its unique structure made it unafraid of any kind of attack or strangulation. In other words, even a physical attack like a siege hammer would only tickle it. It wasn't afraid of physical damage at all. How could they kill the King of Black Light? If this question was given to Fatty Hai, he probably wouldn't be able to think of it. Even if he used 10 years. Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tianluo and the others were all thinking. They knew that the thorny flower demoness could completely suppress the King of Black Light in terms of attributes, but they couldn't think of a good idea. The thorny flower demoness also cutely bit her fingers, tilting her head as she thought. Her pondering expression made Shun Tian extremely jealous. A beast that knew how to think. How far was it from becoming a holy beast? Even if the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen wasn't a highly intelligent holy beast, it was already scary enough. If it could level up to become a holy beast, its power wouldn't just increase by a little, it would double or even 10 times. At that time, if he wanted to kill her again, it would be extremely difficult. The impatience kept staring at him, her face full of smiles, but there was a hidden killing intent in her smile, as if she would attack at any time. Shun Tian was helpless, he could only suppress his killing intent. The thorny flower demoness suddenly thought of a way. The King of Black Light's fate finally became one with the tragic fate. Countless vines rose up, looking like a forest of vines. The King of Black Light, who had sunk into the ground, was suddenly pulled out by countless vines, lifted high above the ground, and hung in mid-air, while countless vines pulled out his limbs. Good idea. Shui Tanlang's cool face was moved, he was the first to praise. What? Fatty Hai didn't understand. Idiot, the King of Black Light is of the earth attribute. Not only is it stronger in the soil, it can also continuously absorb the earth's energy. Although it isn't much, the thorny flower demoness can't suppress it with her strength, so she can't hurt it. Hence, it can only be a stalemate. Yi Kong suddenly understood. Lifting it off the ground, it prevents the King of Black Light from absorbing the earth's energy. The King of Black Light will become weaker and weaker. On the other hand, the thorny flower demoness can also absorb energy from its body, accelerating the King of Black Light's exhaustion. From now on, the King of Black Light's defeat is only a matter of time. Prince Tianluo knew that the King of Black Light would definitely lose, but he reckoned that the gold-ranked level 9 King of Black Light was still very strong and could still hold on for a long time. Countless thorny vines drilled into the King of Black Light's body. Even more vines used their ugly mouths to slowly absorb the King of Black Light's energy. This kind of attack was very slow and the effect was very weak, but it was enough to scare the King of Black Light. It struggled with all its might, trying its best to break free from the vine's entanglement. Its struggle was destined to be futile. Maybe it was still a long time away from death, but this kind of futile struggle was ultimately just a deathbed struggle. Other than that, in the ruins of the Yu clan village, the gold-ranked level 6 one-eyed giant was currently crying out in pain. Its only eye had been crippled by Hui Tai Lang's claw. It was currently covering its eye as it rolled on the ground in pain, letting out a blood-curdling screech that made people's hair stand on end. The eyeball was the one-eyed giant's biggest weakness. Hui Tai Lang's claw was really ruthless. However, the golden beast was not a vegetarian either. It was even more vicious and cruel than Hui Tai Lang. It directly bit a hole in the one-eyed giant's head, tearing its scalp open and cracking sounds could be heard from the top of its skull. The golden beast did not care about the one-eyed giant's life or death at all. It used the nearest shortcut and rushed towards the magic crystal. It was not the first time it had bitten open a skull to swallow a magic crystal. Bone dragon, giant. It would bite whatever it wanted, regardless of race. Hui Tai Lang and this little thing cooperated happily. The golden beast was in charge of biting open the skull, while he was in charge of biting off the one-eyed giant's limbs, preventing it from interfering with the golden beast's operation of breaking the skull. The golden beast was gluttonous, but without its master's permission, Hui Tai Lang knew that this little thing would spit it out even if it swallowed it. Reward according to contribution. Hui Tai Lang had heard Yu Yang say this before, and understood its meaning. It meant that the more work it did, the happier its master would be, and the more rewards it would receive. With the mentality of striving for contribution, Hui Tai Lang and the golden beast cooperated very well. The one-eyed giant was very pitiful, it became the first sacrifice. The Thunder Mammoth, which was also gold-ranked level 6, was very frightened. It wanted to escape, but the Herculean rhinoceros beetle proved to it that there were also powerful normal-ranked beasts, such as itself. The Herculean rhinoceros beetle fought against the Thunder Mammoth. Although its strength was much weaker than the gold-ranked level 6 mammoth, its unparalleled defense allowed it to temporarily not be at a disadvantage. Of course, there were also the two laborers, Megatron and Optimus Prime. Although they didn't have any attack power, as a human wall, they were still quite qualified. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Li Brothers, Xue Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and the others saw that they had the chance to show off their power, so they didn't hold back and attacked. The Thunder Mammoth was outnumbered, its defeat was already set in stone. Its master, Kai Yang of the Seven Great Bears, flew into a rage. Just as he was about to fly over to help his own beast, he suddenly sensed danger behind him with his extremely strong innate senses. Turning his head to look, he saw a white light with terrifying destructive power rushing towards him. Shen Tian didn't care about Kai Yang, the one-eyed giant and the gold mammoth's life and death. The only thing he was paying attention to was the thorny flower demoness. The thorny flower demoness couldn't defeat the one-eyed giant after attacking for a long time. Suddenly, she bit her finger and started to think. Under Shen Tian's cold gaze, she clapped her hands happily, as if she had thought of a good idea. She flapped her petal-like wings and beautifully landed on the one-eyed giant's head. She reached out her hand and grabbed the golden beast that was biting its skull. The golden beast turned into a dark golden blade in her hand. The thorny flower demoness held the dark golden blade and flapped her wings, flying towards the king of black light. Shen Tian was finally moved, his face was filled with surprise. Transform? This is a beast that is one with its master. This golden beast is actually a Tong Tian beast? Impatience laughed coldly. Master Shen Tian, don't you think that changing Tong Tian beast to Tong Tian mythical beast would be more appropriate? At this moment, Shen Tian's expression changed completely. Jealousy and greed flashed across his eyes. He turned around and looked at Impatience. What did you say? Could it be that the golden beast has already contracted a grimoire? It already has the qualifications to become a mythical beast. No, this is impossible. Of course not now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Impatience was still smiling, but the killing intent in her eyes was getting stronger and stronger. She was waiting for the most suitable time to attack. For example, when Yu Yang returned. Kai Yang of the Seven Great Bears suffered a sneak attack. Although he was covered in dirt, he was still an innate level 2 ranker. His body quickly recovered, only his clothes were torn and he looked a little battered. Kai Yang was furious at City Mistress Fallen Flowers' sneak attack. He immediately summoned a ghost fetus spitting worm beast. Its long and fat body looked like a giant black maggot. It opened its ugly mouth and immediately spat out a black ball. Yi Kong unintentionally discovered something strange and flew over. That black ball didn't look like an energy ball, but more like an iron ball. He waved his staff and swept it. Boom, a loud sound rang out. The black orb exploded violently, sending Yi Kong flying away. I'll send you on your way. As one of the Seven Great Bears, Kai Yang flew down from the sky and chased after Yi Kong like lightning. He pressed his palm on Yi Kong's chest and released his innate chi. No. Fatty Hai noticed Kai Yang's action, but he didn't have time to save him. When he arrived, Yi Kong had already been sent flying by Kai Yang. Fatty Hai knew that an innate ranker's attack wasn't something a normal warrior could defend against. Even if Yi Kong had the King Kong demon ape to protect him, he would still be in danger under an innate ranker's attack. Fatty Hai angrily used Hippopotamus Meteor Punch on Kai Yang's back. Annoying ant. Kai Yang felt a sharp pain on his back. He was angered by Fatty Hai's powerful attack. If he wasn't an innate but a level 8 emperor, he would have been injured and vomited blood. On the surface, he was only a level 6 elder, but he was able to use a level 7 overlord punch. Kai Yang felt extremely angry, but also a little strange. How could this fatty have such speed and strength? Kai Yang's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately used a roundhouse kick on Fatty Hai's chest. Fatty Hai fell like a cannonball, crashing onto the ground with a loud bang. In the sky, Princess Sisai's giant sword heavily slashed on Kai Yang's head. Sword Qi was like a giant white tiger, ruthlessly biting on Kai Yang's head. At this moment, the Emperor's sword Qi, the white tiger's energy, and the heaven runes were all stacked together and exploded on top of Kai Yang's head. Even though he was an innate ranker with an incomparably strong defense, he still felt dizzy and saw stars. This slash of the sword condensed the super strength that Princess Sisai had been accumulating for a long time. With the help of the Emperor's sword Qi and the heaven runes, the formed white tiger's energy sent Kai Yang, who was caught off guard, flying. Kai Yang spat out blood. But he still had the strength to fight back. Pushing his right hand against the ground, he struck back at Princess Sisai at an even faster speed. Summoning Grimoire. Prince Tianluo flew to the front of Princess Sisai, summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield, blocking this heavy blow. Princess Sisai raised her gigantic sword and slashed out in a circular motion, bypassing the barrier. In the instant that Kai Yang's attack missed, her gigantic sword slashed out in a circular motion. 20-fold blizzard. Shui Tanlang, the Ice Cube Man, attacked from the other side. He joined hands with the storm giant that he had summoned, smashing the power of the 20-fold blizzard on Kai Yang's right ribs. On one side was the white tiger's energy, and on the other side was the 20-fold blizzard. Kai Yang was eager to take revenge, but he was hit by the joint attack of Princess Sisai, Prince Tianluo and Shui Tanlang. His body was also greatly shaken, but he still forced himself to hold on, exploding his innate strength, sending Shui Tanlang and Princess Sisai flying. At the same time, he laughed out loud and beat his chest a few times, shouting arrogantly, "I am an innate, you ants, what can you do to me? Overconfident little worms, come, what other tricks do you have? Before you die, I will allow you to show off your cowardice one last time." Lightning. A cold shout rang in his ears. Following that, an explosion that was even more terrifying than a bolt from the blue entered Kai Yang's left ear. Ice frost. At the same time, a pincer attack came from the seven great bears Kai Yang's right ear. This was an attack from Shui Wuxia. Kai Yang's face contorted in pain, his hands pressing on his broken eardrums that were bleeding profusely, letting out an earth-shattering scream. After Shui Wuxia's attack succeeded, she immediately used her third move, other than the crane dance and swallow scissors. It was the third of her three ultimate moves, Goose Stomp. As Shui Wuxia watched the swan take off from the water, treading on the waves, and flapping her wings to soar into the sky, she came to a realization. She combined the original Shui clan's battle technique and created her own unique third move, Goose Stomp. Furthermore, under Yu Yang's guidance, she improved it once again, becoming a powerful kick technique to attack her enemies. Just as Kai Yang of the Seven Great Bears was about to counterattack in anger and humiliation, Shui Wuxia's body floated up lightly. Her legs were as beautiful as a swan taking off, and her power was not any weaker than Princess Sisai's sword slash. She stomped on Kai Yang's face 18 times in a row. When one of the seven great bears, Kai Yang's face exploded and his teeth fell to the ground, she beautifully flew up into the sky. This was Shui Wuxia's Goose Stomp, the one and only swan dance in the world. Kai Yang was furious. His arms shook the ground, wanting to jump up. He was an innate ranker. If he was beaten to the ground by someone, then he would be the biggest joke in the world. Aoo. A demonic aura covered the sky and earth. A platinum-ranked level 5 world-destroying demon wolf forcefully pushed Kai Yang to the ground, its huge mouth biting onto Kai Yang's head. Its sharp teeth sank into Kai Yang's throat, causing blood to splatter everywhere. This, of course, was Grey Wolf, who had been eyeing Kai Yang for a long time. Kai Yang released his innate qi and struggled with all his might. However, Grey Wolf had the same character as its master, Yu Yang. It wasn't afraid of any innate rankers at all. It firmly bit down, not letting go at all. Kai Yang punched it dozens of times, and it retaliated with dozens of claws. Grey Wolf's skin and flesh were split open. Kai Yang's chest, an innate rancor, was also badly mutilated. There were even some places where white bones could be seen. Fatty Hai desperately pounced forward, grabbing one of Kai Yang's fists with all his might. With both his hands and feet, he strangled Kai Yang's right arm with all his might. On the other side, Yi Kong, who had a few broken ribs and was vomiting blood, also pounced forward while howling. Shui Tanlang couldn't interfere, so he saw an opening and kicked towards Kai Yang's lower body. At this point, he didn't care about his vital parts anymore. According to Yu Yang's words, he should hit a man's most painful part. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Kai Yang was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Luckily, the injured Fatty Hai and Yi Kong couldn't control him. He struggled to break free from the two's grip, and madly pulled away Grey Wolf, who refused to let go. As Grey Wolf was pulled away, he also tore off a large piece of Kai Yang's face with all his might and swallowed it into his stomach like a tonic. At this time, half of Kai Yang's face was destroyed, his body was covered in blood, his ears were broken, his facial bones were broken, and his ribs were injured. If he wasn't an innate level 2 ranker, he would have died long ago. In his entire life, he had never suffered such heavy injuries. Nor had he suffered such heavy humiliation. A dignified innate master was actually beaten up to such a pitiful state that his skin could barely cover his bones. All of you must die. Kai Yang roared in grief and indignation. Whoosh. Boom. In the sky, a meteor appeared under Prince Tianluo's summon. It fell at an extremely fast speed and smashed onto Kai Yang's body. At this moment, the earth shook, and dust flew everywhere. When the dust dispersed, one of the 7 great bears, Kai Yang, was actually still alive. He stood upright in the middle of the shattered meteor, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Although he was smashed by another meteor, he only suffered heavy injuries and didn't fall down immediately. He even had the strength to counterattack. On the other side, Princess Sisai, who had just killed the ghost fetus-spitting insect, raised her giant sword. Thousands of sword lights flashed, and the air seemed to be split apart. Under the support of White Tiger's chi and heaven runes, a 12-meter-long sword chi slashed across the sky, fiercely slashing onto Kai Yang's head. Kai Yang's body swayed a little, but his hands were still accumulating energy, as if he was prepared to perish together with everyone. Xue Tanlang was about to attack, but suddenly, Xue Wuxia floated down from the sky and shouted, "Everyone move aside, let me do it." From the sky, snowflakes fluttered down along with her. Even Xue Tanlang couldn't summon a 50 times ice storm, but it was formed in Xue Wuxia's hands and smashed onto Kai Yang's head. Kai Yang raised his right hand and forcefully used his innate energy to disperse the ice storm. His injured face, which was dripping blood, revealed a sinister and terrifying expression. He laughed bitterly, "If I die, then all of you will die with me. None of you will live." This Kai Yang was in despair. He prepared to self-destruct. Not only did his body increase his innate energy, even his stomach bulged. Everyone hurriedly retreated. However, this shameless Kai Yang actually pounced towards the carriage. On the carriage, there were Yu Bing, Inan, and City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Princess Sisai and the rest were shocked and flew out to stop them. Before she arrived, the Li brothers, who had never spoken, quietly came out from the sides of the carriage. They had never forgotten their responsibility to protect the carriage. Unless he died, Kai Yang would not be able to pass through them and reach the front of the carriage. The two of them acted in unison, each grabbing one of Kai Yang's arms. At the same time, they exerted their strength and lifted Kai Yang up. Carrying the crazed Kai Yang of the 7 great bears, they leaped towards the distant ruins of the Yu clan village, away from the carriage and the people who were chasing them. Fatty Hai madly rushed over and shouted, "Bastard, this fellow belongs to me, let go of me." Yi Kong couldn't say anything. He was so angry that blood was spurting out of his mouth. City Mistress Fallen Flowers bit her lips. She had already accumulated her Aurora Light, and could give Kai Yang a fatal blow at any time. However, the Li brothers' actions made her unable to do so. In the sky, Xue Wuxia's light wind teleportation was even faster than Princess Sisai. She instantly caught up to the Li brothers and Kai Yang, who was about to self-destruct. On her forehead, the mysterious rune circle that had disappeared flashed once again. Her inability exploded. Her lily-white hands pierced through Kai Yang's chest from behind. What her lily-white hands grabbed was Kai Yang's bloody heart. "It's too late. You will all die." One of the 7 great bears, Kai Yang, revealed a vicious smile amidst his pain. "Is that so?" Xue Wuxia laughed coldly. The heart in her hands, because of the cold air from her inability, had turned into a block of ice. Under Xue Wuxia's tight grip, it shattered into countless ice shards. Starting from Kai Yang's chest, an irresistible frost quickly spread, covering his entire body. If the Li brothers hadn't retracted their hands in time, they would probably have been sealed in ice as well. Shui Wuxia used a crane dance and kicked Kai Yang's frozen body. At the same time, she floated backwards. Kai Yang, who had crashed heavily onto the ground, finally self-destructed. Millions of ice shards exploded, splashing all over the sky and the earth. Under the freezing effect of her inability, the power of the explosion was greatly reduced. The Li brothers who were sent flying by the shockwave were caught by Yi Kong and Fatty Hai without a care for their own safety. Without saying a word, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai ruthlessly beat up Li Qia and Li Gu. In the end, they hugged each other tightly. To be able to sacrifice their own lives to protect everyone at the last moment, they were definitely true brothers. The heavily injured one-eyed giant screamed and died. On the contrary, the thunder mammoth, which had been beaten up miserably, was safe and sound. The reason was that when Kai Yang was surrounded and attacked by everyone, it had already betrayed its master due to its low loyalty. It hid to one side, not daring to make enemies with Princess Sisai and the others. Moreover, it was smart enough not to run away. Otherwise, Hui Tai Lang wouldn't mind eating a meal of mammoth meat. At this time, Shen Tian, who was floating above the Yu clan castle, was so embarrassed that he wanted to cover his face. A dignified level 2 innate ranker, Kai Yang, who was known as one of the 7 Great Bears, was actually defeated by a group of children. He didn't want to deny the battle power of Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai, but he felt that Kai Yang was really too weak. This kind of innate was useless even if he didn't die. Shen Tian was still very calm now, because he still had his arrangements in the Yu clan castle. Even if Machi Su Ling, Kai Yang and Yao Guang all died, it wouldn't matter. As a person who planned everything, he would never rely on a few useless subordinates to complete his plans. If Skylaw wasn't here, Shen Tian wouldn't even care about what happened in front of him. The thorny flower demoness, who was holding the golden beast that had transformed into a long sword, sliced open the King of Black Light's skull and dug out the gigantic magic core, was smiling like a blooming flower. She held the heavy King of Black Light's skull and happily flew up and down in the sky, flapping her petal-like wings. When the little golden beast saw this, it couldn't help but drool. It also transformed into a pair of wings and flew clumsily, chasing after the thorny flower demoness, as if it wanted to take a bite out of her. The King of Black Light was actually not dead, but the thorny flower demoness and the golden beast had already forgotten about it. Boom, the King of Black Light's body shook, and its huge torso exploded, shattering into pieces. Eh? Shen Tian felt that something was wrong. Why did the King of Black Light die? Could it be that its master, Machi Su Ling, who thought he was smart and hid his innate level 5 strength, was killed by the Yu clan's 3rd young master? In less than half an hour, the innate level 5 Machi Su Ling was already dead. Shen Tian snorted lightly. It seemed like he had to carry out the second step of his plan. He didn't look down the mountain anymore and floated down to the Yu clan castle. Impatience also landed on the roof of the carriage. Ignoring Fatty Hai and the others who were drooling, she sat down comfortably. Her snow-white long legs dangled down from the roof of the carriage. Her jade-like toes, which were smeared with balsam juice, swayed lightly, leisurely and contentedly. City Mistress Fallen Flowers obviously recognized Impatience. She quickly closed the curtains of the carriage, not wanting to see her. Princess Sisai raised her giant sword and sent Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others who were staring blankly into the sky. Even Prince of Tianluo and Shui Tan Lang, who couldn't escape in time, were no exception. Not long after, a light flashed. Yu Yang, who was dripping wet as if he had just been fished out of a water tank, appeared in front of everyone. He didn't have a single injury on his body, allowing everyone to relax. Princess Sisai was very happy that this brat had returned, but of course she wouldn't show it. Instead, she snorted, "Why are you so slow? I took a bath and changed my clothes." "Why, I'm not late, am I?" "You." Yang's expression looked like he was going to someone's wedding. "If you didn't come back, you would really be late. Just now, someone wanted to self-destruct and almost caused a tragedy." Impatience giggled, just like a bad fox who had stolen a chick. "Damn, then where did you go? Didn't you kill that guy instantly?" When Yu Yang heard this, he was furious. "I have an important mission, I have to keep an eye on that big monster. Impatience pointed her jade-like finger at the thorny flower demoness and the golden beast that were flying around in the sky. If I didn't keep an eye on you, your two treasures would have been snatched away by others. If you have good things, why don't you hide them? If you show them in public like this, it's very easy for people to commit crimes. It's indeed very easy for people to commit crimes. Yu Yang looked at the beautiful cleavage between Impatience's towering breasts, almost drooling. Lend me your ear. Princess Sisai couldn't stand it anymore. She pulled this brat's ear and saved him from Impatience's cleavage. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong quickly pretended to be obedient children, not looking sideways as they secretly swallowed their saliva. However, they were clear that this girl was here for Yu Yang and had nothing to do with them. It was useless to think too much. They should quickly clear the battlefield and see if they could get any benefits. After all, they had defeated an innate level 2 mini-boss. According to Yu Yang, it would definitely drop something. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai gave up, so they wouldn't split the loot. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, the Li brothers, Prince of Tianluo and Shui Tanlang played rock-paper-scissors. The lucky Fatty Hai was the first to win. He chose the Thunder Mammoth, who had the intention to surrender. He already had the iron-skinned rhinoceros and little hippopotamus, these two strengthening-type beasts. If he added the gold-ranked level 6 Thunder Mammoth, his strength would definitely soar. This was the best choice. Shui Tanlang's luck was also not bad. He was the second to win. He chose Kai Yang's Platinum Grimoire. The third to win, Yi Kong, gave up the Platinum Grimoire and the gold-ranked dual arrowhead blades on Yao Guang's waist. Instead, he chose the One-Eyed Giant's corpse. On the surface, his explanation was to let the King Kong demon ape swallow the gold-ranked level 6 One-Eyed Giant to see if it could level up. In reality, he was giving Yao Guang's Platinum Grimoire to Prince of Tianluo. As for the gold-ranked dual arrowhead blades, he decided to give it to the Li brothers, who were more suitable. Even though Yi Kong didn't have a good weapon himself, he only had the bronze-ranked giant rod that Yu Yang had given him previously. This weapon was obtained from Lich Suaji's gold-armored puppet. Prince of Tianluo also tactfully chose the Platinum Grimoire, leaving the most valuable and suitable dual arrowhead blades to Li Qia and Li Gu. The rest, such as the broken pieces of Kai Yang's corpse and the Yao Guang's corpse, were all given to Yu Yang, this corpse-collecting maniac. He didn't even let go of the King of Black Light's corpse. If the meteorite obsidian was refined well, then it could be made into the highest quality meteorite gold essence and Emperor's Heart obsidian. Even the second highest quality black gold obsidian and meteorite iron essence were not bad. Of course, other than Yu Yang's Nirvana flame, it would be a dream for others to use the King of Black Light's corpse to refine meteorite gold essence. Give it to me. Yu Yang, who was like a slave owner, started to exploit his beasts again. Woo-woo. The thorny flower demoness reluctantly handed over the King of Black Light's giant magic crystal to her evil master, looking pitiful as if she was about to cry. It would be strange if she didn't cry when she had to hand over the magic crystal that she had painstakingly obtained. Woof. Hui Tai Lang, on the other hand, was used to handing over the One-Eyed Giant's magic crystal to Yu Yang. It knew that its master was only using his authority to display his dignity as the master of the clan. He was still more fair when it came to rewards. Whoever did the most work and put in the most effort would definitely receive the most rewards. After Yu Yang finished collecting the magic crystal, he waved his hand towards the Yu clan castle. His voice was like the voice of evil Zhou. If you want to eat magic crystals, then work harder. When Hui Tai Lang, the thorny flower demoness and the golden beast heard this, they immediately rushed towards the Yu clan castle. Everyone was sweating profusely. Like master, like beast. No matter how good the beast was, once it was in Yu Yang's hands, it would also lead him astray. Yu clan castle, in front of the main gate. Just like the day when Yu Yang dragged forth mother to the Yu clan castle, history was repeating itself. The only difference was that Yu Yang's followers had changed from the two siblings back then. Now, he had many followers. There were Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li clan brothers, who had fought bravely and sacrificed their lives for him. There were also Yu Bing and Yu Yu, who were sisters who depended on each other for survival. There were also Prince of Tianluo and Shui Tanlang, the two future brothers-in-law who were not afraid of strong enemies and were willing to help him willingly. There were even two family guards who did not share the same surname, Lin Lei and Lin Miao. Of course, the ones who supported him the most were the girls who had a mutual affinity with him. The Yu Yang who fought alone now had Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Shui Wuxia and Anan behind him. There was even an impatience who was interested in him and was willing to give up on exploring the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower for him. She was also one of the 3 strongest warriors of the demonic palace, Sky Law. Last time, Yu Yang's opponent was the substitute clan master Yu Shan. This time, his opponent was the fake Yu Qiu who easily defeated Yu Shan. This fake Yu Qiu had come prepared. He had the support of several innates and the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian. He even dared to challenge Yu Yang, who had become an innate at the age of 20 and was in the limelight. If the Soaring Dragon continent didn't have a transcender like Yu Yang, if the Yu clan didn't have Yu Yang as their descendant, then everything would be different. The Soaring Dragon continent's rankers with Jun Wuyu as their leader would be captured by the Eastern Goblin tribe and would die in the Eastern Goblin tribe's war. The Yu clan, which had been passed down for thousands of years, would completely collapse in the hands of the fake Yu Qiu. Yu Yang appeared and changed everything unintentionally. The enemy's plan that they had been planning for hundreds of years had changed because of his appearance. Today was the turning point of the future. If the fake Yu Qiu won, the Yu clan would be doomed. If Yu Yang won, then the Yu clan would be revived and the Soaring Dragon continent would see the light of day. The gates of the Yu clan castle were tightly shut. Just like that day. It seems like Great Emperor Ziwei's plan is not simple. Impatience revealed a cold smile. If that's the case, let's wait outside for a while. Yu Yang's heart stirred slightly. In the past, he didn't have such a strong premonition of the situation. But after breaking through the 5th level of the innate invisible sword qi, other than the improvement of his 5 senses, the premonition of his 6th sense had also greatly improved. Princess Sisai, who also possessed 6 senses, nodded in agreement with Yu Yang's decision. With her 6 records, inherent skill, she could feel that the Yu clan castle was like a gigantic prehistoric beast that was about to devour people. If he charged in, he would very likely fall into the enemy's trap. Rather than being controlled passively like this, it would be better to wait for the enemy's reaction outside and act according to the situation. At the very least, he would be able to grasp the initiative this way. Yu Yu and Yu Bing had always followed Yu Yang's instructions. No matter what, they would not leave the carriage and definitely not give anyone a chance to take advantage of them. Yu Yang believed that the enemy would definitely want to capture the 2 girls. They would be the best weapon to deal with him. However, Yu Yang would definitely not let the enemy have their way. Especially when impatience came, he was even more confident that he could control the entire situation in his hands. We are fine, don't waste your spiritual qi. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers all suffered different degrees of injuries. Among them, Yi Kong's injuries were the heaviest, his ribs were broken. Yi Kong felt that he couldn't unleash his full strength, so he couldn't waste Yu Yu's healing on him. There would definitely be a tough battle later on. Yu Yu was the only healing type summoner, so her healing water ball could only be used at the most critical moment. Yi Kong tried to persuade her, but how could Yu Yu just sit and watch? She persisted in summoning the healing water ball and healed Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers. Fatty Hai's injuries were not light at first, but after contracting a gold-ranked level 6 Thunder Mammoth, he obtained the Thunder Mammoth's huge energy and recovered most of his injuries. He was very happy, and his face was full of smiles. Finally, he had a gold-ranked beast. As for the silly words he said before about only contracting gold-ranked beauties, Fatty Hai chose to temporarily forget about it. Yi Kong didn't laugh at him anymore because the big battle was coming. He only needed to find a rock and sit down to rest, recovering his full strength and preparing for the next big battle. Yu Yang walked over and quietly threw a magic crystal at him. Yi Kong was startled. He realized that this was a gold-ranked level 6 One-Eyed Giant's magic crystal. Furthermore, Yu Yang had refined it with his Nirvana's flame, so its energy was extremely pure. Yu Yang had level 5, Divine Vision. He realized that the bronze-ranked level 5 King Kong Demon Ape was about to evolve. If it could swallow a magic crystal with extremely strong energy, such as the One-Eyed Giant's magic crystal, its power would definitely increase greatly. The King Kong demon ape that was carrying the one-eyed giant's corpse had already thrown it away. It almost drooled like a waterfall. It stared at the gold-ranked level 6 magic crystal in its master's hands without blinking. Yi Kong reacted and passed the magic crystal to his King Kong demon ape. Since it was given by Yu Yang, he didn't need to be polite and accepted it. The King Kong demon ape took the magic crystal and immediately swallowed it. It felt that this was not enough to express its feelings. It was so excited that it pounded its sturdy chest, letting out cheers from its throat. Seeing its useless look, Hui Tai Lang barked a few times. He felt that this gorilla was really stupid. Wasn't it just a gold-ranked level 6 magic crystal? This thing couldn't be compared to an orb at all. For the first time in Hui Tai Lang's life, he felt that he was much stronger than that stupid King Kong demon ape. This wasn't a problem of level and power, but the difference in knowledge and ambition. Hui Tai Lang felt that his ambition was very great. His dream was to eat a demon king. Was this something a normal beast could do? As for knowledge, Hui Tai Lang looked at the King Kong demon ape and suddenly realized a thought that he had never thought of before. This gorilla seemed to be very stupid, but he seemed to be much smarter than it. Hui Tai Lang couldn't understand why he was smarter than the King Kong demon ape. He looked at Yu Yang and felt that he might have followed the right master. Thus, he happily walked to Yu Yang and rubbed himself against him. If you want to eat an orb, then fight properly later. Beat the enemy to death. Yu Yang threw out the most tempting bait. Okay. The thorny flower demoness also knew how to act obedient to please her master now. Woof woof woof, meow, awoo. Hui Tai Lang couldn't speak, otherwise he would definitely proudly promise his master that he would complete the mission. Although he had mastered many foreign languages, it was still too difficult for him to pronounce the human language. On the other side, the King Kong demon ape leveled up with the help of the gold-ranked level 6 one-eyed giant's magic crystal. It directly jumped over silver-ranked and leveled up to gold-ranked level 3. 2 minutes later, because the magic crystal that Yu Yang had refined with the Nirvana flame was too pure, the King Kong demon ape leveled up to gold-ranked level 4. It was a pity that its body could only withstand the evolution of gold-ranked level 4. Otherwise, it could level up even higher. Prince of Tianluo and Xue Tanlang were extremely envious when they saw this. However, since Yu Yang knew how to refine the magic crystal, they weren't in a hurry. It wouldn't be too late to look for their future brother-in-law when they had a magic crystal that was especially suitable for their own beasts to level up. Gold-ranked beasts would always be a fatal temptation. No warrior could reject it. Unless they were abnormal like Yu Yang, whose beasts were either platinum-ranked or diamond-ranked. Beside the horse carriage, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Li brothers and the others cheered loudly. They were wild with joy that the King Kong demon ape had leveled up to gold-ranked level 4. Every time they leveled up, it was the greatest desire in a warrior's heart. In the Yu clan castle far away, the sound of a huge chain being pulled was heard. The drawbridge was slowly lowered and landed on the ground with a loud rumble. The castle's gate was pushed open by the tireless puppet beasts. A group of elite clan general guards walked out in a single file. Although Yu Yang wasn't familiar with the clan general guards, he could tell with one look that these people weren't Yu clan guards at all. In the middle of the guards, there was a muscular man around 40 years old. His facial features were similar to Yu Yang's, but he was more mature and more dignified. There was a scar on his face that made him look more masculine and rough. From the surface, this man was undoubtedly a dragon among men. He was mature, steady, dignified, intelligent and strong. He was indeed a suitable candidate to be the clan master. More importantly, this man had an indescribable charisma. He was born to be a leader. Once he appeared in front of others, he could attract others to follow him. On his left, there was another man who looked similar to Yu Yang, but his skin was slightly darker. This young man was also extraordinary. He was obviously an outstanding talent among the younger generation, an outstanding talent among his peers. He had an oppressive heroic aura. Looks like they are the fake Yu Qiu and the fake third young master. Yu Yang humphed lightly. He realized that these two imposters were really good at acting. If the fake Yu Yang and the real Yu Yang were to stand together, other than the difference in skin color and the fake Yu Yang looking more mature, there wouldn't be any big difference between them. Other than temperament, the biggest difference between the real and fake Yu Yang was their strength. The fake Yu Yang's strength was only at level 6, Elder. In the eyes of others, the existence of this fake Yu Yang was much more reasonable. After all, an abnormal person like Yu Yang who had already reached innate realm at the age of 20 was too unbelievable. To be able to reach level 6, Elder, at the age of 20 was already an amazing genius. One must know that even Yan Pejun, Feng Qisha and the other amazing people hadn't reached this level before. Only the Prince of Zijin and young sect leader Bai Yunfei were super geniuses who had reached level 6, Elder, at the age of 20. Shui Tanlang looked at the fake Yu Qiu and suddenly humphed. He is a level 6, Elder, with 2 attributes of dark and fire. Leave this guy to me. Fatty Hai and Yikong wanted to test their new strength, but when they heard that the fake Yu Yang was a level 6, Elder, with 2 attributes of dark and fire, they kept their mouths shut. This kind of enemy was indeed more suitable to be dealt with by Shui Tanlang, the ice cube guy. Shui Tanlang was the best candidate to deal with this kind of enemy. Other than the fake Yu Qiu and his son, there was also the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian, and the 3 heavenly imperial guardians who came to be the judge. There was only one from Dixia Kingdom. It was the ascetic practice saint, Dixia Kingdom's heavenly imperial guardian. Beside him was the Tian Luo Kingdom's heavenly imperial guardian. He was also the only one who came. He was dressed in white and was middle-aged. He looked like a scholar and not a heavenly imperial guardian. On their right, there were 2 heavenly imperial guardians from Zijin Kingdom. One was tall and one was skinny. Both of them seemed to be as strong as the ascetic practice saint. Other than that, there was also the 1,000 Goblins Sect's 100 Transformations Demon Elder. Her appearance made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. The 1,000 Goblins Sect's 100 Transformations Demon Elder had come. Would the 1,000 Goblins Sect leader be far away? Behind them, there was also a demon like innate whose entire body was burning with flames. Yu Yang had seen him before. This demon innate claimed to be a traitor of the demon abyss. He was very friendly with humans and was willing to stay and live in the Soaring Dragon continent. Yu Yang was not interested in this fellow. Instead, he looked at the Marquis of Zijin who was hiding behind the demon innate. Yu Yang had never been afraid of strong enemies. In his heart, intelligent people were scarier than idiots with strong abilities. The Marquis of Zijin had an extremely high IQ and was extremely cunning. Yu Yang would rather face another innate than see him appear. The appearance of the Marquis of Zijin was definitely not a good thing. The last one to arrive was the only survivor of the 7 Great Bears, Tian Quan. He had a sorrowful expression on his face. The family guards beside him were holding on to a spirit tablet that was made in a hurry. The names Zhao Guang and Kai Yang were written on it. The opponent had as many as 7 innates. Although the ascetic practice saint and the middle-aged scholar would remain neutral and might even help Yu Yang, the opponent would definitely have other tricks up their sleeves. For example, the 1,000 Goblins Sect leader who was invisible. Just Shun Tian and the 1,000 Goblins Sect leader were enough to suppress the opponent. Not to mention the addition of a few innates, this battle, let alone ordinary people, even the impatience frowned. She felt that it would be very difficult. Yu Yang belonged to the kind of person who wouldn't feel itchy even if he was covered with fleas. He didn't care about the opponent's many innates. There were only 3 people that made Yu Yang a little afraid. Shun Tian, who was the great emperor of Ziwei, the fake Yu Qiu and the Marquis of Zijin, these 3 fellows were the real enemies in Yu Yang's heart. This was because these 3 people all had extremely high intelligence. It couldn't be seen from a smart person's face, but smart people were definitely different from idiots. Yu Yang's level 5, Divine Vision, definitely couldn't see the opponent's intelligence, but he had a feeling. The fake Yu Qiu could bring him a lot of trouble, even though he wasn't an innate. The Marquis of Zijin who had hidden his strength couldn't be ignored for even a second. Of course, the scariest one was still the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian. This great emperor of Ziwei was really scary. If he had a 10,000th chance, he would definitely try his best to kill him. Both sides were facing each other, swords drawn. Although Yu Yang's side was weaker, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's fighting spirit was extremely strong. They definitely wouldn't go soft just because the opponent had many innates. Even Lin Lei and Lin Miao, the 2 external disciples, tried their best not to tremble as they stood in front of the carriage with Yi Kong and the others. After the battle just now, they had understood a lot. No matter if they were innates or not, any one of them could instantly kill them with a wave of his hand. Rather than being instantly killed like a coward, it was better to stick out your chest and be a man who looked at life and death with a smile. If they wanted to be a coward, they could be a coward forever, but if they wanted to be a hero, they could only be a hero once in their lives. They had made their choice. Today, I sincerely invite guests from all over to be the Yu clan's witness. The fake Yu Qiu sincerely bowed to the 3 heavenly imperial guardians and the other innates. The Yu clan is unfortunate. As the substitute clan master, Yu Qiu should be in charge in times of crisis. If there are any rebels or fakes, we should arrest them at all costs. We should pacify the situation and protect the Yu clan for 1,000 years. Right now, the 3 heavenly imperial guardians have suggested that in order to distinguish the real from the fake, Yu Qiu would like to use everyone's opinion and use the blood test method. Blood test method? When Yu Yang heard this, he sweated profusely. How could such an ancient method be used? I wonder if the substitute clan master Yu Qiu would participate in the blood test method? Mr. Yu Qiu has been wandering in the demon abyss for more than 10 years. Has his blood been contaminated by the demons? Is he still a descendant of the Yu clan? Princess Xianxia, who possessed the 6 records, inherent skill, was the most impossible to be tricked. She could tell if the other party was sincere or not. Even if it was a scheme that was half true and half false, it wouldn't be able to hide from her sensitive observation. Of course, in order to be fair, I have specially invited Mr. Qi Liao, who was born in the demon abyss but is a human warrior's friend. The Yu clan's descendants' blood is pure, completely different from the demon's blood. With Mr. Qi Liao as the standard, all the Yu clan's descendants' blood will be tested in the holy light purifying water bottle. Whoever has any abnormalities will be seen by everyone. Before the fake Yu Qiu finished speaking, Yu Yang had already understood everything. This was a very, very big plan. Blood test method was only the first step of the plan. The blood test method was very simple. On a table, there were 3 bottles filled with holy light purified water. That demon innate ranker Qi Liao dripped his blood in the middle as a reference. Then, the fake Yu Qiu and his sons, second uncle Yu Ling, Yu Yin, Yu Feng, Yu Yang, Yu Yu, Yu Bing, and the others randomly chose a bottle and dripped their blood into it. If the reaction was the same as the demon, then they were obviously not Yu clan's disciples. On the surface, this blood test seemed to be a normal procedure. It seemed to be very fair. However, as a guy from another world, Yu Yang knew that this kind of test was child's play. It would be too easy to tamper with it. The biggest flaw was why the fake Yu Qiu was so sure that Yu Yang, Yu Yu, Yu Bing, and the others' blood would definitely have the same reaction as Qi Liao's demon blood. This invisible foresight was the biggest suspicious point. If he didn't cheat, how could he be sure that everyone who was not on his side was a demon? Couldn't a commoner's child come and pretend to be him? Why must he be a demon? If the demon innate ranker Qi Liao's demon blood could be used as a reference, didn't this mean that the fake Yu Qiu had already predicted that Yu Yang and the others' blood would have the same reaction as Qi Liao's demon blood? City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Princess Xianxia looked at each other. They felt that the fake Yu Qiu must have done something, but they still couldn't understand the real reason. Since it's like this, let's participate in the test. Yu Yang made his decision. Avoiding the test would only give the enemy an excuse. Only by exposing their despicable and shameless tricks during the test would they be able to turn the situation around. Of course, Yu Yang felt that no matter what, they had to make a move today. The only difference was to let Dixia Kingdom's heavenly imperial guardian, the ascetic practice saint, and Tian Luo Kingdom's heavenly imperial guardian, the middle-aged scholar, find a reason to help him. The innate demon Qi Liao strode forward, cut open his left palm with his sharp nails, and dripped demon blood drop by drop into the holy light water bottle. As the demon blood dripped down, the originally tranquil water in the holy light purifying water bottle suddenly began to tumble, as if there was an invisible monster swimming inside. Then, a large amount of heat was generated, and the holy water in the bottle was almost boiling. White steam was rising. Everyone clearly saw that fiend blood was incompatible with holy water. A single drop would cause it to boil. Next, the fake Yu Qiu stepped forward. He casually cut his finger with the dagger and dripped a drop of blood into the bottle on the left. There was no reaction other than a faint light rising from the bottle. The fake Yu Qiu had once again set a very good standard. He proved that the blood of the Yu clan's descendants did not have any evil reaction with the holy water. Even if there was a reaction, it would only emit a faint light. From the perspective of others, the fake Yu Qiu's bloodline was very pure. Next was the fake Yu Yang. He dripped a drop of blood into the bottle on the right. Similarly, there was only a faint glow. What did this mean? This meant that the holy water in all three bottles was the same. Choosing any one of them would not be a problem. Next, let's see the reaction of Yu Shan's son, Yu Tian. My big brother, Yu Shan, had already been killed by a demon 20 years ago. When I heard this news from the demon abyss, I decided that no matter what, I must live and return to the soaring dragon continent alive. This is because I cannot let the Yu clan fall into the hands of the demons. I cannot let the Yu clan be destroyed in the hands of our generation. Previously, when the elders and I were trying to capture the fake Yu Shan, a demon had appeared and saved him. Now, I want to tell everyone the truth. The fake Yu Qiu clapped his hands. The fake Yu Yang and Yu Yan dragged the limp Yu Tian out. Yu Bao used his silver dagger to cut a long wound on the back of Yu Tian's hand. Then, he dripped the blood from the dagger into the bottle on the left. Sizzle, the inside of the bottle immediately had the same reaction as when the demon innate rancor Qi Liao dripped his demon blood into the bottle. It immediately boiled, and white steam rose. According to the test, there was no doubt that Yu Tian was a demon. Yu Tian's face turned pale as he fell to the ground, as if someone had pulled out his spine. Yu Yan, Yu Bao, and even Yu Feng, the three Yu clan juniors dripped their blood into the bottles on the left and right respectively. All of them only had a faint reaction. Among them, Yu Feng's reaction was the strongest, followed by Yu Yan's. Yu Bao had almost no reaction at all. Everyone could clearly see that Yu Feng's potential was the greatest among the three. His reaction was the strongest. Looks like his bloodline energy had also continued to be the best. Yu Yan sneered at Yu Yang, "Bastard, it's your turn now." Yu Yang looked at the sky from a 45-degree angle, completely ignoring this arrogant and despicable person who had achieved his goals. Isn't it just being a dog? It's really rare to see you so happy being a dog. Yu Yang can't be bothered with an idiot like you, but as the boss, I can't stand it anymore. Yu Yan, you idiot, come out if you have the guts. See if I don't beat you up. If you don't have the ability, just hide in your pants. Don't embarrass yourself. Do you really think you're a bird? Fatty Hai couldn't help but mock him. Fatty Hai, is your mother's skin itching for a beating? This is my family's matter, it has nothing to do with you. If you anger me, I will cut off your flesh and feed it to the dogs. Yu Yan flew into a rage. If Fatty Hai dared to say this a year ago, he would have already killed him. However, the Fatty Hai today was not someone that Yu Yan could touch whenever he wanted. Forget about Yu Yan, even Yan Pejun, one of the three great killing stars, couldn't do anything to Fatty Hai. If Yu Yan knew that Fatty Hai had just contracted a gold-ranked level 6 Thunder Mammoth, he would definitely not dare to challenge Fatty Hai. The fake Yu Yang acted like a future clan master and stopped Yu Yan, "Fourth brother, why do you have to lower yourself to the same level as those bastards? In front of everyone's eyes, no matter how noisy they are, they won't be able to erase their demon bloodline." Yu Yu walked out, her silver teeth biting her red lips. She firmly said, "I'm not a demon, I'm definitely not. I'm a holy water healing summoner." Yu Yu definitely didn't believe that she was a demon. She also didn't believe that her father was a demon. Although her father pursued power and always wanted to control the Yu clan, he couldn't be a demon. She had seen Yu Tian's test just now. Even if there was a reaction from his demon blood, she still didn't believe that her brother Yu Tian was a demon. The enemy must have done something to him. She knew that something was wrong, but she couldn't see any flaws. The only thing she could do was to use her own blood to prove her father's innocence. A healing summoner with a pure holy water attribute was also a demon. This, of course, was definitely impossible. Yu Yu confidently dripped her blood on the bottle on the left. At first, there was no reaction at all. But after a few seconds, the water in the bottle started to boil. It was boiling so fast that it almost overflowed. Impossible. Yu Yu was completely dumbfounded. She never thought that her blood would have the same reaction as the demon blood. In that instant, she felt as if her soul had been shattered. Was she a demon? Was she the daughter of her demon father? Was she the same as her big brother Yu Tian, a demon's descendant? Haha, let's see what else you have to say. Yu Yan laughed out loud. Yu Yu's whole body trembled as tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. She wanted to defend herself and refute. But her lips were trembling. She didn't have any evidence to prove herself. Yu Bing wanted to jump down from the horse carriage and hug her sister tightly, but Xue Wuxia waved her hand, hinting her not to go out. Inan pulled her even more tightly, afraid that she would do something that would affect Yu Yang. On the other hand, Princess Sisai was worried about her good friend. She immediately rushed out and hugged Yu Yu's trembling body, comforting her. Now, everyone's eyes were on Yu Yang. There was no meaning in proving that Yu Tian and Yu Yu were the demon's descendant. Only by proving that Yu Yang was a demon could this matter truly end. Would Yu Yang accept the test? First, there was Yu Tian and Yu Yan's comparison. Now, there was the reaction of Yu Yu's demon blood. Many people felt that Yu Yang would be foolishly tricked if he went up to take the test. It would only make him a demon. That was what Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, and the others thought. Prince of Tianluo and Xue Tanlang looked at each other and prepared to stop Yu Yang from taking the test. They had already understood that this was their enemy's trap. No matter if Yu Yang took the test or not, he would still fall into their trap. He wouldn't be able to escape from their enemy's trap. You don't have the guts to take the test? I've said it before, you are a bastard born from a demon. Yu Yan mocked him mercilessly. Shut up, you idiot. It's not your turn to speak here. Why would you stand out like an idiot and become someone else's lackey? Do you think that idiocy is gold? Do you think that stupidity can be used to make a living? Stay away from me, otherwise I will kill you instantly. Yu Yang glared at Yu Yang with his Heaven Eyes divine vision. His aura exploded and sent Yu Yan flying. Yu Yan and Yu Bao were shocked to the ground by Yu Yang's gaze. They were so scared that they wanted to scold him, but they were afraid that Yu Yang would kill them instantly. They were very clear about Yu Yang's temper. This brat was unmoved by force or persuasion. His killing intent soared to the sky. In the entire Yu clan, other than the clan master Yu Hai, who gave him some face, and the fifth elder who protected the fourth branch, he didn't put anyone else in his eyes. If he wanted to beat them, he would beat them. When Yu Shan was still the substitute clan master, he had almost been killed by him. During the clan's New Year's tournament, Yu Yang acted as he pleased in front of the Dixia Emperor Jun Wuyu. He even stepped on the southern floating mist sex elder. Knowing that Yu Yang was an innate, Yu Yan decided not to provoke him anymore. If it wasn't for Yu Qiu's return, the strong evidence in his hands, and the support of so many innates, Yu Yan wouldn't have dared to provoke Yu Yang. When the fake Yu Yang saw Yu Yang sending Yu Yan and Yu Bao flying with just his gaze turned cold. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of jealousy. In comparison, he, a level 6 advanced elder, couldn't even be compared to Yu Yang, who was an innate ranker. Yu Yang didn't care about Yu Yan anymore. He walked to the table leisurely. He first picked up the silver dagger and looked at it. He then sniffed it and threw it away. The fake Yu Qiu's gaze was filled with ridicule. Trying to find a flaw in the silver dagger? That was impossible. He knew that Yu Yang would be suspicious, but he believed that Yu Yang would never be able to see through the truth. This is the first time I heard that I'm a demon in my entire life. Yu Yang took out his Eye Destroyer silver dagger and carefully made a small cut on his index finger. He squeezed out a drop of blood with great regret. It was just one drop. He kept his finger away reluctantly and sucked on it. Fatty Hai and the others came closer and stared at the bottle nervously. At first, there was no reaction from the bottle at all. Just as Fatty Hai and the others were about to relax, the bottle suddenly exploded. However, not even a single drop of water flowed out. Countless amounts of water boiled and turned into steam, twisting and rolling like a white demon soaring into the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't this reaction a little too exaggerated? This brat's blood was 100 times more evil than the demon innate ranker Qi Liao's blood. Could it be that this brat was a great demon king? As expected. Yu Yan screamed excitedly. Being able to prove that Yu Yang was a demon was better than anything else. Shut up, this young master hasn't finished testing yet. Yu Yang didn't tremble or feel uneasy. It was as if he thought that this was normal. His expression was as if he had never seen the bottle explode and the steam rise. Try again. You're also a demon. Yu Bao was so excited that his face turned red. He also hoped that Yu Yang would be unlucky. The two of you, come up here and drip some blood into the bottle on the right. Also, the two of you, try it too. Yu Yang signaled Lin Lei and Lin Miao to drip their blood onto the bottle. The fake Yu Qiu's expression changed. The fake Yu Yang even used the excuse that Lin Lei and Lin Miao were not Yu Clan's disciples and shouted for them to stop. Yu Yang laughed coldly, not only them, you guys also have to test again. You want to play tricks in front of me? Do you think that your malformed brain can trick me? Hearing that Yu Yang had the confidence to expose him, Fatty Hai's confidence immediately increased. He was pleased. He took the initiative and dripped a few drops of blood onto the bottle on the right. In the end, unfortunately, his blood had a demon reaction. Fatty Hai was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter, so it's not only the Yu Clan's disciples, the Hai clan's blood is also tainted with the demon's blood. Haha, this blood test, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Yi Kong's blood had a demon reaction. The trembling Lin Lei and Lin Miao's blood also had a demon reaction. The Li brothers' blood had a demon reaction. Prince of Tian Luo and Shui Tan Lang's blood all had a demon reaction. At first, Yu Yan wanted to refute that they were all accomplices, but when Princess Sisai came out and dripped a drop of blood, the demon reaction was extremely intense. He was immediately speechless. He couldn't possibly say that Princess Sisai also had a demon's blood. Her father was Jun Wuyu. If he said that Jun Wuyu was cuckolded, then Jun Wuyu would definitely go crazy and start a massacre. What made everyone dumbfounded was that Yu Yang dripped another drop of blood onto the bottle in the middle. In the end, the light exploded. It was extremely beautiful, and there was even a faint rainbow. This kind of test result formed a strong contrast with Qi Liao's demon blood reaction. Yu Yang used the Eye Destroyer dagger and made a small cut on Hui Tai Lang's body. He stretched his hand into the bottle to check. Immediately, the demon blood reacted again. My dog grew up eating the demon king's meat. It is an iron-backed demonic wolf with the dark fire attribute. After testing, its blood's reaction is the same as Mr. Qi Liao's blood. When Yu Yang said this, Fatty Hai and the others burst into laughter. This was because Yu Yang was implying that Qi Liao was a dog. Demon innate ranker Qi Liao could obviously hear it. His expression changed as he stared angrily at Yu Yang. Yu Yang ignored him and pointed at the fake Yu Qiu, fake Yu Yang and Yu Yan, please come up and do a test. If your blood's reaction is the same as my dog's, then I'm sorry, but I want you to explain in front of everyone why your blood is the same as my dog's. Aren't you all pure-blooded Yu Clan disciples? Yu Clan young masters, what are you waiting for? Come up and do the test. Everyone will soon see who is the real demon, who is the real Yu Clan disciple. Fake Yu Qiu and fake Yu Yang were stunned on the spot. They knew that Yu Yang would not admit defeat, but they never thought that this brat's counterattack would be so sharp. How could they refuse in front of everyone's eyes? If it was really a test, how could it be hidden from so many innate rankers' eyes? The fake Yu Yang on the other side had a gloomy expression on his face, and he didn't say a word. Yu Yan looked at his surroundings and realized that no one dared to stand out. He angrily shouted, I'll do it. Even if you, a trash, are playing tricks, I won't be afraid. Get lost. Yu Yang stared at him coldly. What did you say? Yu Yan was curious. Didn't this abnormal trash want to take the test himself? I said you're an idiot. Did I let an idiot like you take the test? If no one stepped forward, why did you step forward? Do you think your low IQ isn't embarrassing enough? Do you want to be even more embarrassing? Yu Yang slapped Yu Yan's face, causing the Yu Clan's fourth young master to become dizzy and fall to the ground. Yu Yang pointed at Yu Bao and the fake Yu Yang. His voice was as cold as ice, both of you, come up and take the test. Now, the people were starting to see the trick. He reckoned that the Yu Clan's third young master had some kind of ability to see through his enemy's bloodline. Although Yu Yan had caused him to dislike him, he did not suspect Yu Yan. He only suspected Yu Bao and the others. Only one of the Yu Clan's third young master was real. The Yu clan's third young master on Yu Qiu's side, no matter if he was real or fake, he would definitely have to be tested. However, why did Yu Yang still want Yu Bao to take the test? Could it be that there was something wrong with Yu Bao? Everyone was surprised and looked at Yu Bao, only to realize that his face was deathly pale. Under Yu Yang's cold, death-like stare, Yu Bao's body trembled unnaturally, as if he was suppressing some sort of fear. Yu Bao looked at the fake Yu Qiu from time to time, as if he was hoping that the fake Yu Qiu would open his mouth to help him. The fake Yu Qiu couldn't even protect himself, so he naturally wouldn't care about him. The fake Yu Yang wanted to speak up, but the fake Yu Qiu immediately winked at him, hinting that it wasn't the right time to speak up and help Yu Bao. Yu Bao panicked and screamed, "I am a disciple of the Yu clan, I cannot be doubted. I have tested myself just now, I don't need to test myself anymore, I won't test myself anymore. He is a demon, everyone, don't believe him." Grey Wolf pounced out from beside Yu Yang. He easily pushed Yu Bao down. Yu Bao was dragged to Yu Yang's feet as fast as lightning. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong cooperated very well. One of them pressed Yu Bao down, while the other used his silver dagger to cut Yu Bao's arm. The silver dagger poked into the bottle in the middle, and the demon's reaction appeared. Although it was very slight, everyone could clearly see that this Yu Bao's test was completely different from the previous one. Was he not Yu Ling's son? No, that's not right. I'm a disciple of the Yu clan, I'm not a demon. It's all your fault. Yu Bao was so scared that he started crying loudly. You don't have the qualifications to become a demon. Tell me about the dark energy hidden in your body. Who gave it to you? Whose beast did you subdue? What did they do as that person said? Yu Yang interrogated Yu Bao coldly. Yu Bao's father, Yu Ling, originally wanted to come out, but when he saw his youngest son, Yu Feng, trembling in fear, he sighed softly and hugged Yu Feng tightly, refusing to look at Yu Bao again. Yu Ling was not an idiot. He could see a lot of things, but he couldn't open his mouth. In order to protect himself, his wife and his youngest son, Yu Feng, he could only choose to remain silent. Everything was done by fourth brother. Yu Bao clenched his teeth and pointed at Yu Yan, shouting loudly. What? Yu Yan was dumbfounded. Why was he being blamed? Fourth brother said that no matter what, he had to kill you. He told me to cooperate with him, and even said that if I had evidence, I would definitely be able to destroy you. I only ended up like this because I listened to him. This blood test was also fourth brother's idea. Everything was done by him. Yu Bao cried loudly. Yu Yan looked around in despair. Right now, no matter if it was the fake Yu Qiu or Yu Yang, both sides were his enemies. Yu Yan realized that he had been completely isolated. His companions, whom he thought was trustworthy, had abandoned him without hesitation. They had even pushed the blame onto him. At this moment, even his father didn't dare to speak up for him. It was only at this moment that Yu Yan realized that he was actually someone else's abandoned chess piece. A chess piece that could be abandoned at any time. He had once naively wanted to topple Yu Yang and step on this enemy of his that he hated for his entire life. He didn't care if it was right or wrong, he just wanted to destroy Yu Yang at all costs. In the end, he realized how ridiculous his plan was. It turned out that the thing that he relied on the most was just someone else's bait. Because of his revenge, he had become someone else's pawn. Furthermore, he had become a tragic pawn. When Yu Yan turned around and saw the mocking gaze of the other Yu clan third young master, this kind of heartlessness deeply pierced his heart. This man who had been manipulating him from behind was not even comparable to that abnormal trash. At least that abnormal trash had admitted that he was a Yu clan disciple. He didn't even need to be tested to admit that he was a Yu clan disciple. On the other hand, this fake Yu Yang who had returned from the demon abyss had heartlessly abandoned him when he needed help the most. Yu Yan was filled with hatred and regret, sorrow and anger. He painfully roared, "Die, let's die together." Yu Yan didn't charge towards Yu Yang. Instead, he charged towards the fake Yu Yang. Boom! He, who was in a state of panic and anger, was not a match for the fake Yu Yang at all. Forget about this kind of frenzied state, even if it was under normal circumstances, Yu Yan wouldn't be able to defeat the fake level 6 advanced Yu Yang. With just one punch, Yu Yan was sent flying and fell onto the ground. His sternum was broken and he vomited a lot of blood, dying. He struggled for a while and tried his best to get up. In the end, he fainted due to his heavy injuries. He collapsed onto the ground, fresh blood flowing out of his mouth. His mind was in a daze and he lost consciousness. Yu Yang clapped his hands and praised, "Good hit, good hit, good hit. How should I address this imposter who impersonated me? Don't think that you can impersonate me just because you look like me. Yu Bing, tell this idiot what your brother's inherent skill is." When Yu Bing heard that it was finally her turn, she nodded excitedly. She took a deep breath and suppressed her nervousness, trying her best to make her voice not tremble because of her excitement. "Listen, all kinds of tricks are useless against my brother. This is because my brother's inherent skill is concealment. He can discover other people's hidden secrets. Whatever secrets you guys have, my brother already knows it." When Yu Bing said this, everyone sweated profusely. This brat actually had such an abnormal inherent skill, no wonder he could easily see through such a clever blood test. This brat's inherent skill was an inherent skill that specialized in discovering secrets. When Fatty Hai heard this, he quickly distanced himself from Yu Yang. He was afraid that his secret would be discovered by Yu Yang. "Don't stand so far away, I'm not interested in your secret of wearing flowery underwear." Yu Yang sent this fatty flying with a kick. When everyone saw this, they sweated even more profusely. No wonder they said that the Yu clan's third young master was abnormal. It turned out that he had such a secret inherent skill. He could discover other people's secrets and weaknesses. "Lower your voice, lower your voice." Fatty Hai jumped up and tried to cover Yu Yang's mouth in exasperation. This kind of futile action made Ji Kong and the others laugh until tears flowed down their cheeks. I think everyone has more or less understood the situation. In other words, you guys are a thief crying thief. You guys are demons, but you guys are like dogs trying to bite back. As the righteous Yu clan's third young master, I hereby issue an order. From now on, all Yu clan's disciples, no matter if they are direct descendants or branch descendants, or even outsiders, must immediately leave the fake Yu Chio's group. Otherwise, they will be treated as traitors. The fake Yu Chio and the fake Yu Yang are the main culprits who plotted to take over the Yu clan. Surrender immediately, otherwise, they will be killed. As for those scoundrels who helped them, such as the great emperor of Ziwei Shun Tian and the demon innate ranker Qi Liao, get lost immediately. Otherwise, they will be treated as enemies who invaded the Yu clan. Tian Quan of the Seven Great Bears is the fake Yu Yang's master. Immediately cut off one of your arms and announce that you have severed all ties with the fake Yu Yang before you can leave. What about us? The two heavenly imperial guardians from Zijin Kingdom stood up and asked coldly. If you guys want to stay, I will reserve a place for you guys in the cemetery behind the mountain. How about letting my Hui Tai Lang have a good meal and send you guys on your way? Yu Yang knew that it was time to turn hostile. Great Emperor of Ziwei, I'm sorry. You guys are in the wrong. If you can't prove that Yu Chou is real, we will choose to believe Yu Yang's words. Yu Yang, as the Yu clan's legitimate heir, has the right to expel you guys. Even if you guys are innates, you can't help the evildoer. The ascetic practice saint stood up and firmly supported Yu Yang. The fake Yu Chou and the fake Yu Yang are suspected to be demons. Please prove your real identities immediately. Otherwise, I will see you guys as demons. The middle-aged scholarly Tian Luo heavenly imperial guardians also stood up and shouted sternly. The two heavenly imperial guardians from Zijin Kingdom walked over in big strides. The middle-aged scholarly heavenly imperial guardian's expression changed as he scolded angrily, if the two of you dare to help them, it means that Zijin Kingdom is declaring war against Tian Luo and Xia Kingdom. We are only reminding you that someone has opened the passage to the demon abyss in Tian Luo and Xia Kingdom. Hundreds of thousands of demons are pouring out continuously, devouring the citizens of the kingdom. They are even approaching the royal palaces of the two kingdoms. As heavenly imperial guardians, I believe that you guys will not just stand by and watch, right? The slightly shorter one of the two heavenly imperial guardians from Zijin Kingdom laughed coldly. Do you know why we made a blood test? It's to stall the two of you. Your state grandmaster has already led a team to the Eastern Goblin tribe. The Night Empress is not here, and the two of you are here. The kingdom is empty without anyone guarding it. Who can you blame? You can only blame yourselves for being nosy. I understand. The ascetic practice saint suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded. Before I rush back to destroy the demon army, I will slaughter the two of you as a sacrifice to my citizens. With just the two of you? The taller one of the two heavenly imperial guardians from Zijin Kingdom laughed loudly. Our powers are about the same. It would be difficult to determine the victor within 1,000 moves. You two actually dare to speak such arrogant words? Ascetic practice saint, if you are old and forgetful, I would like to remind you that other than the Emperor of Ziwei, there are two more innates on our side, me and Tian Quan. Demon innate Qi Liao pointed at the ascetic practice saint beast. Actually, I have wanted to kill the two of you for a very long time. Your heavenly imperial guardians from Dexia and Tian Luo have a close relationship and have always been in contact with each other. We have waited for a very long time before we have the chance today. This is really a heaven-sent opportunity. Little Yu Yang, you guys can leave. The ascetic practice saint suddenly turned his head and looked at Yu Yang. If there is a chance in the future, take revenge for us. Since I am already here, I have never thought of going back. Yu Yang shook his head and pointed at the Yu clan castle. He gave an order to Fatty Hai and Yi Kong. There should be a huge teleportation circle inside. The enemies will sacrifice their lives there. Your mission is to attack the Yu clan castle and destroy the teleportation circle. Understood. Do you have any other orders? Destroying the teleportation circle is too easy. Fatty Hai rubbed his palms together, his fighting spirit boundless. He didn't need to fight the innates. He felt that with his current strength, he should be able to charge straight in. When Yu Yang heard this, he smiled slightly. Then after you destroy the teleportation circle, please kick back the blood prison demon king that might have already crawled out. When Fatty Hai heard this, he was so scared that his hair stood on end. He immediately roared, bypassing the innate rankers and ran towards the Yu clan castle. Of course, Yi Kong, Prince of Tian Luo and Shui Tan Lang were even faster than him. The Li brothers behind them also ran. In the sky, the 100 Transformations Demon Elder, the fake Yu Qiu and the fake Yu Yang and the other enemy rankers chased after them. Before the fake Yu Qiu left, he looked at Yu Yang, his eyes filled with pride. Maybe this plan was carried out by him. Even if Yu Yang saw through it, it would be useless. That was why he felt so proud. The winner was the king, the loser was the bandit. As long as they killed Yu Yang, the ascetic practice saint and the others in this battle, would anyone in this world know the truth? Only the Marquis of Zijin and the great Emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian, frowned at the same time. Both of them felt that since Yu Yang saw through their plan, he wouldn't go according to their plan so smoothly. Just now when he exposed the blood test, if it was to strengthen the ascetic practice saint and the scholar's confidence and seek their help, then what about now? He clearly knew that he couldn't do it, so why did he still attack the Yu clan castle? Furthermore, he wasn't even surprised at all. Even in the face of such an overwhelming situation, he still looked as if he had a card up his sleeve. Was he pretending to be so calm, or did he really have the confidence to turn the situation around? Impatience had been resting in the horse carriage just now, as if she was catching up on her beauty sleep. Only now, when everyone was ready to take action, did she leisurely walk out, smiling alluringly. It seems like a fight is about to break out. I haven't seen an innate battle for a long time, I want to participate too. Sect leader Duan Mu, who has been hiding in the corner and eating everyone's farts, I didn't expect you to have such a special hobby. Are you really not going to come out and greet everyone? The space seemed to be distorted by something, but it returned to normal immediately. A middle-aged man with a high crown and crane robe descended from the sky, appearing in front of everyone. Impatience introduced him to Yu Yang. This immortal-like innate is called Duan Mu Longqing. He was the sect leader of the Green Summit sect back then. Oh right, that Machi Su Ling you just killed was his vice sect leader. Be careful, he might cause trouble for you. Just nice, let's settle the 1,000 years of debt between the Green Summit sect and the Yu clan. Yu Yang nodded. Be careful. Shui Wuxia personally carried Yu Bing, Princess Sisai carried Yu Yu, and Fallen Flower City Mistress pulled Anan along as they prepared to leave for the Yu clan castle. If they stayed here, they wouldn't be able to display their full strength. Their goal was to destroy the teleportation circle and cut off the enemy's reinforcements. The Marquis of Zijin looked at Yu Yang and waved his hand with a serious expression. He led the elite guards disguised as the Zijin Kingdom's army to stop Shui Wuxia and the others. In the Marquis of Zijin's heart, the most terrifying enemy was Yu Yang, the second was the Impatiens, and the third was not the ascetic practice saint and the others, but the mysterious female thief who had made him suffer a great loss before. He could recognize her at first glance, and also knew her identity at the same time. Miss Shui Clan, second uncle Yu Ling also looked at Yu Yang. He didn't say anything, only carrying his heavily injured son, Yu Yan, away and bringing his other youngest son, Yu Feng. It seemed that no matter who was right or wrong, he wasn't prepared to participate in this life and death battle. The Yu clan couldn't be without a successor. He would rather bear the name of a coward and preserve the bloodline of the Yu clan. Otherwise, the entire Yu clan would be annihilated. I'll leave the great emperor of Ziwei to you. Leave the sect leader Duan Mu, Tian Quan, and Qi Liao to me. Before the battle, Yu Yang didn't forget to take advantage of her. He hugged Impatience tightly and buried his face in her cleavage. He sighed with infinite satisfaction, if I could hug you like this every time I fight, I'd rather fight every day. Why don't you ask me how I feel? Don't lick, hey, don't drool. Impatience suddenly felt that something was wrong and screamed. While Yu Yang and Impatience were hugging each other intimately, Duan Mu Longqing, Tian Quan, and Qi Liao immediately unsealed their innate powers. Tian Quan's power was even stronger than Yao Guang and Kai Yang. His unsealed innate power had reached innate level 3. His aura exploded, forming a shockwave that shook the whole ground. The one who was even stronger than Tian Quan was the demon innate Qi Liao. They were both innate level 3, but Qi Liao was obviously stronger than Tian Quan. The hellfire that he released clashed with Tian Quan's aura, creating a deafening sound of thunder. At the place where the two's auras clashed, the space seemed to have been shattered. The dark and scorching hellfire splashed all over the sky, and the ground turned into a terrifying sea of fire. Sand and gravel were burning. Duan Mu Longqing, this cunning fellow, unsealed his innate power in silence. There was no shockwave or flames. A dim yellow light expanded silently, forming a light circle with a diameter of 100 meters, surrounding Yu Yang and Impatience. Shun Tian didn't unseal his innate power. He summoned a crystal-clear diamond grimoire that shone with 7 colors. He pressed lightly on the diamond grimoire with one hand, summoning his guardian beast. It was a diamond-ranked level 9 humanoid beast, a golden giant that was almost 5 meters tall. He wore an emperor's crown on his head, a golden white heavenly emperor's armor, and a gold-swallowing dragon-fish sword at his waist. Roar, fury! The golden-colored giant, who looked like an emperor, shook his hands and pressed them down. The tyrannical might of an emperor was like a golden tornado, and the might of the pressure was even more terrifying than Machi Su Ling's domain of gravity, which was 20 times stronger. Woof! Hui Tai Lang and the thorny flower demoness sensed the danger and quickly hid beside Yu Yang. The ground where Yu Yang and Impatience were standing on silently caved in. Although Yu Yang had immediately summoned his silver grimoire, the grimoire shield that he had raised up was still a little unable to withstand the pressure that came crashing down from the sky. The shield was deformed and caved in slightly. Yu Yang was surprised. Even someone as strong as Demon King Ha Xian needed to pierce the grimoire's protective shield with one finger before he could break through. This great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian, didn't even make a move. He only summoned a beast to attack. Moreover, it was a pressure that came from a distance, yet it already had the power to break through the grimoire's protective shield. Looks like this diamond-ranked level 9 golden giant was a super strong beast that was at least a holy beast. What was even more puzzling was that this golden giant was also a guardian beast. As long as its master didn't die, it would never truly die. Under the attack and pressure of this diamond-ranked level 9 holy beast, Yu Yang was unable to protect himself. It seemed like it would be difficult for him to fight back against the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian. Lord Shun Tian, let's go to a more open place to fight. We can't fight freely in this small place. Impatience's killing intent flashed in her beautiful eyes. She ignored the pressure from the diamond level 9 golden giant in the sky and floated up into the air easily. Before she turned into a shooting star and disappeared, she waved her hands at Yu Yang. She smiled charmingly and said, "Little thief, you dare to be rude to me. Wait for me to come back, I'll definitely settle the score with you, you little hoodlum." Yu Yang laughed loudly. I'll definitely wait for you to come back. You can push me down forcefully or not. Impatience smiled when she heard this. Her red lips, white teeth, bright eyes, and jade-like cheeks shone with a breathtaking radiance when she smiled. Her bouncing breasts were really captivating. Yu Yang's eyes were glued to the screen, and his saliva almost flowed out. Impatience was overjoyed when she saw this. She first gave him an electrifying look and then blew him a passionate kiss. If you haven't been crippled. I'll think about it. Wah, Yu Yang felt that his heartbeat had increased to at least 500 beats per minute. He was so excited that he almost exploded. Not only was Impatience's body hot, her attitude was also hot. She didn't reject Yu Yang's teasing like other girls. Instead, she turned around and teased him. Yu Yang started to fantasize. If he really had the chance to tease this Impatience further, would she really push him down? A happy push, I'm really looking forward to it. Yu Yang secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He watched as Phoenix Fairy Beauty turned into a stream of light, streaking across the sky and disappearing into the distant mountains. He still couldn't stop his imagination from running wild. The great emperor of Ziwei, Xianxia, followed behind. Before he left, his eyes flashed as he glanced at Yu Yang. He seemed to have used the ant language to communicate with Duanmu Longqing. He even left the golden giant behind to help him before chasing after the Phoenix Fairy Beauty. The battle between Shun Tian and Tian Fa might not be able to determine the winner within 1,000 moves. The difference in their strength was not big. Even if he, the great emperor of Ziwei, was slightly stronger, he wouldn't be that much stronger. The real battle would be the battle between Duanmu Longqing and Yu Yang. As long as Duanmu Longqing could kill Yu Yang, it wouldn't matter if the winner between him and Tian Fa was decided or not. With the Green Summit sect leader, Duanmu Longqing, a level 6 innate ranker, and 2 level 3 innate rankers, Tian Quan and Qi Liao, if they still couldn't defeat the level 3 innate Yu Yang, then Duanmu Longqing and the others should just commit suicide. Shun Tian believed that his plan wouldn't change because of any factors. No matter how heaven-defying, cunning and abnormal Yu Yang was, he would definitely lose. Shun Tian was different from Yu Yang, who was still fantasizing about Impatience before the battle. The ascetic practice saint and the scholar had already started their battle with the Zhijin Kingdom's tall and short heavenly imperial guardians. They were both heavenly imperial guardians and were level 5 innate rankers. Without a third party's help, it would be hard to determine the winner even if they fought for a day and a night. Rumble, a large part of the mountain in the distance collapsed due to the ascetic practice saint's attack. On the other side of the mountain, the scholar angrily controlled his hurricane and chased after the enemy in front of him. His opponent was the Zhijin Kingdom's tall heavenly imperial guardian. As the scholar's opponent, he wasn't anxious at all. He fought like a snake, because he knew that the longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for him. At this time, the 2 innate rankers, Tian Quan and Qi Liao, didn't care about the innate alliance's rules at all. They kept summoning their beasts, preparing to surround and kill Yu Yang. The beasts that Tian Quan summoned were all flying-type beasts. Gold-ranked level 7 Storm Griffin, gold-ranked level 7 Red-crowned Flying Dragon King, gold-ranked level 6 Giant Swallowing Bat and also gold-ranked level 6 Eagle Demoness. His plan was to use the flying-type beast's speed and agility to attack the Thorny Flower Demoness beside Yu Yang. With the help of Duanmu Longqing's weakening domain, even the diamond-ranked Thorny Flower Demoness wouldn't be able to escape from the encirclement of his flying-type beasts. She was destined to die on the spot. Furthermore, that seemingly powerful Thorny Flower Demoness was only diamond-ranked level 1. The Thorny Flower Demoness was an expert in summoning thorny flowers from the ground. The sea of flowers was terrifying. It wasn't strange for the King of Black Light who couldn't leave the ground to be defeated by her. However, would the situation be the same when the Thorny Flower Demoness faced 4 flying-type beasts? Duanmu Longqing's could weaken any living being within his domain of weakening by 10 times, including innate rankers who were weaker than the owner of the domain of weakening. Under such circumstances, how could the Thorny Flower Demoness reverse the situation? That was simply impossible. Qi Liao's goal was to kill Hui Tai Lang. This demon innate had summoned all fire-type gold-ranked beasts. 9-headed fire snake, Cerberus, magma giant, magma wyvern and the fire demoness with a flaming whip. Within the weakening domain, there were hellfire everywhere. Hui Tai-Lang had to deal with 5 gold-ranked level 6 and even gold-ranked level 7 fire-attributed demon abyss gold-ranked beasts. Forget about Qi Liao, who didn't believe that Hui Tai-Lang could win. Even Yu Yang felt that Hui Tai-Lang wouldn't be able to win this battle. He wouldn't be afraid to fight one Hui Tai-Lang alone, but fighting a group of them, it was really hard to say. Yu Yang's enemies were much stronger and more numerous. His greatest enemy was the innate level 6 Duanmu Longqing, the Green Summit sect leader. He was an extremely strong innate who possessed the weakening domain. His strength could even surpass the legendary Demon King. Yu Yang didn't have level 5 divine vision at that time, so he couldn't see through Demon King Ha Xian's hidden strength. However, Demon King Ha Xian's strength at that time should be on par with Duanmu Longqing's current strength. If Demon King Ha Xian didn't hide his strength, then he might not be able to defeat Duanmu Longqing, who possessed the weakening domain. Yu Yang didn't look at Tian Quan and Qi Liao. These two innate level 3 fellows seemed to be slightly weaker than the diamond-ranked level 9 golden giant that Shun Tian left behind. There was no way for Yu Yang to notice their existence. The golden giant's emperor's pressure and Duanmu Longqing's weakening domain complemented each other, making it even more powerful and effective. Yu Yang couldn't help but pay more attention to this diamond-ranked level 9 golden giant. Alright, since you want to bully me with numbers, then I won't be polite. Yu Yang summoned the quintet golden puppet mice, adding 5 more beasts in one go. Pfft! Tian Quan spurted out water. He almost fell head first to the ground in the air. A normal ranked level 1 puppet mouse that had no attack power? What use was that? Seeing this, Tian Quan almost choked on his laughter. He felt that it was hard to hold back his laughter. The fire rat of the quintet golden puppet mice slowly slid out of the protective shield. It could move freely even under the weakening domain and pressure. Because it wasn't a living creature, it didn't have any fear or physical body. It wouldn't be harmed by any kind of mental, spiritual, or physical attack. Hellfire was also ineffective against it. Even the 9-headed fire snakes on the ground wouldn't take the initiative to attack it. They just stared at it. The fire rat slowly slid out, its little head sniffing left and right. It looked like a rat looking for food. 5 seconds later, Qi Liao secretly used the explosive trap that he made with his hellfire to let the fire rat come out and successfully triggered it. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The ground shook incessantly from the explosion, but the fire rat continued to crawl forward slowly, continuing to explore the next explosive trap. When it successfully dispelled the second explosive trap and even blew away the nearest Cerberus, Qi Liao realized that this fire rat was the bane of his traps. Qi Liao's expression changed. He roared and flew down from the sky, punching out with his huge fist. He was prepared to kill this annoying little puppet rat in one move. Let me give you a piece of advice: the bird that sticks out will be shot. Yu Yang quickly appeared behind Qi Liao, world exterminating wheel in one hand and Nirvana's flame in the other. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. As long as the enemies who were cooperating well with each other revealed a flaw, it would be the time for him to counterattack. Yu Yang's counterattack would be a fatal attack. It would definitely not be sloppy. One move would be enough to kill the enemy. Qi Liao cursed inwardly, the shadow of death looming over him. He knew that the Yu clan's third young master was terrifyingly strong. First, Yao Guang was killed by him, then Machi Su Ling also died by his hands. Qi Liao did not dare to be careless towards him. However, he did not expect Yu Yang's attack to be so fast. In the instant that the world exterminating wheel slashed towards him, Qi Liao immediately summoned his platinum grimoire, hoping that it would be able to protect him. As long as he could hold on for a second, he would have 10 ways to escape. Unfortunately, he couldn't summon his grimoire. Because Qi Liao was firmly imprisoned in the air by the binding talent. His body, spiritual energy, spirit, consciousness, and even his soul would be completely bound within 3 seconds. There was no possibility of resistance. After leveling up, Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill had also leveled up. Before leveling up, Machi Su Ling, who was a level 5 innate ranker, could successfully bind Qi Liao. If Yu Yang needed it, he could even bind them for a longer period of time. Even exceeding 3 seconds wouldn't be a problem. Yu Yang was doing this to confuse Duanmu Longqing. He was prepared to give this Green Summit sect leader a huge misconception. This, binding, inherent skill could only bind innates below Qi Liao, and not Duanmu Longqing, who was a level 6 innate. He would wait for the best opportunity to kill Duanmu Longqing. Of course, Yu Yang's greater ambition was to join forces with the impatience to kill the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian. He would definitely be able to sense this binding innate talent through the golden giant. He had to use it sparingly and deceive this great emperor Ziwei as well. Then, he would wait for the best opportunity. 3 seconds, not to mention Yu Yang, who was an expert in sneak attacks. Even an ordinary martial artist could slap Qi Liao's face a few times. In battle, even a second of losing control was enough to be fatal. The world-exterminating wheel slashed across Qi Liao's neck. An evil demon's body that was able to withstand damage from gold-ranked weapons was like tofu in front of the world-exterminating wheel. Without any obstruction, the world-exterminating wheel slashed through. Yu Yang's right hand, which was burning with Nirvana's flame, plunged deep into Qi Liao's back, forcefully pulling out the demon heart and refining it in an instant. Behind him, the space seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Duanmu Longqing arrived. He was like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ever since Yu Yang had summoned the quintet seeking golden mice, he had a feeling that Yu Yang would try to lure and kill Qi Liao, but he did not warn Qi Liao. Instead, he watched as Qi Liao fell into Yu Yang's trap. Yu Yang had used Qi Liao as a cicada to cover himself, to use him as bait, to let himself be the oriole that attacked from behind. Duanmu Longqing was very smart. He was definitely a cunning oriole. The moment he attacked, the power of an innate level 6 was enough to destroy a small mountain. Such a terrifying power was gathered on his right fist. It was completely silent. When Yu Yang killed Qi Liao, he successfully launched a sneak attack from behind and punched Yu Yang's back. Duanmu Longqing sacrificed Qi Liao and used his comrade's life as bait to successfully hit Yu Yang. Yu Yang disappeared with a whoosh. He teleported away in an instant and landed 100 meters away. Even though he managed to escape in time, the innate level 6 punch still left a deep fist mark on his back. Duanmu Longqing's terrifying punch almost shattered Yu Yang's spine. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Yang had learned the space teleportation technique from the old cunning fox and was proficient in teleportation, being able to teleport at any time, anywhere, in addition to the graceful sword dance that he had learned from the mysterious 3 styles, which was extremely effective against sneak attacks, Yu Yang was afraid that he would have already been heavily injured by the sneak attack. Yu Yang's mouth was bleeding, but he was not upset or angry. He even smiled a little. He was not surprised by Duanmu Longqing's sneak attack. Before he attacked Qi Liao, Yu Yang had already thought that Duanmu Longqing would make a move. Hence, he secretly split his attention to watch out for Duanmu Longqing's attack. The only thing he did not expect was that Duanmu Longqing was much faster than he had imagined. This cunning Green Summit sect leader was actually an agility type innate who excelled in speed. He was not an energy type innate who excelled in long-range attacks like Yu Yang had imagined. Yu Yang did not want to miss the opportunity to kill Qi Liao. He would rather take a punch to kill the innate level 3 Qi Liao. As long as Qi Liao and Tian Quan were not dead, they would not be much of a threat to him. However, they were a huge threat to Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and Shui Tan Lang. Once they realized that they could not fight against him, they would turn around to kill them. Duanmu Longqing was too strong, he could not be killed easily. That diamond-ranked level 9 Sky Emperor Golden Giant was a guardian beast. There was no point in killing it. Shun Tian could use his spiritual energy to heal it and summon it again. Hence, Yu Yang's targets could only be Qi Liao and Tian Quan. At this time, Tian Quan and the Golden Giant who were watching the battle from the sky also attacked at the same time. Although they were not as fast as Duanmu Longqing, they seemed to have a tacit understanding. The two of them split into 2 in midair. Tian Quan of the 7 Great Bears pounced towards Hui Tai Lang and the Thorny Flower Demoness. He knew that once the grimoire's owner moved, the grimoire's protective shield would disappear. If Hui Tai Lang and the Thorny Flower Demoness did not have the protective shield, he would definitely be able to kill them in one strike. Hence, Tian Quan rushed to attack Hui Tai Lang and the Thorny Flower Demoness with all his might. He did not think that Yu Yang was an abnormal existence. The grimoire's protective shield would not disappear because of movement, unless the time was up or the grimoire was withdrawn. Otherwise, Yu Yang's silver grimoire would remain, and the protective shield would remain. This was completely different from other people. The golden giant suddenly shot down from the sky, attacking Yu Yang from afar. He was a holy beast, so he was very smart. He knew that Yu Yang was already injured, so he did not give Yu Yang any chance to recover his breath. Roar, fury. The diamond-ranked level 9 golden giant pressed down with both of his hands, like a tsunami, towards Yu Yang. Before Yu Yang could dodge, Duanmu Longcheng's fist had already arrived. Yu Yang was very surprised. He realized that even with his level 5 divine vision, he could not see Duanmu Longcheng's sudden increase in speed. Yu Yang was obviously confident that he could dodge this punch, but because of Duanmu Longcheng's sudden increase in speed, he was unable to defend in time. Yu Yang could not react in time, but the innate chi in his body was already prepared. Like a spiral, it formed a mysterious energy whirlpool at the right side of his ribs that was about to be hit. Yu Yang counterattacked at the same time. The world-exterminating wheel that had killed Qi Liao instantly, Yu Yang used his hand as a guide and slashed towards Duanmu Longcheng's back. The nirvana flame in his right hand turned into a flaming sword and pierced towards Duanmu Longcheng's chest. Too slow. Duanmu Longcheng's body twisted like a snake. His fist struck Yu Yang's right side at lightning speed, causing Yu Yang's body to tremble. Before he could feel the pain, Duanmu Longcheng's flying kick arrived and landed heavily on Yu Yang's knee. If it wasn't for Yu Yang closing his legs in time, his little brother would have been kicked by Duanmu Longcheng. Duanmu Longcheng's body twisted like a fried dough twist, narrowly dodging the world-exterminating wheel and the nirvana flame sword. His other leg flew towards Yu Yang's face as he spun. His movements were extremely fast. If Yu Yang didn't have the Heaven Eye's divine vision to see the trajectory of his attacks, he would have been beaten to a pulp by Duanmu Longcheng. Until now, Yu Yang finally understood. This cunning Duanmu Longcheng had an inherent skill that allowed him to break through quickly. With this inherent skill, all of his defenses would become full of flaws. It wasn't that his reaction wasn't fast enough, nor was it because his defenses were ineffective. The reason why he didn't know how to react was because he was plotted against by Duanmu Longcheng's sudden acceleration, inherent skill. Duanmu Longcheng's fist and leg suddenly increased in speed and struck his body first, causing all of his defenses to fail. So it's like this. After Yu Yang understood his opponent's attack, he suddenly smiled. His smile was very mysterious. Duanmu Longcheng's flying kick was aimed towards his face. Yu Yang was suddenly not in a hurry to dodge, but took the initiative to face the attack. His hands became extremely slow, using slowness to break speed, using clumsiness to break technique, using roundness to break point. His innate chi revolved like a tidal wave. This time, even though Duanmu Longcheng's flying kick suddenly increased in speed, against Yu Yang's hands that were revolving slowly, it was as if he had fallen into a pile of cotton. His strength was quickly diverted and his speed decreased continuously. It was as if every inch he moved forward was extremely difficult. At first, his kicks were as fast as lightning, but they gradually became slower and slower. In the end, he moved like a snail. Yu Yang rotated his hands and successfully defended against this kick. Duanmu Longcheng's expression changed, but it was too late for him to retreat now. He felt that he was still using all of his strength to kick, but he could not retract his kick as he wished. This kind of abnormality was definitely caused by the Yu clan's third young master. Duanmu Longcheng knew the reason, but he could not think of a way to counter it. Under the slow rotation of the giant circle, he was helpless. The giant circle formed by the yin and yang energy easily broke down Duanmu Longcheng's head-exploding attack and transformed it into a strong force that was transmitted to Yu Yang's legs. Yu Yang's body was bent like a bow. He exerted strength in his arms and his legs instantly closed. His body was thrown high up into the air and his legs shot out like an arrow. From the bottom to the top, he flipped his body and swept his kick. The crescent-shaped sword chi from his leg flashed dazzlingly at Duanmu Longcheng's chest, abdomen, chin, and face. Even though Duanmu Longcheng rolled away in time and dodged Yu Yang's powerful counterattack, he was still unable to dodge it completely. His chin, which was the highest point of the attack, suffered a heavy blow. When the crescent-shaped sword chi from his leg appeared, Duanmu Longcheng's beard, skin, and muscles were immediately separated from his body. Duanmu Longcheng felt as though his chin was about to shatter. His head was spinning and he almost fell to the ground. His rationality told him that if he stayed here for another second, he would be in danger of being killed by his opponent. At the same time, he borrowed the force of the attack to bounce his body back and left angrily. The innate invisible sword chi shot out from Yu Yang's toes almost killed Duanmu Longcheng. A long line of blood appeared on the right side of Duanmu Longcheng's face, from his chin all the way to his ear. If it wasn't for Duanmu Longcheng dodging fast enough, there would have been a small hole at the back of his head and his brain would have come out for air. Even with his innate level 6 protective chi and strong defense, he was still unable to withstand the power of the innate invisible sword chi. Duanmu Longcheng retreated 100 meters away. He was secretly afraid. World exterminating wheel, Nirvana's flame, and this mysterious sword chi. These three things were all great weapons that could kill an enemy in an instant. It was no wonder that Machi Su Ling could not last more than half an hour. From the start till now, not even a minute had passed and he was already surrounded by danger. He almost died under Yu Yang's three great weapons. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that Yu Yang was powerful and fought him with his full strength, he was afraid. If he had underestimated Yu Yang, he would have ended up like Machi Su Ling, dying miserably in front of Yu Yang. Not bad. Duanmu Longcheng praised Yu Yang for the first time. You pervert. Tianquan didn't care. He scolded Yu Yang loudly. The reason was because he thought that the barrier would disappear the moment Yu Yang left. Like a big bird, he swooped down excitedly, preparing to give Hui Tai Lang and the thorny flower demoness a heavy punch. He had never thought that even after Yu Yang had left the range of the barrier, that damned barrier would still exist. Under his heavy punches, the barrier shook non-stop. However, Hui Tai Lang and the thorny flower demoness were safe and sound inside. Their four eyes flashed with a look of looking at an idiot. This kind of look of disdain from beasts deeply hurt Tianquan. No matter what, he was still an innate. Furthermore, he was one of the 7 great bears, but now, he was being looked down upon by 2 beasts. How could he not be angry? Tianquan attacked with all his might. Realizing that the barrier was still there and did not disappear because of his powerful attacks, he was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries. The most outrageous thing was that while Tianquan was gasping for breath, Hui Tai Lang turned his butt around and stuck it out of the protective shield. He raised his tail and let out a loud fart right in front of Tianquan's face before comfortably hiding back inside the protective shield. As one of the 7 great bears, Tianquan actually ate a dog's fart. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had seen hateful dogs before, but he had never seen such a hateful dog. Unfortunately, he couldn't even hurt a single hair of it. Tianquan couldn't do anything to Hui Tai Lang and the thorny flower demoness, so he could only vent his anger on his master, Yu Yang. However, Yu Yang ignored his existence. He didn't even glance at him, as if Tianquan, one of the 7 great bears, did not even exist in this world. This kind of disregard completely angered Tianquan. He was an innate, how could he be ignored like this? He was bullied by a dog and couldn't take revenge. He wanted to settle the score with his master, but he was ignored by the other party. This kind of humiliation was unbearable. Ever since Tianquan was born, he had never suffered such humiliation before. If he didn't tear Yu Yang and Hui Tai Lang into pieces, Tianquan would never be able to rest in peace. Even if he died, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Yu Yang really ignored this fellow. Tianquan was only slightly better than Yao Guang and Kai Yang. If it wasn't for Duanmu Longcheng, Yu Yang could have killed this arrogant fellow in an instant. What made Yu Yang feel strange was that Qi Liao, who had been killed in an instant, was still alive. Qi Liao only had his head left and was on the verge of death. However, this demon innate was indeed still alive. His head floated in the sky, summoning his platinum grimoire and raised his barrier. He continuously summoned flames to replenish his energy and heal his body. Yu Yang's level 5 divine vision could see that the reason why Qi Liao didn't die was not because he didn't use enough strength. Instead, this fellow had a special inherent skill that allowed him to escape death. Yu Yang was only focused on defending against Duanmu Longcheng's attack and didn't attack to kill Qi Liao. If Yu Yang had chosen to use Nirvana's flame to refine the demon heart instead of burning Qi Liao's ugly head, Qi Liao would have died a long time ago. The problem was, Yu Yang needed that demon heart. If he used Nirvana's flame to burn Qi Liao's head, Qi Liao would die and the demon heart that was filled with energy would be destroyed. That would be too wasteful. Yu Yang looked at Qi Liao's incomparably ugly head. Other than being left with only one life, what else could this guy do? He wasn't a threat at all. It was a pity that those gold-ranked beasts didn't die because of him. Looks like he still needed Hui Tai Lang to do some hard work. Hui Tai Lang, what are you waiting for? Do you only need to eat and not work? Yu Yang was definitely more ruthless than exploiter Zhou. Woof. Hui Tai Lang couldn't wait any longer. Alright, you damned dog, you finally came out. See if I don't skin you alive. Migres wondered if he should first slaughter this dog, roast it, and eat it to his heart's content, then settle the score with its owner. Or should he first kill its owner, then chop off the dog's 4 legs, let it slowly drain its blood, and watch it slowly die? Or should he find some crazy metal-devouring ants to gnaw on it until only its head was left and bring it back home to keep as a collection? Tian Quan was about to attack Hui Tai Lang when he suddenly felt a light breeze behind his ear. An arrogant voice that could make people go crazy rang out from behind him. You, what are you still doing here? You should have died long ago. Letting someone like you live is simply a waste of the crew's lunchbox. Remember, as a minor character. Don't be too arrogant. Duan Mu Longcheng's eyes turned cold. Of course he had the ability to save Tian Quan, but the sense of danger that came from an expert's heart made him hesitate. Yu Clan's third young master, could his actions be a trap? When he had ambushed Qi Liao just now, he had already set up a trap. It was just that his speed talent had made it impossible for Qi Liao to defend against it. After exchanging blows, this little brat had already seen through his talent. Now, he was playing the same trick again. Was this action of assassinating Tian Quan a trap specially set for him? As a cautious and suspicious person, Duan Mu Longcheng would rather see Tian Quan die than put himself in danger. It's better for you to die than for me. If Tian Quan was killed, it would mean that he was incompetent. Duan Mu Longcheng had already decided that no matter what, he would not lend a helping hand. Towards Yu Yang's arrogant words, Migres was infuriated. He was also an innate, a level 3 innate. When he was in Tong Tian Tower, not to mention this brat, even his parents were still in their mother's wombs. Did he really think that he had no ability at all? As an innate ranker, he had his own pride and his own abilities. Humph, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Tian Quan was not a person who would sit and wait for death. He sneered and spun his body. Both of his hands were filled with starlight as he used his ultimate move, Thousand Star Fall, to ruthlessly attack Yu Yang's chest. This was a kind of energy similar to starlight. It had an extremely strong penetrative power and could easily break through the enemy's defenses. Moreover, it could be delayed until it entered the enemy's weak body. Only then would it truly explode. This would be more powerful and effective in destroying and killing the enemy's body. This was the combination of Migres's shooting star, innate skill and his battle technique. In the past, he had used this technique to attack his enemies, and it had always been successful. Even the Eastern Goblin tribe, who had extremely strong bodies, had once suffered under this technique. A human body, once he was hit, he would definitely be done for. Yu Yang was hit by dozens of stars shot out by Tian Quan. Starlight seeped into his body, forcing him to take a few steps back. There was no pain on his face. Instead, he looked a little stunned, as if he couldn't believe that he had fallen for the trick. Tian Quan felt that this brat was putting up a front. He looked fine on the surface, but the inside of his body was already finished. Unless one had a unique innate talent, such as the Devour innate talent, which could make one immune to the starlight entering one's body, whose internal organs could withstand such a terrifying attack. You're already finished. Tian Quan confidently extended his index finger and shook it at Yu Yang in disdain. This was his signature move. Every time he killed or heavily injured an enemy, he would shake his finger to show his contempt for the enemy. Tian Quan knew what would happen next. In 5 seconds, this Yu Clan's third young master's body would explode into pieces. At the very least, his chest would explode and his ribs would break. His heart, lungs, intestines, and everything else would explode and turn into a bloody mess, splattering all over the ground. That was one of Migraz's favorite scenes in his life. Just like raping a virgin, it made him feel extremely comfortable, so comfortable that goosebumps appeared all over his body. Cough cough. Yu Yang clutched his chest and coughed a few times. He coughed out a little bit of blood, but it was completely different from what Tian Quan had imagined. His lungs had been blasted open, and blood was spurting out crazily. What made Tian Quan dumbfounded was that this Yu clan's third young master's body did not show any signs of exploding. What was going on? Tian Quan waited for a long time. This Yu clan's third young master's body should have exploded a long time ago, but he was still fine. He would never have thought that Yu Yang's domain of power was devour. The starlight energy just now was equivalent to a tonic. Yu Yang coughed. He was mainly using his innate qi to heal the injuries that Duanmu Longqing had received from his attack just now. Duanmu Longqing's innate qi resonated with his weakened domain of power. The effect was very strong, and it greatly affected Yu Yang's injuries. That was why Yu Yang took the opportunity to heal himself and recover his full strength. Yu Yang did not know that Tian Quan had misunderstood him. Of course, he did not care about his reaction. Tian Quan's starlight energy and inherent skill did not affect Yu Yang at all. In fact, from a certain point of view, Tian Quan's starlight energy could even be considered as a form of help. It could speed up the process of condensing Yu Yang's star explosion domain. How could you be fine? Tian Quan could not understand at all. Yu Yang had obviously been hit, but he was still safe and sound. This was too strange. Yu Yang wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth with his hand and smiled like a demon. It's really not bad energy, but it's too weak. If it's a little stronger, it would be even better. Previously, I could not understand how my domain of power worked. But now, with the help of your starlight energy, I finally understand. It turns out that my domain of power is not outside, but inside my body. Or, it could be said that my domain of power has not grown to the extent that it could spread inside my body. I have always been worried that my domain of power was different from other people's. I was still a little apprehensive, but now it's no longer the case. After your attack just now, I finally understand how to use it. In order to express my gratitude to you, I have decided to show you the true power of my domain of power for the first time. Impossible. Tian Quan almost went crazy from anger. Not only was his attack ineffective, why did it help Yu Yang instead? He roared furiously. He raised his hands and prepared to attack again. Thinking about it, if he attacked Yu Yang, he would be helping Yu Yang. If he attacked Yu Yang, wouldn't he be foolish again? He quickly retreated and prepared to return to Duanmu Longqing's side. Duanmu Longqing stood at a distance and watched coldly. He did not completely believe what Yu Yang said, but he guessed that the Yu clan's third young master must have an ulterior motive for saying that. Maybe it was a trap. The diamond-ranked level 9 golden giant was also very intelligent. He had been following Duanmu Longqing's movements closely. When Duanmu Longqing moved, he would attack. When Duanmu Longqing stayed still, he would also wait for an opportunity to attack. This was not Shen Tian's instruction, but the intelligence of a holy beast. In terms of battle intelligence, the golden giant was indeed superior to the current Hui Tai Lang. Only Xiaowen Li, who was connected to Yu Yang's mind and had a tacit understanding with him, could win against him. Of course, under Yu Yang's influence, Hui Tai Lang's intelligence was growing every day. To him, becoming a holy beast was definitely not the end. Look at the stars that I created. Tian Quan's body soared into the sky, but no matter how fast he was, he could not match up to Yu Yang's speed. Yu Yang stretched out his hand. Grabbing one of Tian Quan's legs, he gripped his ankle tightly. The domain of energy, star explosion, appeared in Yu Yang's hand. At first, it was only a small ball, but it gradually expanded, forming a strange phenomenon of condensing and dispersing at the same time. Countless starlight shot out, forming even more star explosions. They connected with each other and formed a cluster of stars. Although the diameter of the cluster was not even 1 meter, its power scared Tian Quan out of his wits. Even Duanmu Longqing, who was far away, frowned. Save me, save. Tian Quan saw that Duanmu Longqing was standing still and panicked. He hurriedly asked the golden giant for help. He attacked Yu Yang, but all his attacks did not cause any damage. They only increased the size of the cluster of stars. However, the power of the cluster of stars could hurt him. When the cluster of stars expanded, the starlight that it shot out could easily pierce through or even destroy Tianquan's body. Tianquan's innate defense was useless against the star explosion that was getting bigger and bigger. In the sky, the golden giant, who had just swooped down to save Tianquan, saw that the star explosion in Yu Yang's hand was about to explode. He immediately gave up on saving Tianquan and turned around to escape. He could clearly feel that the destructive power of this energy explosion was not any weaker than the world exterminating wheel. The world exterminating wheel was very small and easy to dodge. However, if this cluster of stars exploded, everything within 100 meters would be turned into dust. Duanmu Longqing and the golden giant soared into the sky at the same time. Far away, Yu Yang brought Tianquan and chased after them. Aha! Tianquan was not an idiot. He realized that his life was in danger. If he allowed this star explosion to explode, then he would definitely be blasted into pieces. He was also a ruthless person. He made a prompt decision and with a flash of light in his hand, he chopped off his entire right leg. He left his bloody leg behind and ran away frantically, hoping to escape from the range of the explosion. As for running back to Duanmu Longqing's side and fighting together with him, that was not his choice anymore. This was because Duanmu Longqing's eyes were cold and emotionless, causing Tianquan to feel extremely disappointed. Tianquan was still gasping for breath. He prepared to summon his grimoire and raise his shield to protect himself. When he was in the opponent's hands just now, his spiritual energy was suppressed and he was unable to summon it. If he didn't summon it now, he might not be able to escape. I'll send you off. A voice that sounded like the call of the Grim Reaper came from behind him. It's over. Tianquan's forehead was filled with cold sweat. He had not successfully summoned his grimoire, but the enemy had already caught up to him. Yu Yang threw his star explosion towards Duanmu Longqing. He did not need to use his binding chains inherent skill to grab Tianquan. He could directly use star explosion to pass through Tianquan's body. Because he had controlled his speed and strength perfectly, the star explosion would not explode Tianquan's body. It would only leave a huge bloody hole in his chest. Duanmu Longqing was extremely cunning and knew how to teleport. However, to Yu Yang, under the Heaven Eye's divine radiance, teleportation and camouflage were useless. Forget about Duanmu Longqing, Yu Yang could even see the traces of the other strong ranker who had been hiding here all along. That strong innate ranker had always been hiding in the dark, observing them secretly. Yu Yang had already discovered this fellow's existence a long time ago. The moment Phoenix Fairy Beauty left, he had already arrived. Yu Yang didn't know why he didn't make a move. Maybe he wanted to see Yu Yang's true strength in secret. Yu Yang felt that Tianquan might be the bait of that person. That person was preparing to use Tianquan and even Duanmu Longqing to find out his true strength. Who was this person hiding in the dark? According to Yu Yang's guess, this person's strength should not be any weaker than the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian. Then who was he? The Thousand Goblins sect leader? Yu Yang still could not figure out his opponent's background and real goal. What he needed to do now was to pretend that he did not know that the Thousand Goblins sect leader had appeared. First, he would kill Tianquan and heavily injure Duanmu Longqing. Then, he would think of a way to lure the enemy out. Maybe Jizun and Elder Nangong had already returned from the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower. That was why this Thousand Goblins sect leader was hiding. Or maybe there were other reasons. Rumble. While Yu Yang was still thinking, an earth-shattering explosion had already occurred on the star explosion. The power of the explosion was 10 times stronger than when he killed Machi Su Ling. The explosion of the star explosion was earth-shattering. The entire Yu Clan castle was shaken by the explosion. A huge crater appeared on the ground in front of the castle. Half of the slope had collapsed and a huge pit that was more than 10 meters wide appeared. After the dust settled, a shocking sight could be seen at the place where Duanmu Longqing had been. It was extremely deep. The original stone pavement had already disappeared without a trace. At the center of the explosion, Duanmu Longqing had already disappeared without a trace. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The diamond-ranked level 9 golden giant was covered in blood and his clothes were torn. He seemed to be heavily injured. The golden swallowing fish dragon sword in his hand was placed horizontally in front of his chest. The tip of the sword was still trembling. This emperor-like holy beast had actually used sword chi to forcefully defend against the destructive power of the star explosion. Even though he was standing far away from the center of the explosion, and was also a diamond-ranked level 9 beast with an incomparably strong defense, he was still able to defend against the power of the star explosion's domain of power with just one strike. This was truly a huge surprise to Yu Yang. Other than Hui Tai Lang and the thorny flower demoness, all the beasts on the ground were either sent flying or retreated a few hundred meters away. Before Tian Quan was killed by Yu Yang's star explosion, all the beasts that he summoned had already betrayed him. The gold-ranked level 7 storm griffin died on the spot. It was Tian Quan's guardian beast, and the only beast that did not betray him. The gold-ranked level 7 red crown flying dragon king, gold-ranked level 6 giant bat and gold-ranked level 6 harpy rushed into the sky, trying their best to avoid the terrifying power of the explosion. Yu Yang counterattacked. In the sky, the bloody queen red dove down. She let out a shrill harpy scream. The giant bat with the sharpest hearing immediately fainted, spinning in the sky and falling down. The gigantic red crown flying dragon king flapped its wings, trying its best to escape from the thorny flower demoness. The harpy's speed was extremely fast. However, no matter how fast she was, her struggles were futile in front of little Wenli. As soon as the binding inherent skill was used, the dual icicle blades slashed across, and the harpy's head flew into the air. On the ground, the barbarian cow Shadow Aman and Hui Tai Lang had already started a massacre competition. Aman was up against the 9-headed fire snake, while Hui Tai Lang was up against the Cerberus and the Reaper Mantis. Although its level was lower than the Magma Wyvern, when the Magma Wyvern saw the Reaper Mantis, it immediately escaped with its fastest speed. The Reaper Mantis had always been the natural enemy of the Dragon Clan. Even the Phosphorescence Bone Dragon, Violent Scarlet Dragon and Hell Black Dragon would retreat when they saw the Reaper Mantis, let alone this Magma Wyvern. The Lava Giant came to help, but it was too slow. Just as the fire which was about to whip the barbaric cow Shadow that was closest to her, a flame whip whizzed down from the sky and whipped her violently. Bloody Queen Red also had the flame whip skill. Although it wasn't as effective as Banshee's Scream, it was still a powerful skill. With the dragon-slaying dagger and the Eye Destroyer silver dagger in each hand, she had just killed the heavily injured and unconscious giant swallowing bat. The second target was the Fire Witch. The lava giant raised its fists that were burning with raging flames, preparing to smash Hui Tai Lang who was fighting with the Cerberus. The little gold beast had unknowingly jumped on top of its head. It ignored the burning flames and started biting crazily. Even the King of Black Light's body that was made of meteorite obsidian, which was harder than metal, couldn't withstand its bite. This lava giant that was protected by raging flames and magma was definitely not a problem. On the other side, Hui Tai Lang was bitten a few times. His temper flared up and his demonic aura exploded. He leveled up from bronze-ranked level 3 to platinum-ranked level 5. Just now, he didn't use his full strength. Who would have thought that he would be bullied by this Cerberus? Hui Tai Lang was furious. His purplish-black flame soared to the sky and his demonic aura exploded crazily. Previously, the Cerberus could easily bite a bloody wound on Hui Tai Lang's body. However, now that Hui Tai Lang had reached platinum-ranked level 5, its 3 huge mouths couldn't even bite through its teeth, even though they were shattered. Its sharp teeth couldn't even break through Hui Tai Lang's protective chi. This was the defensive battle skill that Yu Yang taught Hui Tai Lang. It originated from one of the worst mercenary battle skills, the crushing stone hammer technique. Yu Yang had modified it, changing it from an offensive technique to a defensive one. He would circulate his chi throughout his entire body, limbs, and tail. Whenever the enemy attacked in any direction, he would condense his chi into a hammer and smash it back at the enemy. This was Yu Yang's request. Of course, Hui Tai Lang had not achieved this yet. It could only circulate its demonic aura and combine it with its metal attribute to circulate on its skin. Once it was attacked by the enemy, it would tighten its skin and use its demonic aura to counter the enemy. Although it still couldn't achieve the effect that Yu Yang wanted, it was enough to defend against the Cerberus's bite. After leveling up to platinum ranked level 5, not only did Hui Tai Lang's defense increase, its attack power had also increased by leaps and bounds. It tore open the Cerberus's chest with one claw and bit the head on the left that was spewing venom, tearing it off forcefully. Immediately, the Cerberus turned into a two-headed dog, rolling on the ground in pain. Seeing that the enemy was defeated, Hui Tai Lang didn't hold back anymore. It pounced on the enemy and used its claws to press it down. With a fierce bite, it tore the enemy apart and swallowed the demon crystal into its stomach. The one who ended the battle the fastest was definitely not Hui Tai Lang. Other than Little Wenli, who instantly killed the enemy, the barbarian cow shadow Aman triggered Doom's eyes, and the nine-headed fire snake died on the spot. Even the demon innate Qi Liao, who was hiding in the protective shield with only one head left, had its head exploded. Blood pupil double kill. When Doom's eyes was triggered, there was a certain chance that it could kill a related enemy at the same time as it instantly killed the enemy. Previously in the Aquarius Temple, a man had used blood pupil double kill to instantly kill the Aquarius Temple Guardian and the beast goddess servant Shadow. If it wasn't for Yu Yang's luck exploding and a man triggering blood pupil double kill, Yu Yang might not have been able to pass the Aquarius Temple. Now, Yu Yang's luck exploding once again. Qi Liao, who was hiding in the protective shield and thought that he was very safe, triggered blood pupil double kill because his summoned beasts were hit by Doom's eyes. In the end, he, the master, was implicated. When Qi Liao, the master, died, all his beasts exploded. However, it was only the magma wyvern and magma giant. The fire witch girl had already been pierced through the forehead by the dragon-slaying dagger, and was already dead. As for the Cerberus, even its demon crystal and demon heart had entered Hui Tai Lang's stomach. Hui Tai Lang even burped a few times. Their speed was not only because of the difference in strength, but also because they lived under Yu Yang's shadow. They had to learn how to kill steel and steal credit. Everything had to be fast, otherwise they would have to follow behind others and eat the northwest wind. Growing up in this kind of environment that was even scarier than hell, their killing speed was naturally very fast. It could be said that the slowest killing speed was the Reaper Mantis, which was originally known for its speed, agility, and fatal attacks. Duan Mu Longqing disappeared. Yu Yang stood quietly in the middle of the battlefield. With his level 5 divine vision, he scanned his surroundings for any movement. He escaped so quickly. Yu Yang discovered that Duan Mu Longqing, who was invisible, was running towards a small hill silently. This fellow was not injured at all. Seeing that his comrade had died, he immediately retreated. Yu Yang discovered that the other person hiding in ambush was also moving slightly. Even though he couldn't see his movement with his Heaven Eyes divine vision, Yu Yang was sure that this fellow was using Duan Mu Longqing as bait to kill him. In an even more distant place, two balls of light that were as cold as the sun were chasing each other in the sky. That was the decisive battle between the Impatiens and Shun Tian. The two of them had not made any moves yet. They were both looking for each other's flaws. As long as the opponent revealed a single flaw, it would be the key to their victory. As for the ascetic practice saint, the scholar, and the two heavenly imperial guardians of the Zijin kingdom, the four of them had already fought somewhere else. In the sky, Little Wenli abandoned the golden giant and turned into a rainbow, disappearing into Yu Yang's body. In an instant, Yu Yang teleported and chased after the invisible Duan Mu Longqing. Bloody Queen, Thorny Flower Demoness, Golden Beast and Reaper Mantis replaced Little Wenli to fight against the diamond-ranked level 9 golden giant. On the ground, Hui Tai Lang leapt up. The barbarian cow shadow Aman burst out with great strength and threw her huge body into the sky, attacking the extremely strong golden giant. Together with the Bloody Queen and the others, they attacked from both the sky and the ground. Because the golden giant was a guardian beast, there was no point in killing it. Hence, the Bloody Queen, Hui Tai Lang and the others only tangled with the golden giant, preventing it from affecting Yu Yang's movements. They did not surround and kill it like they usually did. The moment Yu Yang caught up to Duan Mu Longqing suddenly laughed. His laugh was extremely sinister. As if his evil plan had succeeded, his face was filled with joy. His enfeeblement spread out for the second time. At the same time, he used his acceleration, inherent skill and punched towards Yu Yang's face. You're finished. Duanmu Longcheng's eyes flashed with a cruel light. His punches instantly turned into a meteor and landed heavily on Yu Yang's chest. Originally, Yu Yang could have dodged it. Even against Duanmu Longcheng's acceleration, inherent skill, he was confident that he could dodge it completely. However, at this moment, behind Yu Yang, there was an eerie and terrifying shadow that appeared out of nowhere. A ghostly claw-like big hand pressed towards the back of Yu Yang's head. A strange power, like a restraint, yet different, froze all of Yu Yang's movements. This was the paralysis, inherent skill. Yu Yang felt his whole body go numb as he lost control of himself. Although it only lasted for a second, it was enough to kill him. Damn it! Impatience was like a blazing sun, coming from afar with extreme speed. It was as if space and time did not exist at this moment. She, who was more than 10,000 meters away, broke through space and time and appeared in front of Yu Yang in a flash. She was trying to save Yu Yang. At the same speed as her was the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian. His hands were like two small suns, and his body was constantly emitting thousands of sharp sword-like rays of light. One of his punches was aimed at Impatience's back, and the other was aimed at Yu Yang's face. Paralysis. The eerie and terrifying shadow stretched out his ghostly claw-like right hand towards Impatience and used the paralysis, inherent skill. Get lost. Impatience shouted angrily. Impatience kicked Duanmu Longcheng, who was a level 6 and 8, into the air and landed another kick on the eerie and terrifying shadow. At the same time, her right hand, which was covered in purple lightning, blocked the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian's heavy punch that was aimed at Yu Yang's face. Her left hand quickly pulled Yu Yang, helping him to escape from the control of the paralysis, inherent skill. Impatience, on the other hand, was unable to defend herself and suffered another heavy blow from Shun Tian's huge punch. The pain caused her face to change drastically and her cherry lips to bleed. Behind her, the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian, raised his huge fist again, preparing to hit the back of Impatience's head for the second time. Yu Yang endured the pain and dizziness caused by Duanmu Longcheng's heavy blow on his chest and abdomen. He reached out and hugged Impatience, turned around and used the binding, inherent skill on the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian. The duration of the binding was less than half a second. Fortunately, it worked. The eerie and terrifying shadow forcefully endured the fierce kick from Impatience, and coldly stretched out his ghostly claw, stabbing towards Yu Yang's head. Impatience's smooth and round shoulder was lifted in time to protect Yu Yang. The ghostly claw pierced 5 bloody holes on her shoulder, but Impatience also raised her hand and elbowed the eerie and terrifying shadow's cheek, repelling him. Shun Tian, who had just broken free from the binding, threw out his second punch. Yu Yang held the world exterminating wheel in his left hand and the Nirvana fire sword in his right hand. He didn't defend himself at all and fought back. Shun Tian's fist hit Yu Yang's arm, dodging the world exterminating wheel that had gone out of control. At the same time, he kicked Yu Yang's wrist, blasting away the Nirvana fire sword. Shun Tian's head was like a meteor, crashing towards Yu Yang's forehead. Fight! Yu Yang's whole body was covered with runes, and the Nirvana fire was blazing. He used all his strength and fought head-on with Shun Tian. A rumbling sound was heard. Yu Yang felt that his head was about to break, and he had a splitting headache. Blood spurted out from his throat. Shun Tian's powerful strength wasn't something he could resist at the moment. What was surprising was that Shun Tian's injury was more serious than Yu Yang's. There was a small hole in his forehead, and blood was flowing out, while Yu Yang was only slightly swollen. Actually, if he wasn't the great emperor of Jiwei Shun Tian, but Duanmu Longcheng, he would have already fallen to the ground and died. Yu Yang's innate invisible sword chi had reached the 5th level, and it wasn't limited to his fingers or toes to release innate invisible sword chi. Every meridian and acupuncture point in his body had to release innate invisible sword chi. The glabella on Shun Tian's forehead released sword chi at the moment when Shun Tian's attack was at its strongest and his defense was at its weakest. The sword chi pierced through Shun Tian's forehead and penetrated deep into his skull. And the Nirvana fire burned Shun Tian's innate chi, preventing him from expelling the sword chi. Yu Yang's sword chi pierced through his forehead, and the sword chi rampaged in his brain. Even though Shun Tian was at the same level as the Impatience, he was still in great pain. When the impatient saw that Xianxia was tricked by Yu Yang, she immediately took action. Sky Law. Under the impatience's summon, a purple lightning appeared in the void, and with the power to destroy everything, it bombarded Xianxia's head. This kind of terrifying destructive power wasn't any weaker than Yu Yang's star explosion, and it might even be stronger. Only the world exterminating wheel and nirvana flame could be compared to the destructive power of heaven's wrath. Of course, this was related to the fact that Yu Yang hadn't fully displayed the power of the world exterminating wheel and the nirvana fire. If the world exterminating wheel could really destroy the world, and the nirvana fire could purify the world, then there wouldn't be any power in the world that could be compared to them. Yu Yang had just started on the road of innate, so he didn't have much research and understanding, so he could be considered as a beginner. Of course, he couldn't be compared to the thousands of years old monsters like the Impatiens and Xianxia. Just now, the fact that Yu Yang could set up a trap and hurt Xianxia with one sword strike had already shocked everyone. How could this kind of sword chi be so powerful? After being hit by the innate invisible sword chi and the sky law purple lightning, Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. He held in pain. He couldn't care less about attacking Yu Yang and the Impatiens anymore, and escaped immediately. Seeing this, the eerie shadow also wanted to escape. The sharp claws with the green phosphorus ghost fire made a feint in front of the Impatiens to protect itself and quickly escaped. Yu Yang endured the pain and raised his hand to press on the eerie shadow. Both of their inherent skills took effect at the same time. The eerie shadow's paralysis made Yu Yang freeze his body, while Yu Yang's binding inherent skill also made the eerie shadow's plan to escape completely fail. Both of them froze for less than a second, but for the Impatiens, it was enough to beat the eerie shadow to a pulp. Original sin, resentment, redemption. The Impatiens released 3 powerful skills in a row. Her jade-like hands pressed on the air, and a sun-like light shone. The eerie shadow's body shook continuously. His chest, left rib and right leg all had huge bloody holes, and his bones could be seen. Impatiens held on to Yu Yang with one hand and turned her body. Her other hand hit the eerie shadow's face heavily, breaking his nose and causing blood to spurt out. "This is for you." She kicked the eerie shadow's lower abdomen while he was escaping. "This is for your interest." The eerie shadow quickly retreated. Before he could retreat far away, Yu Yang threw the world exterminating wheel in his left hand at an extreme speed. The eerie shadow seemed to be a rancor at the same level as Impatiens. Even if he was heavily injured, he could still easily dodge the world exterminating wheel's attack. Unexpectedly, Yu Yang twisted his waist and turned his body. The nirvana flame on his body formed a fire spear and pierced deeply into the eerie shadow's lower abdomen. The eerie shadow screamed. Although his whole body wasn't burned by the nirvana flame, the wound on the spear's tip was completely melted. His skin and flesh were destroyed, and he cried out in pain, which shook the mountains. Almost at the same time, 2 laser-like light beams shot out from the eerie shadows and Xianxia's hands. They crossed each other and shot past Yu Yang's face. What a close shave, they only hit. His afterimage, if it had hit him directly, Yu Yang's life would have been in danger. This was because the Impatiens had saved him. She pushed him down to the ground and pressed her big breasts against his face. She had snatched him back from the hands of the Grim Reaper in a dangerous attack. The eerie shadow and Xianxia saw that their best chance, their last plan, still couldn't kill Yu Yang. Seeing that the Impatiens had started to gather the power of Sky Law again, they escaped separately, unwilling to fight with the Impatiens, so as not to harm themselves. The gloomy shadow disappeared without a word, disappearing. Xianxia, on the other hand, flew thousands of meters away. His bleeding forehead and blood-stained face made him look very embarrassed and somewhat ferocious, completely different from his majestic appearance just now. "Brat, you won't be happy for long. The next time we meet, it will be the time of your death." Xianxia's words implied that the Impatiens was protecting him. If not, then Yu Yang would have died long ago. Yu Yang knew that it was still too early to fight with Xianxia, but he had improved very fast. The next time they met, he might be his opponent. Just like the Marquis of Zijin, the previous battle was also very difficult. Now, in less than a year, he had already far surpassed the Marquis of Zijin. In the future, he might also be able to far surpass Xianxia, the great emperor of Ziwei. Xianxia was definitely not his final enemy. At most, he was just a stepping stone that was harder to climb. Shameless boasting. The impatient scolded angrily. She raised her jade-like hands, and Xianxia immediately disappeared without waiting for the purple lightning that carried the power of Sky Law to strike him. The impatient saw that Xianxia had left, and the power of Sky Law had completely disappeared. Her whole body softened and fell into Yu Yang's arms. It wasn't that she didn't participate in the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower Challenge, but because she saw that something was wrong, she was worried that Yu Yang would be at a disadvantage, so she returned halfway. Early on in the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower, she was already injured. Fortunately, she hid it from Xianxia, and even joined forces with Yu Yang to defeat the joint attack of Xianxia and the Eerie Shadow, severely injuring the enemy. When the crisis was over, she immediately couldn't hold on any longer and fell into Yu Yang's arms. Yu Yang hurriedly transferred his innate qi to her to heal her injuries. Hui Tai Lang, the Bloody Queen, the Barbarian Cow Shadow, the Reaper Mantis and the other beasts hurried over to protect Yu Yang, who was also injured, from being disturbed. Duanmu Longcheng's eyes were filled with fear and joy. He was happy that Sky Law had fainted from her injuries, so it was the best time for him to attack. He was afraid that the Yu clan's third young master could even injure Xianxia and the others. If he was pierced by the Nirvana flame spear or hit by Yu Yang's sword qi, it wouldn't be as simple as just being injured. Come. Yu Yang transferred his innate qi to the impatience with one hand and stretched out his hand, beckoning Duanmu Longqing with his finger. Humph. Duanmu Longqing really wanted to attack, but he was afraid that it was a trap. If Sky Law was just pretending to be unconscious, then he would be courting death if he foolishly rushed forward to take advantage of her. Duanmu Longqing stomped his feet and gave up on the idea of killing Yu Yang and Sky Law. He decided to escape from this place and find a place where Sky Law couldn't find him. He would only come out when it was safe. Yu Yang knew that this was an opportunity. If he didn't kill Duanmu Longqing, it would be difficult to find him in the future. As Duanmu Longqing retreated, Yu Yang carried impatience and chased after him relentlessly. Now that the situation had turned around, the longer he dragged this out, the more advantageous it would be for Yu Yang. As long as impatience woke up, Duanmu Longqing would definitely die a tragic death. Of course, Duanmu Longqing suspected that Sky Law had not fainted. She might have suffered serious internal injuries, but she still had the strength to kill him. As long as he went forward, he would be instantly killed by her. Thinking of this, Duanmu Longqing ran even faster. In an instant, he was teleported into the Yu clan castle. He was faster than lightning as he shot towards the martial arts training plaza where a chaotic battle was taking place. He didn't care about the situation of the people around him. Before Yu Yang could catch up to him, he rushed into the huge, blood-red, strange teleportation gate in the middle of the martial arts training plaza. Yu Yang didn't have time to think. He carried impatience and chased after him relentlessly. Under the watchful eyes of Fatty Hai and Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang and Prince Tian Luo, Princess Sisai and Yu Yu, Fallen Flower City Mistress and Anan, Shui Wuxia and Yu Bing, Yu Yang dashed into the blood-red teleportation gate like a shooting star. Other than little Wenli who had transformed into a rainbow and floated into his body, Hui Tai Lang, Bloody Queen, Thorny Flower Demoness and Barbarian Cow Shadow, none of them could catch up in time. When Yu Yang entered, he realized that he had already been teleported to another world. The blood moon shone high up in the sky. The surroundings were luxurious and majestic. There were many palaces, fake mountains, and flowing rivers everywhere, and Demon King statues could be seen everywhere. However, the thing that made Yu Yang sweat the most was the Demon Abyss Palace's unique dark whirlpool. It was constantly spinning in the sky, emitting an endless amount of evil demonic qi. Damn, this is the Demon King's palace. Yu Yang didn't think that he would chase them to such a place. He thought that he would only be able to chase them to the wilderness of the Demon Abyss. Just as Yu Yang was about to give up and return to the soaring dragon continent, suddenly, he heard a strange calling in his heart. It seemed familiar, yet strange at the same time. This, who was calling him? Yu Yang was stunned. Why would there be a friend of his in the Demon Abyss Palace? What did this call mean? Was it an illusion, or was it real? Yu Yang paused for a moment. Now that the situation was dire, he couldn't even protect himself. Did he really have to follow the voice? In the end, he gritted his teeth and made an important decision. Duanmu Longqing was nowhere to be found. Yu Yang guessed that it wasn't because he was slow in catching up to him, nor was it because that fellow escaped fast. It was because of some reason that he had deviated a little when he was teleporting. If he was in the Soaring Dragon continent, this deviation would only be a few hundred meters. However, since he was teleporting to the demon abyss, a small deviation would make a huge difference. If he landed somewhere else, that would be fine. However, if he landed here, this was the demon abyss palace. It was said that the demon king lived in the palace. If the great demon king happened to be at home today and he was carrying the unconscious impatience, it would be too dangerous. However, the strange yet familiar calling in his heart made Yu Yang unable to resist his curiosity. Why would there be a mysterious life form calling out to him in the demon king's palace? This kind of calling made Yu Yang puzzled. At first, he thought that it was just an illusion and that it was the influence of the dark whirlpool above the demon king's palace. After carefully sensing and confirming, Yu Yang realized that it was real. Let's go and take a look. Yu Yang didn't know whether his decision was right or wrong, but he knew that this was definitely a risky move. He was in a tiger's den and knew nothing about the demon abyss palace. He had to carry the unconscious impatience and follow the voice to find the life form that was calling him. Even a fool would know that it was impossible. The problem was, if Yu Yang didn't go and gave up the search and returned to the Soaring Dragon continent now, he wouldn't be able to rest easy for the rest of his life. As a man, there are some things that he shouldn't do. Sometimes, he had to risk it all. It wouldn't do to be a coward all day. Yu Yang's heart was filled with heroism as he immediately made his decision. Yu Yang carried the impatience on his back and tied her with a ribbon, just like how he usually carried Yu Bing. He then put on the Gemini mask and summoned the golden mask's evil shadow. The evil shadow flew in the opposite direction. Although its strength was only half of Yu Yang's, and it could only exist for an hour, it was already impressive enough to be used to attract the enemy's attention. Yu Yang felt that the longer he stayed in this demon palace, the more dangerous it would be. There was a chance that the demon king or some other expert could sense his presence at any time. In fact, the enemy might already know that he had intruded and was on his way. Yu Yang carried impatience on his back, and while channeling innate chi into her to help her recover from her injuries, he flew towards the direction that was calling him in his heart. As expected, at the evil shadow's side, countless demon guards discovered the intruder. There were even demon guards shouting and rushing towards Yu Yang. It seemed like they had some kind of monitoring device, just like the Great Xia Imperial Palace's treasure pearl. Yu Yang had never seen the nation-protecting pearl in the Great Xia Dynasty Palace, but he had heard about it from Old Cunning Fox and Princess Sisai. It was said that once there was an intruder with murderous intent, evil energy or malicious intent, the nation-protecting pearl would change color and shoot out a strange energy light, activating the alarm. Under the state preceptors, reveal, inherent skill, it could even display the intruder's position and approximate ability. Tianluo Kingdom also had a nation-protecting mirror. Its function was said to be stronger than Xia Kingdom's nation-protecting pearl. It could even display the intruder's appearance. Since Xia and Tianluo Kingdom both had this kind of alarm-triggering treasure, it was impossible for the Demon Abyss Palace to not have one. Yu Yang's only hope was that his disguise, inherent skill would be effective, causing the enemy to misjudge his strength and not alert the Demon King. Moreover, the Demon King had better be out and not having his fun in the Imperial harem. Otherwise, if he were to disturb the Demon King's sex life, he would definitely suffer the Demon King's wrath. Yu Yang's speed was extremely fast, and he teleported to a place where he could hide. In another direction, Evil Shadow was causing as much commotion as he could. Rumbling away, it attracted the attention of most of the demon guards. In the sky, more than 10 demon generals streaked across the sky, chasing after the Evil Shadow. There were even 2 demon commanders among them. Yu Yang no longer had any interest in the demon generals. He didn't even put the demon commanders in his eyes, even if it was Ma Liang, who had fought so hard to win. Ma Liang, the demon commander, was very famous among the warriors of the Soaring Dragon continent. He was even called one of the 3 great demon commanders by the human warriors. However, in the eyes of innate rankers, this fellow was not even worth mentioning. He was at the level of an ant soldier. He could fight, but no matter how much he fought, he was still an ant. What made Yu Yang vigilant were the demon marshals and demon kings. The demon marshals were not like the marshals of the soaring dragon continent. They were only able to become demon marshals because they were strong enough. Half of the human marshals were military exploits and the other half were military intelligence. On the contrary, strength was not the most important thing. This was because the human marshals did not need to be the first to charge into battle. They needed to strategize and command the army from the back. The demon marshals were the opposite. They would lead the demon army to attack fiercely and be the first to charge into battle. Let alone the demon marshals, even the demon kings were the same. The fighting style of the demon abyss was completely different from that of humans. Just the demon marshals that the old cunning fox had told Yu Yang before were innate rankers. There was even a demon marshal Duran who was innate level 5 under the great demon king Baruth. He was the strongest demon marshal. His strength was equivalent to a normal demon king. If he appeared on the battlefield, no matter how many soldiers there were, they would not be enough for him to kill. Demon Marshal Duran was usually active in the 6th and 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower. He rarely participated in the battles of the lower floors. In the higher floors of Tong Tian Tower, he was the only one who was famous as a demon marshal. Yu Yang sincerely hoped that the place he was teleported to was not the great demon king Baruth's palace. This was because the great demon king Baruth was the head of the demon abyss blood prison's 3 great demon kings. Baruth's ranking was even higher than the demon king Xianxia, who had almost killed Yu Yang in an instant. If Phoenix Fairy Beauty was fine, Yu Yang and her could work together to break into the imperial palace. If they couldn't win, they could escape. But now, Phoenix Fairy Beauty was heavily injured and unconscious. She still hadn't woken up. If he met Demon King Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran, Yu Yang felt that his next battle would be very difficult. He had just fought against the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian, and the Thousand Goblins sect leader, and he had not recovered. Now, he had to face another demon king. That would be terrible. After teleporting past a huge garden, he teleported past many strange demon towers. Yu Yang realized that the calling voice in his mind was getting closer. It was getting clearer, as if it was a cry for help. Yu Yang teleported for the last time and arrived at the edge of a huge square. He discovered that the huge square was paved with obsidian stones. It was as wide as a few dozen football fields. In the middle of the square, there was a huge statue of a demon king. Damn! Yu Yang realized that his worst fears had come true. This statue of the demon king was Baruth. Previously, the old cunning fox had shown Yu Yang an image of Baruth. Yu Yang could tell at a glance that Baruth and Xianxia were similar, but they were not exactly the same. Baruth's horns were even more curved, and there were 2 horn-like magic thorns and 2 long magic whiskers on his lower jaw. He looked even more tyrannical and powerful than Xianxia. In terms of body size, Baruth was also taller than Xianxia by 1 meter. Of course, this could not be seen from this statue, because it was exaggerated. It was built at least 100 meters tall, giving off a feeling that it was looking down on the world. Yu Yang only took a glance at this huge statue and ignored it. It could not absorb all of his attention. What really caught Yu Yang's attention were the crystal pillars surrounding the huge statue. There were more than 10 crystal pillars of different lengths. They were 10 meters tall and a few meters short. They shone with a brilliant light of energy. The ancient runes and heaven runes on the crystal pillars were arranged in different ways, looking extremely mysterious. Yu Yang could see something strange with his heaven eyes' divine vision. He felt that these crystal pillars were not as simple as the statue of the demon king Hui Yao. Their main purpose was to seal. Through converting the demon's belief or some kind of sacrifice, these crystal pillars continuously strengthened or maintained the power of the seal. The life form that summoned Yu Yang was sealed under the statue of the demon king in the center of the crystal pillars. I know you're down there, but how do I save you? Yu Yang had a headache. The plaza was filled with all kinds of demons. They were running all over the place, as if they were frightened. Even more demon guards dragged all kinds of beasts over and killed them in front of the crystal pillars, using their demon blood as a sacrifice. There were also demon evil liches that surrounded the crystal pillars, shouting and waving the skeleton staffs in their hands. Maybe it was because it sensed Yu Yang's arrival, the life form sealed in the crystal pillars struggled non-stop, as if it wanted to break out of the seal. The giant plaza that was paved with obsidian shook and trembled. The 100-meter-tall statue of the Demon King was also trembling. Cracks started to appear on it, and they were getting bigger and bigger, as if it could collapse at any time. Even more evil liches joined in the sacrificial dance. The skeleton staffs flashed with a terrifying black light under the summoning, turning the demon blood on the ground into even more dark energy and condensing it into the statue of the Demon King. Yu Yang realized that the more he sacrificed, the more the dark energy could repair the cracks on the statue, and continue to suppress the life form. Of course, the main reason was that the crystal pillars had received the support of the energy. After absorbing the energy, the seal became stronger, causing the struggling and trembling of the life form to lessen. The enemy is attacking, intensify the sacrifice, you must not let it out, otherwise, all of you will become the Hell Black Dragon's food. Demon Marshal Duran rode on a Hell Black Dragon and appeared in the sky. His roar was like thunder, scaring the demons below to the point that they were trembling. Demon Marshal Duran felt a little strange. He felt that the plaza today was different from usual. Of course, it could be because the seal had loosened. Because the evil shadow was frantically escaping on the other side, massacring all along the way. Demon Marshal Duran did not investigate the strange feeling in his heart. Otherwise, Yu Yang, who was hiding in a corner while holding his breath, would definitely be found by him. Demon Marshal Duran did not think that humans had the disguise, inherent skill, and could even hide from him. Riding on his diamond-ranked level 6 Hell Black Dragon, he chased after the evil shadow. He knew that there were 2 or 3 intruders, but one of them was the strongest, while the other 2 were completely disproportionate in strength. He reckoned that they were purposely released to lure the demon guard's beasts. He never thought that it was Yu Yang and the unconscious impatience. Otherwise, he would have found them no matter what. Duanmu Longqing was currently standing on an ancient battlefield. Tens of thousands of demons were waiting to be teleported. According to the rules, the more sacrifices there were, the more people would be teleported, and the more powerful they would be. Tens of thousands of low-level demons or beasts were pushed into the pit of 10,000 people as sacrifices. However, the teleportation gate was far from enough to support so many demons to invade the soaring dragon continent. What made the 3 demon marshals the most furious was that there were 2 places where the teleportation failed. They had entered a small dimension instead of their original destination. A 20-year-old innate? He really chased after us? Respected sect leader Duanmu, we have never heard of a 20-year-old innate. Alright, we don't doubt it, but where is he? The 3 demon marshals were very respectful towards Duanmu Longqing. It seemed that not only were they familiar with each other, their relationship was not shallow. I'm sure that he chased after us, but that brat is good at hiding himself. I think he is hiding somewhere. Duanmu Longqing was very sure. If that's the case, let's report to His Majesty the Demon King. The 3 demon marshals decided to report the news. The Great Demon King's palace. There's an intruder, it's a human warrior. That human warrior is heading towards this direction at a high speed, he's 100 miles away. Suddenly, a lich's beast received a strange message and reported it to its master. The lich immediately shouted. It's him. Duanmu Longqing immediately confirmed that it was Yu Yang. Demon Marshal Duran is chasing after us. That lich's beast received a strange message again, and the lich continued to shout loudly. At this moment, at the Obsidian Plaza, Yu Yang saw that Demon Marshal Duran had left and immediately launched an attack. Since Demon King Baruth wasn't at home and Demon Marshal Duran was chasing after the enemy, he couldn't be courteous with them. Every minute they stayed here was a minute more dangerous. Yu Yang took out his Huijin magic blade and swung it down from the sky, killing the 2 liches who were performing the sacrificial dance. He then waved his blade and countless demon soldiers fell to the ground like he was cutting wheat. By the time the demon's alarm sounded, Yu Yang had already cleared the liches and demons from the crystal pillar array. The first slash, earth-splitting slash exploded in Yu Yang's hands and fiercely slashed towards the gigantic statue. Yu Yang was prepared to destroy the statue and save the sealed life form below. Although he didn't know what it was or how it was related to him, Yu Yang had a strange feeling in his heart that he must save it. The Demon King's statue didn't shatter, but the cracks on it increased greatly. At the same time, the sealed life form let out a joyful tremor and struggled even harder. The ground trembled and rumbled. Damn it! Demon Marshal Duran seemed to have sensed it and immediately reacted. He roared angrily, his terrifying voice deafening. He rode on the held black dragon and retraced his steps. His speed was several times faster than before as he rushed towards the obsidian plaza. Rumble, the Demon King's statue did not move at all. Other than a shallow mark, the crack did not even widen. Yu Yang sweated profusely. This Demon King statue was not something that could be cut down by his blade. Looking at it this way, how strong was the mysterious life form that could break the Demon King statue just by moving its body? If it wasn't for the crystal pillar array's seal, the mysterious life form would probably be able to destroy this Demon King statue with a flip of its body. Compared to Yu Yang, what kind of existence was it? Countless demon guards rushed over after hearing the news. There were even 2 demon generals in the middle. It was not good to stay here for long, in case something bad happened. Yu Yang decided to use his ultimate move. The world exterminating wheel condensed in his hands. Countless ancient runes and heaven runes revolved around it, as if it was a sea of runes. Yu Yang waved the world exterminating wheel and cut the Demon King statue in half. Immediately, half of the Demon King statue fell down with a rumble, heavily smashing onto the ground. The statue's body was broken and the demon horn on its head was broken. Amidst the broken rocks, the giant energy crystal's edge was revealed. It was shining with an abnormally strong energy wave. After losing the support of the crystal pillar formation, it could no longer protect the statue. Yu Yang was overjoyed. Just as he was about to fly down and collect the gigantic energy crystal, taking it for himself. Who would have thought that the crystal pillar formation below would shine with a net of white light? Thousands of white lights moved as if they had a life of their own. They were like the gentle arms of a woman, wrapping around Yu Yang's body. They gently and irresistibly pulled Yu Yang down, as if they wanted to seal him. Yu Yang sweated profusely. Not only did he fail to save someone, he also got himself killed. Yu Yang hurriedly threw out the world exterminating wheel, preparing to destroy the crystal pillar formation. Previously, Yu Yang wanted to try and decipher it. He felt that the rune seal on the crystal pillar formation might be helpful to him in unsealing Queen Vivian Li, so he didn't want to destroy it immediately. But now that the situation was critical, Yu Yang couldn't care too much anymore. He used the world exterminating wheel to destroy the crystal pillar formation first. The world exterminating wheel, which had always been successful, hit a crystal pillar. Contrary to Yu Yang's expectations, it didn't slash past him like before. Instead, it bounced back. In an instant, it returned to Yu Yang's body. Could it be that this crystal pillar array was impossible to destroy? As soon as this thought appeared in Yu Yang's mind, he released it. The ancient runes and heaven runes on the crystal pillar formation appeared. The light of energy was thousands of times brighter, illuminating the entire obsidian square as if it was daytime. The devils that rushed over to attack Yu Yang were illuminated by the white light, and all of them showed painful expressions. The weakest demon that was closest to the crystal pillar formation was completely vaporized, as if it had been shot by Luohua City Mistress, Aurora. The demon that was slightly further away had its entire body melted, dying painfully as it howled miserably. The strongest demon that was further away also let out a wail as it scrambled to escape. Other than the 2 demon generals who were emitting smoke from their bodies, all the demon guards were dead. The lowest-ranked devils, who were very far away, started to vaporize. The net of white light pulled Yu Yang down to the ground, wrapping him and the impatiens like a huge light cocoon. Countless ancient runes and heaven runes danced in the air and landed on Yu Yang and the impatiens' body one by one. Impatiens' body became faintly transparent, as if she was being sealed. However, Yu Yang wasn't. The ancient runes and heaven runes didn't have any sealing power on his body. Like a tide, they entered Yu Yang's body and merged with the original rune circle on his body, forming a new rune circle. After the new runes were injected into the world exterminating wheel, its power increased by another level. The rune circles inside were more abundant and more profound. Yu Yang was slightly startled. He didn't think that the ancient will could still increase its power. Furthermore, this kind of improvement seemed to be related to his body obtaining more new ancient runes. I'm going to faint. Yu Yang felt that he was very safe, but he realized that the impatience's body had almost disappeared. He didn't know how to stop this kind of sealing power. Could it be that the impatience was going to be sealed here forever? There must be a way, there must be. Yu Yang tried his best to calm himself down. He tried his best to sense the ripples of energy in the surroundings, preparing to break the seal and save the impatience and the mysterious life form that had been sealed for an unknown amount of time. At this moment, in the sky, the furious demon Marshal Duran was riding on the hell-black dragon. The hell-black dragon felt an indescribable fear towards the dazzling white light below. It refused to dive down and let out a series of roars. Demon Marshal Duran also felt slightly uncomfortable. He knew how terrifying the sealing power of the crystal pillar circle was. That was a treasure brought back from the heaven realm by a super ranker from the demon abyss 10,000 years ago. He originally wanted to use it to seal the human Jizun, but he never had the chance to use it. As a treasure of the demon palace, the crystal pillar circle had been passed down from generation to generation. 300 years ago, the great demon King Baruth and demon Marshal Duran encountered an injured mystical beast in the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower. They were excited to see the prey and invited the rankers of the demon abyss to lead several demon kings and 10 demon marshals to surround and capture the mystical beast. Who knew that things would go beyond their expectations? Even though the mystical beast was heavily injured, 2 demon kings and 8 demon marshals still died in the battle. Even the great demon King Baruth himself was not lightly injured. Furthermore, there was no way to confine and bind the mystical beast. In the end, demon Marshal Duran could only borrow the crystal pillar circle to seal it. If this mystical beast were to break out of the seal, the consequences would be unthinkable. Dark Whirlpool. Demon Marshal Duran was forced to use the strongest defense of the demon palace, the dark whirlpool that had condensed the energy of the demon moon and the blood prison for thousands of years. It was the treasure of the demon abyss. Only it could suppress the brilliant energy of the crystal pillar circle, and suppress that terrifying white light. The dark whirlpool in the sky slowly descended under demon Marshal Duran's summon. In the entire demon palace, other than the great demon King Baruth, demon Marshal Duran was the only ranker who could control the dark whirlpool. This was not only a matter of summoning ability, it was also a matter of honor and trust. The great demon King Baruth did not even authorize his own son, including the demon palace crown prince who would inherit the throne in the future. Instead, he gave the power to control the dark whirlpool to his most loyal comrade, demon Marshal Duran. A true comrade who was willing to give up on becoming a demon king and stay by his side as a demon marshal to assist him. Demon Marshal Duran took out the dark magic pearl and added a large amount of demon chi into it. He kept chanting the heaven runes, controlling the dark whirlpool to descend and suppress the white light. Light and darkness, a great battle broke out in that instant. Both sides' energies countered each other. They melted each other, but they were endless and clashed together. The dark whirlpool that had accumulated energy for thousands of years had the upper hand. The dark whirlpool that could cover the sky of the demon palace pressed the energy released by the crystal pillar circle into a ball. Under the energy of the dark whirlpool, the hell-black dragon's battle power increased by several times. It swooped down and spat out a long dragon's breath towards the white light below. Its target was the light cocoon that was binding Yu Yang. More and more demon guards, demon generals and liches ran out of the demon palace, frantically sacrificing the slaves or low-level devils in their hands in the dark whirlpool, turning the demon blood into energy, strengthening the power of the dark whirlpool, speeding up the suppression of the white light of the crystal pillar array, restoring the crystal pillar array to its original state. At this time, in the ancient battlefield, the 3 demon marshals and Duan Mu Longqing had already received the news. They gave up on attacking the soaring dragon continent and rushed over at full speed. Compared to invading the soaring dragon continent, the abnormality of the holy beast that was sealed by the crystal pillar circle in the demon palace's obsidian plaza made them even more urgent. Once it broke the seal and jumped out of the crystal pillar circle, it would be a great disaster for the entire demon abyss. At the peak of the demon abyss blood prison, there were 3 great demon kings and 6 demon kings. Now, there were only 3 great demon kings and 1 demon king left. Not to mention the demon marshals that died in battle, they had lost 5 demon kings. This was all thanks to the holy beast. The human rankers used 1,000 years to kill the 5 demon kings. However, the holy beast only used a day to kill the 5 demon kings and heavily injure the rest. The entire devil abyss trembled and wailed in anguish. Furthermore, at that time, it was still an injured holy beast. If it was not injured and fought in its peak condition, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hurry up, so that Brat Yu Yang's real motive is to release the holy beast. Hurry up and stop him, no matter the cost. Duanmu Longqing was obviously a human warrior, but he was exceptionally concerned about the hidden dangers of the demon abyss. It was really puzzling. He and the 3 demon marshals abandoned all the soldiers and rushed towards the demon king's palace and the obsidian plaza with the fastest speed they could muster. Obsidian Plaza. Demon Marshal Duran rode on the hell black dragon and charged down from the sky. He passed through the dark whirlpool and shot his terrifying dragon breath towards the light cocoon that was trapping Yu Yang. However, the dragon breath instantly melted in the white light and turned into nothingness. Yu Yang, who was trapped in the light cocoon, unleashed his innate qi. He cut the light cocoon with a sizzling sound, preparing to forcefully break out of the cocoon. Demon Marshal Duran thought that Yu Yang was the holy beast that was about to break out of the cocoon. His expression changed and he immediately summoned 5 meteors, forming a large meteor shower that smashed towards Yu Yang, who was trapped in the light cocoon. After passing through the dark whirlpool, the power of the burning meteors increased by several times. They broke through the obstruction of the white light. Although half of the meteors were melted, they still carried the power to destroy heaven and earth as they smashed heavily onto the light cocoon. The light cocoon was a type of sealing power. Whether it was internal or external defense, it was extremely good. Other than the innate sword qi, Yu Yang could not break it even with his yin and yang powers. The meteor smashed onto the light cocoon, causing it to shake violently, but it did not move at all. Although Yu Yang, who was trapped inside, was not injured, he was still shaken by the shockwave and felt dizzy. Roar! The great demon King Baruth arrived. His body, which was more than 15 meters tall and covered in the terrifying black flames of hell, appeared in the obsidian square. When Baruth saw that the crystal pillar formation was trembling nonstop and could collapse at any time, and that his statue had long been shattered on the ground, he was immediately enraged. He rumbled towards the walls of the demon palace, and his giant arm broke the entire demon tower on the wall. He raised it high. Then, he ruthlessly threw it towards the light cocoon in the distance. Its power was even stronger than the 5 flaming meteors summoned by Demon Marshal Duran. The light cocoon was hit repeatedly and violently shook. Its light became dim and almost shattered. Although Yu Yang was not lightly shaken by the shockwave, the light cocoon that was originally blocking him from leaving had a big hole. This made him happy. It seemed that he finally had a chance to escape. It would be best if he could use a few more fierce attacks to break even the seal below. This was what Yu Yang was looking forward to. Of course, even if he could leave, he didn't rush out immediately. He didn't want to become the enemy's target. The great demon King Baruth roared like thunder. His arms condensed an incomparably powerful light pillar. It was similar to the light pillar that Demon King Ha Xian shot out before that Yu Yang had seen. It was just that the color was slightly different, and the power seemed to be slightly stronger. The purplish-black light pillar shot over angrily. After passing through the dark whirlpool at an extreme speed, the purplish-black Demon King's light pillar's power increased by several times. It could practically destroy heaven and earth. It heavily smashed onto the cracked light cocoon. The light cocoon immediately shattered with a loud bang. Most of the energy dissipated with the Demon King's light pillar. A small part of it shattered, and countless light spots splashed in all directions. After that purplish-black Demon King's light pillar touched the ground, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Yu Yang summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield to protect his life. What a joke! Who would take that kind of light pillar head-on? The most important point was that Yu Yang had already calculated the angle. Before the Demon King's light pillar hit him, he would use his protective shield to deflect the Demon King's light pillar to hit the ground, further destroying the seal below the crystal pillar. He felt that it would be difficult for him to fight the Demon King alone. He definitely had to find a helper, such as a mysterious life form that could make the whole obsidian square tremble with just a movement of his body. Only then would he have a chance of winning. The power of the Demon King's light pillar was extremely terrifying, but it was still not enough to break the seal. Yu Yang was about to give up all hope. Wasn't this damned seal too strong? When the great demon King Baruth and demon Marshal Duran saw that there was a young human warrior in the middle of the explosion, they immediately understood that it was this brat's trick. They were incomparably furious and prepared to pounce on Yu Yang to kill him. Baruth's demon claws stretched out. Yu Yang definitely believed that his claws could pierce through his protective shield. Previously, the demon King Xianxia had tried and almost killed him with a single finger. It was only because he was behind the teleportation door and couldn't come over. His arms weren't long enough, and with Little Wen Li's binding chains, inherent skill, he was able to escape. Now, there was nothing. Without the teleportation door, this demon palace was still the enemy's lair. He was alone, facing countless demons. The most miserable one was the Impatiens, who had almost disappeared. It seemed that the seal was effective against her. If he wanted to escape, she would be sealed inside forever. At this moment, Yu Yang's mind was in a mess. Should he fight, or should he escape? Why did he always meet powerful people every time? He had just beaten up the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian, and the Thousand Goblins sect leader, and now, there were two more, the great demon King Baruth and demon Marshal Duran. It was hard for him to fight alone. How could he fight this battle? Rumble, 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 under Yu Yang's feet, the ground trembled violently. The weaker demons fell to the ground, and even the demon generals couldn't stand steadily. Amidst the trembling of the crystal pillars, a few of them tilted and fell to the ground, a few sunk into the ground, and a few bounced off. The sealing formation was successfully broken by the mysterious life form that had been accumulating power for a long time. The white light sealing formation instantly collapsed and shattered into pieces. Countless white light turned into light arrows and shot in all directions. All the devils that were hit were instantly killed on the spot. Even the great demon King Baruth and demon Marshal Duran had to stop moving forward and block with their hands. The hell-black dragon spat out dragon's breath and blocked a few light arrows, but it still missed one. It brushed past its abdomen. Even though it was a diamond-ranked level 6 dragon, its flesh was immediately cut open and blood flowed out. The ground trembled so much that even the demon palace was shaking. The sturdy city walls collapsed. The obsidian plaza exploded. It turned out that both of the demon king's statues' feet had exploded. Millions of broken rocks were sent flying for a few kilometers, but they still didn't fall to the ground. A gigantic black hole appeared on the ground, and the sealed demonic energy shot into the sky like a fountain. In less than 3 seconds, another light cocoon appeared. It was even bigger and stronger than the one that was binding Yu Yang just now. However, the surface of the light cocoon started to peel off, as if something was breaking out of the cocoon. When Yu Yang saw this, he couldn't care less about the great demon king beside him anymore. Now was the time to save his ally. He immediately used the fastest speed in his life and flew over. His innate invisible sword chi formed a net of sword chi to help cut open the light cocoon. The great demon King Baruth and demon Marshal Duran also used the fastest speed in their lives to stop him. For gigantic demon claws were aimed at Yu Yang's small body. They arrived in the sky. As long as any one of the claws hit Yu Yang, his body would definitely be torn into pieces. Fight. It was already too late for Yu Yang to condense his world-exterminating wheel. He could only use Nirvana's flame. The Nirvana's flame pillar suddenly soared into the sky. The great demon King Baruth and demon Marshal Duran wanted to kill him? They had to pay the price. Baruth and Duran, the two great experts, clearly knew that the Nirvana's flame pillar that exploded from Yu Yang's body, but they didn't retreat. Four terrifying demon claws attacked from the front and back. They passed through the Nirvana's flame pillar and landed on Yu Yang's body. Yu Yang's ribs and spine were almost immediately shattered. His internal organs were greatly shaken. Demon Marshal Duran's sharp claws only managed to cut through Yu Yang's chest and was deflected by the Nirvana's flame shield. It was unable to pierce through Yu Yang's body. However, the great demon King Baruth's sharp claws broke through Yu Yang's Nirvana's flame shield and pierced deeply into Yu Yang's body. Even the transparent Impatiens, who had almost disappeared, was pierced through as well. Fortunately, Yu Yang managed to use binding chains in time to freeze for 1/10 of a second. He then used graceful sword dance to dodge the claws, avoiding the head, heart, and other vital points. One of Baruth's sharp claws pierced through Yu Yang's lungs and came out from his back. Then, it pierced through Impatience's transparent body. His other hand, the sharp demon claws pierced through Yu Yang's right thigh and brushed past the Impatience's shin. It pierced through Yu Yang's left knee and came out from his calf. The great demon King Baruth was prepared to twist his hands and almost tear Yu Yang and Impatience into pieces. How could Yu Yang give him such a chance? Little Wen Li's binding chains, inherent skill was activated again. At the same time, she endured the pain and teleported 10 meters away. He did not care about healing his injuries. Since his injuries would heal automatically in the Nirvana Flame, Yu Yang immediately condensed World Exterminating Wheel in his left hand and Star Explosion in his right hand. He was prepared to return the favor. He was prepared to give his enemy a fierce counterattack. Just now, when Yu Yang wanted to save the mysterious life form, he had to take the attack head-on. How could Yu Yang be someone who was willing to suffer losses, actually, under the irresistible Nirvana Flame that could purify everything in the world? Baruth and Duran were not completely unharmed. Demon Marshal Duran was the first to retract his hand. He painfully tore off his burning skin and flesh from his arm. He had this kind of skin removal ability. The Nirvana Flame only damaged the surface of his body and did not burn his bones and flesh. The great Demon King Baruth also quickly retracted his hand and shot out a ball of Demon King light from his mouth. Inside the ball of light, there was a little demon that looked similar to Baruth. The Nirvana Flame could not be eliminated, but it could be transferred. Baruth miraculously transferred the Nirvana Flame to the little demon's body. In the end, the Nirvana Flame on his arm gradually weakened and disappeared. The little demon that was burned by the Nirvana Flame painfully turned into ashes and was killed on the spot. What was strange was that the mysterious life form that struggled in the light cocoon and finally broke out of it. It did not have the slightest bit of fear towards the Nirvana Flame. It seemed that the Nirvana Flame would not cause any harm to its body. It drilled its head out and charged into Yu Yang's Nirvana Flame pillar, allowing the Nirvana Flame to burn its body. Yu Yang, who was recovering from his injuries in the Nirvana Flame, was stunned when he saw this. This fellow was actually dragon head, deer antlers, lion eyes, tiger back, snake scales, ox tail. Wasn't this the legendary Qilin? However, the only difference was that this Qilin had beautiful claws under its 4 legs, and not the horse hooves described in the legends. Yu Yang was stunned. He vaguely remembered that Qilins were male and Qilins were female. The former had claws, while the latter had horse hooves. Could it be that this fellow was male? But no matter what, it was a Qilin. How could it bathe in Nirvana's flames? Alright, this fellow was a fire Qilin. The Qilin's originally dark green body gradually melted in the Nirvana's flames, turning back into a white jade-like body, sparkling and translucent. A mysterious white light was emitted from its body. It was as bright as the stars, and as soft as the moon. Baruth still wanted to attack, but the Qilin opened its mouth. A pillar of light shot out. The great demon King Baruth, who had almost killed Yu Yang in an instant, immediately dodged as if he had seen a great enemy. The pillar of light that shot out without any preparation seemed to have no attacking power on the surface. It looked more like a healing holy white light. However, in just a second, Yu Yang changed his view. This was because he saw that the pillar of light had destroyed a large part of the obsidian city wall. It had plowed a deep hole on the ground, extending for hundreds of meters without disappearing. The power of this white light was even stronger than Baruth's Demon King's light pillar. The difference between this and the Demon King's light pillar was that this white light would not explode. It could only kill creatures in a straight line. It was similar to City Mistress Fallen Flowers' Aurora Light, but its power was much stronger, and its attack range was much longer. This Qilin was so powerful. Could it be a divine beast? It was a pity that it was a male. Yu Yang was very disappointed. He had risked his life to save a male Qilin, and not a female Qilin. That was too sad. Before he could throw out his world exterminating wheel and star explosion, he suddenly felt a pain in his arm. His body was being dragged, and the scenery in front of him flew backwards. Yu Yang was stunned. He immediately realized that the Qilin was actually dragging him with its mouth to escape. He sweated. He thought that if he let it out, it would instantly kill the great demon King Baruth. Who knew that it was a coward? Luckily impatience was still on his back. Otherwise, Yu Yang would have to fight it with all his might. Luckily it was a divine beast. Luckily it was still on its back, impatience. This Qilin was too useless. Yu Yang was just about to grab the Qilin's neck and climb onto its back. How would it look if it kept biting his arm and dragging him? When the Qilin realized that Yu Yang was about to climb onto its back, it immediately turned hostile and headbutted Yu Yang, sending him flying. It completely didn't see Yu Yang as its savior. This Qilin was not loyal at all. He ran away by himself, leaving Yu Yang behind. When Yu Yang bounced up from the ground, he found that Baruth and Duran had blocked all his escape routes. Why didn't they chase after the Qilin? Instead, they surrounded him. What kind of logic was this? Yu Yang had a headache. He had worked so hard to save the Qilin, but who would have thought that it would be so disloyal? In the sky, Demon King Xianxia and another Demon King appeared. Yu Yang broke out in a cold sweat. The demonic abyss was indeed a dragon's pool and tiger's den. He had really poked a hornet's nest. Demon Kings came one after another. What's going on? The only thing that made him rejoice was that the impatience behind him had finally woken up. When she saw the scene in front of her, she asked in shock, "The soaring dragon continent has been invaded by the demon abyss. All three great demon kings have come?" "No, this is the demon palace." Yu Yang quickly denied. "Why did you come to the demon palace?" The impatience was stunned. He had just finished fighting with Shen Tian. Why did he come to the demon palace to fight with the great demon kings? "For a vacation." Yu Yang answered with certainty. The impatience was speechless. The great demon king Baruth obviously recognized the impatience. Forget about him, even demon Marshal Duran and the other two demon kings also recognized the impatience. They had probably fought many times in the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower. The great demon king Baruth suppressed his anger and said, "I was wondering who it was." "So it's Sky Law. Your human innate alliance has broken the ancient oath and invaded our blood prison demon palace. Since that's the case, we will no longer abide by the ancient oath and directly attack your soaring dragon continent." When the impatience heard this, she immediately denied, "What? I was sleeping just now. I didn't know that this little fellow brought me to the demon palace. Furthermore, this broken place of yours is gloomy and scary. I don't like coming here." The demon king Xianxia looked at Yu Yang and immediately recognized him. "So it's you." Yu Yang sweated profusely. He could even recognize him with the Gemini mask on his face. Wasn't the demon king Xianxia's ability to sense auras too strong? Towards the demon king Xianxia's angry reaction, everyone was very curious. Xianxia had not stepped into the soaring dragon continent for more than 100 years. How did he know this young human? This young man's life energy ripples looked like he was only 20 years old, and he had never appeared in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower before. How did Xianxia know him? Among them, the impatience was the most curious. She didn't understand why Yu Yang's enemies were even in the demon abyss. How many people had this brat offended? Towards her questioning gaze, Yu Yang could only smile apologetically. He didn't want to become enemies with the demon king Xianxia. Who would want to become enemies with the demon king? But at that time, he really had no choice. This human boy is the one who broke my arm a year ago. When the demon king Xianxia said this, everyone sweated profusely. This brat's ability to cause trouble was not small. A young man who can control the world exterminating wheel. This is really a rare occurrence. Another demon king sighed. Could it be that the soaring dragon continent is going to have a new Jizun? Looks like we have to do everything we can to eliminate this hidden danger. Don't misunderstand, I'm not interested in the Jizun throne. My goal in life is to enjoy a blissful sexual life. Yu Yang immediately pretended to be a good-for-nothing. "My dear Baruth, my friend, why didn't you introduce me, your old friend, when you have a distinguished guest at your door? Could it be that you think that my old bones are useless and will only make you lose face?" On the other side of the sky, in the southeast direction, another two figures appeared. They were the Lich King from the other side of the Demon Abyss, the Underworld Ghost Clan. The Demon Abyss was 10 times bigger than the Soaring Dragon continent, but there were only 3 main forces. The second force was the Underworld, which was led by the Demon King. The undead ghost clan was also the nightmare of the human army. The third force was the Eternal Night, which was said to be a new force formed by the fallen angels who were exiled from the heaven realm 10,000 years ago. They rarely fought with humans in the lower levels of Tong Tian Tower, and rarely invaded the soaring dragon continent. However, those who were in the fourth floor of Tong Tian Tower and above, or the other outer realms continents, all knew about the infamous fallen angel army. Their terrifying reputation was not any weaker than the undead army and the evil ghost army. Different from humans, the creatures in the demon abyss lived by the law of the jungle. There were killings everywhere. However, the king rankers who were at the top of the food chain were very united. In comparison, the human innate rankers, if it wasn't for the innate alliance's agreement to balance out the forces, they would have already started fighting each other. The humans' 3 great kingdoms, 4 great clans, 4 great sects, demonic palace and 1,000 goblins sect all had different goals. It was only under the mediation of the innate alliance's elder Nangong that they reluctantly followed the agreement that they made, that they managed to achieve peace on the surface. Yu Yang recognized one of the 2 Lich Kings as Grun. This fellow was also his enemy. Previously, when Yu Yang had fought with Gu Luan, he had even killed the Flame Lord that Gu Luan had thrown out. Now, the 2 cores on the Huijin magic blade were the Flame Core and the Bone Dragon's magic core. He just didn't know if Gu Luan would be so forgetful as to forget about this small matter. Yu Yang hoped that the Lich King Grun didn't recognize him, but it was obviously not possible. The Lich King Grun glanced at Yu Yang with his dark green eyes and laughed weirdly. Speaking of which, I also recognize this Xianxia. He had killed my followers in the dimension of Duel. At that time I attacked him with my claw, but he dodged it easily. He knows a binding skill that can freeze our attacks for a second. Demon King Xian added. Why are you always surrounded by enemies? The impatiens couldn't help but laugh. Do you think I wanted to? It was them who wanted to kill me, that's why I was forced to defend myself. I'm not that stupid to find trouble with them. They are the ones who complain first, do you understand? Yu Yang was very angry. The problem is that there are 3 demon kings and 2 lich kings standing in front of us. Do you think they will find their conscience and realize that they are in the wrong? The impatiens giggled as she hugged Yu Yang's shoulders, pressing her towering breasts against his back. She breathed into his ear, it's a pity that I don't have any strength left, otherwise I would help you fight one. If it wasn't for the famous Sky Law, the impatiens, the few demon kings would have surrounded Yu Yang and trampled him to death. They could tell that the impatiens was injured and her strength wasn't the same as before. But they definitely wouldn't underestimate her. Even if Sky Law was heavily injured, if she was determined to fight with her life on the line, it was still very possible for her to kill one of them. No one wanted to be the unlucky one. The 3 demon kings and the 2 lich kings were secretly communicating with the demon abyss secret language, preparing to execute the best plan. To capture and kill Yu Yang. No matter what, they wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. It would be a great loss to the human innates if they could kill the young innates with great potential and the powerful Sky Law here. If the human Jizun got into trouble while exploring the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower and couldn't return to the Soaring Dragon Continent, the Soaring Dragon Continent would come to an end and irreversibly perish. Under the influence of the Dark Whirlpool, the Demon King's and Lich King's powers increased by several folds. Yu Yang and the Impatience's powers were suppressed. Although it didn't affect them too much, it still affected them slightly. As time went by, the gap between them grew bigger and bigger. Fortunately, the Impatience's injuries had gotten better after being healed by Yu Yang's large amount of innate qi. Furthermore, she was in a sealed state just now and her body was transparent. The Nirvana flame didn't seem to cause much damage to her. Of course, there might be other reasons. Yu Yang still couldn't understand why the Impatience's body had the ability to resist the Nirvana flame. Could it be that his Nirvana flame had its own consciousness? Could it differentiate between friend and foe? Yu Yang didn't have time to think too much. This thought flashed past his mind. What do we do now? The Impatiens felt that the 3 demon kings and the 2 lich kings seemed to have made a secret agreement. They were about to attack. You ask me, who should I ask? Yu Yang had no other way now. He couldn't use scrolls to escape in the Dark Whirlpool. The space had already been suppressed by the Dark Seal. Even if he ran with his legs, he wouldn't be able to outrun the demon kings. Other than risking his life, Yu Yang couldn't think of a better way. If the impatience wasn't here, he could still hide in the black hole space where Queen Vivian Li was. He could come out after he became stronger. If he didn't release Queen Vivian Li, she would definitely be able to defeat them no matter how many demon kings there were. However, reality was cruel. Not only was the impatience here, she was also injured. Although Yu Yang was afraid of death, he couldn't abandon an injured woman and escape alone. Especially when this girl had risked her life to save him not too long ago, taking a fatal blow for him. Abandoning the woman he liked and was his savior to escape alone, this kind of behavior, when Yu Yang thought about it, he couldn't help but despise himself. The impatient suddenly sighed, "Actually, I have an idea." She seemed to have a way to send Yu Yang away, but needless to say, to send Yu Yang away, she would have to pay the price with her life. Yu Yang didn't even listen and shook his head in rejection. "I'm a man, at the most important moment, you have to listen to me. If I say leave, then leave. If I say fight, then fight." The impatience hugged Yu Yang and kissed his cheeks happily in her heart. "Wah wah, little Yu Yang, you're so manly. If you were a little more handsome, maybe I would like you." The 3 demon kings and 2 Yichwich kings didn't care about the touching moment between Yu Yang and the impatience. They all had hearts of stone. Including Demon Marshal Duran, the 6 rankers stood in 6 different directions, gathering energy at the same time. They were prepared to attack together and kill the 2 of them on the spot. In the sky, a white light flashed slightly. The Qilin that ran away just now suddenly returned. It tilted its head and looked at Yu Yang. After looking for a while, it suddenly spoke out of Yu Yang's expectations. "Why aren't you running?" "Eh?" When Yu Yang heard that the voice didn't seem to be male, but female, his mood immediately became better. "Why did you come back?" "I got lost, so I came back to ask how to get to Tong Tian Tower or Heaven Realm." When the Qilin said that, the impatience and the other demon kings almost fell to the ground. Natural days? Yu Yang remembered that there was a very strong attribute, which was natural days. "I'm talking about Heaven Realm, not natural days. Don't you know how to get to Heaven Realm? You're really an idiot." The Qilin's words made Yu Yang burst into laughter. Other than humanoid beasts, Yu Yang had never seen an animal-type beast that could talk. Furthermore, it was so cute. The cutest thing was that her personality was natural days. "I don't know how to get to Heaven Realm, but I know how to get to Tong Tian Tower." Impatience expressed that she knew, but looking at her smiling face, it was obvious that the fox wanted to eat chicken. "No, Mom said that most women are hypocritical, jealous, selfish and can't be trusted." When the Qilin said that, Impatience sweated profusely. "That's right." Yu Yang clapped his hands and praised. "Those demons with low abilities should know where Tong Tian Tower is. It's a pity that I haven't recovered my strength, otherwise I could catch them to lead the way." When the Qilin said that, the other demon kings had the urge to hit their heads against the wall. Were they demons with low abilities? Did you come from Heaven Realm? Even the demon kings wanted to know the answer to Yu Yang's question. Heaven Realm only existed in legends. What was it like? Right now, no one knew. If this lost holy beast really came from Heaven Realm, then it must know about Heaven Realm. At the very least, it could prove that Heaven Realm existed. The naturally dazed Qilin denied Yu Yang's question. "I'm not from Heaven Realm. Heaven Realm is very boring, there's no fun place, the people there are very fierce and unreasonable. I don't like Heaven Realm. If it wasn't for the fact that I have to pass through Heaven Realm on my way home, I would never go there again. It's not fun at all." Yu Yang pointed at the great demon King Baruth and asked the Qilin girl, "Look at this demon who sealed you. If he went to Heaven Realm, how strong would he be?" The Qilin girl thought for a while and gave an answer that made everyone sweat. "I don't know, I've only played in Heaven Realm for a few hundred years, I'm not familiar with the situation there. In terms of strength, I think the mercenaries who sometimes run around foolishly are about the same as him." Baruth almost burst into tears. He could only be a mercenary in Heaven Realm. Lich King Grun made a gesture to the great demon King Baruth, indicating that he must keep this holy beast that had not recovered its strength at all costs and seal it again. They could slowly study it in the future. Everyone's future path to Heaven Realm might be on this holy beast's body. Is there a higher realm above heaven realm? If there is, then are there little Taoist priests who can fly on swords? Yu Yang asked again. I can't talk anymore. Mom said that my voice is still very tender, so I can't talk too much. Otherwise, if my voice becomes hoarse, I won't be able to sing anymore. The Qilin girl seemed to be a good child, listening to her mother's words. Yu Yang suspected that this Qilin girl was purposely teasing him. If he answered yes or no, wouldn't that be the end of it? I'm tired, I'll temporarily borrow your house to rest for a while. The Qilin girl flew over and knocked Yu Yang to the ground. Yu Yang didn't even have the time to cry out in pain before she said to Yu Yang with grievance, It's fine if you don't welcome me, but it's very rude to refuse a guest to enter your house. Forget it, if you don't agree, I'll rush in myself. The Qilin girl didn't wait for Yu Yang's reaction and instantly turned into a rainbow light, entering Yu Yang's body. Yu Yang was speechless. It was fine if she didn't help in the fight, but she still wanted to borrow his body to rest. Who taught this girl? The great demon King Baruth gave a condition to Yu Yang. If you and Skylaw stay, we can let bygones be bygones and treat you as distinguished guests. If you leave, we will not hesitate to kill you on the spot without any conditions. I'll give you a minute, you can discuss this with Skylaw. If it wasn't for the fact that the Qilin girl knew about Heaven Realm, the 3 great demon kings and the 2 demon wizard kings would definitely not let Yu Yang and the Impatiens off. But now, they felt that this brat was a rare commodity, so they put him under house arrest and slowly clear up the matter of Heaven Realm. Before they finished their words, a colorful light suddenly flashed on Yu Yang's body. A young girl with a horn on her head appeared in front of Yu Yang, touching her pinky pitifully. Your family's child is too tyrannical, he actually chased me out. Ah, I forgot to transform. After speaking, she returned to her Qilin form amidst the colorful light. The 3 great demon kings felt that this was a heaven-sent opportunity and immediately joined hands to attack. At the same time, they swooped down from the sky and joined hands to capture this holy beast that could transform easily. The 2 Lich Kings attacked Yu Yang and the Impatiens respectively. The focus was on restraining the Impatiens. Demon Marshal Duran, who was at a distance, took out the dark magic orb and continued to summon the dark whirlpool. With the power of the 5 great rankers in the demon abyss, it wasn't impossible to capture the other party in the dark whirlpool, the prison-suppressing treasure. A clear cry that was more pleasant to the ears than the sounds of nature rang out, causing one's soul to tremble. Nirvana's flame soared into the sky. Yu Yang realized that this Nirvana flame was actually not ignited by him. However, what surprised him the most was that 2 creatures that he had never seen before had actually flown out from his body. They were very familiar to him. Phoenixes, golden phoenixes. These were not the western phoenixes that looked like fire birds, but 2 eastern phoenixes that looked like celestial phoenixes. Their bodies shone brightly and the Nirvana flame that they emitted was 10 times more powerful than the Nirvana flame that Yu Yang condensed. It shone with a golden light and looked extremely holy. Looking from the outside, these 2 phoenixes looked exactly the same no matter where they were. When they flew in the Nirvana flame pillar, they also circled around each other. Only now did Yu Yang realize. So the soul-shaking cry that he heard previously was the cry of this pair of phoenixes. However, he had never contracted a beast before, how could he have 2 phoenixes? Little Winli was given by Queen Vivian Li, Hui Tai Lang was picked up, and Bloody Queen was contracted by herself. All of the beasts had their own origins, but only this pair of phoenixes appeared. This made Yu Yang very confused. Where did they come from? Could it be that these phoenixes were guardian beasts given by the divine grimoire? Like a phantom, however, long before he contracted a divine grimoire, Yu Yang remembered that he had heard that kind of heavenly cry before, and it was not just once. Could it be? Could it be the same as the heavenly sword goddess? Yu Yang's thoughts flashed. Could it be that these phoenixes were the same as the heavenly sword goddess and lived in his Xianxia bag? Or could it be that they were phoenix eggs that hatched later on, so they were also his beasts? If this was really the case, could there be other treasures in his Xianxia bag? When the 3 great demon kings and the 2 Lich Kings saw the descent of the phoenixes, their attacks paused slightly. When they looked again, they realized that these beasts that they had never seen before did not seem to be strong beasts, but more like pet beasts for ornamental purposes. They immediately joined hands to attack again, but this time they changed their focus to capturing Yu Yang. This was because even if they were ornamental beasts, it was not easy to bathe in nirvana flame. They did not want any unforeseen events, so they decided to capture Yu Yang first, then slowly interrogate him. If it was a minute ago, Yu Yang would definitely carry impatience and run away. But now, things were different. When the phoenix appeared, Yu Yang immediately felt that his body was filled with the energy of Nirvana's flame. There was a feeling that the energy was about to gush out and would not be satisfied until it was released. It turned out that the movements of the three great demon kings were extremely fast, like lightning. Yu Yang couldn't even see their waving sharp claws with his level 5 divine vision. Now, he could easily capture the attack trajectories of the 3 demon kings and 2 lich kings. Before they even arrived, Yu Yang's body automatically reacted and moved according to his heart. It was as if there was a mysterious force guiding him, and he automatically intercepted the demon king's attacks. The nirvana flame filled his body. This kind of fire energy that could purify everything in the world, under the support of the 2 phoenixes, was like a volcanic eruption. Yu Yang brandished his fist, first blocking the great demon king Baruth's sharp claws. Initially, Yu Yang thought that it would be very strenuous for him to block the demon king's claw with a single punch. He did not expect that he would be able to block the demon king's claw so easily. Eh? The great demon king Baruth was instantly dumbfounded. This brat didn't even have 1% of his strength, yet he could actually block his sharp claws? Get lost. Seeing this, Yu Yang was naturally ecstatic. His left fist carried the power of the nirvana flame and completely blocked the demon king Xianxia's claw. At the same time, he also kicked Lich King Grun, who had turned around to attack Impatience. The joint attack of the 3 strongest warriors in the demon abyss was actually blocked by Yu Yang alone. Forget about the demon kings and lich kings, even Yu Yang himself couldn't believe this result. With the support of the phoenix's nirvana flame, he was actually able to fight against 3 demon king level warriors in the demon abyss. What kind of concept was this? If Yu Yang didn't have the support of the phoenix, he wouldn't even be able to fight against one of them. At most, he could only be an assistant to Impatience, coordinate with her attacks, or use his binding chain's inherent skill and innate invisible sword chi to launch a sneak attack. Yin Yang Extremes, Spherical Beheader, Frost Arrow, First Slash, Earth-Splitting Slash and other combat skills were useful against demon generals, demon commanders, and demon marshals. They could even be used against innate level 3 and below. However, when used against demon kings who were at least innate level 8 and above, it was completely useless. Instead, it was a weakness. Baruth, Xian and Grun weren't any weaker than Shun Tian and the Thousand Goblins sect leader. Previously, when Yu Yang and Impatience joined forces, they barely managed to defeat Shun Tian and the Ghastly Shadow. At that time, the main force was Impatience. Later on, when Yu Yang fought against Baruth alone, although he couldn't dodge to save the Qilin, Yu Yang understood that even if he had the space and time to fight, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Baruth. Furthermore, now that the 3 demon kings and 2 lich kings were supported by the Dark Whirlpool, their power had increased by several folds. Yu Yang was able to fight against 2 demon kings and 1 lich king by himself. Impatience, who was preparing to use all her power to fight to the death, was completely dumbfounded. She knew that this brat was abnormal, but she didn't expect him to be abnormal to this extent. Fighting against 3 demon king rankers alone, she knew that she could do it when she was at her peak, but she definitely wouldn't be able to do it so easily. When fighting against 3 demon kings, if one wasn't careful, one would definitely be at a disadvantage and injured. How could it be like this brat now, blocking the attacks of the demon kings with just his punches and kicks? This was too unbelievable. Unless it was Jizun, no human warrior could fight against 3 demon kings so easily. The other great demon king who didn't fight against Yu Yang before, but Yu Yang recognized him as Ojen. While he was in shock, he was forced back by Impatience's jade-like palm. As for the lich king that Yu Yang didn't recognize, he was in a more tragic state. He was a top-notch existence among the undead spirits in the demon abyss, but he was sent flying by the Qilin. Yu Yang could even hear the crisp sound of his ribs breaking. In front of human warriors, he was a powerful lich king. However, in front of the naive Qilin, he was just a slightly taller skeleton. Baruth, Xian, Jen, and Grun all had shocked expressions on their faces. They weren't shocked that their comrade was sent flying by Qilin, but they were shocked that Yu Yang was able to fight against the three of them alone. They all knew Yu Yang's strength. Even if he had the world-exterminating wheel and Nirvana flame, this young human would definitely not be able to defeat a Demon King ranker. This was because he hadn't grown up yet. His future potential might be Jizun, but his current realm was still below innate level 3. If he wasn't different from the others, a level 3 innate ranker would be killed instantly if he met a Demon King. Now that he was able to fight against 3 Demon Kings alone, this was definitely not his strength. It was the support of those 2 mystical beasts. What exactly were those 2 mystical beasts? Where did he get them from? If he could also get this kind of support, entering the heaven realm wouldn't be a dream. The 3 Demon Kings quickly retreated. Lich King Grun rushed to his comrade's side and asked, "Ma Fa, how do you feel?" "I only broke 1 rib, my demon heart is fine." The Lich King called Ma Fa shook his head with a serious expression. "Grun, I thought of a legend. Dongfang Immortal Tribe." Demon Marshal Duran was the first to react. "Yes." Demon King Xian also stared at Yu Yang with his blazing eyes and nodded in affirmation. Only the legendary Dongfang Immortal Tribe, as long as a beast comes from there, would have such a strong support without any side effects. "I know the Eastern Goblin Tribe's Osprey. He once told me that the Dongfang Immortal Tribe has a special kind of holy power within their bodies. It can support internally and purify externally. Even within the same tribe, it is a very terrifying power. It is said that the humans of the Soaring Dragon continent are the same as the Eastern Goblin Tribe. They were exiled from the Dongfang Immortal Tribe during the ancient times. They are different from the humans of the Qilong continent, Tianfeng continent, Kuluo continent and other foreign realms. I dare say that this brat has inherited the ancient bloodline and awakened the ancient bloodline, obtaining the abilities of the ancient warriors. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to reach innate at the age of 20, let alone fight against us." "Is it really like that?" The Impatience's eyes looked as if she wanted to strip Yu Yang naked and study him. Maybe it's like that," Yu Yang replied. Of course, he couldn't say that he was a guy from another world, nor could he completely deny that he had not awakened any ancient bloodline. Forget about outsiders, even he himself wouldn't believe those kinds of words. Now that he threw out the ancient bloodline and ancient awakening to scare people, these few demon abyss bosses would probably have some misgivings. Yu Yang didn't know how long the Nirvana flame in his body could last. If it disappeared, he and the Impatience would have no choice but to escape. As expected, when he said that, the expressions of the 3 great demon kings, 2 Lich Kings and Demon Marshal Duran changed. Doubt was one thing, affirmation was another. As expected, this brat had awakened the ancient bloodline and obtained the potential of the ancient warriors. Baruth knew that the best thing to do now was to get rid of this brat at all costs. But the biggest problem now was not how to defeat him who had received a strong boost, nor was it how to defeat Sky Law who was wholeheartedly protecting him, nor was it how to swindle the confused holy beast's help. It was how to deal with those 2 beautiful beasts who looked like they didn't have any attack power, but in reality, as long as they had killing intent in their hearts, they would give off a feeling that they would be instantly killed. Baruth didn't know why these 2 beautiful beasts didn't attack, but he could tell with his Demon King's super senses. As long as he had killing intent in his heart and intended to attack, he would feel a terrifying sense of danger. He felt that he would be instantly killed by them at any time. If they didn't have killing intent in their hearts, then these 2 beautiful beasts would look completely harmless. Baruth felt that he couldn't imagine the hidden strength of these 2 beautiful beasts. They weren't creatures from his world at all. Only a world higher than Heaven Realm would have such magical existences. The Qilin girl turned back into a young girl with horns. She was estimated to be around 14 or 15 years old. She looked tender and cute, with golden horns on her light green hair. The horns weren't long, nor were they sharp. They looked as harmless as tender shoots. However, when Lich King Ma Fa was hit by the horns just now, one of his ribs that was 100 times harder than a bone dragon's was immediately broken. If he didn't dodge fast enough, Lich King Ma Fa's ribs wouldn't just be broken. She was wearing a light green one-piece robe, and there were some auspicious clouds drawn on it. It looked extremely beautiful. Her smooth and round shoulders were slightly exposed, and her two snow-white arms were tender and lovely. When Yu Yang saw them, he really wanted to give them a big kiss. Looking at her white jade feet, she was wearing red shoes with a pink ball at the front of the shoes. It looked very similar to the shoes of the child-giving fairy girls that Yu Yang had seen in the New Year's paintings. This Qilin girl looked cute and harmless, very suitable to be raised as a kitten. She could even be used to warm the bed at night. But her power was incredible. If she was angry and flipped out, Yu Yang reckoned that he wouldn't have many bones left. It's those two little girls who kicked me out just now. What kind of father are you? The Qilin girl pulled on Yu Yang's sleeves and complained to him. She even looked as if she would cry if he didn't do something about it. Two little girls? Mine? Yu Yang sweated profusely when he heard this. When did he have two phoenix daughters? Could it be that the old Taoist priest kidnapped other people's daughters and framed him? If the real phoenix parents came looking for him, he would probably be burnt to ashes with just a breath. Not to mention that he gave birth to these two daughters. Even if he gave birth to them, he couldn't do anything to them. Furthermore, the one in the wrong was not the two of them, but the lost Qilin girl who barged into other people's house. The two golden and dazzling immortal phoenixes were originally circling in the sky. They seemed to understand the Qilin girl's complaint and immediately cried out in dissatisfaction. Their heavenly voices rang in his heart, shaking his soul. It seemed like they were going to dive down and teach the complaining Qilin girl a lesson. Without waiting for the two phoenixes to dive down, the Qilin girl immediately ran away and disappeared. Her speed was so fast that even with his level 5 divine vision, Yu Yang couldn't see her clearly. Demon kings and goblin witch kings, sorry for disturbing you today. I'll treat you to a cup of tea when you're free. Yu Yang picked up Phoenix Fairy Beauty and ran away, chasing after the Qilin girl who had lost her way. Regardless of whether she could be used to warm his bed, he would bring this Qilin girl home first. She couldn't go back anyway, so he would take care of her for a while on behalf of her mother. Should we chase? Lich King Grun realized that the two phoenixes were still circling in the sky, staring at everyone. Anyone who had the intention to chase would feel the terrifying feeling of being attacked. Forget it. Demon King Xianxia, who was usually the most courageous in battle, swallowed his saliva and shook his head to reject this foolish action. It was not a good idea to start a battle with beasts that he couldn't defeat. Furthermore, the other party didn't have the intention to attack. Forcing them to attack was a foolish action that would bring about one's own destruction. Sure enough, when Demon King Xianxia said this, the two phoenixes immediately turned into colorful lights and streaked across the sky, disappearing quickly. Their speed was so fast that even the three demon kings who had caused a commotion in Tong Tian Tower were ashamed. Compared to these two beautiful beasts, the three demon kings estimated that even if they tried their best, they would only be able to eat the dust behind them. They weren't even on the same level of speed. That was the difference between a meteor and a firefly. What made them sweat profusely was that after a while, the three demon marshals who were so scared that they almost lost their minds came back and reported a piece of news. Their ally Duanmu Longqing had been killed in an instant. Who killed him in an instant? Baruth was shocked when he saw the demon marshals. Strange, could it be that Sky Law had personally killed them? Two exceptionally beautiful flying beasts that look like pet beasts. One of the demon marshals thought that Baruth didn't believe him, so he exaggerated and described it. Of course, his description was very long, but the process was very simple. It was nothing more than Duanmu Longqing sending out an enemy to stop them and delay the Demon King's reinforcements. In the end, he was killed. Where's the corpse? Xianxia still wanted to collect his ally's corpse as usual. Completely vaporized. Not to mention the corpse, even his soul had been purified and destroyed by the nirvana flame. Nothing was left. The demon marshal replied. The three demon kings and the two lich kings looked at each other. They knew how strong Duanmu Longqing was. He was a level 6 innate, and he could kill him in an instant. Luckily they didn't attack him just now, and the two beautiful beasts didn't take the initiative to attack him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. When Yu Yang was fighting with the great demon king, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were also fighting hard in the Yu clan castle. Among them, the one who was having the easiest time was Xue Tan Lang. Although the fake third young master was a level 6 advanced elder, he was forced to become a level 6 elder by an innate and not by training. Against a genius like Xue Tanlang who had been training hard since he was young, not only was he unable to gain any advantage, he was also restricted and could not display even half of his strength. If the fake third young master did not have the help of the two Zijin Kingdom generals, he would have been defeated by Xue Tanlang long ago. It was impossible for the fake third young master to win. Xue Tanlang's personal strength, battle skills, and beast attributes were all his weaknesses. Because of Yu Yang's appearance, as a super genius and the hope of the Xue clan, Xue Tanlang was under a lot of pressure. After a year of torturous training, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. With his sister's guidance, the fake third young master was not his match at all. If not for wanting to capture this fake third young master alive to clear his name as his future brother-in-law, Xue Tanlang would have won long ago. As for the two generals sent by Zijin Kingdom, their strength was not even comparable to the fake third young master. They were exhausted by Xue Tanlang's high-speed snowstorm and could not catch up at all. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong fought the hardest. The two of them attacked the fake Yu Qiu together and suffered greatly from the fake Yu Qiu's battle skill heaven-destroying earth slash. Yu Qiu was fake, but the battle skill he had learned was real. If not for the fact that their beasts had extremely strong defense, and that one of them had contracted a thunder mammoth and the other had leveled up from bronze rank to gold ranked, both of them would have been beaten to the ground by the fake Yu Qiu. The Li brothers tried to help, but they couldn't split their attention, because the two demon generals who had come out from the teleportation circle were surrounding them with a large group of demons. Fortunately, the other strongest demon general was instantly killed by Princess Qianxian and Luo Hua. Otherwise, the Li brothers wouldn't be able to defend against this kind of endless and fearless group attack. Kill, kill. The Li brothers' eyes were bloodshot from the killing. The gold-ranked double-edged arrowhead weapons that they had just seized as spoils of war made them even more powerful. The two of them had killed close to 100 evil spirits, but there were even more demons pouring out of the portal. There was simply no way to kill them all. Although some of the Yu clan's guards couldn't see the situation clearly and didn't know whether to help Yu Qiu or Yu Yang, they knew that the demon race's invasion was definitely a disaster. There were also many people who picked up their weapons and fought against the evil spirits of the demon race together. Some of the stronger ones could even kill a few low-level evil spirits. The Yu clan castle's martial training plaza was in a complete mess. Many people were fighting in confusion. Other than the Yu clan's guards, there were also a small number of Zijin Kingdom's elite soldiers who would pick up their weapons and fight against the demons. The reason might be that the demons did not differentiate between friend and foe after they came out, they would kill anyone they saw. Hence, they were forced to fight for their lives. Lin Lei and Lin Miao's strength could at most bully the weakest green-skinned monsters and yellow-skinned monsters. They couldn't even touch the stronger ones, especially Lin Miao. Once he saw a strong evil spirit appear, he would be so scared that he would run far away. Or he would dance, roll and crawl while screaming, luring the demons towards the Zijin Kingdom's elite soldiers. In reality, this method of luring trouble to others had really caused the death of many elite soldiers. Princess Sisai versus the 100 Transformations Demon Elder. The 1,000 Goblins Sect's 100 Transformations Demon Elder was very strong. She was a level 8 Emperor, and her strength was already close to a lesser innate. If it was Fatty Hai or Yi Kong, they would probably be beaten to a pulp in less than 10 moves. However, Princess Sisai, who had been purified by Nirvana Flame, tempered by ancient runes and trained in body fusion with Yu Yang, had already dared to fight against an innate rancor even though she had not broken through to the innate realm. Furthermore, she had even injured her opponent. It could be seen how powerful her attacks were. The 100 Transformations Demon Elder's advantage lay in her speed. She leaped up and down to dodge the attacks, not daring to face Princess Sisai's greatsword head-on. At the same time, her sharp claws carried a deadly poison that could seal one's throat. Princess Sisai had to be careful when dealing with it. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Yu Yu and Anan had joined hands to fight against the 1,000 Goblins Sect's newly promoted 100 Wings, 100 Eyes, and 100 Claws Demon Elders. These three Demon Elders' strength was far weaker than the 100 Transformations Demon Elder. They only had the strength of an Elder. If City Mistress Fallen Flowers's Aurora Light hit them, she would definitely be able to kill one of them in an instant. Although the 3 demon elders were very famous, their strength could only suppress Yu. Even Anan, who had a gold-ranked beast spirit mirror, couldn't gain the upper hand against them. Once Anan's special ability was unleashed, any demon elder would probably go crazy. She was looking for the best opportunity, especially the 100 Eyes demon elder who was mainly using the Cat Eyes beast. He had already gradually walked into the death trap that Anan had created. He was preparing to die in the dream of death. The shadow in his heart kept appearing, causing him to gradually lose his rationality. Among the enemies, the strongest one was none other than the Marquis of Zijin. Shui Wuxia had personally fought against this strong opponent. Other than her, there was no one else who could be the Marquis of Zijin's opponent. Facing this strong opponent, Shui Wuxia would rather fight against an innate level 1 opponent herself than fight against this guy who was full of sinister schemes. The Marquis of Zijin, the Demon Abyss Prince who had hidden his strength, was the future Demon King's successor. A few months ago, he had fought against Grandma Qi and won. Under a situation where his battle power was severely depleted, he had fought against Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia again. In the end, he still almost killed Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia that day. Yu Yang had also learned the space teleportation skill from him. "I'm not interested in fighting with you." The Marquis of Zijin teleported out of the Yu clan castle. Then scram. Shui Wuxia also used light wind teleportation and chased after him closely. The Marquis of Zijin dodged Bloody Queen Red's attack and picked up the demon in Qi Liao's head before Hui Tai Lang could. Hui Tai Lang was so angry that his hair stood on end. Just now, he had fought off the enemies with great difficulty. Before he could even swallow the spoils of war, a demon's head had actually been picked up by the sky. That was his nourishment. The furious Hui Tai Lang pounced towards the Marquis of Zijin fiercely. In the sky, the Reaper Mantis and Bloody Queen Red swooped down at the same time. The Barbarian Cow Shadow and Thorny Flower Demoness also flanked him from the left and right. If it was another enemy, they would definitely die without a proper burial ground. However, this Marquis of Zijin had a way to escape. He did not rush to teleport away. Instead, he summoned his grimoire and raised his shield to block Hui Tai Lang's attack. He summoned his beasts one after another, attracting the attention of Hui Tai Lang and the Reaper Mantis who were fond of killing. Shui Wuxia noticed that this guy did not summon his beasts from his grimoire. Instead, he took out a summoning crystal to summon his beasts. Her heart sank slightly. She remembered Yu Yang's telepathic message before the battle started. This Marquis of Zijin might not be here to help the fake Yu Qiu. He might be here to mess things up, or he might be about to level up to innate, but he lacked something essential. He might need an item or learn some kind of innate ranker's battle skill. Shui Wuxia felt that Yu Yang's words made sense. Especially when she saw the Marquis of Zijin pick up Qi Liao's broken head, she was even more certain of her judgment. That demon innate Qi Liao's head was definitely an essential item for the Marquis of Zijin to level up to innate. "Goodbye. I'm very happy with your gifts. If there's a chance in the future, I will return it to you 100 times more. I swear on the name of the future Demon King." The Marquis of Zijin opened a golden teleportation scroll and scratched a few bloody marks on his chest and face with his sharp claws. Eh? The Bloody Queen Red already had enough intelligence to judge the enemy's actions, but she still couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind the Marquis of Zijin's actions. The small golden teleportation door opened and 3 men flashed out. One of them was a tall and mighty innate ranker. Shui Wuxia could recognize him at first glance. He was one of the 5 great consecrators of the Zijin kingdom. He was also an innate ranker. This innate ranker was called Lu Wei, and was even the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Zijin kingdom. He was originally from the small Yu clan and was a consecrator of the Yu clan king. Afterwards, he betrayed his master and defected to the Zijin kingdom. Afterwards, he personally led an army and trampled over the Yu clan, seizing all of the Yu clan king's concubines and daughters as his own. He became the world's most notorious traitor who betrayed his master and defected to the enemy. This was because the Yu clan king's youngest daughter was an unregistered disciple of the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion. She was only 8 years old, and the world didn't know that her identity was special. After she was raped and killed by Lu Wei, the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion sent out two great elders to chase after Lu Wei. Under the obstruction of the Zijin Kingdom and Western Lion Pagoda warriors, the two great elders were heavily injured, but they still forcefully castrated Lu Wei, allowing him to escape with his worthless life. Because of this, the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion announced that they would never accept a female disciple from the Zijin Kingdom. The world didn't know the reason, and thought that the Zijin Kingdom king had once disrespected the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion. Nobody knew that he was actually protecting a scum like Lu Wei, causing the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion to be furious. The world thought that Lu Wei had been executed, but Lu Wei changed his name to Gong Yu and became the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Zijin Kingdom Palace. The two people behind Lu Wei had fair skin. Although they were male, they were as pretty as girls. They were Lu Wei's most beloved male pets, and they followed him everywhere he went. After Lu Wei's painstaking long-term training, these two male pets also had the strength of elders. Their killing methods were extremely vicious, and they could easily wipe out an entire family. The world's warriors secretly called them chrysanthemum twin-spear dogs, but of course they didn't dare to do so on the surface, and only called them chrysanthemum twin-spear generals. Master Ho, how did you get injured? Who was so daring to hurt Master Ho's priceless body? Lu Wei looked towards the sky, as if he was ignoring everything around him. As for the Marquis of Zijin, he only cupped his hands slightly, as a form of greeting to the Marquis of Zijin. Then, he asked in a tone that was as soft as a woman's, but it was too sickening to listen to. Although Xue Wuxia was a girl, she still shivered when she heard these words. Luckily the food in her stomach had already been digested, otherwise she would have vomited from this disgusting voice. The Marquis of Zijin's left and right temples also had blue veins throbbing, as if he couldn't stand this fellow. However, he still pretended to be injured on the surface, and coughed twice. I'm injured and need to recuperate urgently. It's hard for me to fight again, so I'll leave everything to you, head chief. Lu Wei smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll definitely do everything for you beautifully. I won't let you down, Master Ho. The Marquis of Zijin's body swayed, and he almost fell down. Luckily his legs supported him in time. He hurriedly opened a teleportation scroll, and left as if he was escaping. How do you want to die? You should also know that I hate beautiful women the most. Those who are prettier than me must all die. Little chrysanthemum, little flower, what are you waiting for? These are all good dogs, wait for me to injure them, then you can form a contract with them. As for those women, I'll skin those who need to be skinned, and those who need to be broken into pieces. You guys do everything beautifully for me. If you guys dare to cheat on me, I won't allow it. When Lu Wei said this, Hui Tai-lang immediately vomited, vomiting until his whole body cramped. Could it be that this fellow is the slut that Master was talking about? Bloody Queen Red pointed at Lu Wei in sudden realization, and asked her future mistress, Xue Wuxia. Slut? Yeah, is a slut tasty? The thorny flower demoness didn't speak, but the expression in her big eyes was exactly what she meant. It's not like that, slut. A slut is the kind that makes you want to beat him up fiercely. He's not food, he's not. Ah, forget it, you can eat him later. Bloody Queen Red originally didn't like the thorny flower demoness eating people, but she felt that if the thorny flower demoness ate Lu Wei, then she would be able to vent her anger. Hence, she didn't object to the thorny flower demoness eating people for the first time. I agree. Xue Wuxia also nodded in agreement. This was also the first time in her life that she felt that eating people was a good idea. Woof, woof woof. Hui Tai-lang rejected. He felt that if he ate this kind of slut, he might get diarrhea. He refused to eat Lu Wei into his stomach. Boom 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 boom, the barbarian cow shadow a man's actions were the most practical. She released her aura and stomped on the ground, charging towards Lu Wei who was an innate. She swung her fist and punched. Of course, no one was slower than her. In the sky, the Reaper Mantis and the Bloody Queen attacked at the same time. Countless thorny flowers drilled out from the ground. That was the masterpiece that Yu Yang had designed for the thorny flower demoness, the Great Thorny Flower Demonic Tree. The Great Thorny Flower Demonic Tree that had once beaten the 30-meter-tall King of Black Light into submission, once again made its move. The great thorny flower demonic tree was formed from thousands of huge thorny flower vines. Hui Tai Lang was on the left, the golden beast was on the right, and the future mistress Shui Wuxia, with lightning in one hand and ice in the other, attacked from the front and back with a man innate. How many innate rankers had everyone helped Yu Yang kill? Could an innate be awesome? Could an innate speak disgustingly? Could an innate be despicable? Hui Tai Lang felt a little regretful. If he could talk like the bloody Queen Red, he would definitely tell this slut not to be too arrogant. Just like what his master had said, don't act cool, you'll be struck by lightning if you act cool. Kill her. In the Yu clan castle, 2 demon generals and 2 Zijin kingdom generals surrounded and attacked Yu Bing. This kind of strange scene of demons and humans joining hands to attack a girl was probably a rare occurrence in 100 years. At first, no matter if it was the demon generals or the Zijin kingdom generals, they didn't want to join hands and looked for their own opponents. However, they quickly realized that under this plant-type girl's attacks, the demon army had suffered heavy losses. If she continued to massacre like this, even the demons that came out from the teleportation gate would not be enough to kill her. The 2 demon generals and the 2 Zijin kingdom generals had no choice but to join hands and attack her together. Even so, Yu Bing still controlled the Treant defenders and massacred the demon army in large numbers. After her brother's careful guidance, Yu Bing was no longer the unfortunate widow who was bullied by others. She was still stubborn and courageous, but her battle power and confidence had increased 100-fold. Tree Thorns. Yu Bing stood in the protective shield and controlled the 2 Treant defenders to massacre the demons. Hundreds of sharp tree thorns protruded from the ground. All the demons in the area were hit. Some of the smaller demons were pierced by the tree thorns and died on the spot. Some of the bigger demons were only pierced through their feet. Those who reacted quickly jumped up into the sky before their feet were pierced. However, no matter how injured they were, as long as the tree thorns pierced through any part of their skin, they would immediately fall to the ground and die. This was because the tree thorns had the poison anti-Eris poison. This was a skill that Yu Bing had obtained from the Scorpio Temple. It was a reward from the Scorpio Temple for leveling up her intense poison inherent skill. Low-level demons, even if they had a certain level of poison resistance, would not be able to withstand this kind of anti-Eris poison. As for the Zijin Kingdom soldiers, needless to say, those who were poisoned would die immediately. Whoosh! Whoosh! Arrows and fireballs flew over one after another and smashed into the bodies of the 200-year-old Treant defenders. Everyone knew what plant-type beasts were afraid of. Ice, fire, and lightning were the 3 types of attacks. Among them, fire was the easiest to attack. Especially the demon army, their fire ability was ranked above demonic energy and poison. When the flames were burning on the body of the 100-years-old Treant, Yu Bing calmly summoned the Green Light Tree Demoness. The Green Light Tree Demoness had 3 skills, Green Rush, Revival, and Spirit Root. The green ball of light she released greatly buffed the Treant defenders. The burning flames were converted into energy, which then grew into branches and leaves. Most of the energy that attacked the Treant was converted by her. The Treant defender became taller, and its branches and leaves became more luxuriant. A demon general rushed forward to attack without any regard for his own safety. He was prepared to restrain the enemy and let his comrade accumulate an even larger fireball. Yu Bing immediately flew out of the light barrier. Right now, she was not only a summoner, but she was also proficient in combat techniques. Before the demon general could even attack, he had already been kicked in the face by Ji Yunshu, who was in midair, and fell heavily onto the ground. Bind. Yu Bing pointed her finger, and countless tree vines, roots surged out from the ground. 2 Treant defenders wrapped around the demon general at the same time, beating him up. Countless tree thorns drilled out from the ground, firmly nailing the demon general to the ground. The Green Light Tree Demoness released her spirit root. After the 2 Treant defenders received the buff, their huge roots pierced through the demon general's body, forcibly absorbing the enemy's energy to replenish their own. The entire battle did not even last half a minute, but the demon general, who was originally a vigorous and powerful demon, had turned into a dried corpse that had lost all of its energy. The remaining demon general did not even dare to step forward to help, fearing that he would also fall into a dead end. Countless evil spirits threw their fire beads over, forming a rain of fire. However, to the battle-hardened Yu Bing, this rain of fire was just a drizzle. She controlled the Treant Defender and leapt high up, passing through the gaps between the rain of fire and landing on top of the fire-throwing evil spirits. After trampling a few evil spirits to death, the Treant Defender raised its huge tree arm high up and heavily smashed it down. The ground shook, even the houses not far away were shaking. The evil spirits that were smashed were turned into meat paste. The remaining evil spirits could not escape in time and were killed by the Treant Defender. An especially tall evil spirit was even lifted up by the Treant Defender and smashed into the wall far away. Boom! It smashed into a house and was buried alive by the collapsed bricks and wooden tiles of the house. While Fatty Hai and Yi Kong were still fighting bitterly, Yu Bing had already killed her way to the teleportation gate alone. She was unstoppable, like a hot knife cutting through butter. The ferocious demons were utterly defeated in front of her. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yu Bing's Treant Defender began to attack the teleportation gate. As soon as the surrounding evil spirits got close, the Treant Defender's deadly spikes would immediately activate. The evil spirits advanced wave after wave. Very quickly, Yu Bing killed them until their corpses littered the ground. Seeing this, the fake Yu Qiu immediately abandoned Fatty Hai and Yi Kong, these two stubborn opponents. He used the Armageddon /S, Earth-splitting /S first slashing towards Yu Bing's head. Yu Bing's figure flashed, miraculously dodging the slash. At the same time, a large number of tree vines and roots emerged from the ground, quickly wrapping around the fake Yu Qiu's calf. The fake Yu Qiu swung his blade and cut off the tree vines. Just as he regained his freedom, Yu Bing kicked the fake Yu Qiu's back. Her speed was so fast that even the fake Yu Qiu was shocked. Fatty Hai shouted, "Be careful," from afar. The fake Yu Qiu who had been kicked did not retreat, but advanced instead. A black pillar of light shot out from his left index finger, straight towards the middle of Yu Bing's eyebrows. At the most dangerous moment, Yu Bing tilted her body backwards, narrowly dodging this fatal attack. Taking advantage of the opportunity to retreat from the battle, the fake Yu Qiu chased after her at an extremely fast speed. Yu Bing's body continuously flipped in the air, causing the fake Yu Qiu's sword to hit nothing but air. He angrily kicked out, treacherously attacking Yu Bing's back. Yu Bing was hit, her whole body flew more than 10 meters away, knocking a few evil spirits away. She was almost hit by the hammer-wielding demon general. Princess Sisai rushed over like lightning, throwing her giant sword to send the demon general flying, catching Yu Bing just in time. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were so angry that they went berserk. Their eyes were bloodshot like hungry wolves as they pounced forward without a care for their own safety. The two of them didn't even care about the swords piercing into their flesh. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong used the special locking technique that they used to attack Kai Yang from the 7 Great Bears. This was specially designed by Yu Yang for them. It was used to deal with strong enemies that were hard to defeat or enemies that were extremely agile. The fake Yu Qiu's sword slashed onto Fatty Hai's shoulder, cutting deep into his bones. His sword pierced through Yi Kong's right rib, piercing through his back. The two of them disregarded everything and pounced forward, risking their lives. Their 4 hands grabbed onto the fake Yu Qiu's arms, exerting strength with their 4 legs, tripping the fake Yu Qiu to the ground. The fake Yu Qiu's chi exploded, causing the two of them to spit out blood. However, Fatty Hai and Yi Kong held on, not letting go. The Li brothers rushed over, their sharp arrowheads piercing through the fake Yu Qiu's legs. Boom! The fake Yu Qiu roared in pain as he sent Fatty Hai and Yi Kong flying with his powerful strength and explosive power. Before he could leap up, the Li brothers abandoned the weapons in their hands and pounced on him like hungry wolves, locking his legs in a death grip. The fake Yu Qiu's fists rained down on the Li brothers, shattering their ant soldier armors and breaking their ribs. However, the Li brothers gritted their teeth and held on. The two brothers were like a pair of giant pincers, locking onto the fake Yu Qiu's legs. No matter how hard the fake Yu Qiu attacked, they wouldn't let go. "Go and die, you trash imposter." Fatty Hai held madly, his whole body bathed in blood. He hugged the fake Yu Qiu's body from behind, his legs clamping onto the fake Yu Qiu's waist, his arms locking onto the fake Yu Qiu's throat. "You're looking for death." The fake Yu Qiu elbowed Fatty Hai's left and right, breaking his ribs as he spat out blood. "I'll let you be awesome." Yi Kong didn't have time to retrieve his weapon. He picked up a big rock and smashed it on the fake Yu Chou's head. The moment the fake Yu Chou fainted, he locked onto the fake Yu Chou's right arm. The fake Yu Chou hit Yi Kong's heavily injured left rib with his left hand, turning the fake Yu Chou's wound into a bloody mess. Yi Kong clenched his teeth and used all his strength to twist the fake Yu Chou's right arm, turning his body around. The originally elegant and handsome Prince of Tianluo was also fighting crazily. He had never cooperated with Yi Kong and the others before, but when he saw that fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the Li brothers couldn't subdue the fake Yu Chou, he shouted and flew over to help. He grabbed onto the fake Yu Chou's left arm, turning the fake Yu Chou around with the help of Yi Kong and the Li brothers. The fake Yu Chou's head smashed backwards, breaking fatty Hai's nose and causing blood to flow out. Just as the five of them were about to successfully suppress the fake Yu Chou, the fake Yu Chou's body quickly transformed into a demon whose entire body was burning with raging flames. He was at least 5 meters tall and had incomparable strength. Even with the combined strength of Fatty Hai and the others, they were still slowly being turned around by him. In the sky, a meteor-like shadow flashed. Yu Bing raised the giant rod that Yi Kong threw away just now and smashed it heavily on the fake Yu Chou's head. Boom, she was sent flying by the fake Yu Chou's protective chi. Let me do it. Princess Sisai also abandoned the 100 Transformations demon elder who had been fighting with her. Her white tiger chi and sword chi exploded together as her giant sword slashed down with a destructive force. The fake Yu Chou who had turned into a demon spat out a beam of light from his mouth, breaking Princess Sisai's giant sword. Princess Sisai was furious. She changed her giant sword from a slash to a smash, smashing the head of the fake Yu Chou who had turned into a demon. The 100 Transformations demon elder's claws covered the sky as she prepared to save the fake Yu Chou. Behind her, the cold current was like a snowstorm in winter. The storm giant attacked with its tail. Even faster than the storm giant was Xue Tanlang who had frozen the fake third young master into an ice sculpture. The 100 Transformations demon elder dodged Xue Tanlang's frontal attack and clawed at Xue Tanlang's chest, almost digging out his heart. Noob, this cold air is nothing. How can a noob like you deal with me? You are still young, learn a little. The 100 Transformations demon elder's speed was as fast as lightning. Xue Tanlang was originally not her match, and after fighting the fake third young master, he was already exhausted. In a short while, he was forced to retreat step by step, unable to retaliate. The 100 Transformations demon elder turned around and saw that the fake Yu Chou's comrade was in a critical situation. Princess Sisai and Yu Bing were using their weapons to hit his head. Although the demon's head was extremely hard, it would definitely shatter after being hit for a long time. Unless I die, don't even think about going over. Xue Tanlang clenched his teeth and attacked. He knew that he was not the 100 Transformations demon elder's opponent right now, but as long as he could drag on for another minute, the fake Yu Chou would definitely die. Scram, get out of my way. The 100 Transformations demon elder changed her sharp claws into a heavy palm strike. She continuously hit Xue Tanlang's chest and abdomen. She couldn't kill him in a short time, so she decided to send him flying and save her comrade first. Suddenly, there was a voice behind her that sounded like an ice bead bursting, emitting a bone-chilling aura of death. If he can't do it, what about me? The 100 Transformations demon elder turned around and saw that Xue Wuxia was standing behind her with blood flowing out from the corner of her mouth, staring at her coldly. She was so scared that she couldn't help but shiver. She cried out in fear, "Where's the Marquis of Zijin? Did you kill him?" Xue Wuxia shook her head and lightly wiped away the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth. "I only killed a bastard called Lu Wei. If you don't mind, I can send you down to accompany him. If you like eunuchs, that would be a good choice." As Xue Wuxia was speaking, the bloody queen red dove down from the sky and let out an extremely shrill scream that shook the soul. The 100 Transformations demon elder's eardrums exploded and her mind went blank. She fell into a state of dizziness. The Reaper Mantis's giant scythe slashed over like lightning and clamped onto the 100 Transformations demon elder's body. Meanwhile, the golden beast turned into a sharp sword while it was flying. Xue Wuxia stretched out her hand and caught it. She then spun out a beautiful sword light and slashed at the 100 Transformations demon elder's neck. At the same time, the barbarian cow shadow man jumped down from the sky and stomped on the fake Yucho's chest. His demonic body immediately caved in. Her two fists that had the strength of 10,000 kilograms smashed onto the fake Yucho's head like a meteor. At this place, the fake Yucho's defense had already reached its limit. Blood spurted out from his 5 orifices. He roared and sent Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Prince of Tian Luo and the Li brothers flying. However, just as he stood up, the thunder mammoth and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle attacked him from the front and back. The huge forces collided with each other and the fake Yucho's bones were all shattered. He fell to the ground in pain. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Prince of Tian Luo and the Li brothers were afraid that the fake Yucho wouldn't die, so they pounced on him and clamped his body tightly. The fake Yucho's demonic body struggled with all his might. However, he had already reached his limit. Under the continuous attacks of Yubing, Princess Sisai and the barbarian cow shadow, his willpower, strength and body had all collapsed. Hui Tai Lang pounced on him and dug out his demon heart with his sharp claws. In the end, under the attacks of Princess Sisai's white tiger Qi and sword Qi, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, the Li brothers and the Prince of Tian Luo managed to tear the fake Yucho's demonic body into a few pieces. The fake third young master, who had just been released from his frozen state, was scared out of his wits. He only cared about looking back at Shui Wuxia and the others, afraid that they would discover him. He tiptoed along the corner of the house and left. However, he didn't see that the thorny flower demoness was staring at his sneaky figure from the top of the city wall. Countless thorny flowers appeared from the ground under her summons. The fake third young master didn't even have the time to scream before he was swallowed by the thorny flower demoness. He struggled violently inside, but it was all in vain. There was only one fate for him, and that was to be digested as food. Shui Wuxia didn't participate in killing the fake Yucho. She raised the golden beast's illusory sword and destroyed the teleportation gate to the demon abyss. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the two Zijin Kingdom's generals committed suicide in despair. The demon general still wanted to lead his troops to break out of the encirclement, but City Mistress Fallen Flowers chased after him. She released her, Aurora Light, instantly killing a large number of demons. Even the demon general was turned into ashes. The Thousand Goblin Sect's newly promoted 100-eyed demon elder had turned into a madman under Anand's spirit mirror's control. He attacked crazily with his comrade 100 Claws, and in the end, he self-destructed, perishing together with them. The only one who didn't manage to kill her opponent was Yu Yu. Her opponent was 100 Wings. With Yu Yu's current attack power, she could barely fight her opponent to a standstill. Furthermore, she was at a slight disadvantage. Luckily, City Mistress Fallen Flowers had been looking after her all this while, so she wasn't seriously injured. Yu Yu was more proficient in healing. Her current attack power was a new ability that Yu Yang had developed on her. Furthermore, her Storm Waves beast was more suitable for water battles. Her opponent was 100 Wings who could fly in the air, so of course she was at a disadvantage. Under the Bloody Queen's pursuit, 100 Wings couldn't even escape more than 2 kilometers before the Bloody Queen caught up to him. With a flash of the flame whip, 100 Wings' wings were broken, and he fell to the ground. The Bloody Queen swooped down. At the same time that the Banshee scream stunned 100 Wings, the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger and Eye Destroyer dagger in her hands pierced deeply into 100 Wings' heart and forehead, killing him in one blow. When Yu Yang returned from the Demon Palace to the Yu Clan Castle's main gate, the battle had already ended. Looking around, it was a scene of devastation. Thick smoke rose from the Yu Clan Castle. Many of the houses that had collapsed were still burning. On the ground, corpses were strewn everywhere, and blood was flowing everywhere. At first, Yu Yang was still worried that the battle would not go smoothly. Suddenly, he heard waves of cheers coming from the Yu Clan Castle. He could even faintly hear Hui Tai Lang's unique howl. Yu Yang immediately relaxed. This battle was finally over. The process was very difficult, but the cheers could prove one thing. In the end, the battle was won. Little Wen Li's body floated out and obediently hugged Yu Yang's thigh. Her small body silently supported him. No matter if it was in battle or in daily life, she would always be by his side. They had always been together. The battle had truly ended. Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and the other summoning grimoires all glowed with the light of leveling up. they were of different colors. Fatty Hai's grimoire flashed with green light, Shui Tan Lang's grimoire flashed with blue light, and Prince of Tian Luo's grimoire flashed with white light. Among them, Fatty Hai, who had the lowest level, was the weakest, fought the fiercest, and fought the most bloody battles, gained the most. His iron-skinned rhinoceros had leveled up from bronze-ranked level 4 to silver-ranked level 4, and from iron-skinned rhinoceros to silver-horned rhinoceros. If it were to level up again in the future, it would become an extremely rare beast that was known as the king of land battles alongside the thunder mammoth, the diamond rhinoceros. This time's evolution was very meaningful. Fatty Hai's rhinoceros could finally be displayed on the stage. For beasts like the iron rhinoceros, most of them would remain as an iron rhinoceros for their entire lives. However, as long as they could level up to become a silver-horned rhinoceros, there was a 99% chance that they would level up to become a King Kong rhinoceros in the end. Hence, Fatty Hai couldn't stop smiling when he leveled up this time. Although he was heavily injured and in so much pain that he could barely stand up, this battle was worth it. Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers were extremely envious. None of them had a summoning grimoire, so it was impossible for them to level up with battle points, and it was also impossible for them to obtain the ancient code's reward. For example, not only did Fatty Hai's iron-skinned rhinoceros evolve into a silver-horned rhinoceros, he even gained a skill called Copper Skin Iron Bones. Yi Kong was so envious that he almost drooled. This was the difference between having a grimoire or not. Shui Tan Lang, the ice cube guy, did not announce his leveling up reward. He had always been cool, but seeing the unconcealable joy in his eyes, it seemed like the reward was pretty good. Prince of Tian Luo's element-type beast Skyfire Meteor had leveled up. Although this beast was originally gold-ranked, it did not level up. Among the crowd, the one who improved the most was neither Shui Tan Lang nor Fatty Hai. It was Yu Bing. After her 100-year Treant Defender leveled up, it became a 1000-year Treant General. It had leveled up from bronze-ranked level 5 to silver-ranked level 5. The 1000-year-old Treant General was taller than the 100-year-old Treant Defender. It was more humanoid, and at the same time, it had the heart of the ancient tree. The tree heart was very important to the Treants because as long as the tree heart was not destroyed, the Treants would not die. 1000-year-old Treant generals, not only would their battle prowess increase, their life force would also become more tenacious. The path of the Trent's evolution was Treant Warrior, 100-year Treant Defender, 1000-year Treant General, and 10,000-year Ancient Tree King. Yu Bing's Treant was only one step away from becoming the king of ancient trees that no one else in the world possessed. Possessing the tree heart was the beginning of a tree man becoming a humanoid, a sacred beast, and a powerful existence. Xianxia, Fallen Flowers, and Yu had all improved to varying degrees. Among them, Kai Yang and Lu Wei, who had killed innate rankers, and Shui Wuxia, who had killed 100 transformations demon venerable, had gained the most. The girls all chose to keep it a secret and did not publicize the situation of their leveling up. The evil spirits in the demonic abyss had all been killed. Most of the Zijin Kingdom's elite soldiers had also died in battle. A small number of survivors chose to surrender, and a small number of them were afraid of being punished afterwards, so they chose to commit suicide. The Yu clan's guards and clansmen who had submitted to the fake Yu Qiu had all chosen to surrender. A portion of the clan generals and clansmen who had been put under house arrest or imprisoned because they had opposed Yu Qiu were released by everyone. They immediately started to clean up the mess, save people, and save their homes. For example, Lin Lei and Lin Miao, the two external guards who had followed Yu Yang at the first moment, were now extremely powerful. They were now heroes. Even the Yu clan's collateral disciples would greet them as Brother Lin when they saw them. Their relatives, such as their cousins, lifted them up and cheered. Everyone felt that the Lin clan's position in the Yu clan would rise greatly. Once the innate ranker Yu Yang took over the Yu clan again, the Lin clan would definitely be revived. Some of the clan generals and guards who did not surrender in time lowered their heads in shame. Those who had participated in the killing of the demons were still alright. They were considered to have rebelled and resisted until the end. Even if no one caught them, they would still stand aside and quietly wait for their fate of being judged. They were all from the Yu clan, but who was right and who was wrong, who was loyal and who was traitor, everyone could see for themselves. Who would want to fish in troubled waters? That was simply impossible. the two elders who were released from the prison couldn't help but cry when they saw the Yu clan castle in ruins and the corpses of their clansmen strewn all over the ground. This battle was definitely an unprecedented disaster for the Yu clan. Fortunately, the Yu clan managed to hold on even though it was impossible for them to win. This was because the Yu clan had a descendant who miraculously turned the situation around, the third young master Yu Yang. With his own strength, he killed a few innates, defeated the great emperor of Ji Wei, Shun Tian, and the Thousand Goblins sect leader's shadow. He even chased after the Green Summit sect leader, Duanmu Longqing, and killed his way into the demon abyss. If he did not kill his way into the Yu clan castle for the second time, the Yu clan that had not fallen for thousands of years would have been taken over by someone else. Now, we just have to wait for brother to come back. Yu Bing knew that the matters of the clan were waiting to be sorted out, but she did not like to manage the clan's affairs. Furthermore, she did not understand these things. On the other hand, Yu went to the family courtyard in the castle and comforted the frightened women and children who were hiding there. There was once an evil spirit that attacked the family courtyard, but it was blocked by second uncle Yu Ling and Jiao Yu Feng. The Yu clan's women and children were finally safe. Don't worry, your brother will definitely come back safely. Shui Wuxia gently caressed Yu Bing's blood-stained face and comforted her gently. Woof. Hui Tailang's senses were the best. He was the first to rush to the door before the Bloody Queen and the Thorny Flower Demoness. His master had returned. He could sense Yu Yang's unique life aura. Of course, the Bloody Queen and the Thorny Flower Demoness could sense it too, but they were slower by a bit. They followed closely behind Hui Tailang and happily flew to welcome him. Forget about them, even Fatty Hai and the others who had not recovered from their injuries started to struggle. They ran out to welcome Yu Yang's return personally. Accompanying Yu Yang through the door was the ascetic practice saint and the scholar who were bathed in blood. Both of them looked as if they had just been fished out from a pool of blood. Their bodies were riddled with scars, but their expressions were very calm, as if the wounds on their bodies belonged to other people. There was even a hint of pride on their faces. This was because they were all heavenly imperial guardians. After paying such a price, the two Zijin kingdom's heavenly imperial guardians had died on the ground. They were all heavenly imperial guardians, but they were much stronger. The scars on their bodies were the heavenly imperial guardians' medals of glory. Of course, they still felt a little ashamed standing next to the uninjured Yu Yang. However, they already knew that Yu Yang was a pervert, so they did not feel ashamed. It was not that Yu Yang was not injured at all. His injuries were actually very serious, but they had already recovered with the help of Nirvana's flame. The ascetic practice saint and the others knew that Yu Yang had fought with Duanmu Longqing, Shun Tian, and the others. But they did not know that he had also fought with the great demon King Baruth, Ha Xian, O Zhen, and the two Lich King Grun and Ma Fei. If they knew, they would have a heart attack. Actually, Yu Yang didn't stop there. He had even rescued the Qilin girl who was sealed in the crystal pillar formation, who was a little naive. He had even met the Phoenix twin sisters who had been living in seclusion in the Divine Grimoire. The Qilin girl had barged into the Divine Grimoire's world and was kicked out. In the end, she was accepted by the Phoenix sisters and lived in the Divine Grimoire's world. Yu Yang had also fulfilled his great wish of abducting the lost girl. Originally, he had wanted to talk to the Phoenix sisters. However, the Phoenix sisters were very young, even younger than little Winli. They could not speak at all. When their thoughts came into contact with Yu Yang felt dizzy and lightheaded. Nirvana's flame filled his entire body, making him feel as if he was about to explode. With his current strength, he was still unable to communicate with the Phoenix sisters' thoughts. Of course, this was also because the Phoenix sisters did not know how to control their own abilities. Yu Yang had only sensed for a moment, but he understood a lot. With the help of the lost Qilin girl's translation, he had understood many things. For example, he knew that the Phoenix sisters and the Qilin were kind immortal beasts. They were naturally kind, intelligent and had the purest heart of nature. Normally, they would not take the initiative to attack any enemy, unless the enemy was a threat to them. Hence, unless someone wanted to harm Yu Yang's life, they would not come out to fight under normal circumstances. As for their origins, the Qilin girl could not say how the Phoenix sisters were born. However, she firmly believed that Yu Yang was a father. She even believed that little Wenli was also Yu Yang's daughter, completely disregarding the issue of race. This made Yu Yang speechless. The Qilin girl also liked little Wenli a lot. She felt that little Wenli's temper was much better than the Phoenix sisters. Little Wenli did not have any objections to her entering the Divine Grimoire's world, and would not kick her out like the Phoenix sisters. The Qilin girl did not know that little Wenli's real thoughts were that as long as the other party did not fight with her for her father, everything else did not matter. Yu Yang was 80% sure that the phoenix egg was in his Chanquan bag, but he did not know how it hatched. Maybe it was given to him by the heavenly sword goddess. He did not care about this for now. In any case, the heavenly sword goddess was his first wife. With her taking care of the household, Yu Yang was very at ease. He felt that he only needed to enjoy his blissful sexual life. The heavenly sword goddess would take care of everything. If he did not have any internal matters, he would ask his first wife, the heavenly sword goddess. If he did not have any external matters, he would ask his second wife, Shui Wuxia. The Impatiens and Yu Yang agreed on a time to meet again, then waved her hands and left. If she did not leave, the ascetic practice saint and the scholar would be very nervous. Their palms would be sweaty, their heartbeat would increase, and their anger would rise. This was not because she was very attractive, but because she was the famous Sky Law. She was the great sky demoness who killed without batting an eye. She was the enemy of Dixia and Tian Luo for thousands of years. Sky Law and Yu Yang had a good relationship, but it did not mean that the ascetic practice saint and the others would be at ease with her. It was even more impossible for them to treat her as a friend. Hence, before the ascetic practice saint and the scholar had finished their battle, she smiled and left first. Yu Yang's return had hastened the deaths of the two heavenly imperial guardians of the Zijin kingdom. Although Yu Yang did not attack, when the two heavenly imperial guardians of the Zijin kingdom saw his return, their minds were in chaos and they lost all their fighting spirit. The ascetic practice saint took the opportunity to unleash his hidden strength and killed his opponent. Then, he helped the scholar to kill the remaining person. Finally, he followed Yu Yang into the Yu clan castle in glory, announcing the final victory of this battle. The old cunning fox also quietly teleported over. There was not a single trace of blood on his body, but his contribution was great, second only to Yu Yang. This was because he had used his own teleportation ability to move the demon abyss teleportation gate of Dixia and Tian Luo kingdom into his testing space. Under the situation where there were no innate rankers guarding the place, he had used his own strength to secretly protect the two kingdoms. The old cunning fox's spiritual energy was exhausted and he was half dead from exhaustion. He teleported over with a pale face and picked up his walking stick, wanting to knock on Yu Yang's head. That was because this rotten idea was suggested by Yu Yang. Although it was very effective, if it wasn't for his rich experience and his breakthrough in his spatial ability, the old cunning fox felt that he would have died from overexerting his spiritual energy. Thinking about it, he still felt a lingering fear. Before he could even lift his walking stick, Yu Bing had already run over with her tear-stained face and threw herself into her brother's embrace. Of course, she was happy. Seeing that her brother had returned, Yu Bing's heart was relieved. With her brother, her life would have a sky. Without her brother, she didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her, her mother and her sister, the bloody queen, the thorny flower demoness and the barbarian cow shadow all rushed over to welcome their master. Hui Tai Lang happily rubbed itself against Yu Yang's leg. This position belonged to it alone, no one would snatch it from it. Unable to hug Yu Yang, and also not daring to touch the two innate rankers, the ascetic practice saint and the scholar, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others could only lift the old cunning fox up. Amidst the cheers, he was thrown into the air. Because their bodies were in pain and they were extremely tired, after throwing him twice, their arms were so tired that they couldn't lift him up. Those who were about to lift him up didn't have the strength to catch the old cunning fox. Pa! The old cunning fox tragically fell to the ground. He almost broke his tailbone, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. In this battle, we have defeated our enemies and obtained a complete victory. History will remember you all, you have created a miracle that cannot be replicated. The peace of the country and the protection of the Yu clan are all thanks to you all. The ascetic practice saint raised his arms with all his might, praising Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the other hot-blooded youths loudly. Victory, ah! In the ruins of the Yu clan castle, the cheers were deafening. Everyone shouted to their heart's content, feeling proud of this victory. Princess Sisai, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Inan and Shui Wuxia stood outside the crowd, quietly looking at Yu Yang. Their eyes were filled with tenderness. They were also worried about his safety. They also wanted to hug him tightly, welcoming his return. However, at this moment, they gave him to his friends, to his clansmen who were cheering for him. The battle at the Yu clan castle had shaken the whole world. Previously, the fake Yu Qiu was so powerful that some people suspected that he was a fake. However, reality was reality, and strength was strength. They didn't think that the real Yu clan's third young master would win. After all, this was a fight between an innate and many innates. Furthermore, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the people supporting the fake Yu Qiu were Zijin Kingdom, Thousand Goblins Sect, Green Summit Sect and even Lion Pagoda. Everyone believed that Yu Yang would definitely lose, and the fake Yu Qiu would topple the Yu clan. This was the second time that Yu Yang had brought his sister to the Yu clan castle. Many people thought that this was his most impulsive and irrational action. So he was a genius boy, the future hope of the Yu clan. Because he was young and impetuous, he didn't know how to endure, and he was about to walk on the road to ruin. Never to return. Everyone in the world thought so. Who would have thought that when the final result of the battle was revealed, countless people's eyeballs would drop to the ground? The fake Yu Qiu, who had the support of many big powers and had even colluded with the demon abyss, was actually dismembered. The fake third young master was even swallowed alive by the real third young master's beast. Those innate rankers who had come to help, such as Zhao Guang, Kai Yang and Tian Quan of the Seven Great Bears, had all died on the mountain path of the Yu clan castle. They were all killed by the unimaginably abnormal Yu clan third young master. As for the demon innate ranker Qi Liao, Zijin Kingdom's heavenly imperial guardians Ma Shang and Niu Gua, as well as the Minister of Internal Affairs Lu Wei, with the help of the ascetic practice saint and the scholar, none of them were spared. The Green Summit sect that attacked the Yu clan with all their might was exterminated. Not a single expert was left. First, the vice-sect leader Machi Su Ling had a life-and-death duel with the Yu clan third young master, and was killed by the Yu clan third young master without suffering any injuries. The sect leader Duan Mu Longqing, who was a famous innate ranker in Tong Tian Tower, suffered a crushing defeat and ran for his life. The Yu clan third young master chased him all the way to the demon abyss and killed him, even someone as strong as the great emperor of Ji Wei, Shun Tian, who was a senior expert from 900 years ago, the great emperor of Ji Wei of the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower, returned empty-handed in the end. People really couldn't imagine how strong the Yu clan's third young master who had defeated so many strong enemies was. The most maddening thing was that this kid was only 20 years old. If someone else were to become a sect master at the age of 20, they would already be considered a super genius that only appeared once in 100 years. Compared to him, she wasn't even fit to carry his shoes. When the Yu clan's third young master was 20 years old, he was able to kill the innate level 6 Green Summit sect leader Duan Mu Longqing. He even chased him to the demon abyss and killed him. This kind of heaven-defying feat was definitely unprecedented in history. Because two of the heavenly imperial guardians had died in battle, Zijin Kingdom, who had originally planned to attack the Dixia Kingdom, hastily called back the 200,000-strong army that was preparing to leave their borders. They changed from attacking to defending and stationed their troops at the Sirius fortress between the two kingdoms, fearing that the Great Xia Kingdom would launch a counterattack. The envoy of Zijin, who had arrogantly asked the Dixia Kingdom's crown prince to marry his sister, Jun Yuan, to the prince of Zijin as his concubine, was immediately thrown out of the door by the Dixia Kingdom's crown prince after the battle at the Yu clan castle. When the second prince found out about this, he immediately sent his guards to tie this fellow up. After beating him up, he stripped him naked and hung him upside down at the entrance of the Dixia Kingdom's palace as a public display. Although the Dixia Kingdom's crown prince did not have the authority to declare war against the Zijin Kingdom, the crown prince and the second prince, as well as a few other princes who had the ability to compete for the throne, all expressed that the Zijin Kingdom was purposely tarnishing their sister's reputation. The Dixia Kingdom would not stop at a war to avenge their humiliation. Afterwards, the Zijin Kingdom sent a special envoy to beg for forgiveness. They also publicly accused the envoy that they had sent earlier of colluding with the demon abyss, saying that he was not acting on the Zijin kingdom's emperor's orders, but was purposely trying to sow discord between the two kingdoms. The Dixia kingdom's crown prince and the other princes refused to accept the Zijin kingdom's special envoy's explanation and declared that they would pursue the matter to the end. Before Jun Wuyu returned to take charge of the situation, the crown prince and the other princes did not have the authority to mobilize their troops. Furthermore, there were many rebellions in Dixia's territories. Horse bandits were everywhere and the internal strife was severe. They urgently needed to quell the rebellions, so it was impossible for the Dixia kingdom to immediately send troops. However, even a blind man could see that the Dixia kingdom and the Zijin kingdom would have a war sooner or later. The Dixia kingdom's crown prince and the other princes, other than sending their trusted aides to congratulate Yu Yang on his victory, they also sent a large number of gifts to congratulate him. The competition between them was intense. Even the Dixia kingdom's crown prince had personally led his family's generals and royal guards, taking advantage of Yu Yang's great victory in the Yu clan castle to kill the horse bandits everywhere, to persuade the city lord to surrender, and to take credit for the rebellion. As for the other great clans, they all came to congratulate him. The person who received them was Yu Ling, Yu Yang's second uncle. He was also the Yu clan's new substitute clan master. Yu Yang was not interested in becoming the substitute clan master. Furthermore, he had to manage so many people in the Yu clan and rebuild their homeland. He would be exhausted to death. Yu Yang threw the responsibility to his second uncle Yu Ling. Although Yu Ling was not as talented as his big brother Yu Shan, or as strong as his third brother Yu Qiu, or even as wise as his fourth brother Yu Ling, he was better than everyone else. He had a little bit of ability in all aspects. Furthermore, during the bloody battle in the Yu clan castle, although he did not help Yu Yang, he did not help the fake Yu Qiu either. In order to preserve the Yu clan's bloodline, he was also outstanding. Hence, the remaining two elders were willing to let Yu Ling temporarily take over the position of substitute clan master until clan master Yu Hai returned. Yu Ling would never have dreamed that the position of clan master, which he had longed for the most in his life, would actually fall into his hands. Previously, there was the powerful Yu Qiu in front of him, followed by his eldest son Yu Shan. Amongst the younger generation, his nephew Yu Ting was being groomed as the future clan master. His father was still old but vigorous, his big brother was still in the prime of his life, and his nephew was full of youth. Yu Ling reckoned that he would never be able to become the substitute clan master in this lifetime. Furthermore, Yu Yang, who rose up later on, was extremely talented. Not only his father, everyone in the Yu clan saw him as the hope of the future clan master. The possibility of him becoming the clan master was very high. As long as Yu Yang agreed, no one would object. He never thought that he would actually give up the position of substitute clan master to him. In fact, he did not even support him before. Second uncle Yu Ling felt ashamed and touched at the same time. When Yu Yang came to talk to him and asked him to take over the position of substitute clan master and lead the clan to rebuild their homeland, Yu Ling was stunned for a long time. He almost thought that he had heard wrongly. However, he did not reject Yu Yang's offer and agreed immediately. Yu Ling was determined to be a good substitute clan master until his father returned from the Eastern Goblin tribe. Then, he would lead the clan members to rebuild the Yu clan castle from the ruins. Yu Yang, his nephew, was already an innate. His future lay in the Tong Tian Tower, so it was normal that he did not care about the position of substitute clan master. Although Yu Yang did not manage anything, second uncle Yu Ling would come to report on his work progress. In the evening every day. Even if Yu Yang did not have the time to see him, he would still give a summary of the day's work to Yu Yu or Yu Bing, asking them to pass it on to him. After this battle, the Yu clan members had also changed. They had become more united. The collateral family members and disciples who did not have the same surname as before were no longer inferior to the others. Under the leadership of the new clan leaders, Lin Lei and Lin Miao, they became more enthusiastic and took the initiative to participate in rebuilding their homeland. The Yu clan was already rich with resources. Furthermore, the various big clans, the Dixia crown prince and the other princes had sent a large amount of resources and manpower. The Yu clan castle was rebuilt very quickly. Although they were still in the midst of construction, they believed that it wouldn't be long before the Yu clan castle, which was even more majestic and glorious, would be built with such enthusiasm and vigor. Qilin girl, do you think I should refine this medicine like this? Yu Yang was like a studious primary school student. Stupid, you can't use Nirvana's flame right now. Nirvana's flame is too pure, some of the medicinal properties will change. Your purple flame is enough. It might be better if you add some water of life to temper it, but I haven't tried it yet. The naturally silly Qilin girl was usually a little muddle-headed. However, when it came to refining medicine, even 100 Yu Yangs couldn't compare to one of her fingers. Previously, when Yu Yang and Xue Wuxia were discussing martial spirit pills and martial god pills, the Qilin girl who came out to play had a look of disdain on her face. She accidentally said that martial spirit pills were equivalent to jelly beans. Only the immortal pills that she refined were good things. When she said this, Yu Yang immediately caught her. Yu Yang threatened to beat her and chase her out of the house if she didn't teach him pill refining skills. In the end, it was a great success. Just like this, Yu Yang had a free tutor who was even more ferocious than the world's pill refining grandmaster. The only shortcoming was that this tutor didn't have the patience to teach his disciple. The Qilin girl preferred the evil clothes that Yu Yang designed, such as lace stockings and lace bras. She even wanted to try the more evil transparent, hollow, mesh and other underwear that would make a girl blush with shame and make a wolf's blood boil. Unfortunately, because of the Qilin mother's super protection, the Qilin girl couldn't change into any clothes. This was because the Qilin mother had put on a heavenly robe that was said to be made from the Qilin treasure armor. Not to mention outsiders, even the Qilin girl herself couldn't take it off when she was in her human form. Yu Yang was very busy. Although the desire to design sexy underwear was great, he didn't have time to do it for the time being. At most, he would draw some pictures to tempt the Qilin girl. Waiting for Yu Yang was the work of refining martial spirit pills to help the girls, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others to further improve their strength and break through to the innate realm. He also had to study the heaven runes and ancient runes to prepare for the future exploration of God's ruins. He also had to heal the injured dragon turtle in the depths of the despair abyss mentioned by the Night Empress and obtain the black tortoise pearl. At the same time, he also had to complete the task of gathering the azure dragon pearl, vermilion bird pearl, white tiger pearl and black tortoise pearl. Of course, he also had to complete the task of world tree, obtain the wisdom fruit and lustrous branch, further upgrade Yu Bing's 1,000-year-old Treant general and prepare to become the 10,000-year-old tree king. At the same time, he also completed the promise of handing over one wisdom fruit a year to Jizun. There was also the exploration of Death Canyon. The Death Canyon was the outer area of God's ruins. Yu Yang had obtained a treasure map from the Ares temple previously. There must be some secret hidden in this treasure map. Of course, there was also the treasure place that the Bloody Queen mentioned. That was a place where a Gold King beast could level up and surpass its rank. The Bloody Queen's mother had entered that place and later ascended to the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower or even higher. Of course, Yu Yang had to go and take a look. If a Gold King beast could level up, then Yi Kong's King Kong Demon Ape and the Li brothers' Ant Soldier would have the hope of leveling up. He could enter the puppet shrine and look at the ghost genius Yu Gong's precious inheritance and learn how to design new puppet beasts. He could heal Grandma Wu Ting's accumulated injuries, help her recover and help the old cunning fox break through to the innate realm. He could explore the mysterious heaven stairway, also, how to enter the world inside the grimoire, how to truly unleash the beast's potential and unearth the beast's potential and skills, train his own strength and fight against the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian and the 1,000 Goblins sect leader, as well as a few great demon kings and lich kings. There were too many things waiting for Yu Yang. Even if he was divided into 10 people, he wouldn't be able to finish so many things. Furthermore, if it wasn't for the fact that the Yu clan needed him to stay and encourage them, he would have already run back to the little flower garden to enjoy the sickly beauty's gentle service. The Yu clan's only hope now was Yu Yang. Everyone was afraid that this third young master would abandon them at this time. Every day, they had to see this brave and unparalleled third young master out for a stroll. Only then would they feel at ease and work energetically, hence, Yu Yang could only stay behind temporarily. While he was busy with his own matters, he would also encourage his clansmen who were rebuilding their homes. They didn't need Yu Yang to do anything. As long as he stayed, they would be satisfied. Unable to leave, and knowing that the Qilin girl knew how to refine pills, Yu Yang decided to learn from her first. Don't even think about immortal pills, he didn't have the materials to refine them. What Yu Yang could refine now was the martial arts pill that every warrior in the world yearned for. Although to the Qilin girl, the martial arts pill was similar to jelly beans, this was already all that Yu Yang could do. Qilin girl, what do you think of the effect? Would it be better if I add a little more god stew? When Yu Yang secretly learned from others, he was definitely very serious. Whatever, your precious god stew is even worse than my family's well water. If I were you, I would add more. What's the point of being so thrifty? You won't be able to refine good pills if you save materials. Aya, that's right, why don't you call my name? The Qilin girl was curious. You have a name? Yu Yang really didn't ask for her name before. Of course I do. The Qilin girl blinked her big eyes and looked at Yu Yang cutely. Don't you know that we, the Celestial Clan, have our own unique names? The Celestial Clan all have names? Then what are you called? Yu Yang was very curious about the Eastern Celestial Clan. He had always wondered if the old Taoist priest who kicked him to the Soaring Dragon continent was a powerful person from the Celestial Clan. If the old Taoist priest was too powerful, it would be too difficult for him to take revenge. However, if he really had a granddaughter, he could just kidnap one as compensation. Mother said that my throat is too soft, I shouldn't talk too much. The Qilin girl lowered her head and rushed towards Yu Yang. She wanted to enter the world inside the divine grimoire, but she didn't control her strength well. She first knocked Yu Yang to the ground, then turned into a rainbow light and floated in. Yu Yang even suspected that this girl did it on purpose. Thinking about it again, this Qilin girl was naturally dumb. Knocking him to the ground was probably the same as knocking into a pillar when she was walking. Xianxia had been quietly watching Yu Yang concocting medicine. She also quietly listened to the conversation between him and the Qilin girl, never disturbing them. When Yu Yang needed it, she would cooperate with him and give him the medicine he needed. She would drip a drop of God's dew or pour a drop of life water for him. In any case, when Yu Yang needed it, she would be there. When Yu Yang was learning, she would become invisible. She definitely wouldn't affect the conversation between Yu Yang and the Qilin girl. Among all the girls, only she could do this. Yu Yang looked at the unfinished medicine on the table. It had been knocked over by the Qilin girl's dumb action just now. He sighed and was about to redo it again. However, Xianxia stretched out her hand to stop him. She pointed at the medicinal liquid that was slowly emitting a faint light. Don't, look, we've already succeeded. This? It can't be, we're so lucky? When Yu Yang saw this, he was pleasantly surprised. He couldn't even concoct the medicine for half a day, but he succeeded just like that. Furthermore, he could sense that the medicinal liquid's energy was even better than the martial spirit pill recorded in the medicine encyclopedia. It was almost on par with the martial god pill. Why don't you suspect that the Qilin girl is helping us on purpose? Xianxia rolled her eyes at Yu Yang. End of chapter 301. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.